Exactly. And you make money, that's fine.
We already have a roadmap for cost reduction, 10 to 15% next year. No changes.
Listen, you are brilliant guys. What worries me is the competition for possible. I'm sorry.
Guys, I think you did an amazing job for the project. I respect it. But at the end of the day, I'm just worried that the kids are going to get rewarded on the actual delivery platform. The hardware code. When you first came out, I thought it was super cute. Yeah, it's on the iPod. I thought this was a screen. The screen would change. I'm worried about the interactivity and the stuff that gets back to that. It's not possible. I know. I love the execution. I'm still not sold on this. And you guys haven't convinced me. So for those reasons, I'm not. I've often told people that if you've done something bad, you go to hell and work every time you scream. That's what happens.
It's not that bad.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Don't believe that. I think it's just madness. I mean, you guys are going into that. No.
So next year, projecting $16 million in revenue. That's the scale of 240,000 employees.
Why do you project that? Because that's pretty fine static.
Yes,
Why
it is.
don't you say that after every show?
It is an extremely ambitious goal, but we're an ambitious company. So
How are you going to fund that? Like the amount of inventory cost that you have.
Sure. So I have a very good relationship with our manufacturer. They're actually our biggest investor in the company, and so our incentives are highly aligned. I'd like to start as a direct import program. We would be getting to use that directly from these retailers, and I would be servicing them as direct import sites straight to.
So you bring them in and you would sell directly to them. In fact, you can build it.
Yes, Mark, this is how you can help. You can help us with connections. You can help us get to accelerate these retail discussions.
Guys, we told you all the reasons that that's what worked, but I gotta tell you, every time you give me a reason, you have another answer. I don't know what's got to be your guys' ambition, and I don't really believe that. You guys are great. I mean, it's like a dream team of toy product. That is very cool. Happy. Wish you the best. Gotta clear around. Hang on. I'm back. What? All sharks are equally serious crimes and shows from education. I'll make you an offer. I'm back in. No, I want to make an offer. I have no idea what it's going to work. I don't think I need you guys. I think you'll figure it out. Like I'm making a person offer. I'll give you the 500,000 for 25%. Yes. You know what? Cody's free.
So, we want to make it fair for investors as well, but investors. So obviously, you know we want some more equity stake in games, so we continue to do it. So, if it was 15%. We can meet in the middle, right? You know, somewhere in the middle, give us something and make it.
I like the I mean, seriously, I think Mike's out. It's an aggressive offer, absolutely. But it's a real fact. I've done well with these things before. It's 500,000 for 25%. That's why I feel like
How about 20%?
no, it's 500,000 for 25%. I mean, you guys are 300 talking amongst yourself.
All right, Robert, you got a deal. Is there and two, give up 25%, but nothing to lose. If you can bring a lot of value to us.
We didn't expect it to come out before the class, but we're really glad that he had to come back.
Got it, yes.
When you come to the Shark Tank, you're not dead in the water, so you're flushed out to the sea.
Shark's sports category is a $23 billion opportunity. The problem is that a lot of these companies who are reporting to have functional hydration are actually putting water in bottles that are full of nothing more than sugar, artificial colors and ingredients, and you guessed it, salt. Sharks, consumers are not going to settle for a sports drink that overpromises and underdelivers, making you feeling tired and sluggish. You know why? Because there's a new sports drink in town, and she's got game. Introducing Electra, a better-for-you functional beverage hydration company that's going to change the sports drink game forever. Sharks, I played on an undefeated Division I women's basketball team at the University of Texas. I also played on WNBA's first championship team with the Houston Comets. So, safe to say I consume a lot of hydration and sports drinks. And I can tell you without a doubt that everyday athletes, hustlers, and doers, what they're looking for, and Electra delivers on every single one of those. There's some competition out there, but let me tell you, Sharks, we are coming for that ass. So, there's really only one question remaining. Who's ready to electrify the hustle and the tyranny of these sugary sports drinks and help me raise this $1 billion
No, man. Oh. Yes. Yeah, you must be, man. Yours. Yours. Now we got a peak. The pictures or anything? How's the using the phone for? Look at this one. Look at the athleticism. Nah.
Hi, I'm Daddy. It is now 3:00 a.m.
That's funny. There's a good shoot and got it. Where is he? Oh, is he now? Right? Yeah. Are you done? What's done with what? Baby. How you doing? What the hell happened to your shirt? Are you done? Look at this. Oh. The time another was more powerful. Every charge is physical ESPN. No. Yoshi. Yoshi. It is fun.
Everything you know about ancient history is wrong.
Egyptian pyramids at Giza are undoubtedly one of the
Toby.
most, if not the oldest structures on Earth. Most of them are blocks. Realms of science that sit outside of our understanding. We'll know more tomorrow, in 10 years, in 1,000 years about science. There is evidence of techniques and tools that we use that simply do not match the things that we find in the archaeological record. It goes so much further than the pyramids to me. We're looking at the remnants of a lost civilization. We say their tombs, and we might say their tombs, but there's very, very little evidence of their tombs almost none.
Everything you know about ancient history is wrong. And we've got a roadie from Metallica here to explain it to you. Let's go. Give it up for number 10. Ben Kirkwood in the building. We got it here. Okay, Ben, I'm so excited. I've been talking to you and then stopped talking to you the entire morning that you've been here. I want to bring people in. Obviously, people are familiar with the pyramids. They see these great structures. They go, oh, this is amazing. They've heard people say, oh, the aliens built them, etc. Can you just break down why the pyramids are so amazing outside of just the visual stimulus that we've all seen in postcards?
Well, yeah, the reality of them is probably stranger and more interesting than anything people can think of in terms of fiction. It's just they're for the longest time have been not only like the tallest man-made structure, but they've been some of the most precisely man-made structures we've ever accomplished. Like we didn't, wasn't until like the 1700s that we even developed enough precision to be able to define just how accurately those things were aligned to things like true north. We're still discovering crazy coincidences about them in terms of, they're encoding these fundamentals of nature. The Great Pyramids, I can talk about it. It's a scale model of the northern hemisphere. It's just like, there's
Let's break down some of the precision.
Sure. So the Great Pyramid. Mostly that's the one that's been studied. We actually haven't done a whole lot of studying on the other pyramids. It's something that's severely lacking. In fact, we've not even cleared off the basis of some of the other pyramids up at Giza. It's crazy. We still to this day haven't done that. But that pyramid itself, the Great Pyramid, the one that we all know and look at, the biggest one, it's aligned to true north within just a fraction of a degree off. I mean, we just don't build with that type of precision even today. In fact, the only building we made that was that precise was like an observatory in France. That was the first one we ever made that even came close to that degree of precision. They made that in the 1800s. That's just one aspect of it, though. It's insane. Apart from it being just the tallest building for forever until the Eiffel Tower was built.
So the traditional historical narrative is that these were built 4,500 years ago,
something like that, somewhere around the 2500 BC.
So they built this in 2500 BC, and then it takes us until 1800 AD in order to build something taller.
Yeah, just taller, not even as precise.
Yeah, not nowhere near as precise.
4,000 years later, 4,500 years later, whatever it is.
So you can understand why people start to question the historical evidence.
Well, it falls apart under any rudimentary examination, just the logistics of trying to build that thing alone. So you have to, the way that there's very little evidence that actually ties it to the guy they say who built it. It's a guy named Khufu, who's like a pharaoh of the 4th dynasty, Old Kingdom. And they have to try and tie it to, well, because the whole story is like it's a tomb for him. So, you know, when he came to power, he probably said, we're going to build this thing as my tomb. So they had to get it done inside his reign.
Right.
So that sort of pins it to like, well, 20 to 25 years.
Okay.
So you can break it down from there. And you say, well, it weighs like 5 million tons. And no kidding. And it's like it's made up of around somewhere between 2 and 2.5 million blocks of stone weighing, you know, any of it like 2 to 3 tons. Some of the big granite blocks on the inside weigh like 70, 80 tons. It's insane.
And these blocks are coming from quarries that are...
Some of the granite came from quarries that are like 1,000 kilometers away to the south. They had to be shipped up. A lot of the limestone is made up of granite in the inside. The outside is 2 types of limestone. The core masonry is this limestone. A lot of it did come from Giza, not all of it. There's actually nowhere near enough quarrying to make up for all of it. The Cairo area, and then the outside casing stone is something called Tura limestone. It's a very fine white version of limestone that came from a fair distance away. But you can break it down from there. So if you go, well, it's 25 years, 2.5 million blocks of stone, it basically means you, for 25 years, you have to be putting one block of stone in place, finished, shipped, carved, quarried, put in place every 5 minutes, every day, for 25 years.
24/7. Non-stop.
24/7, non-stop. And now that
No union hours.
no union hours, no breaks, no whatever it is. I mean, it's crazy. And that is only the pyramid. You've got to remember also pyramids are part of a complex. There's
2 other pyramids there. There's like 3 little...
There's a bunch, there's like 9, 10 there originally. But there's just that one pyramid. It's not just when you build these pyramids, they're part of a complex, not the other pyramids, but they have a causeway. They have these, they call everything's a temple or ceremonial, but there's temples. There's years of work just in preparing the ground, the whole foundation of what's around the pyramid. I love going to Egypt and showing people. Everyone stands there to look up at the pyramids. I'm like, look down at your feet, look at what you're standing on. There's these massive floor tiles that have been put into the ground. Some of these things weigh up to like 200 tons. And they're fit together like a geometric puzzle, and it's done so precisely you can't stick a razor blade in between the
I
gaps.
didn't know that.
Oh, it's insane.
That at all. So you're saying that they dug down and then created a flat
The
surface
foundation.
and then tiled the foundation.
Yeah, with these, but some of these, I mean, you're talking tiles this thick, some of them even bigger. In fact, the middle pyramid is even more impressive in that regard because it's built into a sort of a hill. It's a very sloping hill, so they dug down on this side, they've raised it up on this side, they made this flat platform for it. And it's just astonishing engineering. So you got to factor in, and of course, these types of projects, you don't make it up as you go along, right? So how long does it take to design and plan it? Put the plan is, that's years. Doing the foundation work, that's probably
You
years.
have to make sure there's enough stone to even achieve it.
Just logistics is this massive problem. I actually would love to do the exercise of working backwards because we've done some experiments on things like, okay, using really primitive methods, which is what, you know, the mainstream guys say they used. It takes this long to cut stone. We've done a few little experiments here and there, but you can use that and work backwards, trying to estimate how many cuts of stone do we need, how long would that have taken, how long is it going to take to ship this
Oh,
shit.
that's right. You can say based on, what is it, axe and chisel or whatever it is?
Yeah, chisels, they say, well, this is the thing. The stupidest thing about it all is these wonders of ancient Egypt, the pyramids, these giant granite single-piece statues and columns, and they tell you that it was all made with round balls of stone and flint chisels, just like repeatedly bashing on them.
So let's
Like
assume
grinding
it
on them with sand.
But let's assume it was. You could calculate, no, but even if you were to like,
that's
you could
what's up.
calculate how long it would take to take that round stone and the chisel and chip away and create these perfectly, they're not even symmetrical, but like these perfectly shaped,
Obviously, we wouldn't even be able to get them perfectly symmetrical, but even
you can calculate how long it would take.
yeah,
And then you try to do that math.
no, but it's on my list of things to do. In particular, I'm interested in like the granite as well because that's
Granite's so hard to crack.
granite's so hard. There's a few things involved in the granite. It's you know they say well they grind it on it with sand and like you get a copper bar and we've done these experiments. It's much
much harder. Like that's the other thing that people try to compare, like the work of the Romans and a lot of times the Greeks. They all work in marble. This is a very, very soft stone relative to granite. Like, frankly, granite's a stupid material to try to do this stuff. It's harder than steel. It's like a 6.57 on the Mohs scale. Diamonds at a 10, fingernails at a 2, coppers at 3, bronzes at 4, steel's like a 5, and 6. Marble's like, I think it's like a 3-ish. It's theoretically twice as hard. Yeah, it's just super hard.
You had mentioned like molecular manipulation.
Yeah, so that's the speculation realm, but it does to me, and this, you can see a bit more of that, I think, you go like South America, because a lot of the real megalithic stuff in places like Peru.
And just we can define megalithic. A megalith is just a giant stone.
Giant stone walls. Yeah, I call stuff that's megalithic, I would define it as like, walls and structures made up of massive single piece of stone, typically showing signs of precision in how they're built and just perfect alignment. Like, making these sort of mortarless walls is not easy. Like, we don't do that today. Like, this is what,
So I think this is one of the cool things that you've exposed and a lot of your contemporaries have exposed is that ancient history isn't studied by architects. Do you know what I mean? And engineers, right? Like, so they're applying these ideas and principles to the information that they have, but they don't know what the fucking Mohs scale is. So they're finding some tools and they're seeing some rocks and they're going, okay, this is how they probably chopped up the rock.
Never mind. Engineering is limitless. And you can do whatever. But it's engineer, but no, you can't.
Well, the engineer shows up and then it looks at the granite and goes, wait, they did what with the granite?
Yeah, it's the engineers that come along, and in a lot of cases, the whole, like, all the problems that come up with that orthodox story when it comes to engineering topics, it's been raised by engineers. It's a strange thing to me. It's like you wouldn't ask an archaeologist to design the chair that he's sitting on, right? Yeah. But if it's an ancient chair, he's going to claim dominion over it, and say, I'm the expert, I don't care what you say. So a lot of that happens, and that's not to say they haven't tried to make studies into it. And as part of my work, I dive into these studies and kind of tear them apart because they're ultimately really silly. And when you go to Egypt, you take engineers, construction experts, architects, people look at it and they just see it immediately and go, this is nonsense. But this isn't the work of a primitive civilization or Bronze Age civilization with simple tools. And then you come back to the pyramid and we start to realize, like, there's so much more involved in this. There's evidence of this, of the people that built it having cosmic knowledge, having knowledge of the planet, the dimensionality of the Earth to a crazy degree. Like, so if you take here's the easy statistic, if you take the height of the Great Pyramid, you multiply it by 43,200, you get the polar radius of the Earth. So what does that mean, polar radius? So from the center of the Earth to the North Pole, polar radius. If you take the perimeter length of the Great Pyramid, you measure around the perimeter of it, and you multiply that by 43,200, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. So the length of the equators. So it's 43,000. This gets into Randall Carlson territory. So it's a 43272. 7. It all relates back to I guess the cosmic sort of cycles, and all of these are the precessional numerology. When you talk about your precession of the equinoxes, you're familiar with this term. So it's the great year. Right now we're in the age of Pisces. It's that 26,000-year cycle that's defined by where the sun rises on the solstice, and it's like under what constellation does it rise. So right now we're in the age of Pisces. We're transitioning into this whole song about this. What the next age is? Aquarius, right? And in fact, there's references in the Bible about this. It literally, you think about it, like Jesus kind of represents the age of Pisces in a lot of ways. Well, that's looking at the fish on the car. Yeah, they have the Jesus fish on the car. It's always a giggle because it's like, okay, it's Jesus, but you're actually, it's an analogy for the age of Pisces that we live in. And he was, part of his disciples were fishermen who fed people with bread and fish. The age before Jesus, 2,000 years ago, was the age of Aries, the ram. So think about another biblical figure that existed in the old time. Well, Moses as well, right? And he blew the ram's horn. And before that, I wonder if that was him trying to talk because he had a speech impediment. I wonder if they thought it was a ram's horn, but he was just like, it just sounds like a ram's horn. Yeah, it could have been. Yeah, but also well, and it goes further too. It's like you go back further, and the age before that, another 2,000 years before that, was age of Taurus, also the sun's rising under the constellation of Taurus on that spring solstice. And the story about Moses, do you remember what happened when he came down from Mount Sinai with the commandment from God, when he was, when he found his followers worshipping the golden calf, and he murdered all those motherfuckers before they smashed the idol up. It's sort of representation of age of Taurus is ending. Now we're in the age of Aries, they were in the age of Pisces. And then there's a part in the Bible, I can't just going from memory, they're talking about Passover or the Last Supper, and one of Jesus' disciples asked him, what will we do without you, O Lord? Like, what happens when you're gone? He says, have no fear, go into town, find a man bearing a pitcher of water, follow him to his house, and there you will find sustenance. So, how is Aquarius described or shown? It's like a man bearing a pitcher of water, right? They're literally telling you, so it's this cosmic knowledge that's encoded in these stories, and it's encoded in monuments like the pyramid. It's not, they even have knowledge of the pyramid. It encodes the specific shape of the Earth. By that I mean the Earth being this oblate spheroid, right? We're a little bit fatter around the edge than we are around north-south, right? Because we spin. So we're not a perfect sphere. That ratio, you'd call it the ratio of latitude to longitude. So if you take that grid of latitude and longitude, you spread it out on the planet, you go down to 1/4 of 1 degree, and you measure it so it's a little bit further sort of east-west than it is north-south. That ratio of latitude to longitude is expressed in the pyramid because it sits on something. I would talk about the foundation. It sits on the foundation called the socle. So it's like they call it a cubit height. It's about this high, sticks out about this far. So it gives you two ways to measure the perimeter length, right? You can measure the base of the pyramid, or you can measure the base of the socle being slightly larger. And when you ratio or you compare those two numbers, it's latitude and longitude. And bear in mind that we couldn't figure out how to measure longitude accurately in our own civilization until the turn of the 19th century. I think that's when it was James Cook's second voyage of discovery. We could not measure longitude to save ourselves until we developed chronometers and watches accurate enough to do so.
You're saying, according to the traditional archaeologists 4,500 years ago, and you believe probably much longer, they knew.
So if we're accepting traditional archaeology, there's just all these crazy coincidences, and none of that, they had no idea that if you multiply it's longitude,
it's at that time they just were not aware. They were not privy to this. There's no proof to show that they were.
They say it's a coincidence. All of these things, you keep coming up with them because there's other, there's some people make an argument that the speed of light is encoded in the damn thing. There's all these crazy golden ratios and metrics when you get into like the King's Chamber and the geometry of that. It relates back to the meter. There's so many interesting studies about it, but it's generally all described and hand-waved away as well. It's just coincidence. And it's like you can find this stuff and you can analyze anything.
You're approaching this, and like a lot of people in your position are going, these are a lot of coincidences. And it might be easier to look at these people who built the pyramids as a different group of people than the dynastic Egyptians that lived, 4,500 years ago.
Exactly what I think. I think what we're looking at, and it goes so much further than the pyramids to me, we're looking at the remnants of a lost civilization. And that was the left stuff. They might have left cultural knowledge, they might have left architecture and objects that were inherited by essentially a Mesolithic people that developed into a Bronze Age culture that we call the dynastic Egyptians. I think we have a good understanding of the dynastic Egyptian civilization. The tools that we found, the way they lived their life, that's the job of the Egyptologist. And I think we're right about those guys. I just don't think you can say they made everything. And in fact, they themselves don't say that. Like, their own history goes back 40-something thousand years. So what do you think of that? Oh, it's a lot of, I think, pre-cataclysm, a lot of this stuff, and I'm not saying the pyramids as they are, you do have to kind of look through all this stuff with the lens of, I need to preface this, because it's like, there were thousands and thousands of years of renovation, reuse, rebuilding, adaptation, and then thousands of years of deconstruction, quarrying. Like, they've literally been ripping stone off these pyramids for the last couple thousand years and selling it, up until about 50, 60 years ago. So it's just, you have to look at it through that lens, and the Egyptians spent many thousands of years working on this stuff and renovating it, using it for their own purposes. But I think a lot of this stuff goes back to before the cataclysm, like the Younger Dryas period, which we can talk more about. But potentially goes back way further than that. If I'm going to speculate, I mean, hundreds of thousands of years, potentially 50, because and this is where it gets interesting, because there's so many other vectors from modern science right now that should be affecting that story of history, right? The last 20 years, we've seen incredible advances in our knowledge base. Not just the cataclysm stuff. To me, that's the key that kind of unlocks the whole picture. But even the history of the human race itself. We thought for the longest time, if you're creationist 6,000 years ago, but for the longest time, Victorian era, like, well, maybe it's 50,000 years as a species. Then once we start dating human remains, we get to like 190,000 years old, like we found some stuff in Ethiopia. And then recently, in the last several decades, Morocco, they found a modern anatomically correct, Morocco, you nailed it. And that takes about 300,000 years old. That's still the oldest actual thing in the fossil record, but now we've got DNA studies. There's a study that's done recently that shows like we diverged, us and Neanderthals like diverged from a common ancestor somewhere in the 800,000-year-old range. Is what's showing. And then the latest thing in the last couple of years, studies into teeth morphology, like the really nerdy studies into how teeth evolve and grow over time, and they're putting it back at 900 to 1 million years old.
Okay, so there is a chance that human beings have been here for millennia in our current form.
And we see anatomically correct. Yeah, humans. You can shave one down and put him out in the street. It's like Brendan Fraser, it's him.
Yeah. Now, that's crazy. Now we see how much changes within 1,000 years. We see how much changes within 200 years. Right, like from the 1800s to now, a lot fucking changes. So it is very possible there could be a civilization that pops up, achieves immense success, gets wiped out, happens again, like almost on some Matrix shit.
Yeah, it's a cycle. I actually do think it's a long, convoluted thing to get to about why this stuff's important. Is I do think there's a cycle almost of civilization and catastrophe or cataclysm, and we've been through it.
All right, you guys, let's take a break for a second, man, because we gotta get you to quit smoking. Stop smoking. It's these cigs, it's these vapes. They're horrible for you. They're gonna kill you, and you gotta stop immediately. But I understand you probably got that little fixation. Sometimes you just need to take a drag. It's something that feels good. Trust me, I get it. And that's where Fume comes into the picture. Look at this beautiful thing that I got right here. Hold up. Wait a minute. Fume has no tobacco in it. Think about that. Think about that. Absolutely no tobacco. Nothing harmful. No potential harmful chemicals. Nothing. You just cores infused plants like peppermint, cinnamon for delicious natural flavors. You take a pull, that crisp mint is just delicious. It's awesome. But you don't get the cancer. How nice is that? Look, this thing pops open. You got a little cartridge in there. I'm telling you, this is a revolutionary product. I believe this is going to get millions of people to stop smoking those harmful vapes, harmful cigarettes. It's going to save a lot of lives. This is beautiful. You should try it out, and I think that you'll like it 100%. So the easiest way to stop a bad habit is to switch to a positive one. And Fume is designed perfectly to do just that. It's Fume's goal to make switching easy and even enjoyable. They have thousands of 5-star reviews from people just like you who successfully switched when the other solutions just didn't work. So head to tryfume.com and use the code FLAGRANT to save 10% off when you join the Journey Pack today. The Journey Pack comes with 3 unique flavors, a new version to Fume to help kickstart your positive habits. That's tryfum.com. Use the code FLAGRANT to save an additional 10% on your order today. Let's get back to the show. All right, guys, we're going to take a break for a second because it's March motherfucking Madness, and Flagrant is getting down with this bracket syndrome, and we're doing it with Run Your Pool. Okay, you go to play.runyourpool.com/Flagrant right now. You join the brackets. We got free money if you win. Look at that. Run Your Pool is giving up $1,500. Okay, divide by the top 5 winners. It's free for you to sign up. You just go sign up right now. You can win $1,500. We are in it. Akash in it, Mark in it, Alex in it, Miles in it, Love in it, I'm in it, Jamil's in it. It's going down. Okay, play.runyourpool.com/Flagrant right now. You can win that free money. And to make it even more sweet, the winner, you gonna double up that fucking money. You gonna double up that fucking money. Whoever wins the bracket, we're doubling up out of our heart, okay? That's you. You go to play.runyourpool.com/Flagrant. Sign up right now. Let's get into this March Madness action, okay? It's another pool. It costs you absolutely nothing, and you can win real bread. Now, if you try to game, Okay? If you try to put some real money down, if you try to get after it when it comes to March Madness, because I understand there's a lot of action going down here. It's very exciting.
Always big bet.
Big bets. It's very hard not to be emotional. You see your alma mater playing, you want to put some money down on it, but if you can be a rational bettor, or just say, fuck it, throw caution to the wind.
That's what I think. I think the beauty of March Madness is you don't even really have to know basketball.
Yeah,
College basketball, there's so many upsets. Just put a few bucks down. You know what else?
Ask your girl who's going to win. Just say the name of the universities and be like, yo, who got this?
Sounds right.
That's it. Go with it.
And you know what's good about BetOnline?
What's that?
You get free money when you sign up.
Wow. Look at that.
They match your initial deposit up to $1,000 by 50%.
That's right.
So you put in $1,000, you get $500. Why not run that on some March Madness?
Go get some money, boys. Can you just explain, I think it was Robert Schock had the theory about the Sphinx with water erosion.
That's right.
And I think that kind of begins this conversation about the Dryas, right? Isn't that like
It begins, it ties it back to an era that happens to coincide with the Younger Dryas, and also, for that matter, Atlantis and Solon's and Plato's story of the destruction of Atlantis and Solon. They really do. It's amazing.
So break this down. What is his theory?
So, the great, we shouldn't forget the rest in peace, John Anthony West.
Oh, yeah.
So he and Robert Schock, he's the guy who invited Robert Schock, and John Anthony West looked at it at the Sphinx. So the Sphinx, it sits down at the end of there's a causeway connected to the middle pyramid complex. It's in this big enclosure. The Sphinx, it's not like a built thing. Like they carved down into the ground, and then they shaped it out of bedrock. It's what it was originally what you could call a yardane. Yeah, it's a crazy name, but it's like this limestone outcropping that sticks up out of the ground. That was essentially its head. So they carved this big pit and they shaped this thing out of limestone, out of bedrock. So there's been a study done. So Robert Schock is a geologist, a professor of geology at Boston University, if I'm not wrong, went and looked at the erosion that is present on the enclosure walls. Now the Sphinx itself has been repaired and worked on for like the Old Kingdom. There's records of. There's another thing. There's actually records of the Old Kingdom people fixing it when they supposedly built it, which is like, and the Romans did it, the New Kingdom guys did it, our modern guys have done it, the British are working on it, so the Sphinx itself's hard to get those indicators, but the walls of the enclosure are untouched. So he went in and studied it, and he's looking at these vertical fissures and going, that's rainfall erosion. But it takes a tremendous amount of rain to create these vertical fissures in the limestone. And we were talking about the Sahara Desert. It doesn't rain a whole lot. I've seen it happen. But you're talking about like a lot of heavy rain, thousands of years of it. Now, studies of the climate and the history of the region, we know that takes us back to
you see these fissures if you go to look at any like the canyons in the United States of America. I'm sure there's other places, but you see these cracks in the stone, and that's exactly how it was described to me. It was like this is water erosion, sometimes heavy rain, or sometimes there'll be like water actually coming through the canyons. These are these vertical cracks that exist in it, fissures, vertical fissures, and so it was really cool when it was pointed out on the Sphinx, and I'm like, where the fuck would the water come from that would create these? Because it's intense amount of water that has to create.
It's rain. Usually it's super heavy rain. It's a different. If that was like filled up with water, you get a different type of erosion. That's a whole other thing. There does seem to be some evidence for that in some other areas, which is like holy crap. Because the evidence for mega floods in Egypt is there as well. But this specifically is like rainfall erosion. So that's where he dates it back to 10,000 to 12,000 sort of years ago, right in that period. Now, when he presented this, and by the way, if you take an image of those fissures and that limestone wall, and you present it to pretty much any geologist without the context of saying, no, yes, this is a Sphinx enclosure, they're going to take its rainfall erosion. Like even the arguments to this day, because they don't want to admit it, they're really weak source arguments against Schock's theory. But when he went and presented it, he kind of got laughed. He thought he was doing something that was going to really advance our knowledge base, but he kind of got laughed out of the room by the Old Boys Network. In fact, it was Mark Lehner who's like, show me the pot charts. What is this date of like 10,000 BC? Now, the funny thing about that is then along comes Göbekli Tepe, because that's a site in Turkey, ancient site, discovered mid-90s by the German Archaeological Institute and Klaus Schmidt. You should like try not to say Klaus Schwab.
So that?
Wrong Klaus. Sadly, Klaus Schmidt has passed away too. But that site's been carbon dated, and they know it's deliberately buried. It's bang on in that time period. It's not very far away. They built giant stone megaliths and pillars and stuff to be 10, 20 tons. There was a culture doing that at that time. It's like
The tons around 9,000 years ago.
Yeah, well, like 9,000 BC.
9,000 BC.
So
11,000 years ago. Yeah.
Around that. And there's not only, but now it's Karahan, Tepe, and all these Tepes. There might be dozens of sites now. They're even bigger than Göbekli.
So you know that there is an ancient civilization creating some cool megalithic shit around 11,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And then it just so happens, if you look at Egypt around 11,000 years ago, it was kind of wet.
Right, in that period, yes, there was rainfall erosion, but look, I also know that it wasn't just that period, and I know like Shock has had to be pretty, political and cautious in his estimates.
Yeah.
But I do know that he also does push it back for like if when pressed, he can go back for like 50, 60, 75,000 years old because there's other correlations with the Sphinx, the age of Leo.
Okay, explain that one. So this is what I think is quite interesting. So let's just say we're operating in that like 9, 10, 11,000 year range.
Yeah.
The Sphinx, as we see it now, is this like lion that has a human's head.
Yes.
Right? But the head is too small for the body.
That's crazy.
And if you were a brilliant, what do they call it, a stonemason?
Yeah, stone carver.
Stone carver. You're not going to make a mistake like that. If you're the same people that build the pyramids to exact proportions, you're not going to have this tiny little head and be like, oopsie, I guess we didn't figure that one out.
Yeah.
So what a common theme is that they came across the Sphinx and it had a lion's head. And then which pharaoh chopped it up and made the human?
Yeah, we don't know. Well, it's attributed to Khafra, the owner of the Middle Pyramid, the son of Khufu, the Big Pyramid, 4th dynasty. That's generally what they say. You're absolutely right about the head. When you go there and look at it, the head's too small.
Yeah.
And the Egyptians, and they look, they were master craftsmen, and they built a lot. They made a lot of statues, did a lot of work. Absolute masters of proportion. I don't think they would have got that wrong either.
Yeah.
And there's an interesting thing about that too. It's like this story about the erosion because it goes back to the fishes on the wall and the enclosure. They say, "Oh, that's wind and sand erosion." Like this is what they say, and you're like, "Okay, well, if you give that thing 50 years, you know what happens, right? It fills up to its neck in sand, or it's just in sand." So how long?
Yeah, when we discovered the Sphinx, I don't know how long ago.
Napoleon ran it. We knew it was there. We've known about it for a long time. And it was
buried up to the head.
It's telling you
to know it at the bottom.
It's like this head sticking out of
all the pyramids too. Like they've had to excavate to get to the bottom of these pyramids.
To get to the actual bottom layers.
Yeah. So I thought. So you're basically saying it was protected by sand. Well, it can't be eroded.
So that's the thing. How long does it take for this to be exposed for it to be? To get this wind and sand erosion on it.
Yeah.
And then, what you don't see on the head? Wind and sand erosion. You don't see these vertical fissures. But that's the part of the Sphinx that's sticking up above the sand that would be hit by wind and sand all the time. So what is this telling you? It's like, okay, so is this head just, it's the same type of limestone. I mean, it varies in layers. But it's like, this is way fresher. The head's way fresher than the rest.
So let's assume they did carve a head out of the lion's head, right? The human head out of the lion's head. And let's assume the Sphinx, like the pyramids, had some sort of astronomical connection. Right? It does. What does it line up with now?
Well, now I don't know. So it faces the sunrise, right? So it's. Well, I guess it's Pisces. It's where generally the way this goes in terms of the astronomical age or pointers. It's like a spring solstice, or it's it's one of those dates where it's
basically
astronomical.
What was it? 10,000 years ago.
Age of Leo, the line.
So you have
literally lines up as a marker.
It lines up 10,000 years ago, but we're talking about the age. Like the sun rises in. Now it's Pisces. Pisces is going to be Aquarius, and the constellation that was fucking rising on was Leo. It's got the body of the Leo. It's got this tiny little shrunken head, right? Which could have been carved out of the lion's head. There's a lot of things that are making sense for this time.
The question about the head is the
chisel marks.
The chisel marks as precise on the Sphinx's head as they are in the rest of the pyramids. I mean, they're imprecise. That would speak to the ancient Egyptians not having
civilization
and technology.
I don't think there's any of what I would call the advanced tool marks on the head of the Sphinx. No.
What about the
limestone?
Yeah, are they like kind of jagged?
Yeah, it's very similar to a lot of the work and the quarrying that you see. It's because it's so big and it's relatively relatively rough. It's huge, right? But it's also limestone, which is much easier to carve than granite. But there's not, I mean, when you get into tool marks, maybe we'll talk about that in a bit. It's like these tubular drills and the actual saw cuts, the circular saw cuts. You see all that stuff in basalt, granite, diorite, the really hard stones. You don't see it as often in limestone. That was much easier to work. I do think that it was very, very likely the dynastic Egyptians would recover the Sphinx. I 100%.
Dynastic Egyptians, for everybody listening, that's 4,500 years.
From the start, yeah, up until about 30 BC. So their civilization spanned a good 3,000 years thereabouts, like from 2,500, 3,000, 2,500 to 30 BC with Cleopatra.
Yeah.
The snow.
Okay. Now that takes us to the younger tribes. So what the fuck is happening? Well, first, can you explain to people why an ice age isn't like the movie? I think the common perception for humans is when it's an ice age, everything in the world is completely frozen over, nothing can live except a little squirrel was able.
It's called the ice age.
And it makes sense.
We're in the fucking ice age. We're still in it. We're in an interglacial period in an ice age right now.
So if there's glacier 50 degrees in New York,
ice age is actually fires. Ice ages are great. Well, yeah, it's not snowball Earth. Like, it's not this planet snowball idea. Millions and millions of years ago, there may have been periods like that. But no, ice age and the glacial maximum refers to like when we had the Laurentide, the Cordilleran, and the European glaciers, these 2 miles of ice that were sitting up on top of the northern hemisphere of the planet. It was generally colder, but there were plenty of temperate zones and even tropical zones.
So it's a percentage of glacial ice that qualifies a time period to be an ice age.
They generally go on like the extent of the glaciers, and so we can see from glacial till and the moraines and all of these geological features about how far the glaciers extended. We would be buried under a couple miles of ice right here, back in that period. But it's also sea levels were 400 feet lower because all that water's up on the land now, all that melts, sea levels rise, all that stuff. And so that abruptly ended. And so we've known it's kind of interesting. It's all work that's happened in the last couple of decades, really, that has really advanced our understanding of what occurred at the end of that last glacial maximum. Because it was violent. Like, that's the thing. It turns out it was tremendously violent.
And again, so understand, the Younger Dryas is the Ice Age, or is the violent time?
The Younger Dryas is essentially the boundary between what we would call the Pleistocene, which was the glacial, like the end of we would generally call it the Ice Age, but that's the glacial maximum, and the Holocene, which is the era we're in now. This nice warm weather that's been pretty stable for 10,000 years or so. Like that's where we live. It's the reason. This is the reason why we've got a civilization. Gotcha. The Younger Dryas is the transition point between that, and it gets crazy wacky in terms of it's
something happened 12,000 years ago.
Yeah, 12,800 years ago. It's a period between 12,800 years ago and 11,600 years ago. And if you go back, it's this tumultuous time. So we kind of have learned this from ice core data. So we go and drill down in Antarctica and Greenland, and we drill down because right down into the ice and extract these big tubes of ice, because every year, the snowfall gets laid down on there and it's compacted, and you can do analysis on it and look at things like oxygen isotopes and determine temperature and accumulation of snow and all these different things about the
snow. A similar thing almost like with trees and rings.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're doing that with ice.
And you can go back hundreds of thousands of years. So what we've learned is that something happened. Like, we're coming out of this more or less we're warming up from this, glacial maximum, but then all of a sudden it just goes boom down to these severe cold for 800 years, and then it's boom, jacked back up again by another event, and then it's this gentle warming thing that gets us up to more or less the temperature we have now. But there's this really violent period in between called the Younger Dryas. If you go back further, there's ups and downs as well, but the other thing that correlates to the Younger Dryas is this extinction event. We've known about that forever, right? We've dug up mammoth bones and saber-toothed tigers and American lions and short-faced bears, like all these giant animals. It's not the dinosaurs, but they were animals that exist now. Animals that were here, but only some 12 to 13,000 years ago. So it's the megafauna extinction. Think about the mammoths, like something like megafauna for the people. Megafauna is like any mammal or large animal with a body weight, I think, over 40 kilograms or so, 80 pounds. Yeah, woolly mammoths. We are megafauna. Yeah.
Oh, still
100 pounds. So that's 80 pounds-ish, 90 pounds, something like that. So, and the crazy thing is, as many species of megafauna that there are alive today, that's basically how many went extinct in a very short period of time. Also, in that younger dryas period, like 11,600 to 12,000.
So younger dryas is not the event; it's the time period during and after the event before things start to normalize.
Yeah, so it's this period of time where it's this tumultuous time. We've got these crazy swings in temperatures. We've got these massive sea level. It's like these meltwater pulses where the sea level rises tremendously, very violently, and we've got an extinction event now, all tied into this one period from ice core samples. And now, since 2007, there's more than 160 papers that have also shown there was a cosmic impact at that time. So digging in that layer, so in that same layer in the dirt, you dig down the strata layers, you can date all that stuff, where those megafauna bones are, a lot of the extinction bones at that same layer, that's where we find what you call impact proxies, so shock synthesized nanodiamonds. So it's basically the impact, and it's the byproducts of extreme heat and pressure, and like soot layers and carbon, and like all of these different indicators of basically cosmic impacts, like these gigantic explosions.
So this is what the Carolina Bays thing is.
Well, the Carolina Bays may or may not. It seems like it ties into this event, but no,
Let's not go there.
Yeah, it's like a fallout. It's almost like splash damage. It's the Carolina Bays. It's just a byproduct almost of a big cosmic impact. This is like the same. This is like just unimaginably violent events. These cosmic, either it's airbursts or it's huge impacts of stuff that's like a mile, 2 mile wide, coming in at 40,000 kilometers a second kind of thing, and just pounding into the earth, and then it creates these microscopic telltale signatures like magnetic carbon spherules, shock synthesized nanodiamonds. There's a whole list of them. There's a lot of these scientific papers that have now figured that out.
Evidence of impact.
They call it impact proxies, yeah. So it's the thing we don't quite have are craters. Now that stuff that Randall is working on, but you would also imagine some of these impacts, they might not have all been impacts, they might have been airbursts. There was an airburst, so it's where it blows up before it hits the ground.
It's kind of what we see now with like shooting stars or stuff like that.
Yeah, there was a big one in Tunguska in Siberia.
Yeah, that's the Russian one.
Yeah, the Russian one. And
But isn't that impact though?
No, it was an airburst. It was an airburst. But it flattened a giant area. It was only a tiny little rock compared to what.
So it flattened an area despite it being an airburst.
Oh yeah, think of like a big bomb going off. It's just a shockwave comes down and just goes.
Oh. Maybe I need to get a picture of that to show us because it still has an air recover.
Yeah, in Siberia, right? Well, there's pictures of all these just trees knocked down by matchsticks, but like acres and acres of it.
So some people go, well, where are the craters if there's this massive impact? And what you're saying is you don't need a crater in order for the impact to have extreme damage.
Well, that's right. So you might have some remnant that could have been an airburst, and a lot of people mistake the research. The latest research really shows it was a series of impacts. It was all airburst. It wasn't just like one big one. There was a whole range of them. Yep.
It's like an asteroid melt almost.
It was actually a disintegrating comet. This is a funny thing. So it's a comet Inky. Now this came into our solar system a long time ago. It's been broken up. There's actually it's formed what's a meteor stream that runs around the sun and loops out. We cross through it twice a year. It's the Taurid meteor stream. I think it's like June and October, so we sort of cross it over twice.
I think Graham talked about it in his series.
He does, and it's like we don't know if there's large chunks still in this. Like we do run into this same period, and there's a lot related to that time period in October. The Chicago fires, I think it's like 18 or 19 something. The Great Chicago Fire is something common. It may have been an airburst, or it might have been a remnant, or even a gas bubble that came in from something. Because it also on the same day you had the Peshtigo forest fire, which was like I think in southern Canada or something like that. Is one of the craziest stories you'll ever hear because this huge area in the same time frame, this massive fire spread like it's unimaginable conflagration, as well as what happened in Chicago, all in that same time period, the same time period when Tunguska hit, that same time of year when we're crossing this meteor stream. So it's like, this is not always these little shooting stars aren't always the friendliest of things. I think a lot of that ties back to to this video stream and potentially this this event.
In my mind a little bit when I was watching Graham's piece, because I think my perception is probably similar to most people, which is like there's been a couple comets that hit the Earth, like 1 or 2 every 65 million years, and then it's done. And then Mark showed me this picture of all the comets that have hit the Earth, right? He just sends me the picture. He goes, hey, look at this. And then I look at it, I go, wow, that's a lot of comets. And then on the bottom of the picture it goes, since 1994. I thought this was all that ever hit it. So, and I think it was, I don't know if it was you, but I know Rogan was messaging me about this too. Yeah, here's a picture.
That's actually 2013.
This is 2013.
19 years.
That's crazy. So, and then Rogan said this as well to me. He's like, yeah, we're in a shooting gallery. And it's better we don't think about things like this, by the truth. It's better we assume it's just a big one that hits, and like, okay, that's why there's that little hole near Cancun, and then the dinosaurs go away, and then we're back to normal. It's better for the average person, because I don't recycle as it is now. But if you told me it's possible that next year we're going to get hit by some big shit, I'm not recycling ever. I'm not going to do a single good thing for the environment.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Like, I do these political arguments we have. Like, how many genders are there? Have a million. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
It's all they're going to die. It's all anyway. Yeah.
Okay. So this is happening between 12 and
11,006.
11,000.
So that's the younger dryas period, right? So. And that's the true key to me that unlocks the story of civilization, because if that event happened today to us, our civilization is gone. If we survive it, we will be knocked back to hunter-gatherers, and in a generation or two, we'll be sitting around a campfire telling ghost stories about plasma TVs and dancing around with black shiny rocks, trying to turn it on and say, well, this thing will give you answer to anything, and you can talk to someone else. It's magic.
Can you paint that picture a little bit? Like, if the Doom Dries happens today, what happens geopolitically? Like, does a wave from it?
The entire, it depends where it lands, what happens. I mean, if you're anywhere near the actual impact site or the areas, I mean, you're just gone.
Every building?
No, done. I mean, if you're sitting right there, it's just instantly disintegrate the entire planet. Not well, if it's big enough. I mean, that's the problem. Is that you go back far enough in these extinction events. I mean, some of them have eliminated like 99.9% of Earth of life on the planet. If that happens, it's game over. Like, we're back to microbes and let's start again. But it's so we're back to rats. It's whatever the hell crawls out of the pond next time, and give it a billion years and see where we end up. But it's. No, if something mediums or relatively small, younger dryas, I mean, that's an extinction event, right? It knocked humans around, knocked off half the big animals on the planet at the time, all of the woolly mammoths. I mean, there's literally anything near that event. We see this in some of the bones of these mammoth graves, right? It's absolutely crazy. Think about an elephant's femur, how much force it takes to break the femur of an elephant. There's literally, these elephants had their feet in mud and their leg bones just snapped clean off. And there's hip bones up near their heads and they're just jumbled up. This whole cave.
I get what you're saying. You're basically looking at this skeleton and you've never seen an elephant skeleton being absolutely destroyed like this. But there isn't an animal big enough that's alive that's going to do it. It's not like there's some King Kong that's running around snapping elephant legs, right?
Yeah,
There has to be. They're either falling off a cliff.
Well, their feet are in the ground. Like, there's literally, they're stuck. So their feet are still in this mud, and then their bones are snapped off and they're all jumbled. I mean,
So they're standing there, and then it's just
like this shockwave hits them. In other places, there's all these megafaunas mixed up, bears and tigers and cats and trees, and just this like forest just all smashed up and jumbled together. They found the landslide. Like a landslide, but it's much more violent. Like, it's essentially, I think what you're looking at is these things were hit by a shockwave. As a result of it. Now, painting the picture, if it hits anywhere near an ocean, or if it lands in an ocean, tsunamis. Like, so you have these giant tsunamis moving at the speed of sound that might be half a mile high, or whatever. It's just going to water destroys everything, knocks out all the cities. You probably have. Forget electricity and grids and stuff. I actually think this is why some governments around the world are making these giant underground bases, which may have also been what happened in the past.
Because they're having Turkey, right?
Well, Darren Kuyu, yeah, but also Egypt. There's evidence for this all over the world, and there's all sorts of strange
Colorado, the airport.
Yeah, Colorado, so the airport, the Cheyenne Mountain up there in Colorado, it's like where NORAD is and everything. There's giant underground bunkers. You can go. I saw on TikTok of a guy driving a big ass truck, and you just like huge.
This isn't even conspiracy. This is no. Like it's like a doomsday bunker.
Oh yeah, I don't know if you say doomsday, but yeah, it's an underground bunker that's as big as or twice as big as the airport.
Yeah, and they can hold like 4,000 people or something like that. This is end of civilization shit.
I think government's thinking about it. I saw an RFP. I know a guy who knows a guy who's involved in some governments. They put out an RFP, like a request for proposal for tech companies to go, we need a drone system, kind of that Prometheus movie, where they throw it up in the air and it often maps these underground, but they wanted that type of system that can work without GPS because they're interested in fighting wars in underground cities. Because they think that may be what happened where it might go in the future, so they're trying to crazy their tech.
Or even after a match.
I mean, if there's an extinction level event, there's going to be violence followed very quickly.
Yeah, that's the first time it's on. Yeah, you would love a series about this.
It depends where you are on the planet, how you look onto wherever you are. I mean,
what were you saying about the Turkey thing or
Darren Kuyu?
Yeah.
Well, so there's evidence for underground cities, ancient underground cities. Yeah, all of them. Yeah, I think so. Definitely places like Cappadocia and Darren Kuyu in Turkey that could have held hundreds of thousands of people.
Have you seen any of these?
No.
This is incredible. So they basically carve cities out underground with access to air and water. There's underground rivers. The river was and the water line was. So you have everything you need. But
that seems to be very advanced. Well, underground city, we know where the water is and how to access the water.
And how they can get it home.
Well, Darren Kuyu, I'm pretty sure, was the figures. I think that's only a tiny part of it. I think it could have been 100. I've heard up to like hundreds of thousands of people, certainly more than 50,000 people. But same thing in Egypt, man. There's rumors of this stuff all over the place. I mean, there's giant underground networks of tunnels underneath Saqqara, I think underneath Giza, all over Egypt.
Now, is it possible that they're using this during the time where there's tons of comet impact?
I think that's probably why. I mean, it speaks to someone who they may have known it was coming. Like, you've got these indicators, like if the Sphinx is marking the age of Leo, and you've got these alignments, I mean, they're pointing at that for a reason, because that time period is also that of cataclysm, right? It's, at least in the last precessional cycle, the last 26,000 year period, it kind of lines up to it. And Göbekli Tepe, there's a lot of research done into that side as well. It may be an astronomical calendar, a historical one, but it seems to point at this time. It's like they're transmitting a message down through time. It's possible. That's telling us, look at this time. Like, this time means something. This was bad. Like, figure it out. And if they knew it was coming, maybe they were preparing these things as, the doomsday bunkers, so that place you could survive until it was, the outside was nice enough to come back out and go,
What's the stone that has the different constellations on it and Göbekli Tepe? Ram talked about it.
Yeah, it's like pillar 13 or pillar 7 or closure 5 or whatever. Yeah, I'm not.
It basically has this maybe he might be taking liberties on it, but they have an organization of the constellations that happens to the last time the constellations were organized in that manner. There was a global cataclysm. Right. So it's like they're not usually organized like that, but when they are, this is when it was basically go time. And it lines up with the younger dries.
It's okay. And where do they think younger dries did hit? And what do they think the damage was?
So I think it was a northern hemisphere impact. I think you're mostly looking at ice impacts onto what was the Laurentide and Caldera ice sheets covered most of North America and Canada. I actually think that some of the Great Lakes Randall's doing a lot of really good research into what could be actual impact formations in the geology of the northern United States and Canada today. Because the other thing is, we know that that's where a lot of the meltwater from these glaciers came out, right? This is the evidence for decay. You guys have been up to the Scablands, Eastern Washington State?
I've seen the videos. It's crazy.
These giant coulees. You're talking one of these coulees, just one of several of them. What's a coulee? A coulee is like a canyon with no water. Just like this giant, think of like the Grand Canyon. Much super wide, 1,000 foot high or 800 foot high.
It's also a racist term for Indians in South Africa. So I got a little bit uncomfortable when you keep saying that. But
it's with a U.
Okay, sorry, got it.
But it's the channeled Scablands, and it's basically the outwash of this water, this tremendous floods. We know now that this all happened at the end of the Ice Age, but it completely destroyed that environment, carved up and ripped through this land. And I mean, you're talking about a single one of these channels, and there were multiple of them. It's like 50, 100 times the volume of all the rivers on the Earth at once. Just almost like a billion cubic feet per minute, and where it all gathered up. It's just the catastrophic flood of this is just tore through. Like the flood, so where it's carved that channel, the actual water was probably 300-400 feet above that, and it just reeled through here.
All the national parks in the United States of America are just remnants from the latest cataclysm.
American
cataclysms make some cool shit.
They do.
Like this is stunning. And if you go down to where was I, like southern Utah and stuff like that, you'll see these they're not cataclysms, but
Bryce Canyon.
Exactly, like the damage from the water damage from canyons creates some stunning beautiful.
Why can't it just be like gentle erosion over millions? That was the argument for a long time until you had guys like J. Allen Bretz was a catastrophist, and then Randall Carlson's doing a lot of good work in this space, and now this, at least up here in the Challenge Caplands, they have swung around. So it's a long story. It comes back to religion, funnily enough, because the story of religion was always catastrophism. Right? What's the story in the Bible? It's Noah's flood. It's the Great Flood. Right? So that was always where we got our answers from. So you have the age of enlightenment, the age of reason starts. Science has its beginnings. Geology emerges as a fledgling science. And for something like 60, 70 years, the stated goal of geology was to get as far away from the catastrophism of religion as they could. So think of it like a massive overcorrection. They went out there and said, you go out and you have to explain every feature we see on the landscape with gradualism or uniformitarianism, which is the gentle, slow, erosive processes that we see in place today, like the streams slowly eroding stuff, hills and shapes taking form. So that's what ends up in all the textbooks. And some stuff is still explained like that, and it's frankly nonsense. So, but now we're sort of coming back in the other direction, going, you know what? Some of these landscapes and features are the result of catastrophic flooding, and at least up here in Washington State, they're like, yes, there's still arguments going on. Some people think it's like 50, 60 floods. Randall thinks it was 1 or 2. I think Randall's right. He has significant evidence for it. There's all sorts of problems with like how ice dams reform. It's kind of a convoluted, long story. But this does align, this model, this environment aligns with like the meltwater pulses. So everything wraps up and shows that in that period, that Younger Dryas period, when we had all this ice on land and it all ended up in the ocean in a big bloody hurry. It's like you don't. You need an external source of energy for that. If you took that lump of ice that was on top of North America and you plopped it down in the warmest waters at the time, say somewhere around Indonesia, it'd take 30,000 years to melt. Yeah, and it would still be here. But it melted in an incredibly short period of time, so you need this source of energy. Turns out, then you combine that with all of the strata work. So it's like the macro scale and the micro scale. The macro scale, we've got these catastrophic landscapes and work around Carlson. The micro scale, we've got all the work of the Comet Research Group, 160 plus peer-reviewed papers looking at the science that we've narrowed in. We're like, God damn, this was a violent period. It probably knocked our species. Graham says we're a species with amnesia for this very reason. It's a great analogy. So turn all of this around. I think that's why catastrophism, the Younger Dryas, is the key that unlocks this longer story of civilization and human history, because now you've got all this other evidence, these stories that are embedded in religions and origin stories and cultures that speak of earlier times. Every culture out there is like, hey, our ancestors went through either flood or fire. It knocked them down. They had to rebuild. It's like, is this all bullshit?
Yeah, there's a flood myth in Mayan mythology. There's a flood myth in like Christian. I'm sure there's Indian. I mean, and this makes sense if these comets were hitting more regularly and then you were experiencing these floods.
I think some of these tales include basic eyewitness accounts of these floods. If you go to the other vectors directory on there, you can pull up a few. The Mahabharata literally talks about swarms of meteors coming out of the sky. Revelation 8 and 9.
What's the Mahabharata?
It's Mahabharata. In the story.
Oh, okay.
You epic, yeah.
You go to other vectors in there.
Oh, this one?
Yeah. That's third on down. Yeah.
Now, I guess my question is, if there's a gap between Hinduism's 4,000 years old, the Younger Dryas period is as many as what, 12,000 BC, so that's
No.
12,000 years old.
12,000 BC? No, just 12,000 years.
12,000 years, yeah. So there's that 8,000 year gap. How does that
story hold up for 8,000 years. And if theoretically we went back to, and I'm not saying this to argue you, I'm just curious, and I'm sure you've thought this through. If we went theoretically back to the Stone Age, how do we maintain these eyewitness accounts for 8,000 years?
Well, I think they get deified and they get put into stories. That's like the oral tradition. That's how we transmit data down through time. Not only, I think, are there eyewitness accounts and stuff like this. I mean, Revelation 8, Mahabharata, all of these stories. I think it's an oral tradition, and there's also evidence in all of these stories for celestial knowledge, for that same processional numerology I talked about. There's a whole book called Hamlet's Mill. It's a complicated book, but they essentially showed in that from all these cultures all around the world, there seems to be that same processional numerology, these 72s, this stuff that correlates to the cycles of the heavens and the cosmic world, is also encoded in these tales, in some cases in civilizations where we know they had no clue about this. All of it points to like a common ancestor, a common progenitor of this story.
Yeah.
I think that, look, to be fair, some of these things, the biblical flood, the flood of Moses, for example, might have been related to an event that happened called Merkel Crater, which was about 5,000, I think it was 5,000 BC or 5,000 years ago. There may be smaller events that have generated floods. Like, this is the only impact. Like, Merkel Crater was it would have flooded the Middle East right around the right sort of time. It landed in the Indian Ocean. 800-foot tsunamis hit Madagascar and the coast of Western Australia.
Yeah, I fucked India up too.
Yeah, it would have washed up north, yeah. So I think that a lot of this stuff gets transmitted down through time with oral traditions, and it gets put into these stories and characters and deified because that's how we retain that data and transmit it down through time.
And what was the timeline of the pyramids, the Great Pyramids, and the younger tribes?
Well, I mean, they're not. If you ask the Orthodox Egyptologists, they're not related. Like younger Dryas, 12,800 years old to like 11,600. Pyramids started about 4,500 years old, according to the mainstream story. So 2,500 BC.
But it's possible that those pyramids could have been made 30,000 years ago.
It could be, or at least the structure, the base of them, there was a form of them that was there. Like I said, you can't really. It's very difficult to distinguish what the dynastic Egyptians did to it. They probably worked on them, repaired them, maybe done some of the work. We just don't know. That's part of the challenge of looking at this stuff. It's you have to factor in that a lot of it's been reused, and we have strong evidence of that when it comes to things like statues. Because it's not just the pyramids. It's like I recently a lot of work in looking at the precision that's evident in these vases that come from this time.
Yeah, this vase stuff is. Can you get up some of the vase images? I mean, this
is a vase director.
This is mind-boggling. Because really, what you're trying to do is, if your argument is there was an ancient civilization with a much more sophisticated technology, you can prove that through artifacts that existed at the time that were beyond the scope of the technology the traditional archaeologists believe existed. So, if you have it's hammer and chisel, is that the term?
I mean, stone pounders and chisels.
Okay, so stone pounder and chisel. If you have stone pounder and chisel, but you also have an artifact that couldn't possibly be created with stone pounder and chisel, right? It comes from that time or time before it. There either is another technology that is now long gone, or the timing is off on the pottery.
You just
we're not in pottery.
Okay, so explain this base thing. This blew my fucking mind.
Yeah, so that's you did a great job to summarize it right there. There are these artifacts that exist from, I would say, pre-dynastic times up until the very earliest of dynasties, like the Old Kingdom, right? But you talk going back 15,000 years. Some of these have been found in sites that dated back 15,000 years.
So they've been found in sites that date back
primitive burials that date back to 15,000, and everything else about these burials, they see Mesolithic, right? It's a guy curled up in a fetal position in a shallow grave. A place called Toshka, for example, is one of these sites. They found this, and there's primitive pottery in there. Very much matches the Mesolithic times, but they also found
with the primitive pottery. And keep in mind, this is not pottery.
This is not pottery. These are vases that are made from extremely hard types of stone. Granite, diorite, porphyry.
If I'm an archaeologist and I see some pottery and I see this vase, I see it in this gravesite, I'm gonna go, okay, it's probably made around the same time. This all makes sense to me. I'm not an expert in fucking geology. I don't know what this stone is here. That stone. What's that? Engineering. I'm gonna throw them all together. This makes sense. Then you get some fucking engineering nerds to look at it and they go, wait a minute. This isn't pottery. This is planet.
Hardest to even, right? Yeah.
Okay, so what was this? Yeah, so this one right here.
Yeah, I mean, so these vases display remarkable engineering characteristics, also precision. So there's a lot of challenges when it comes to making this sort of stuff. It is tremendously difficult. So it's very hard to explain with the primitive tools and technology that we know those people had. So as you said, it either means there was a whole other technology and engineering process available to them that we have no evidence for, or the timing's off. And so what is it? They may have inherited them because, again, you're also right about how they date stuff in ancient Egypt. If it's buried on a site and somebody wrote something on that site and they say, then they just pretty much go, everything from here is from this period, this time, based on the writing or based on the context of where it's found.
These guys aren't experts. They're not engineers.
It does, but it also rules out this idea of inheritance. It's funny enough that there's so many of these have been found, like 40 to 50,000 found beneath one pyramid.
50,000.
40 to 50,000 of these hard stone vases, remarkably engineered objects, beneath one pyramid, Joseph's step pyramid, supposedly the first pyramid at Saqqara. And even then, the mainstream Egyptologists have been forced to admit that, okay, most of these were probably inherited. Like he didn't have them made. They have to admit that. And they say, well, they're probably first and second dynasty, which is also nonsense because they go back thousands and thousands of years before that. So but after that period, like the third and fourth dynasty, what's so important about these vases, I think, is that they kind of disappear from the record. Like they don't keep making them.
And why would you start making something that was so
specific? And well, they make an inferior product after that, made out of alabaster. You can see it's all handmade. They're beautiful. There's a whole other industry.
But doesn't have
not remotely the same thing as these.
Explain some of the precision though. This is where it gets wild.
This is crazy because most of these are under lock and key. This is it's on my mind blowing. Okay, yeah. So they're remarkable, right? Hard stone, very, very hard, harder than steel. Put it this way, some of these vases, there's even a corundum one. A lot of them have like inclusions of corundum. That's a 9 on the Mohs scale. The only thing harder than that's diamond. This diamond is 10.
They've shaped it down with this level of precision
and symmetry. It can stand like it's standing on like a
there's no flat bottom.
Right, yeah.
This is the bottom. So the vase needs to be evenly distributed in the weight in order for it to stand like that.
If I saw this today at a crate fair, like I got this. Yeah.
Well, some of them on the market, they go for big money because there are people understand the value in it, and I think the ancients understood the value in it too.
Well, that's why they're buried under the fucking thing. Like if you have 30 trousers, they're treasures, and they knew that they were treasures, and that's why they took such good care of them.
Yeah.
They knew that there was something different going on when these vases were made, and that's why you find them all the same.
Why were they never looted? Well, in some places they were. Like that's. I think Joseph probably looted them from older tombs and buried them with him. And a lot of these were looted. Like he buried so many of them. I think a lot of them were smashed up. Probably had at some point when they were looting down there. At that point, the tomb raiders like probably trying to break them, looking for like he's full of gold. What the hell's in here? Like there's so many. Okay, and then some of these assholes would scratch their names into them with a chisel. It's just horrible writing that's on a couple of them. It's like
that's the precision and
100%. So the precision is what's interesting. We've been able to eyeball these things. You can kind of look at them. No one yet, until just recently, has been able to actually analyze one of these things in detail. Now, I've put out a couple of videos recently about this. Been working with some guys, professional metrologists who work in the aerospace industry, making like turbine blades and super high-end precision. Like these are guys that know shit, professionals in this space. They have taken one of these vases that belongs to a guy who lives here in New York, into like a private collector, because you can't get to these in a museum. They're not interested in studying the engineering of these things, but we got one of these pre-dynastic granite vases and we scanned it with a structured light scanner that scans it down to like the thousandth of an inch, or for all the people out there that hate the imperial system that harass me all the time, 25 microns or less. Thousandth of an inch. I'm fine with that too. It's just nerds go crazy about this shit. But and the results are truly astonishing. What we found by analysing the scans of one of these vases, and it has to have been designed and manufactured with a system that is incredibly precise. They can get things down to a thousandth of an inch. Now, bear in mind, the width of human hair is between 2 and 3 thousandths of an inch. So you're talking about precision and levels of geometric sort of sophistication that's half the width of human hair.
What is down to 1,000 of an inch?
Also, what you do is, if you go to VaseScan, there's a directory called VaseScan, or this is just pictures of the vase, but there's also a directory called VaseScan. You look at it and you go, okay, so the top of the vase, we can define how flat that is, right? And we can also say, well, think of that as a horizontal axis. Yep. And then there's the mouth of the vase, and what they do if you go to VaseScan directory, when you scan this thing, that's the vase that we scanned. So if you go to like the second and third picture here, so essentially we're taking the top of that vase, we've mapped it like a horizontal axis to it. Now we're mapping a cylinder to the neck of the vase using more than, I think it's 10,000 points of reference. So a very accurate representation of that neck of the vase, and you can compare it to that top. So we know, okay, that cylinder, once you map a geometric object to it, you can perform geometry on it, figure out what's its center line, what's its center point, all that stuff. It's perpendicular to the top of the vase, perfectly within 1/1000th of an inch. Wow. And then you
Basically, the top is really.
It is super even. But now you've got, think of it, now this vase we've defined an axis, like a horizontal axis, the vertical axis. Yeah. Now we can go and map geometric shapes to other parts of the vase, the cylinders to the lug handles, cones to part of the vase body, or a sphere to part of the vase body.
I just want to make it like digestible, because I heard you talk about this before. And so just for that top part, basically, if we assume the bottom is flat, the top is almost perfectly parallel to the bottom or the ground it's setting on. That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, so it's
the precision, right?
Perpendicular and parallelism.
Perpendicular is when this perpendicular is the take colony that you guys are doing. But I'm just trying to explain like how flat the top is, and that's why it's so impressive.
It's flat. I think if you go to the first one, it's flat within like 4,000ths of an inch. It's insane. Like it's
and then no ancient tools as we know them would be.
You need a level way. The point of this is this is so far beyond the realms of some dude banging on it with a rock or grinding on it with sand and a stone, which is how they say they were made. It's impossible to explain this with hand.
This is the thing that's so interesting to me, is that like there's this sophistication bestowed upon a quite meaningless object.
Right. It's a whole other thing.
A pyramid is different.
And 50,000.
In 50,000 foot.
Yes.
So you need to be able to replicate that.
And
over and over again. Now we're talking.
There's an industrial process at pointing, and so there's a longer discussion you get into about the relationship between precision and function. You only develop this type of ability to work in these precise measures if you are getting a functional return. Think about it this way, but once you have that capability, right, your manufacturing capability can be very precise. You can then apply it to everything, right? So I think there were functional objects. Some of these, either it's the sites, might be the pyramids, might be these giant bloody boxes that are underground everywhere. Yeah. I think a lot of that just seemed to show the same type of precision. I think they had a functional purpose. I think that's why they developed this level of precision. But then they just applied that manufacturing process to everything. Think about like if you own a car from the 60s. Like you have to turn the wheel this far to make it actually the wheels before they start to turn, and the panel gaps are wide, the rain gets let in, and cars today they're beautiful, they're all put together. We don't need that, but our manufacturing capabilities has robotics refined much better. That precision in manufacturing gets applied, and I think that's what we're looking at here. I actually think there may be functional purposes for these things. They could have acoustic properties. There might have been parts of other machines. We don't know. That's the other crazy part about this. Is like, it's the temptation is always there to look at us and say, how are we?
A base us is not a base.
It might not be more than ours.
Exactly.
It might be. It might be something else.
Here's a question I have for asking for a frame of reference. This civilization was much more advanced than we were up until recently. Around what time did our modern civilization become as advanced as they were, if at all?
No, I think so. We could do, if we put the time and effort and money and resources to it, I think we could replicate a lot of this stuff. We haven't ever done it. It's too expensive. It's pretty, like no one's got the backbone or the resources to do it. That's not to say we couldn't do it. I think our technology, I think, is different. I think when you look back at technology, think about like, you talked about the progression of technology over a couple hundred years, right? We've gone down this electromechanical route of how we work and the world works. The temptation is there to then apply that to the past. But think of like in 50 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, we're going to know so much more about all these other realms of science and technology. I just think some of the answers and the paths that this civilization may have taken could be outside of our current understanding or perspective. I think they may have taken different routes. The technology might have been very different, so it becomes really hard to kind of
Yes, assume that because there's no evidence of the electromechanical technology.
Well, yeah, there's nothing. Like, there's no computers. And there's the whole where are the tools argument is one that gets raised all the time.
And that's a reasonable fucking argument.
It is. It is.
You got these things that can't be made with these ancient tools.
The ones we found.
So where are the fucking tools? And I think you hear this a lot of times with like the skepticism about ancient civilizations. It's like, okay, well, where they live, where are the homes, where are all these things? These are good questions. And I think that we should be asking these questions. And I think it's good that you don't get defensive about those things.
I think, yeah, they're valid questions, and I think there's a lot of, we haven't looked in a lot of the places where I think this stuff's going to be for starters, and I also, well,
Where do you think it's going to be?
well, I think Graham Hancock makes a great point about this, but it's like sea levels rose 400 feet all over the world. There's like 10 million square miles of land that went under that would have been coastal and inhabited during these periods when the sea levels were far lower. We don't look at that stuff. Marine archaeology is 100% focused on shipwrecks. We don't look in these places. Like the Amazon, the Amazon, we were, thanks to deforestation in the Amazon, we're finding the remnants of cities.
Yeah.
Well, thanks to this one good thing. We're finding the remnants of cities that have no place in the story of history.
Yeah.
But they're the size of like London in the 1800s, and there's hundreds of them. Like, we have no clue where
They're
they're
finding these massive pyramids. So I think the biggest one they've ever found is La Tanta in Guatemala, I believe.
Hey, I'm not sure. I thought the biggest one by mass might have been Cholula. But
Oh yeah, that was the one that was also in the Cholula, Mexico. But yeah, it's just fascinating to see it, like how much is covered up.
yeah,
I mean, if you even see like where the pyramids outside of Mexico City,
the Temple of the Pyramid of the Sun and the Moon. It's I've forgotten the name of the.
whatever. I went over there and they showed images before they started scooping out all the land and everything. They just look like mountains. How many mountains? How many hills that exist right now that little kids are playing on top of? And like
stone structure.
that there are fucking houses built on top of that are actual old pyramids. They said a thing about one in I think Albania.
That was disputed.
It's disputed.
So I personally think that's a natural formation. There's not to say that there's not tunnels. There are tunnels and structures in it, but that one, you always see it from that one angle. And just that's the one thing. You don't Google Earth and spin around. You're like, oh, this is part of the boundary.
Yeah.
But there are pyramids all over China. This is exactly like this. They literally been deliberately planting over them since the 80s. I mean, with trees and hills now, it's just that they're pyramids.
If we assume that the Sahara back then was completely lush, if it looked like the Amazon, if that's true, right? How many cities, pyramids, other megalithic structures are just covered in sand dunes?
Could be tons. They literally, even today, archaeologists and Egyptologists will tell you 70 to 85% of ancient Egypt is still buried beneath the
I think they need to read the pyramids for us to even see the tips of them.
Yeah.
Just the tips of the fucking pyramids and barely the head popping up in his face. That's how massive it had to be to weather thousands of years.
Well, yeah. I mean, at least thousands of years, potentially a lot longer. It's because
Those dudes shift around too, right?
they do. Well, in fact, yeah, you can. I know guys that bank on that. You actually go and, as the dunes shift, you kind of every few years you might go and look at the area between the dunes because it's kind of uncovering more ground, and you go and find like arrow stone, tips and arrow points and heads and stuff. Yeah, so there's a lot of parts of the world we haven't looked. A lot of the areas there was a lot of devastation. I think we don't. It's hard to comprehend just how much. Like with the end of the Younger Dry Ice, like the sediment layers, like stuff might be buried at the bottom of the ocean under hundreds of feet of water. I mean, under 200 feet of sediment as well.
Yeah, is this one?
That's the Pyramid of the Sun, I think. That's Teotihuacan. Yeah, Teotihuacan.
So this is the one in Mexico City, right?
Yep.
I mean, look at how it looked.
Yeah, there's the Sphinx's head sticking out as well.
I don't even believe in mountains anymore. I know, it's crazy.
Some people think there's a pyramid in Antarctica.
Oh, you showed me that crater impact. You do know that there was a massive crater impact, right?
Yeah, probably many. Yeah, it's pretty big tons of it.
Yeah. So I'm curious, why is the pyramid so significant? Why has it been replicated by every culture?
I don't know. It's a very significant thing, though. It seems to be. I mean, a lot of the arguments that the mainstream uses is what they call it's like cultural coincidence, or it's like they're solving, people all around the world solve the problem the same ways. I think a lot of that's nonsense when it comes to megalithic building. It's like you're literally choosing the hardest and most difficult way to do something.
But like fire, every culture develops fire.
Yeah, fire, or like napping and making a spear.
Right, and that's all coincidence.
That's not good. Yeah, that's all we're solving this particular problem.
Right. And what about
you can apply it to
that happened around the world around the same time, right?
Yeah, more or less. People got there. Yeah, I mean, it's just
I mean, the pyramid thing, like everybody developing a pyramid at the same time, doesn't really strike me as the most peculiar thing, because that's just how you would build something. You can't build straight up; it falls over. It's also very difficult to build straight up. So we just build in this kind of like what is it they call the step
pyramid start. So it started the way they described. It's like, well, we started by digging a hole and burying people in that, and then we started, you know what, we'll build a little mound over the top of the hole. And then it became this step structure called a mastaba, like a platform.
Yeah.
And you know what? We'll start stacking these mastabas.
And then you see that in Central America,
that's the shape.
And in South America, where there are like these pyramid structures built on top of pyramid structures, right? Which makes it much easier to build, because now you're not redoing this foundation; you're just kind of building on top of it. Yeah, and they become massive.
It's strange. I don't buy it in a lot of ways. The tomb theory with this stuff too. It's like I had a conversation with someone recently that said, you know, the easiest way and tons of less effort is if you really want to hide a burial tomb for someone, is you dig down into the ground, and then once you're done, you collapse it all in after you. It's so much less work than building a giant pyramid and trying to bury something in there and hope that no one's ever going to get into it. It's not the most efficient way.
Was the idea that the pyramid would provide protection for the person?
It's supposed to. It's a monument, and then it's supposed to like stop tomb robbers from getting. That's what that goes with the tomb theory, which I don't think is there's all evidence that these big ones were tombs. Some of them were used later on, undoubtedly, as tombs and repurposed that way, but not these ones. The big ones, I don't even think the dynastic Egyptians got into them, frankly. I think they couldn't get into them. We'd see a lot more evidence of it if they did.
You don't think they couldn't because of just the sand, like blocking
I mean, you got to imagine, like, when these things were covered in the casing stones, it's like it's super white. It would have like reflected the sun like a mirror, and there's no visible joints. You cannot pry those stones out. There's no obvious entrance to it. You know, it's really difficult to look at that. The top of the middle one still has some of those casing stones that are weathered over time. And you imagine it's just perfect.
If it's not a
pyramids, they're just like
if it's not a tomb,
does it need some giant triangle?
If it's not a tomb, what would you conjecture is the purpose?
I personally, and it's speculation, I think they were functional. I think they did something. I think they're all broken now. They don't work anymore. I think they were a functional device. What that is, I don't know. There's lots of theories out there. A guy named Chris Dunn, a good friend of mine, a very good author, engineer. He's really has moved this whole field forward in a lot of ways when it comes to ancient precision and technology. He has a theory that it's the Giza power plant. His theory does explain all of the elements of the pyramid. He used it to correctly predict what was behind Gatenbrig's door, which is one of those little things in one of the shafts in the Great Pyramid.
Can you explain this to us?
Yeah, so there's really weird aspects.
These are not functional, by the way.
These are bracelets.
Yeah.
You like clang them together.
Yeah. Dynastic Egyptians. Exactly. Dynastic Egyptians did not get it.
Yeah.
The ancients ones were
great though.
Yeah, they understand visuals for sure.
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
Yeah, so Gatenbrig's door, well, there's these strange features in there, right? You've got,
so we're inside the Great Pyramid.
So you go in, there's 3 chambers. Right? There's a subterranean chamber that's down way below it in the bedrock with a shaft that goes through the pyramid.
Can we access that? Because I don't think I went inside. I don't know if I went in.
So not unless you do like a special permission. Every time we rent it out for 2 hours, they open a lock for us. So if you go in on a tourist ticket, you can go into like the Grand Gallery and up into the King's Chamber.
Yeah,
that's where most people go. Yeah. There's also a chamber below that called the Queen's Chamber. Now, both the so-called King and Queen's Chamber have these shafts, right? So there's the ones in the King's Chamber go to the outside. We know this because at some point, some of these crazy British guys were rolling cannonballs down them, and they ended up in the King's Chamber like that. That connects.
Oh wow! So they just found cannonballs in the tomb, and they were like,
well, they were just like, there's an opening. We think it might have been on this shaft. Let's find it. Yeah, they're very damaged. I mean, there's rods. There's exploration of these shafts. There's like big, long steel rods that they've tried to probe them with. But the ones in the Queen's Chamber are more interesting because they don't go to the outside. They terminate somewhere inside the structure. Now, this is like a 4 to 6 inch square shaft, right? It's this big. It's how the hell do you make it? It has to be made when you're building the structure. Like it has to be planned. We don't know where they go, but eventually we send robots down them, and it turns out they go to what looks like a little door. There's a little door at the end. It's a limestone plug, and it looks like it's got. If you go to like Gate and Brick's door, maybe there's pictures of the I don't know, but Gate and Brick. Yeah, that's it there. That's after they drill through, so that they actually. And on the door are these two, what they say are copper handles, but one of them's eroded more than the other. It's almost like it's an anode, cathode, like it may have been part of some sort of function.
Like a fucking battery.
Yeah, something like that. So part of Chris Dunn's theory, that's it there. So you had this is what's at the end of this shaft.
Get the fuck out.
And then eventually. It's like a socket. Well, those little copper things that are on there. No, the whole thing. They drill that. You see the drill bit there. So Chris Dunn, anyway. So he explains all of these features of the pyramid in his Giza power plant theory. And using his theory before they drilled through the hole, he said what they're going to find is another void and another little door. And they drilled through the hole. They drilled through this wall, and guess what they found? Another void and another socket. Yep. So I think he was onto something.
And again, it lines up with your theory. It's too advanced for it not to be functional.
Yeah, there's no purpose. There's no. They like, oh, this is where the soul would have escaped and gone up towards Rome. Like this is nonsense.
And then to your point about building a pyramid, yes, that shape is the most functional to build. This is a functional thing. That's why we're going to build it in a pyramid shape.
100%. That is fucked.
And they haven't drilled
This is battery theory.
They didn't drill past the second door.
No, as far as I also know, there's a lot of nonsense going on about this for a long time. Like Gate and Brick sent his robot up the wrong shaft as well. We went and had a look in there and say he was threw him out of Egypt, and so there's been a lot of intrigue. There's a dark, like there's all sorts of stories when you dive into Egyptology, in particular in the last, let's say, 30, 40 years of what's gone on in these pyramids and on these sites and about who's done what where. There's a lot of stories that all revolve around certain particular characters that have been in charge of some antiquities departments in Egypt.
Speak to the politics of why you can't start just excavating more of these chests.
It's controlled by the Council of Antiquities. It used to be called the Supreme Council of Antiquities in Egypt. And for a long time, a guy named Zahi was in charge of that. And this is, this comes back to the labyrinth story as well that we mentioned before. We talked about it before. And they really tightly control what goes on the sites, right? So you can't just roll up there and say, hey, I want to dig. The way that works is you have to partner with the council to do anything. And part of that is also they will want to know what your purpose is, what are you trying to find, and then they get to control the release of information at the end of it. So typically what happens is you have institutions like universities from France, Belgium, Austria, America, wherever, Britain, they have access to a particular site to do research in a certain way, and then that information is very slowly released whenever the Egyptian authorities deem it necessary to do so.
Why are they so protective of this theory of history? Because science, why are the people who are kind of
claim to fame up with it? That's all they got.
I guess, but today's science is constantly disproving other science.
They don't give a fuck about science. They give a fuck about, like, we're Egyptian. These pyramids are fire. Everybody loves these pyramids. We made them. And if this dickhead comes over there and goes, it was some other people 30,000 years ago, you just bumped in on it. You're like, man, shut the fuck up. I guess that you discredited our whole shit.
I guess in my mind, they're still Egyptian, and it would still be like, we survived a fucking apocalypse. We came back, and we're still here.
There's a good argument to that. But I think they might look at it like, man, we didn't really do shit since back in the day.
It's not even necessarily Egyptian that's driving this too. It's kind of mainstream Egyptology and also
archaeology. And also, so there's a religious component, which is like, you're dating the world. Yeah, 6,000 years ago, and then you come in and it's 50,000 years, it's 100,000 years.
Yeah. It operates a bit like a religion, to be honest. And unfortunately, there's a lot of domains of science that suffer from that type of embedded, dogma to one extent, and it does tie back to these. Essentially, what's history, right? It's a story that you cobble together from a collection of incomplete facts. Now, when more new facts come up, younger guys and all this new scientific work, we should be taking that into account, but the problem arises when it starts to pull the rug out of the people that have really said what that story is. And honestly, the story of history and civilization hasn't changed for around 100 years. It still hasn't changed. Even with Göbekli Tepe, we still say, well, civilization started 6,000 years ago with the Sumerians, then the Egyptians, and then the Greeks and Romans, Chinese, and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
Is there a framework here for how this could be conducting energy and power and what that power is used for?
Chris Dunn's he's a power plant theory takes into account all of this stuff. I'm not an expert on it, but it has a lot to do with acoustics. The Grand Gallery has a bunch of these Helmholtz resonators in it. It's a really interesting theory. There's like different fluids and chemicals used in these shafts. There's a lot to it, and there's a lot of evidence for it as well. Like those shafts in the Queen's Chamber, for example. I mean, they don't even come out into the Queen's Chamber. They terminate like 6 inches from the wall. So there was a guy running around like literally tapping on the wall. So that sounds a bit different behind there. So they get a sledgehammer, they bust the wall open. They find the shafts. Like there's nothing. And when they first found the Queen's Chamber, by the way, it was covered in like 6 inches of these crystals that may have been the byproduct of some sort of chemical reaction. And in fact, I've got in here, actually, I shouldn't have gone in there, but they've been doing these experiments. So they unlock one of these gates. There's like a shaft in the little grotto area that goes in, because there's this alcove in the Queen's Chamber, and you can go right into the masonry behind it. It opens up into a little grotto area. I crawled in there and I filmed it. You can still find chunks of this crystal and all these weird growths that are, because they cleaned it all up and carved it all off when they cleaned up the inside of the pyramid. But there's a lot of this weird evidence, like something else is going on.
And what is his theory as to what this power could have been used for?
Some form of energy. I don't know, some sort of microwave energy that they could have used if they had a receiver for it. They could have done it. Essentially, they think it may be coming from like this harmonic tone or this generation that comes from the earth. It's a lot of complex theories. I don't know. Like I think his theory is the best one that we have that explains it without tech. My personal opinion is I think it's probably broader than that. I think we don't quite understand what it's for. But I do think it was functional.
Can you explain this resonance theory that you shared? I think it was on the Concrete podcast that you did.
Right, so yeah, I mean, this is one thing you find when you go in, and you probably found this when you went into the King Show, like it's insanely resonant, right? It's just the acoustics in there are off the charts.
Yeah.
And there is, it could be coincidence.
It's also very underwhelming, which makes me feel like it wasn't a chamber. The chamber itself, you're in there, you're like, oh, this is just like the awe-inspiring view of the pyramids on the outside, and then you get into this king's chamber, right?
Yeah, it's a box.
It's a box.
So is this made up of like 70-ton granite monoliths?
There's no question. They're like the feet in order to execute placing these 70-ton granite blocks around it is very special. But when you look at the grandiosity of like the dynastic Egyptians, it's not reflected in this room in any way. And if that was the king's room, like for a king, then I think it'd be a little different. It makes way more sense to me that this is a power factory. Yes, that looks like the source of the power or the batteries hooked up or whatever it is. That to me makes way more sense. Because if I'm the king and that's the room you made me, you're dead. You don't have that. You're dead. Motherfucker, I need more shit. And it is just bad. It's empty.
That's functional ass place.
Alright guys, we're going to take a break for a second because today's episode is sponsored by Saving Your Ass Money. Think about that. Think about that. You go buy something online, there's always that little box that says, do you have the promo code? Do you have the coupon code? Is there a way for you to save money? And you never do. Let's just be honest, you never do. Well, you know what? You can't. And you can without actually doing anything. Honey, okay, is a browser extension that's going to do it all for you. That's right. It scours the internet for all the coupon codes that are available for the thing that you need to buy. All you have to do is use it. It's free for you to use. All you have to do is use it, and you save money on the things you're already going to buy online. I don't even need to convince you to do this. You're going to go buy a pair of sneakers? You use the Honey browser extension, and then boom, you save some money if there's a coupon code out there. It is that simple. And also, Honey doesn't just work on desktops. It works on your iPhone, too. Just activate it on Safari on your phone and save on the go. So if you don't already have Honey, you can be straight up missing out. And by getting it, doing yourself a solid and supporting this show. Get PayPal Honey for free at joinhoney.com/flagrant. That's joinhoney.com/flagrant. Let's get back to the show. All right, guys, we're going to take a break for a second because let's be honest, some of y'all dumbasses have probably gotten injured, hurt yourself. And you know what? You could have made a lot of money. You hurt yourself on a job. You hurt yourself because of the job's negligence. You hurt yourself because of someone driving in a stupid manner, like shifting. You hurt yourself for many different reasons, but it wasn't your fault. And you know what? You didn't get the money that you deserve. And Morgan & Morgan is going to help make that happen. And you know what? They're not going to even get paid unless they get your money. Think about that. They're so confident if they take on your case that they're going to get you threaded up. They could get you threaded up. They don't even want money unless you make money. Think about that. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury firm. They have over 100 offices nationwide, more than 800 lawyers with over $15 billion to cover for clients. Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record fighting to get you full and fair compensation. Submitting an injury claim with Morgan & Morgan is so easy. It's probably using an app and hiring a lawyer, okay? You submit a claim with Morgan & Morgan, okay? It's basically ordering takeout. That's how simple it is. Morgan & Morgan, you are going to be taken care of. So if you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/flagrant or dial #law. That's #529 from your cell phone. That's for the people, forthepeople.com/flagrant or #law. #529 from your cell. Let's get back to the show.
Do we know granite has any functional properties that
Yeah, it's piezoelectric. It's a conductor. It's piezoelectric. If you hit it with enough pressure, it generates electricity. There's a lot of quartz content in the granite. I've done experiments with guys. We've actually seen different electrical conductivity properties between granite, basalt, and limestone. They have different properties. So you see these types of stones lined up and sites made of these different types of stones that have these different electromagnetic properties to them. I think there's possibilities. I think that's where we should be experimenting and doing work to try and figure it out.
Is there evidence of cities close to every one of these pyramids? Because that makes sense that if it's the power plant for the city, right? But if they're just out there in the middle of nowhere and there's no city around it, then it doesn't. The power plant theory kind of like goes away.
We don't know. The city's probably built on top of the remnants of older cities. I mean, you see this going on other places too.
Yeah.
I mean, but each of those pyramids. That's the interesting thing about those pyramid sites is that they are all. I call them like the Sun Belt. From each one, you can see the next one. So starting up at Abu Rawash, up on the hill, you can see Giza, and you can look down to see, Abu Sir, to Saqqara, to Dashur, and you see each other on the horizon. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're all connected. There's been rumors of underground infrastructure in between these sites. I've heard that story.
Get the fuck out of
here.
Yeah, connecting all the.
Potentially, I've heard that story. I don't know.
It makes sense functionally being devour the whole city.
So you connect something so monumental as the pyramids of Giza, and the fact that perhaps maybe other people built them and then they were discovered by new people, and then those people died out and discovered by new people. Why was it eventually just left so barren for so long?
Well, it was used as a quarry. Eventually, it's like, what's easier than digging up stone from the ground? Taking the stone from this damn thing. It's just
a sourcing place for stone.
Yeah, there were sources of quarries. People would just take stone from it. Like people lived up until. That's probably less than 100 years ago. People lived at these sites in Egypt, the temples, the pyramid places. Before they became these tourist attractions, people would pitch their tents and they'd cut holes in the stone to tie the camels up, donkeys or whatever, and they'd live there. Same as all the temples, people just lived there, turned into markets. In the ceilings of these temples from cook fires for generations, and then eventually the government came along and said, you know what, you guys get all the F out, we're going to turn these into tourist attractions. So in some ways, we've inherited them. These sites today, we use them as tourist attractions. We've renovated them as tourist attractions.
The Egyptians around the pyramids would be like Central Park property. You know what I mean? There are people out there who probably live in really lower income homes that have a perfect view of the most amazing thing that have ever created.
My buddy usually lives in Nazlet El Samam, which is the village near the Sphinx entrance, and he's got his shop there, and his little balcony's on the 5th floor of this building, and we sit out there and play music or whatever, and just stare right at the Sphinx and the pyramids. That's the beauty of it. It's insane.
Wow.
Yeah, it is cool. But they're trying to knock it all down. The government wants to go in there and build hotels and
do all this stuff. Yeah. But it is really interesting. So it must have been like so normalized to them that they wouldn't try to build around it. That's what's peculiar to me.
You know, it's a roof over people's heads in a lot of places, and these, particularly the temples, man. They don't care, and then cut holes in it, and they take a lot of people would scoop out, but they'd get a blade and scoop out material and take it as some sort of, healing powder or whatever, you take it a piece from the bones and stuff like that. So,
but the people that actually built this, how advanced they were, there's not necessarily a theory as to why they went away or why they left or were they killed.
I mean, the stories they tell was cataclysm. That's all of these ancient stories come back to cataclysm.
Not Yoga dries for them, or maybe
we don't know. We don't know. We'll put it this way: so the Egyptians themselves, I don't think you can separate the dynastic Egyptians from the what you might call the builder culture or the advanced culture. The Egyptians themselves call themselves a legacy culture, so they describe two time periods for the dynastic civilization. The oldest one's called September. It's when the gods themselves walked the earth. They had mystical capabilities. It went for like 25,000 years. Yeah, those were the gods that then get worshipped as gods in their pantheon. They supposedly walked the earth.
This is Horus, Osiris.
Yep. And then after they went away, for whatever reason, there's a time called the ships of Horus, or the followers of Horus. Again, these semi-divine mystical beings with all of these crazy powers that you could interpret as magic or technology, and they reigned for like 15,000 years or something as disciples. And they have these kings lists of these rulers that then it adds up to like 15,000 years for the ships of Horus, and like 25,000 years for September, and then Menes is the first king of the first dynasty, and then goes right on until they decide. They look at that. That's our history, and it's our academics that decide that Menes. That's actually where history starts, and before that's on myth, and the Egyptians themselves didn't make that
Now let's assume there's a cataclysm. It happens tomorrow, God forbid. 1,000 years from now, and it brings us back to hunter-gatherer. 1,000 years from now, if people are telling stories about these ancient humans that had little blocks that you could see each other on ranges, it would sound like the gods. It would sound like the gods to people thousands of years from now.
These people across the planet in 1 second on through the air.
And you know what the idea of a satellite is so foreign? It literally seems like we're just sending messages. Magic.
Not in space that can track people at any plane. You could have a self-automated weapon that would kill one person. It's almost not like the craziest thing.
Angry gods that would strike down wicked gods. And you might even imitate it. You might find a black shiny rock and carve it to look like that and try to. And that's, I think, what's happened in ancient Egypt, because across these categories of artifacts and objects, you see like the tale of two industries. You have the advanced objects, and then you have the primitive objects that match the primitive tools. So I think there was a lot of imitation and replication going on. I think a lot of these places, like these ancient sites, the Old Kingdom sites, the pyramid sites, eventually became ceremonial sites by the ancient Egyptians. They were the ones dancing around the campfires trying to turn them on, because they've got some cultural memory of something happening, of something working. It's a moral story. It would do the same thing in human nature.
How do we get this? No, this is still Egyptians.
I do, yeah, because look, I think some of the we talk about the statues are astonishing. There are statues.
Bring up these statues.
You go to like giant objects. Yeah. There's a directory of the giant objects and statues. Another one. But some of these statues have the same type of precision. We've analysed them for symmetry. They're absolutely not makeable by hand. They're very challenging, and some of them range up to the size of take the Statue of Liberty. Just the lady. And imagine it's made out of one piece of granite. That's the size of these things, like 1,000 to 1,500 tons.
This is a mix of granite.
Yeah, they're all granite, single pieces of granite.
I'm sorry, there are statues that are the same size as the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah, more than 1,000 tons. There's a direction. Sorry,
its height.
Well, just the lady herself, yeah, like 100 feet high. Yeah, it's insane.
And where are they located?
So there's a bunch of them. I know of at least 3 or 4. Again, if you go the other directory of, I think it's huge objects, the third one now. There's some pictures of it. But you find there's a place called, one of my favorites is at a place called the Rabbi. And it's probably the biggest piece of one of these things is laying over on the side. That's it there. So you see the head there. You see the girl standing next to it. So that's its head. So pan right, you see the human. Like she's standing next to it. Yeah. So that was a seated statue. Single piece granite, just the pedestal it sits on is 450 tons. This thing out of rose granite was a single seated statue that's fallen over. There's evidence for standing statues of a similar size. Keep going. Next one. Yeah, so that's the shoulder and arm. That's the shoulder and hand of a standing statue. That's a Karnak temple that we put back together. And that thing is made out of an even crazy material. That's composite quartzite, which has chunks of flint in it. And flint goes up to like an 8.5 in the most. Now, that is a much harder material to put.
Sorry, where do you see this was?
Karnak temple, which is in Upper Egypt in the south.
How far?
Yeah, go.
I was going to ask, just for these materials, how far away are those quarries?
Well, a lot of the quarries for granite was in Aswan in Upper Egypt. But this, so if you go to the next picture, that's a foot. It's about the same size as the feet of the statue. You see the big toe. Now that's made out of granite. That's in the north of Egypt. That's in Tanis. That's more than 1,000 miles from the quarry for this stone. So they moved a piece of stone that's probably 1,500 tons from somewhere down 1,000 miles away, shipped it up to this place in the Delta, and then there was a giant statue made from it.
Is it possible that the reason why there's so much evidence of the granite statues is because those are the only ones that made it? I think they're so high on the Mohs scale that they weren't absolutely disintegrated. Like a limestone statue would be potentially over thousands of years of immersion.
Yeah, I think so. Well, granite, if you're going to make something that you want to last, you make it out of granite. We make it out of this tough stuff like this.
So it's possible they also worked with limestone. They worked with other things. Those are just gone.
I think so. Well, and so this is where it comes back to that question about are they Egyptians? And why I don't think you can separate the dynastic Egyptians from. That's the Colossi of Memnon.
Hell, and that's all granite.
That's all granite. Well, actually quartzite.
It's just been placed back
It
together.
has, yes. The Romans actually rebuilt. Yeah, they're uncovering big statues here all the time. This is at I think it's the Temple of Amenhotep, something like that. It's on the west bank of the Nile, near where this is. And so here's the connection to me. I think there's one thing you see. You go to all the temples from the Old Kingdom to the New Kingdom. The consistent look and feel of these kings and pharaohs interacting with the gods. All of the iconography doesn't really change that much. It's the same look. It's that traditional Egyptian look, you guys, right? That's, I think they get that. It's like, I get the question like, well, if you think the statues are so old, how come they look like dynastic Egyptians? I'm like, I think it's the other way around. Dynastic Egyptians can't look the old statues. I think they inherited this iconography, that look. It's like every time you see their rulers, they put themselves amongst the gods. They're trying to become one of the gods, like take some of that power, that significance. They put themselves in those shoes, you know. Eventually they got really arrogant and they take these big statues, they hammer their own name into them. There's tons of examples where they with these overwritten names and they go, hey, let's just be now. Like I'm the biggest. That's Ramses the Great. Ramses II did that everywhere. He just graffitied his name deeply into all this stuff, and it's acknowledged that's what he did. But I think that's where they get. That's why you can't disconnect them from that culture. I think they're part of it, but they have a gap, and the gap's probably through the cataclysm. Right. Probably knocking it back to the Stone Age and hunter-gatherer. And then when they came back, they had some knowledge and some artifacts and some understanding, but they didn't have the capability.
Right. Now, typically with these types of amazing monuments, there's amazing cities nearby, kind of like what he was talking about. Now, I'm not familiar with Egypt specifically, but are there great cities, great ancient cities that you can still see? Or like remnants or ruins of those cities, or are they completely built over?
Yeah, I mean, Heliopolis, no, it's all still remnants, like up in the north. There's Memphis, there's a lot of like dynastic Egyptian cities that are there. Yeah, it's still a part of it. And they're generally built over the top of it.
Are the cities as advanced in terms of like infrastructure and city planning as the monuments are in technology?
Oh, you're talking about cities that reflect
dynastic Egyptian cities. I mean,
not pre-dynastic.
Like, let's say there's only the Empire State Building left. We can look at it and say, oh, there's an equally interesting city of people that are using the same remnants. With a fascinating monument, is there a city with granite roads? Is there a city with water structures and aqueducts?
For example, Göbekli Tepe. right?
Yeah, exactly.
You saw that one spot, and then as you did that kind of LiDAR, what is it, like a
subterranean scanning or whatever.
you found that there's a bunch of other versions of those structures that were built.
Right.
Do you see that type of like city planning around the Great Pyramids of Giza? Has that been covered by like Cairo?
Yes, it has.
Okay, so we wouldn't be able to tell. It might be underneath.
It's inhabited. Yeah, it's been inhabited. That's the thing. You change it over time, generation, even more so than potentially these pyramid sites. Where you can see some of that though, it was really interesting. Is Cusco in Peru.
This is fascinating.
Cusco is like I think one of the most unique cities in the world. It's because it's the bottom layer there. It's megalithic. Like it has this. I think there's a similar story. I think this building culture was one that was probably global. These things. Well, the igers who they attributed to.
Gotcha. The Incas are like the dynastic Egyptians.
Yes, but much. I mean, they're much closer to us. Like it's like 1500s, 1600s, like not that long ago.
Right.
And that empire, as great as it was, the Inca had a fascinating, amazing civilization. But it's really like 150 years. Just go to woe, like when the Spanish came in and they all died.
Yeah.
And as a result, and but they say they built everything, but that's really not what you see. It's the difference between the technological levels in South America night and day.
Can you bring up? Do you have some images from?
You go to South America, the directory, you'll see it there. But Cusco is the only city in the world, I think, where you can see these different layers of construction and civilization built up on top of each other. You have megalithic, you have Inca, you have colonial Spanish, and you have modern, all stacked up on top. It's really cool. That's Egypt. The next one. What is it called? Tehuama or something like that? Sacsayhuama. Yeah. I've probably got this. This is a good example. Here's like the Punku, the sun gaze at the bottom, megalithic work, and then you see what the Inca did on top of it. Like that's actually really good Inca work on top.
They continued it in a way that they could.
They were very respectful. Yeah, they rebuilt stuff and they repaired it, but the loose stonework, the small stonework is totally what their capabilities are. This is down in Bolivia at Tiwanaku, which is an extremely unique place as well. Incredible precision in the monuments down here. These are called the H blocks for obvious reason. But yeah, amazing flatness. Like there's been some work done here to analyze this. Frankly, all of this stuff needs deeper analysis and scanning and investigation.
I think they're
You go on, definitely got them in there somewhere. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. That's the streets of Cusco.
This is just in the street.
Yeah. In the city center, it's made of granite. Those are granite blocks. And then you can see
look at this.
That's Sacsayhuama.
This is fucking outstanding.
Yeah, some of these blocks are like 150, 200 tons. Very hard form of limestone. And you can see, again, you see the delta between the big technology and then the little rocks, right? The Inca came along with the little rocks.
Now, with these gigantic rocks, the megalithic rocks, they seamlessly fit into one another.
Yeah, that's great.
One would look at it and go, okay, there's been some stonework done so that these stones can perfectly puzzle piece. Is it stonework or is this just 20,000 years of weight? I really don't know.
This is the one place that, Egypt, a lot of the masonry in Egypt is kind of easier to look at because it's like flat sides, it's straight lines. You have the same precision here, but you have these compound curved surfaces, which is ridiculously more
difficult. It almost seems like that is flexing.
And it's not like they're just like joined up at the front. It's like if you look behind, if you go on top and you look at the joints, like these joints are perfect all the way through the depth of the stuff.
So it's like they're having fun. They can look at even cuts, but they're like, what would be sexier? Right? It is far easier to just cut these into striagular, straight
like artistically, it is difficult still to get them so precisely. You can't stick a razor blade in there. But same thing here, but now you're curving surfaces and these mating surfaces are stupid precise. If ever there was a case for when you get into this like molecular softening tech, like you said earlier, like this thing, just like make this thing like Play-Doh and a toffee and just shove it in there and have it form its shape next to it. Then it's just speculation.
So we were talking about this when I mentioned this before about the pyramids and like using granite, things like that, and moving them from so far. And he mentioned this on a different show where he was basically saying that it's possible that the molecules can be manipulated to make it not have the same toughness.
Yeah, it's like science fiction, but it's
science fiction, but it would be very similar to the idea of like heating up a metal in order to morph it. Because we do it with certain substances. You heat up gold, and then you can bang away at it. Or you heat up steel to make like a sword. You do the same. So if you could make a rock malleable, it would be much easier to do this.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, that's it. I look at it, I go, I can't imagine a guy. Shall I shave a little bit off here? Shave it like then I'm going to put this, 15-ton rock back on and check my fit and take it off again and just shave a bit more. Like I don't understand unless you go the other route. It's like it's fully designed and mechanized and produced with a manufacturing rig similar to the face other stuff where you can just I design it, I click go and it just carves it.
Right.
There may be some other tech involved, and this almost looks like. You look at the front of these things too, and there's all these weird scoop marks and indentations, almost like they were holding. It's almost you're pushing stuff up, or you can imagine some of these nubs that forms almost like a heat extrusion nub. It's complete speculation. I mean,
is there any type of scientific basis for that type of theory? Is it sort of just a fun science fiction
theory? There's a theory called geopolymer. It's a little different to what I'm talking about. This was geopolymer. Yeah, so
I asked what you basically melt stuff down and then reshape it. Yeah, similar to kind of what you're saying now.
You get a bag of this mix and you put some add water and shape it into thing, right? It's like concrete. But there's challenges and then there's some interesting evidence for it. I don't think that doesn't work for granite. I don't actually think that's the case in Egypt. But there is some interesting evidence at Tiwanaku potentially for some of that sort of technology being used. I think it's a legitimate investigation that needs to be looked at. But the problem is you do get a lot of these stones have fossils in them and all this stuff, and we've got quarries, and it's you look at it and go, how is that not just like they made it like Play-Doh and shoved a shape into it,
Is there any repetition in the polygonal blocks?
No. That's another issue with the geopolymer.
Each one is its own fucking shape.
Same as the pyramids too. Same thing. They're not a uniform.
No stone is uniform.
No, that's right. Yeah. Because you'd need to make a mold for every stone, which is, think about, look at the wall here, right? There's one mold and
hold on, that means that every stone needs to be adjusted for the last stone that was placed. That seems way more difficult than just mapping out the exact size of the stones.
Unless you design it up front, and it just prints it that way, or cuts it that way.
This doesn't even account for the shafts and the rooms and everything that.
I'm getting like goosebumps.
The shafts in the room also have to be cut out before they're placed.
That's right, and you have to place those stones with some pretty significant precision for a 4-inch square shaft through the pyramid to run, hundreds of feet like it does.
Right, perfectly square. And then a robot in the modern day could go through.
And it has to line up, right? Because that precision has to be held from where it starts to where it ends across all those layers of masonry.
Exactly.
Because you're going in a diagonal, it's like there's horizontal courses.
Right. So it's for X and Y axes of squares getting broken.
Yeah.
And with each block, there's a new calculation made for the next block. And you fuck up one,
it's gone.
Well, I guess maybe they could chisel away as they're placing it. Not chiseling, but I guess whatever the machinery was at the time.
The machinery is advanced enough, but still, if you have a different side, how can you have machinery advanced enough to create this, but not advanced enough to just make them uniform? Because if it was uniform, we'd go, okay, forget it. There's no way they did this with the stone and the chisel.
Right.
The fact that it's not uniform is what leaves a little bit of wiggle room for a not super advanced society to create it, just with tons of work
and time
and fucking time.
But I think the more you dive into what it would actually take, it kind of gets a bit silly with some of the time stuff. I think just with primitive methodologies, it's like, something else was going on. Like that's the thing, and we haven't done a lot of experiments. Like we've never done. Every time we've tried,
we need to find. What is it called? The smoking gun? What is
the smoking gun? Well, we need to either find some tools or some records or some documents that talk about that may close it. But who knows if that stuff might have been found and it's been taken, it gets washed away. I've heard rumors of that sort of thing.
We have evidence of the results of advanced technology. We just don't have the advanced technology.
Yeah, that's right. The evidence for the tools is in the objects themselves.
For the scoop thing and the core.
Yeah, the tube drills and so you know what, where are the tools are, by the way, not for nothing. That applies equally well to the mainstream explanation for these saw cuts and these tube drills, okay?
You can explain the tube drill. This is, you're not supposed to look at blocks from 4,500 years ago and find perfect cylindrical carvings.
Grooves.
Yes, I found them at the Met. There's a couple pieces at the Met yesterday. Oh yeah, there's a block in there with two tube drills. It's pretty cool. I was like, oh yeah, this is classic tube drill.
Is that in Tulsa?
It's in TRILLIONAIRE. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So there's some categories of stonework again coming from the oldest parts of ancient Egypt, like dynastic, like old kingdom. And these things there, so this is a core from a tube drill. If you go to the next picture, you'll see the hole that they leave. This has been split. Right. So what happens is you have a tube drill, whatever, and it cuts down and creates this core, and then you snap the core off. You're left with this hole in the granite. Now,
How do you snap the core?
well, you get a chisel in there, or you wedge it. I don't know. You wedge something in there, and you snap. Yeah, you snap it off. You see where it snapped off, just at the bottom. And so you see these in these old kingdoms, and again into extremely hardstone, basalt, granite, diorite, blah blah blah, and they get quite large, right? That's one that's about 9 inches, 8-9 inches in width. And again, this one's split block's been quarried, so normally this would just be a hole on its own until somebody came along and quarried the block. I think they looked for them for quarrying because it's like a hole, so they try and split the stone on the axis of the drill hole. Who would have quarried? Anyone later on, though. At some point, it was Ramses II in the New Kingdom was quarrying stuff from the old pyramids. At that point, for thousands of years after that,
If you do it like that, you can get some kind of tool, right?
no, what to quarry the block?
Yeah, and like a cylindrical fashion.
You need a tube drill to make this hole. And you see how the stone's been split down the axis of the hole, right? Yeah. So that's a very common quarrying technique that's still in use today. Essentially, you carve little divots into the rock, then you stick wood in them. You're trying to split the stone because you want to take the finished surface.
Right.
That happens everywhere.
And don't some stones have just a natural property where they do split pretty cleanly?
That's what they're trying to take advantage of. A lot of times it fails, sometimes it doesn't. Anyway, so you see these tube drills thinking they have these cores, and we found a couple of these cores. Now, a guy named Flinders Petrie in the 1800s took one of these cores and analysed it and looked at the grooves, and he's like, you know what, this is a spiral groove around this core. It's not like just imagine how we do it today. You get this high-speed drill, it's spinning. It takes forever to cut through granite, or like a tile saw or whatever. It's not going to leave a spiral groove. It's going to be these circular things. There's going to be a lot of circular lines as you very slowly grind down through the material. This thing actually penetrates the stone at like a 1 in 60 rate, which means that so if you take that spiral, that circular motion, you stretch it out straight. So for every 60 inches of horizontal travel, it's going an inch in vertical.
Yeah, think of like a screw.
Like a screw. Yeah, it's screwing into the granite. And we're seeing this is a hollow screw.
Essentially.
Yeah, it's like
that's where the core exists.
And so Petrie looks at this as like, what the fuck?
There's a lot of pressure.
Petrie was the first guy to apply like engineering principles from the industrial age to this stuff. It's a mind trip to me to think that it took us until the industrial age to even be able to put some of this stuff into a context that we can understand.
Yeah, that's interesting.
We didn't. We were only then starting to develop machinery.
You found this in the 1700s. You're like, no one's ever done this before.
You don't know what it is. You don't have the framework. Yeah, it's like taking a cell phone back to cavemen. I mean, it's just trying to. It's just a rock. Yeah, we know what is wireless networking and all that shit. It's like satellites. That context you're missing, but we have the context for it now, and we couldn't do this today. Listen, Petrie said, well, shit, maybe they had 2 to 3 tons of pressure on the tube drill. And then Chris Dunn, the same guy I mentioned earlier, has analysed this core because it's in the Petrie Museum in London, and they let people play with their toys, just really nice of them. So he's analysed this, and he's kind of furthered the work of Petrie to define this spiral groove that's on this thing. What's crazy about it is, and again, this may not have been a high-speed drill, right? It might have been slowly turning, but think that penetration rate, that's 500 times greater than we can achieve with our drills today, right? Our drills, these high-speed things, they might go faster, but in terms of that penetration rate of granite, this rate is like 500 times greater than the rest of our modern machines. I guess are going off like torque and friction, or is this going off just pure weight? We don't know. It could be ultrasonic. It could have some other mechanism punching into the granite. And you see these things all over the place, and ranging from about this big, little tiny things, to about 9 inches big.
and it's there's those, and then there's circular saw cuts that seem to work in the same way, where they're just eating away to this stone that we can't figure out.
What the scoops?
Yeah, scoop marks in a quarry, same thing. So there's all these categories of tooling and evidence. I'm sure there are some pictures of the quarry in here as well. So, in this long story to get back around to where are the tools, so the mainstream explanation for these tubular drills and for these saws and stuff, that's fucking crazy. They say, well, it was a copper bar or a copper tube, and they rubbed it with sand like a bow drill, or they dragged it back and forth and they ground away with sand. It obviously doesn't match the tool marks or anything remotely close to what we see, but guess how many copper tubes or copper bars they found? None. Zero. Where are the tools for your installation? Yeah, right. You say, where are my tools? Where are your tools?
It looks like a mini excavator.
Yeah, this is, and that's straight in. That's the quarry.
That's granted. That's what I was wondering what stone is that.
That's the quarry. And that's where they have the 1,200-ton obelisk that's still attached to the bedrock.
We gotta get that one. I think what's so interesting about this is like, this feels like a conspiracy that will be proven in our lifetime, that will really shape our understanding of history. And it's really cool to learn about it. It seems like there's tons of evidence that would at least show that there was more advanced technology, and maybe at bare minimum we understand there was more advanced technology. Maybe bare minimum that. Yeah. And then we lost it, and we developed our own, but there was something else going on. That bare minimum, everybody can get on board, right? Because we can acknowledge that you can't do these things with the stone and inches.
It also theoretically drives the government to introduce their preppers, which is kind of funny, and also probably necessary.
What do you mean by that?
Because if you're like, yo, these guys got wiped out by a comet or whatever, and there was no evidence of them left whatsoever, we should prepare for such a scenario to happen in our lifetimes.
That is what is, I think that's ultimately what's important about some of this work, really, is there's a fundamental, so we go, what's the fundamental understanding we have of our civilization, our place in history? We all think that we went from cavemen to, striped toothpaste and space shuttles in this 6,000-year period, which is, what, it's how many, so, 60 centuries, 25 years a generation, like 240 generations essentially from Stone Man to today. And it's like, so it's as if we have this idea of, well, this is what civilization is. This is a preordained path. This is how you do it. We don't need to worry about it. But I think if you had the same fundamental understanding, in the same way we understand that oh no, there's a cyclical thing going on here. We're just the latest revolution of the civilization wheel. There's a relationship to cataclysm. We've risen to great heights. We've knocked down in the past. I do think on the long term, that could change priorities, man. We might actually start trying to solve and put a bit more resources behind trying to solve some of the bigger issues. The analogy that I've figured out that I want to use talking about that is honestly is climate change. Like, whether you agree with it or not, or whatever it means to you, that's a movement that's changed people's behavior. It's in a generation or two, it's a fundamental thing that's entered our understanding of what it means to be human. It affects our behavior, how we interact with others and the world around us. And it's changed us, and I think that's the type of understanding that if it gets into our culture and into our what it means to be a modern human, that it might actually we might stand a chance of changing our priorities, worrying a little less about fighting with each other in the next election cycle, and then humans just looking at the bigger picture. Humans are so illogical. I don't know if it works, but if you're thinking we have an existential crisis at any given point, we probably don't care as much about critical race theory or whatever little government info, these little things that we worry about. That's what I was kind of joking about. Like, who cares how many genders there are if the human species, if all of Earth is at stake at some point, we don't know when. We should prepare for that instead of worrying about this shit.
I think it makes sense.
You go with the expanse, and it's like maybe the universe is better off without us because we're more like talking monkeys that are probably no good for anyone. We take two approaches. I think that because the long-term solution is to get off the planets and spread out.
I asked you about this before, but do you think drugs or any type of mind-altering substances contributed to the creation of any of this?
Yeah, I'm pretty convinced of it, actually. There's lots of use for particularly DMT in the ancient world. I mean, the blue lotus flower is one that's represented in all the artwork. I mean, you literally see images of it's like a smoking pipe almost. It's like, and you're getting showered with knowledge, power, and stability
life, power, and stability from the gods, and some of those things that looks to me like smoking pipes. Blue lotus flowers full of DMT, the acacia trees that's got DMT in it. You see, I think there's some of those visions in those altered states, some of that geometry and things are represented in some of the artwork. There's been mummies found with cocaine from South America, like in the linen from South America. Go figure. Yeah, that's the trade, right? They're probably trading. They're trading cocaine from South America. Potentially, there's definitely been mummies found with
mummies in Egypt found with South American coke.
Yes. Yeah, I don't know. Don't explain it. But does no one else want to explain this? Why are you the only one that's like, we gotta talk about the mummies doing blow? That's crazy. All the boomerangs in ancient Egypt, the name for them literally translates to foreign's weapon. Like, they're in the museum. That's not as cool as cocaine. This is true. Yeah, but he's Australian, you know. I'm not sure on the details. You'd have to look at, if you look up mummy cocaine, you'd probably find the details.
Yeah, let's look at it, please. Yeah, actually, while we looked it up, what are your thoughts on climate change? Because this could theoretically, a lot of what we believe is climate change could just be, younger dryas type things.
I think that if you want to understand climate change, you probably need to widen your scope of view a little bit, look back a little bit further than the last century or two, is what I would say, because in a lot of ways, to me, the modern climate change discussion is, and to borrow an analogy from my friend George Howard, it's like we're sitting in a car arguing about the radio station and what channel we're listening to, but we're ignoring the fact that the car's sitting on a railway track and the train's coming. We've got bigger problems. I think, and if we burn,
And you know some shit.
well,
Is there a comet coming?
no, I don't know. On a long enough time scale, 100%. It depends on what the time scale
I think
is.
he's just saying we are in this cosmic shooting gallery. It's only a matter of time.
And it's, look, if we burn every last ounce of fossil fuel, and the end result of that was that we averted the next cosmic impact, then karmic debt paid.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing like the climate change that is a result and the of a cosmic impact like that. Like, you want nuclear winter, like that's what it is. Like, it blocks out the sun for hundreds of years. Everything on Earth dies. You can't breathe outside. Like, the half of the world is on fire, kind of thing. Like, it's apocalyptic. The words, that's what it means.
And that's not speculative. Like, you were telling me that, like, there's a piece of the bedrock that you could see that was on fire, or the remnants of the fire, and this exists throughout the earth.
There's like a black mat layer at that younger dryas boundary layer in the soil, in the strata. There is an organic, like a soot layer almost, where it's in the calculations of something like 9% of the organic matter on the planet was on fire, which is it's an astronomical.
It's just an ash layer.
Yeah, it's literally it's all out from the fire. It's either flood or fire. Like, you look at every ancient culture, it's flood or fire. Like, it's either cataclysmic fire or it's world-ending floods. Like,
It kind of makes you feel lucky, huh?
yeah, well, that's the thing. People complain about it, but honestly, our climate has been the most stable. We've had the best climate in the last sort of 10,000 years that we've had for almost 200,000 years, like, on the planet. So when you talk about modern climate change, and we're arguing about CO2 and like a tenth of a degree, I don't care. It's fine. Look, that's not to say pollution bad. Treat the planet good, yes. Like, let's clean up our act, do all that stuff. But the reality is also CO2 is not a problem. More CO2 is good. The planet nearly went into plant death in that little ice age. That warmth is great. We've been far warmer and had far more CO2 in our history on this planet and supported megafauna and megaflora, the likes of which don't exist at all
It's
anymore.
when it gets cold.
Cold is the problem. Small cold periods associated. Guess when the Black Plague was? It was basically Black period. All of the downturns,
Because the heat is going to burn off a lot of the bacteria.
Cold periods are associated with famine and less plant growth, which means your immune systems are weaker. You don't eat as much, and all the stuff
Bacteria
happens.
can't grow in cold, and then we're very much like bacteria in that way.
I was thinking it was going to get burned off in the heat, but you're right, that makes sense. And also just the weakness of the body. There's no, like,
Famine, winters are just rough in general. Cold's bad, and cold is worse than getting warmer. Like, this whole pass of fires nonsense, like, it's fine. In fact, the planet is greening. Like, you've seen the
evidence for this. Like the planet's actually greening due to the slight increase in CO2. CO2 is not a pollutant. We shouldn't be demonizing CO2. It's fine. Like I said, in the past, we've had many times the number of CO2 that we have today. It's not a big deal. We've never had a runaway climate. The climate on this planet is very stable. Even when things like cosmic impacts happen, it recovers. Like it's a very stable system.
And just to clarify, so you don't get yelled at, that's not to say there's no problem with pollution.
Oh, yeah,
There are other problems. It's not necessarily what we think it is.
I hate having to preface that all the time by saying, well, if you somehow question any of the narrative, it's like, you're pro-pollution, like, of course, pollution's bad. Let's clean up the act. Let's keep the oceans clean. Let's do all these things.
Yeah.
Let's behave like responsible stewards of the planet, but
But if it was making it colder,
let's not tax everyone.
That's a bigger problem.
that's a bigger issue.
Yes, I think it'd be a bigger problem too. Yeah, it would be. Cold is bad. Cold is bad.
What'd you find here?
So this is a German toxicologist basically did a study on the hair of a priestess that they uncovered.
Okay.
And they basically found traces of nicotine and cocaine, which had been considered to be cocoa and tobacco plants native to the Americas that were not thought it would have been brought to Africa until after it closed.
Well, I do think that we don't give the dynastic Egyptians enough credit for what they did. I think they were probably much wider ranging. I mean, they had bigger boats than the Vikings. We know the Vikings got around a lot of places.
I thought we haven't found any boats from the
We've had plenty of boats. They're mostly river boats, though. They wouldn't last the sea voyage. That said, you can go to places like Hatshepsut's temple. There's literally scenes on the wall of ocean voyages where there's fleets of ships. They're even drawn under these. There's like ocean creatures that you don't get in the Nile. Like they talk about an expedition to what they call Wonderland to go and get stuff. At one point, there's a place in Australia called the Gosford Cliffs that I happen to think is probably a result of a shipwrecked, like Ptolemaic period Egyptian crew. There's these cliffs in this place in Australia. This little cat. They think it's a hoax. It's not a hoax.
Go to this.
Gosford Cliffs. Yeah,
Gosford Cliffs.
Gosford Cliffs.
And you're saying that the Egyptians reached Australia.
Yeah. Oh, it's on their maps too. They literally show like horses in America, and they show
Dynastic Egyptians.
Yeah. Ptolemaic period, like late period Greek Roman period. And that matches the glyphs that they did. They look poor because the story that it tells, we had some of it translated, was the scribe and the captain died. One of them died of a snake bite. They were shipwrecked. So this is the results. The carving are the results of a guy that could probably read Egyptian but wasn't a stone carver. It's like you could probably read and write on paper, but try carving it into sandstone steel and see how far you get. But anyway, so they've known about this. It's really dumb enough for my video about it. They've known about this since the 1970s. The modern dogma on it, I guess, is say, well, it's a hoax. Some guy came back from the war and was like, oh, I was in Egypt, so I'm just going to draw some random collection of hieroglyphs on the wall. Turns out that's not the case. It actually tells a story. It's coherent. What's even crazier is there are symbols on this wall that we didn't decipher until like the year 2000. So they weren't in Egyptian dictionaries until the year 2000. They're still on this wall, been there since the 1970s, and they still want to call it a fake. I'm like, what's so hard to believe? These guys were seafarers. Maybe they just got a whole bunch of storms blown halfway across the Pacific, and they got shipwrecked down here. They got looked after by the local Aboriginals. They lived their life. They buried their dead, and they wrote something about it on this wall.
Do we know what the story says?
Yeah, it says that it was part of it. Not all of it's been decoded, but the part of it says that it was exactly that. It was a crew that got shipwrecked here. One of them died from a snake bite. The captain and the scribe died, and then the locals were looking after them. Like the Aboriginals would look after people. Like, it happened a lot with the white explorers too.
If you could make a pyramid, you can. You know what I mean? Like once you subscribe to this idea,
Sorry, this would be dynastic Egyptians. We're not sure if dynastic Egyptians built the pyramids.
They did a lot of them. Look, the dynastic Egyptians did a lot of amazing stuff. They were, particularly by the New Kingdom and the Ptolemaic period, they had a lot of capability. They were tremendously wealthy. They built like Karnak Temple. Sure, it's sandstone, but it's spectacular. They did some amazing stuff.
Karnak Temple.
Karnak. They embarked on they were a massive civilization that lasted a long time. I don't want to undersell what they were capable of.
They were just comparing them to the goat.
Well, yeah, there's as capable as they were and as magnificent as they were, there's just a few things that are outside of their technological capability. And that one top left there is the red one, top left there. Yeah, that's one of them. Yeah, so they're just like these giant sandstone columns. That's all dynastic work. All those rams, those dynastic work, these big pylons and walls of dynastic, they're huge structures like the Karnak Temple and Luxor Temple. They're amazing. I think they combine like a lot of these structures combine both elements. It's like they built a temple on top of an older temple or an older structure that I think does stretch back to these earlier times with these granite artifacts, the big obelisks and the single piece statues made from granite that show all these signs of precision. I'm pretty careful about what I define as being this is definitely older. And to me, it has to. It's a couple things. It has to show the machining marks from these advanced tools that we know weren't around or we can't explain. They have to show precision, symmetry, like anything. We have to analyze it to look at that. You can't just look at it and go, I think that shows what's precision. Like we need to do more work analyzing these things to define that. And there's a bunch of objects we've done some of that for. And then I also think that anything over, say, 300 to 400 tons. I think once you get into those realms, I don't think you're moving those as a Bronze Age civilization. Certainly no one's demonstrated.
Why is that weak?
Well, because it fluctuates somewhere in there, I think, because it's not like as mass goes up, it's not like a linear difficulty scale that goes up with it, right? When you get into really large weights, material strength becomes an issue. You can't be using wood. It's like this. The difficulty level ramps up.
Yeah.
And so, particularly once you get to like 1,000 tons or more, but there's plenty of stuff that I'd say I think your upper limit's probably 300 to 350 tons. People have demonstrated, hey, we can move at 50 tons or 100 tons. I think they could totally do it. But when you start scaling up to these big numbers, the obelisks and stuff, and particularly in the environments they are, like that obelisk in the quarry there, 1,200 tons.
What's that called?
It's Aswan Quarry, ASWA, and I have a picture of it in my directory, but you can look it up, Aswan Quarry, an obelisk. It's 1,200 tons. It's made from granite. It's in a granite quarry. It's literally in a granite mountain on an angle that there's no room to move this thing, but somehow they carved it out there. You know what? We're going to pick this thing up, lift it up 30 feet, and then move it across this rocky, mountainous environment and somehow transport it somewhere.
So this was an obelisk that was never completed.
It was never completed, right?
And how do we know it was an obelisk and not just some other type of?
It's shaped like an obelisk.
It has a pointed top.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
It's roughed out. Like they would often do this. They would almost like leave a sacrificial layer of stone around the outside of stuff for shipping.
Right.
Then they would finish stuff inside.
They finish it. That's right.
Yeah, they never detached it from the bedrock. I mean, so it's still attached to the bedrock. There's stones of this size in Baalbek in Lebanon.
And this is similar to the present obelisk that we see that are still erected.
This is way bigger.
Oh, this is way bigger.
Yeah, some of the other, I think the biggest other obelisk might be 400 and 500 tons, something like that.
But those are still solid.
Single piece of granite standing.
Oh wow!
Well, and there's rumors in history of an old kingdom obelisk at a site called Abu Ghraib. We know, and actually, that it is acknowledged it's not a pyramid. It looks like a pyramid. It's actually the base for what would have been a massive obelisk. But it's all gone. I just think it's been quarried.
Yeah, quarried up. So now the hieroglyphs that we all know now from Egypt, like the guy standing, or any of those, do they tell a story of how these pyramids could have been made?
What is that?
I don't know.
Do they tell a story of how the pyramids could be made? Were they made by the dynastic Egyptians?
There's very little actually about the pyramids. That's the funny thing. There's no depictions or scenes that really show them ever building those pyramids. There are depictions in the tombs of the nobles of them showing them making mud bricks. Because after those stone pyramids, you got to remember, like that's one of the crazy things about those stone pyramids is that they're the first pyramids ever made. Like it went step pyramid straight to like what was it? My Doom, and then the bent pyramid, red pyramid, great pyramid. Second pyramid, third pyramid. Like they're the first pyramids. These are the most precise giant structures. After that, they kept making pyramids. Of course,
Just shittier and shittier.
Well, they're all made from mud bricks. Like they're little mud bricks, and they're all eroding. But they do talk about building those. They don't really talk about building any of the pyramids. And in fact, there's a little tomb around at Giza. There's an inscription. We like to take people there and show them the inscription. It says this guy was the overseer of the Pyramid City. He didn't say, well, it's very careful grammar. It says he wasn't the overseer of like the pyramid builders. It was the Pyramid City. It was the city that sprung up around the pyramids.
Because if the city was there, the pyramids were already there.
It's as if the pyramids were already there.
It's the overseer of the land. And that would also support your theory. If there's there's hieroglyphics, but none of them building the most impressive thing theoretically they've ever built.
Yeah.
They have hieroglyphics and building a less impressive one though.
That's right. So, and that's typically what gets you. So you see the same thing. For example, there's a depiction of them moving a statue, a big statue. I showed up briefly earlier, and it's like, well, see, this is how they move the big statues. It's like, well, this depiction is of a statue that we know part of it still exists. It weighed about 56 tons. There's 180 guys here, and that statue's made of calcite. It's not made of granite. You can't use that to explain how they might have moved a 1,000-ton object. You know, you can move a 56-ton object with a bunch of guys dragging it on the sled. Good luck trying to do that with 1,000 tons. So it's like that's
could they just got more guys? Is that possible? They got a city of men.
No, I don't think. Not with 1,000 tons. The frictional coefficient you'd have to overcome.
It's like
You just dig it into the ground. Your wooden sled that you're sitting on, this thing's going to explode. They didn't have access to the wheel, according to them. Like there's no depictions of them using the wheel back then. So it's like, and then you've got to get it across places like this, where it's like literally mountains. There's a lot of this stuff, and I think they used the Nile because Aswan's on the Nile, but there's tons of granite artifacts that aren't like rose granite from Aswan. They're like a black granite or a diorite, and there's these other quarries that are way out in the eastern desert, like nowhere near the river. You're talking hundreds and hundreds of miles across mountains and valleys. It's a whole other logistical
It's possible that there were like other river systems that existed back then.
Maybe. There's not a lot of evidence for it in terms of you sort of see something there, but yeah, the Nile's been there for a while.
Yeah, I saw one video, this random video on YouTube about them floating the blocks of the Nile, not on boats itself. Yeah. So, I mean, even that is just really tricky, but that makes more sense than loading it onto some like rickety little ship and having that hopefully not capsize. Yeah.
It's an exercise I want to do, particularly at the quarry. They do say, well, see this area here, this is the harbour where they loaded these ships. I'm like, we have examples. It briefly came up here, there's the Russian thunderstone. So it's a giant 1,500-ton stone they moved in like the 1800s from Finland to Russia. Part of that was across water. And they had to make a huge barge to put this thing on, massive. And then they had to tie up warships on either side of it to keep it balanced, this massive thing. And you're talking about this harbour that's like 2 times the width of that obelisk, and you say you're going to put a ship in there? Can you even get a ship that's going to displace enough water to take 1,200 tons and have its centre of gravity in the right place, where it doesn't just go, which is probably what would happen if you tried. I just don't think you could fit any ship in there that would be even close to big enough. So
It only take like 2 minutes so I can pee.
Listen, let's just discredit everything you just said. All right? Do you believe in giants?
I think there's a lot of evidence for it, yes. I've had this discussion with Hugh Newman, who's big into it, and I'm like, man, show me one bone. Show me one bone, you know.
Did they find some in America? Wouldn't they find these like
lots of reports of that, but there's no bone. Like, there's nothing that you can go see now. There's some legitimate stuff involved with the giant. I've since learned, since I said that to him, and he was like, oh, actually. So the Smithsonian has admitted to, there is some documents where they talk about having them. They say they don't have many more. What happened was it's this, divine precedence of the human species. That we had this attitude in Victorian eras where we were the superior version of humans. Like, there's no one above us. So when we found evidence for bigger, stronger humans, there was some motives to try and cover that shit up. So I think that might be at the origin of some of these stories. Now, that attitude doesn't really exist anymore. So I'm like, who cares if we find giant bones? Like, we'd added in, we had Gigantopithecus. We've just added to our fossil species, in my opinion.
Sorry, how big are we talking?
Well,
what's Gigantopithecus?
Just like one of the previous hominids is like a Homo Gigantopithecus. It's like one of our cousins in the Homo series, Homo species. It's just Gigantopithecus.
And he was 10 feet tall, like giant, massive walking monkeys like this.
Oh, just a monkey to walk on.
Yeah, he tried to get into this blackie. He's like 3 meters tall. Yeah, like an ancestor. We'd probably add in a giant to like our species somehow. I don't think it would be a huge deal. But there seems to be plenty of evidence for it.
What did you just say? Were you just asking?
How big?
Yeah.
I mean, 9, 10 feet or 3 meters, something like that is I think, the realms of possibility. Some people go a lot further than that with some of the giant talk.
Now, are the giants the same as those like weird kind of like conic shaped skulls you find on some of
the elongated skulls?
Yeah. Is that from the way that they're wrapped, or is that?
So there is some. So that skull binding is the term. So the babies that do skull binding. That is a thing that does happen, but that doesn't explain all the elongated skulls we've seen, because even with skull binding, you're not changing the volume of the brain, right? It's just squished into a different shape.
Yeah.
But we found some examples of elongated skulls that have bigger brain pans, like bigger volumes of brain. So it's not a result of skull binding, of cranial binding. So this does seem to be some other version of humans that could have been involved. I actually do think that it doesn't necessarily, if you go with the whole ancient civilization thing, it doesn't have to be Homo sapien. Like I think we found that Denisovans, like this is an emerging area of complexity for us now. There's all these other species of hominids that are coming out. There's the Denisovans, the Denisovans.
No.
So there's a whole new species that they've found, basically from a pinky bone, by the way. Not a lot more evidence for it than that, but there's a whole other subspecies of essentially human, cousins of hominids here, from the Denisova cave, that we don't know much about. And we know that, for example, the Neanderthals had bigger brains than us. Yeah, we don't know much about them. Like they're built like brick shit houses compared to us. They could have lived much longer than us. They could have communicated in other methods. Like, I think if you go back far enough in time, it may not have just been us building stuff. Some of these other species could have been responsible too.
The Neanderthals had bigger brains, stronger, just better versions of us. How'd they die out? I thought we killed them.
Yeah, I think, that's the mainstream story.
I think fire was one of the things we had that was really effective. I read this in Sapiens, and obviously I forgot it. Yeah. And then also communication, and the tribe and the herd that we have through communication, and apparently gossip is something that really binds humans together. Our language.
So we can organize a little better than the Neanderthals. Neanderthals were a little bit more ape-like.
Yeah, they didn't have the vocal box, like the construction. We don't think that they could talk. But we don't really know, and who knows if there was other methods of communication with other versions of these species, we don't know. But yeah, that's what they say. We hunted them out with group tactics, but I mean, you wouldn't take one of these dudes on one-on-one. I mean, it's bone densities like broom handles or broomsticks to axe handles. Like they're on a scale in the same way, like a chimpanzee, the powder weight is so much superior to us. That's what the Neanderthals were like compared to us as well. Like their muscle attachment points and their bone density and their geometry was far superior to ours. They'd rip your head right off if they wanted to.
So you think that the pyramids could have been built by what do you call them, a hominid?
Potentially some other hominid species.
A human ancestor.
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about giant humans. I was like, could it just be Neanderthals? But I guess they're not that much taller.
Well, there's a few things. So the rumors of giants is a thing. Like you have a lot of that in parts of the UK. You get a lot of that in Native American legends, mound builders, and all of that. That's
even biblical history, right?
Biblical history with giants. Yeah, Patagonia. There is.
What makes someone a giant? That's the thing. Like, so much could get lost in translation, potentially. I mean, I'm sure
it's a relative term. It's inherently relative.
Yeah.
Like someone being a giant just means like they're bigger than most people I see.
Exactly. So if you're part of a tribe, everybody's around like 4.5 feet, and then you go to like the Sudan, you see somebody 6'6", you're like, these motherfuckers are giants, right? In the same way that like a cyclops might have been some guy who had his eye fucking poked out, and all of a sudden there's these one-eyed people. So yeah,
it is. They do describe it. If you go, it's not just individuals either. It is actually like a group of people. Like they're described as a type of people in a lot of these
myths and legends and stories and depictions. It is a bit. It's not. Yeah, I understand. You have individuals that are potentially giants, but they do describe it.
There's certain cultures that are just taller than others. It's just they're shorter to this day. Yeah, so we describe them as giants now. Maybe not, but and obviously things are going to get exaggerated through time.
Sorry, this is not your giant theory, but I was going over your stuff, and you have an interesting theory on aliens.
Oh, okay. What do you guys? Well, I mean, I don't invoke aliens for any of the ancient civilization stuff, but I'm like pretty convinced. I mean, I think it's a mathematical certainty that other life exists in the universe.
But you said it was humans that have left the planet, correct?
Oh, you're
I said this. This is on the concrete podcast.
Yeah.
It's possible. So this is, and there's some other people that it's an interesting theory. I wouldn't say it's my theory, but yeah, it is. It is possible to analyze some of the historical accounts that there may have been an exodus, and some of this may have even been depicted in some of the Egyptian temples and in stories. That it could be taken in that light, that yes, there may have been a branch of humanity in the past that left.
So would that be the first? Oh yeah, okay, go.
If we're having fun, pre-Younger Dryas, some humans could have escaped Earth, and that's why alien civilization or alien technology is so much more advanced. It's just these humans from pre-Younger Dryas that built the pyramids who got the fuck out, and now we started over, so they have this massive head start. Yeah, we just the guys who left and had to start over, and they're out, and they have all their technology.
Think about it like this: knowledge. They saw the fireball coming.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, we're not part of this. We're going. We're going to F out of here, and maybe we'll come back when the weather's nice again.
That's the crazy part. Only some of them made it off, too.
Yeah.
The rest of us had to wear that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to win the lottery in that case. It's like, all right. What's your social security?
Do you think that's the obsession with space travel now? You think that Elon and some of these guys, they know that it's only a matter of time before Comet comes, and they just want to be ready to be out there?
Elon is interesting in that he does seem to have this awareness of these ice ages and cataclysms and stuff, and I'm sure, look, we're getting better at it. Like, we are. We did the DART mission recently, you see that, where we fired off a probe and actually tried to deflect like a moved it like a 15th degree or whatever, and enough to think, all right, theoretically we could probably do something about this. So we're starting to put some resources towards it. People do understand it. Back when there was Space Force and Colonel Matt Lohmeyer was running it, and he was going to get Randall Carlson in to talk to those guys about catastrophism. So I'm sure people are looking at it, and I guess that's the long-term goal for some of the space guys. I don't know.
That makes sense. If it happens this regularly and it's this catastrophic, why would you not, put some resources to it?
Yeah, I mean, the whole alien thing, though, it's like, I don't think we need it to justify the stuff in the past. What Bob Lazar said on Rogan was interesting. One of the things he said was, well, one of the aircraft came from an archaeological dig. So it's possible this stuff's been going on for a long time. I don't see why not. It's an awful lot of space and time out there, for that overlap to happen. We kind of think of things in our long term as the span of a human life. It's longer. And, in terms of the rest of the universe, it's nothing. Got billions of years and almost infinite distances, and to have two civilizations kind of peak and cross over and match each other would be a coincidence, but mathematically it's almost certain that life exists, right? The Kepler missions, when they did that, they started to look at where they found planets in the Goldilocks zone around stars. They started to analyze the shadows in front of stars, and they could determine the distance of some of these planets, and they thought they wouldn't find them very much, but then the numbers went up exponentially. It's like planets are in Goldilocks zones everywhere. So
if you can explain the Goldilocks zone.
Well, it's the distance where a planet's orbiting like a habitable solar system with a sun that works for us, and you're in basically a zone where liquid water can exist. Right, because you're either too hot and it boils off, or you're too cold and it's rock hard. And so there's this little Goldilocks zone like where Earth is, where you have liquid water, and everything we know about life is, requires that as a basis for it. And then whatever else takes place to start life and evolution. And if they find one derrick of bacteria or something on Mars, or even something else in this Titan, for example, in this solar system, that's case closed. If you find life in more than one asteroid, one body in one solar system, it's everywhere.
Forget it.
It's got to be everywhere. So,
are you interested in Antarctica at all in terms of like geological research and pyramids and things like that? I know that there's a big like looming conspiracy regarding Antarctica where people can't go and visit it. It's super restricted and cut off, and it's blocked on Google Maps in a lot of places. So I'm curious if you have thoughts on that.
you can go to it if you want to go skiing in Antarctica or go climb mountains. You can. There's like a summer camp. You can fly down there and do that stuff. It just costs a fortune. I am interested in it, and I do think that it's actually a potential zone for investigation for a remnant of if there was anything left of, say, a builder culture. Antarctica is one of those places we should look. We know parts of Antarctica have had ice on them for a very long time, like 1 million years. But there's also some weird shit that comes down from like ancient maps. There's one of these evidences. It's like this fragment of advanced knowledge. We talked about longitude earlier, right? There are ancient maps that were made, like the Piri Reis map's a good example, made by a Turkish admiral named Piri Reis in the 1500s. He drew it from a collection of older source maps that he got from like the Library of Alexandria that are now all lost to us. So we don't have the source maps. We have his map, which is a collection of other maps. But parts of it show both very accurate longitude, and it also maps the coastline of Queen Maud's Land in Antarctica super accurate. And that today is under the ice. It's like a mile of ice or something. And this was confirmed by like the US Air Force geological map group in the 1960s. There's a professor named Hapgood, Charles Hapgood, worked with the US Air Force and these guys to the topographical department to confirm, that's the explanation for this part of the map. It's the coastline of Antarctica and what's under the ice. And that map also shows rivers, trees, and things. So it's there's little fragments that come down of what the world may have looked very differently in the past.
I mean, the idea that it's habitable 500 years ago seems pretty surprising to me.
Well, I don't think it was 500 years ago. So this is the thing. So Piri Reis
was using maps from.
He was using ancient maps.
Yeah.
That may have been redrawn from other ancient maps. It's there's a couple other maps like Orontes Phineas map. It's another one that shows America and Antarctica and Australia are continents before they were ever technically discovered, and they show very accurate longitude, whereas the parts that are drawn by the sailors of the time are all over the place. The accuracy is horrible. So it looks like the pyramid shows us as well. We were solving some of these problems like longitude way back in the past, and we get these little tidbits of information that get transmitted down through time. One's in architecture, another one seems to come through these ancient maps, which again, they're all comprised of bits from older maps that are all gone now. So it's it's like little tiny bits of information, but then it all seems to point to we had some pretty significant capability back in the day.
And military power as well. That's the other thing that I'm very interested about. It seems like most of our society, a lot of the advancements come out of military, where we have these big wars, and then we're able to, sort of democratize all that technology into society, and it gets dispersed. Do you find that these societies had advanced militaries in the same way? And these tools, I'm sure if they could build a pyramid, they can also be used to cut off a bunch of people's heads.
Potentially, yeah. I don't see any evidence for that. And Graham Hancock he does definitely think that this civilization may have functioned a little differently to ours and have different values and systems. I don't know. I think if it's human, I have a hard time thinking we get away from our nature,
Yeah.
Right. And our nature, to be honest, is nature's nature. It's one of the reasons when you get alien stuff, I'm like, don't yell in the jungle, bro. Yeah. We're in the jungle, we're transmitting this shit out there. We should be
We're not gonna be besties.
Dude, look at the top of the food chain in air, sea, on the ground. What's it involved? It involves a lot of violence. You don't stand for competition. You eradicate your competition. It's nasty. Nature's one. What makes you think any other life out there is going to be benevolent? We are, right?
So these space programs, they're just blasting radio signals, sending capsules with depictions.
We're peaceful. Careful what comes back at you. I don't know. It's just like yelling in the jungle. I'm not sure. I think if we know that. Look at nature on this place. What I'm saying, the top of the food chain, it's savage. And we're a representation of that too in a lot of ways.
Ben, anything else before we wrap this up? This has been amazing.
Thank you. I have one last question. Have you come across any piece of information or anything that made you question what you believe?
I've certainly come across stuff that's refined what I've been thinking. Like it's changed my opinion on certain things, but I can't say look. And my whole perspective on this, like ancient civilization that's lost with a high tech whatever. It's a great way of saying it. Is I still think it's the best explanation for the evidence that we have. I'm willing to have my mind changed. And if at the end of the day, getting to those answers and investigating these topics means I'm proven wrong, I'm fine with that. I kind of want to get to the truth of it. Yeah, like I've learned stuff about different sites. I've learned things about the Serapeum and some of the boxes and stuff that's changed my opinion on some of those here and there, but it's more a refinement than anything else. I really do think that when you look at all these factors, right, the scientific work, the human timeline, our own history, cataclysm, the stuff that's in all of the religious tales, the ancient maps, the connection with these architecture and all of this advanced knowledge, then you look at the stonework and the evidence for high tech. I just think the best explanation for that, when you put it all together, is this idea that our history is a bit longer and more complicated than we thought it was. What that actually looks like, I don't know. Like I don't really claim to know how the stuff was done, what it looked like. I'll speculate, but I still think it's the best explanation for what we're seeing. And again, but I'm willing to have my mind changed. For sure the dynastic Egyptians and other civilizations, I'm not saying all of that's bullshit. They were there, they did stuff, they worked on stuff, they were great, they achieved a lot, but you can't explain everything that we see in history by them, the Inca or dynastic Egypt. Something else going on, and it's an interesting story. I'm personally fascinated by it. I think it means something for us as a civilization if we can come around to this idea with this and with cataclysm. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's to me it's endlessly fascinating, but it's I think it actually means something to us as a species if we can figure it out too.
Do you think we do?
We do figure it out. I'd love to say yes in my timeline. I've got some hope for the next generation of. I don't know what shape that answer takes. Is it when the academics say yes, or the textbooks change? Because to some degrees, like the nature of the discourse has changed. Do we even need to have this in textbooks anymore? But I think a lot of people can evaluate the landscape and they can figure it out and make up their own mind. That said, I do have hope for the next generation because I've been contacted by a lot of students and people that will be the next generation of academia and the establishment, and I think they're being forced to deal with guys like Graham Hancock and Schock and Boval, the stuff in the books and all of this evidence. And that's why I'm really hopeful for things like what we did with the face scan. It's a super nerdy technical topic, but I genuinely think it's game changing. Like this is hard data you cannot refute, and you cannot say. You literally have to go and prove that you can do this by hand. Right. I think it shatters the whole primitive tools story, which in turn then has this domino effect on all the assumptions and what we think was going on in the ancient time. So I'd like to say, yeah, I hope we figure it out. I hope we at least change and open our mind, because ultimately we need to look at this stuff with an open mind. We're going to learn things too. That's the other thing. We might actually learn stuff from it. We might find out something about technology or something that we don't understand today. So ultimately that's what I hope. It's just like we open up our minds, we can investigate this stuff and try and figure it out.
It's awesome. Brother, thank you so much. Cheers, man. Everybody go check out Uncharted X. This is Ben's YouTube channel. He has tons of pieces on there. You're doing interviews. You're doing like these in-depth pieces on certain sites. I watch a bunch of them. They're great. And check out his episode with Rogan and obviously all the other cool stuff he's got. You do tours as well, right?
Yeah. So I love taking people to these places. Going to Turkey in a couple of weeks here. Egypt later this year.
Nice.
It is good fun. Cosmic Summit's coming up to June. We're doing a big conference for Randall Carlson, Graham Hancock over in Asheville. Live streams available for that one. It'll be fun. I have a lot of scientists for that one too, so we're trying to bring it together.
Awesome. Stoked. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks, man. Peace. Do you love Tom?
Yeah. So much so that I'd let him hook me over.
Oh, this is interesting. So you would let him hook you over, and you're like, you have so much goodwill built up that you could look past it.
I'll tell you the true story about Tom Princess.
Right.
I think his dad ran sex stores.
Right.
It says, I'm like shaking. Seriously, I'm even here today. Check out my special razzle dazzle.
I've never done a podcast like this in my life. You guys meet up today. I've been the luckiest guy in the world. When I die, never was this good. Like, I don't deserve any stuff I've got. I don't deserve anything. And it's been like, I've done everything in the world. I've traveled the world 4 times. I have 2 beautiful daughters. I'm in love with my wife. And I have the greatest career that I feel so lucky to have. And I have awesome friends. Like, when I died, I shouldn't have had any of it. There's people that don't have any of it. I can't, I mean, I just, yeah, my funeral's fun.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Flagrant. And today's a very big day. We're in the middle of a global economic meltdown.
Yes.
Okay?
I think I caused it.
You might have. You don't know who's talking just right now. I mean, you do because you click the fucking thumbnail, but we're going to set it up as if you don't. Okay? The president, the ex-president, the last president might be getting arrested today when this comes out. The Pentagon has confirmed fucking aliens. A mothership and little UFOs might be going to America. There's only one man that can save us all. It's a man to my right now. That's the man, the myth, the machine. Let's go, Bird! Now, Bird, it is weird you requested not to have our black co-host on the show. That was kind of weird. You said I'll only come back. You said I'll only come back if I'm the only one wearing 2 Rolexes. Forever.
Well, that's cool comment too.
The 2 fucking Rolexes.
I didn't even notice it.
What's happening right now? My arms are fully loaded.
I figure you're promoting a special called Razzle Dazzle.
Oh, that's a good ass point.
Razzle Dazzle.
That's a good ass point.
I was with Siri yesterday. He was going this one way, so I just picked it up. And
Really?
she was like, I'm done with it. And I was like,
Now, I do have a question about how you're wearing them. Because I do kind of like watches.
Yeah, this is valid.
Now, this Rolex here
yes.
is made for left-handed people so you can wear in your right hand.
Now, here's what's interesting.
If Daddy, it is now 6
That's
o'clock
not
a.m.
accurate. Well,
You tell me.
because I bought this yesterday.
Okay.
And we were in Vegas yesterday, so we're not doing things in gym.
Yeah.
This is the new thing. It's a throwback. They're doing this all year.
And which side is it?
It's for left-handed people, yes, but they're doing this on all the watches now.
That's not true. You know that one.
No.
You got lied to.
No, hold on. Because I sat on a plane. I sat on a plane.
They haven't announced any Rolexes until like the next week.
This is last year's.
Yeah.
This is. I just got it yesterday.
Yeah, no, it's but it doesn't mean they didn't give it to you.
We're in this year right now. Okay? We're in this year right now. What I'm trying to say is this could work perfectly because you just take the Daytona and you put it on your left, right? And you stick this one on the right, and then everything is golden. It fits perfectly. It works great.
Yeah, we really fucked this up.
Because how on earth are you going to fix that while it's on?
No, I didn't even say it when I bought it yesterday. They were explaining that this is a thing they're doing this year.
But be honest, you didn't listen. You were just like,
I
give
did
it a
not.
fuck.
I did not. I didn't know what the was called. And by the way, I didn't even pick it up. I didn't even pick it up. See, I'm serious.
Shakes did do it different times.
Of course there was.
But that way it's always $5 over.
That's true. Cheers to that, baby.
Yeah.
The motherfucking man.
So I didn't even pick it out. I walked in and they go, Christine's picked your watch out. It's waiting for us. I said, which one am I getting? You'll see. And she picked it out. She just had it over the side. She goes, that's the one you're getting. I went, I love it.
Wait, Daytona, my favorite place. That's
Oh, no, this is what my wife got me for my birthday.
a great
That's the
fucking gift.
that's the gangster.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question though that relates to your wife, because obviously you've got all these amazing things going on. Your fucking tour looking crazy. I want to talk about all of it. Okay, but the movie,
Yeah.
you have this movie based on the machine. Okay,
Memorial Weekend.
Memorial Day week. You get to cast the movie.
Yeah.
You get to cast your wife, and you have some elite milk as your wife. So, how does she feel about what you wish she looked like?
No. That's not even a good question.
Okay, go.
I did not get to pick my wife.
Wait, she picked it?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Shout out to Stephanie. Man loved her. She goes, that's
that's me. And I went, really? She goes, yeah. She goes, as a matter of fact, only got on the phone with her. What was she eating in that audition? Because those look good. They're called flip sides. She goes, I'm getting flip sides. I like that one.
Flip sides are the chocolate covered pretzels.
No, the pretzel, one side cracker on the other. Yeah.
It's a new hybrid that come out recently. They're fucking awesome.
Yeah. So then,
Burns on the cutting edge of snacks.
this is a good story. Yeah, I'm like, fuck this new Rolex. I can tell you the snacks to me. Dude, you tried the buffalo blue cheese combo.
Yes,
they're fucking next level. Popcorn, dude, rap snacks. Have you ever had that?
You always tag it with the brand.
Yeah.
I flip sides Full House. Okay,
We gotta show respect. You know what I mean?
The best part is, I didn't realize I had a kissing scene. I swear to God.
Man, they just sprung it up on me.
My wife's in Serbia. She comes out for the first week of shooting. And we're doing the kissing scene, and I find out that night, I'm like, I'm kissing my mom. And he goes, you didn't know that? I said, well, I didn't read the fucking script. Like, I read it, but I didn't know.
You wrote the fucking
script. I don't read the action part. Well, a couple of guys wrote it, I just punched it up. I don't read the action part, I just read the words.
Punch it up as
She goes, you didn't do the kissing scene. And I was like, oh my God, like, what do I do? She's like, you're going to kiss her. So I went over.
Dude, you're a fucking genius.
And I had not kissed another woman in 20 years.
And then you let your wife pick the woman that you got to cheat on her with.
And I'll tell you right now, my wife's got great taste. No, I had to kiss this woman. And
Did you get erect?
I wouldn't say I got my. Whatever. I'll tell you right now. I can understand.
Did you run that scene a few times before you recorded it? Like,
This is how bad of an actor I am. We had to do a pickup for Mark Hamill where he had to say his lines, and they just do it as tight.
Luke Skywalker plays his fucking dad. It's insane. Yeah.
I'm in a different wardrobe. Than the scene should take. We're just doing this pickup real quick. And then Mark says his line, and then we kiss. And off camera, I kissed her. And everyone's like, what the fuck are you doing? And I went, I'm doing the scene. And they're like, you guys don't need to kiss. No one's filming it. I just kissed her. I fucking kissed her. On fucking camera. And he's like, what the fuck are you doing? And I went, is that not what we're supposed to do?
Where were your hands when you kissed her?
On her back.
On her back, but you slide down.
When the kiss said I had to knock her off her feet. And I was like, I've never done that. She wasn't ready. So my eyes open, so I'm not a good kisser. But yeah, it was crazy. It was bizarre. And then that night, my wife's like, gets in bed. She was like, hey, you want to kiss her face? I was like, beat a scissor lips. Fucking kissing her like licking an envelope.
Yeah, but you kiss with your eyes open, dude.
I'm a bad kisser.
Yeah. Is that why you don't cheat? Because you're just bad at it?
Yeah. I'm bad at sex.
Me too. That's why I don't cheat.
It's the same reason, like, my wife doesn't sing karaoke. She can't fucking sing. The reason I don't fuck chicks on the road is because I can't fuck.
Dude, say it, dog.
I'm glad I can't fuck.
Wait, how do you know you can't fuck?
Because I've done it. I've been there every time.
And you're comparing yourself to like professionals?
No, I'm comparing myself to
Does your wife
those
say?
I've gotten from the women I've had sex with.
Okay, let's go on to these notes because this is fun. All right, what is the best note you got? Yeah.
Best note, are you going to put it in?
And you thought it was him?
I thought I'd already have an orgasm.
I'm
underneath my cheek in the bed. I probably lost my virginity. That's how 2 pumps. She says, are you going to put it in? My dick's between her butt cheek in the bed. I didn't even need a person there. I could have done it myself. And I was like, fuck, that's the first time I lost my virginity.
Yeah. But that could just be a mix-up. That's just one. Okay, you didn't really lose your virginity. You misplaced your virginity for a couple of minutes.
Can you tell us the second time was?
Second time was right after it when I went in with a compromised condom.
A compromised condom?
Yeah, I blow load. Condom's done. She says, are you going to put it in? I'm like, oh, yeah. And that's when I lost my virginity when I was born. It's like, imagine if I would, let's go for a hike. I go first. Let's hold her river and get our sauce. It's like, you had a condom on and then came between the bed sheets and punch. Yeah.
Fill up the condom.
I thought it was 2 different situations. No. It was the same. It's the same fucking night. All in one night. Dude, that is how I'm introduced to sex in my fucking life. I'm like, fuck this. I didn't fuck again for like a couple of years. I was like, I'm done. Because I was like, I gotta fucking figure this shit out.
It's a reflection.
Yeah, and then the next time I had sex, was in college, and I jerked off before I had sex. And I was like, and then I was good, but I was still almost fast, like really fast. Like,
so it's not your skill in bed, it's the time.
I come fast.
Yes.
You joke about that.
Yeah, I have so many jokes about it. I have one, fucking music like a rodeo, 6 seconds, and then I hop off my buddy, I'm dressed like a clown distractor. First time I had sex with Lance, your story, blew up really quick, and then I went, shh. I think someone's breaking into my house. The second time, yeah. I had an orgasm. This one's in razzle dazzle right now. I had an orgasm so fast. One time, Leanne laughed at me, and said, "Shit, I don't think you could have gotten AIDS from that." Yes, I'm fucking fast, bro. So, like, I think.
Have you ever satisfied your wife? You think?
No. I give her an orgasm, but not with my dick.
What do you do?
Oral sex.
Oral?
I've never.
Are you nice at oral? You're really good, aren't you?
Yeah, I really am. I gotta be honest with you. If I was thinking to cheat on my wife, I'd just cheat on her.
This is the worst way to cheat. You don't even come. You just want to make it your own damn good. What a piece of shit. He's a people pleaser. He wasn't playing a heart.
I remember Nikki Glazer, I think, said something to me one time. I forget she goes, just so you know, not all chicks like the exact same oral sex. In my head, I was like, for real? Yeah. Because I know, I'm really good at oral sex.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The other day, I gave her an orgasm, and like a gangster walked out of the room while it was still happening, just like strutting my way out. She's just like, and I just got up and walked out. I was like, that's how it's done. Like a fadeaway 3. Just like fadeaway 3. You just walked away while I was still fucking in the air. That's awesome. Yeah.
It's so weird to hear sex stories by your wife.
It's kind of, well, yeah, I guess I'm 50-50.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. My problem is I'm too honest. Like we were talking about comedy earlier off. The way I do comedy is just super vulnerable, super honest, tell you everything, and then hopefully tell some good story, put storytelling in it.
Yeah.
Your style is very different. I don't think I know much about you. Like Tasha a little bit. Like we were talking about the Tasha, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Tasha does not want anyone to know anything about me.
Yeah.
And like you're kind of like that, but without the podcast, I know a little bit about you.
Yeah.
But it's still like.
Yeah.
Like your parents can dance.
Yeah. I never thought that I was worth talking about until recently.
For real?
Yeah. I thought it was a very arrogant and like narcissistic thing for like comics that like had nothing to go up there and be like, today a weird thing happened to me.
Really?
And I was like, who the fuck are you?
I don't have the ability to do what you do.
Right.
No,
I think you earn talking about your life. So I'd love to see like.
It's a good perspective. I didn't talk about my life for the first 10 years of doing stand-up.
Yeah.
I never really thought about
Why does anyone care? You have to talk about the things that they can meet you at, right? And then so my hope would always be like early on, like you would know who I was without knowing things about my life. So you would know the type of guy I am, you would know the type of person I am through my opinions about the world. You know?
Yeah, that's funny. It's really funny because you're saying that there's a joke you had one time that I saw a long time ago that because of that joke, I said, oh, I know a lot about him. I know,
that's the dream to me. You know me through the material.
Yeah. Like you had the joke, and you were talking to an Indian guy, and you're talking about the arm.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember going, no, immediately I went, he has diverse friends, I'm assuming. He grew up in New York. He was a smart dude. Like I was like, oh, I bet he's had sex with other chicks than white chicks. Like just based on one joke. Me, I gotta tell you, I've only fucked white chicks.
Well, no, the beauty of it, and I really like it. I think the way that people connect is through story, and I think that like you're a perfect example of that. You know, you have these like obviously the machine, but there's many other things, and it's like. The story is our earliest version of downloading information, right? So there's something biological that happens. It's almost like music. And I think like as I've gotten some more success in my career, I've started to try to make things more personal because I think it like is justified now. You know, and so it's like, or at least reflecting on these things that are happening in society that I care about through kind of personal experience. So I want to bring more of that out, but it was something I think I had to earn.
That's really interesting. I'm one of the guys, like, game changes.
Tosh is king.
Bro, that's my favorite comment. That's why I asked it, because they're both, like, all three of us, not trying to brag, Florida guys.
Yeah.
And so I was like trying to see, did you know Tosh from back in the day, and like any Tosh stories, because no one knows anything about him.
Yeah, Tosh and I colluded on a poker game once.
Colluded? What does that mean?
It's when you go in, pretend not to know each other, and you work as a team to win. That's what happened in Rounders.
Yeah, I love that.
That's Rounders. Yeah, shout out to Brian Koppel.
Movie changed my life. I walked around with a pack of cards after that, and I would just try to hustle people. In high school, I watched Rounders, and I was
That's why he has his hair
thing I've ever seen.
That, and then the World Series, that is the most ambitious thing I've ever heard.
World Series of Poker blows up like a few years after I think I was part of it. But imagine Rounders came out during the middle of World Series of Poker crazy time. Ever in history.
I think it worked better though because it didn't feel like it was cashing in. You saw this movie, you got into it, and it was just like a great movie.
I didn't know Koppelman wrote that.
Yeah, Rounders.
It's one of my favorite movies. Anyway,
It's a fucking movie. No, I met Schultz when George was born. I'm sorry, Tosh.
Okay, makes up the great.
When George was born, I was featuring. I was broke. I was featuring for $700 and fly myself out, pull myself up. And Tosh and I got along really well. And the next day he called. The day we got back, he said, "Hey, do you want to go play poker?" And I was, "Do you know any poker games?" I said, "I do." He said, "Can I go and play?" And I was like, "Yes." He picked me up. I was so broke. I asked for $100 from Leanne, and she goes, "We don't have it." And I was like, "Just give me the $100." She goes, "We don't have it." And I said, "Well, give me the card now. I'm not going to lose it." And she goes, "No, we don't have $100. And Daniel Tosh goes, "I'm so uncomfortable right now. I'll give you $200 to leave." So he gave me the $100. We went up to this game, and as we walked in, he goes, "Hey, we don't know each other." I'm like, "What?" He goes, "We don't know each other. Don't go in on anything I go in on. I won't do anything on you go in on." And I went, "Okay." So I walked in. Tosh walked in. Someone's like, "Yeah, are you guys comedians?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "You guys know each other?" And he's like, "I've seen him around, but I don't really know him." And they're like, we fucking Tosh won the fucking tournament. Tosh won the fucking tournament.
How much money did you give me for this? Because you're the problem.
I got $100. I need $100.
Okay.
He's a good dude, man. He's a solid,
sounds like it.
brilliant fucking comic.
Oh,
He's
that's
brilliant.
good.
The night I got past the Comedy Store was the last time I saw him. He came up. I haven't seen him forever.
Dude, I remember being, Mark and I were just talking about this the other day, but I remember being like a young comic, and like, young comic, you're trying to get by. You're like, okay, do I have to like win them over? Do I have to like charm them? Do I have to start off with like this big misdirection joke? Like, how do I fucking solve this puzzle that is performing in front of people? And early on in comedy, you're like, okay, I got to get some momentum going, and if they're into me, the momentum's going, the jokes work, and everything's good. And I remember watching him in one of his specials. He didn't like some people that were in the crowd. He kicks them out of the crowd, stops the show, starts from zero again. And I thought that I saw the greatest comedian ever. I was like, what? That is stop the show. And there were like a few things. I went on this like rabbit hole with Tosh, and it's like I saw another thing happen. I saw him. He went on a radio. Remember back when we would do radio and like we would do bits. They like tee you up for a bit, and it was the worst because like you don't know. It's like, do I pretend that this isn't a joke and do it, or do I just do it as a joke? This motherfucker did the joke as a joke and murdered for 3 people. It is 3 people.
I saw that clip. It is the most destructive radio you've ever seen in your fucking life. In your fucking life.
And then you watch him do the joke on stage, and it's the same cadence, the same.
He is so brilliant. That weekend in Miami, there was a guy up front that was being, there's heckling. Yeah, I was featuring, and I dealt with it. I kind of fucked around with it, and I tried to deal with it. And as I got off, he goes, "The fuck was that?" I said, "It's a guy up front." He goes, "That won't be happening for me." And I said, "Really?" And so I go around, and he walks on the stage. He goes, "The show has not started. You need to leave, sir." He goes, "I will not go on until this guy's kicked out. Kick him out. Kick him out right now. Kick him out. Go. You're garbage. You're fucking garbage. I'll spend the whole time telling you how old your fucking shit looks. You're garbage. Get out." And then he said, I'll never forget it. He goes, and no one is laughing. No one's laughing. He's not famous. As he's walking the corner, he goes, "Sir, I hope you get fucking AIDS." And then he turns to the audience and he goes, "It's like Magic Johnson." And the place erupts. He goes, "I go to Starbucks, and he starts and murdered from top to bottom. Top to bottom. And
He's a 0 to 100 guy, which is like, and it's something I've always aspired to do. Like, I don't care how bad or good the last joke is. We got to go down to 0 and they get to the 100 by the end of the joke. And that's when the joke starts. It can be 0. There can be a fire. Someone can have a fist fight. Doesn't matter what is going on, where the set is, and it can hate them. And from the beginning of that joke to the end of the joke, you're at 100.
Yeah. And so if we're breaking apart, I couldn't do what Tosh or Dane or Nick Swartzen did. I didn't have that ability. Or like you or Chappelle, that like, I only could get you to know me. And I saw guys like Freddie Soto. Do you remember Freddie Soto? He's passed. He was a Comedy Store comic. And he had a bit about his dad. Yeah. Irregardless.
Oh, irregardless.
Oh, Freddie. Oh, you can't help me, but I bet if you were talking beers with your friends, it was so funny. And I went, I feel like I know his dad. I feel like I know him. So I would introduce characters in my stand-up, like my buddy Hutch, or my buddy Harper, and I'd tell you a little bit about them, like a real story. Like Hutch, one time we were playing frisbee golf, and my frisbee golf started in the treehouse, there was a stick out in Hutch, because I met Harvey, like, keep your mouth closed. He's like, huh? He's like, when you look up, your mouth automatically opens. I was like, well, I didn't notice that. You got a stick and go right down your throat. It happened to me twice. And I was like, huh? So I introduced that character, and then I use him throughout stories, or I call back to him. Harper, good friend of mine. One time I misspelled his name. Yeah. Harper, 2 P's, no R. Yeah. He goes, what happened to him? No, I never. Almost never. Russ, I catch you later, Perf. Yeah. That's what I went to. I had a story about taking acid and going to Disneyland. Yeah. And so I introduced those 2 characters, and then I can tell you a story. Still, my takes are off. Like when you talk about the financial crisis, I don't really know what's going on. Yeah. All I know
is such confidence, and people believe I know what the fuck is going on.
Your generation. I was just saying this to.
I made up a lie about TikTok, and it came to news. Complete lie. It was just a hunch. It's the news now. Like politicians talking about it. It's a crazy thing.
Yeah, your generation knows like Harambe and stuff like that. Jeffrey Epstein and
Harambe was such a funny example. What does Harambe have to do with Epstein?
I don't even know anything. I guess a kid died.
It's just the news that has nothing to do with birth. And he's like, I think it's a generational thing.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Not thinking about me as a generational thing. It's like millennials.
Have you ever like, hey, you want to see my
Pearl Harbor can happen, and Pearl would be like, we were going to Hawaii that week. Weren't we?
That's so funny you say that. When you say Pearl Harbor, I immediately think of telling you a story about my experience in That's how my brain works. Like, I immediately go, well, I went there with Russell Peters one time. Yeah. No, but
there's a Japanese guy talking about how his dad just fucking ran into an aircraft carrier in a plane, and you're like, yeah, but me and Russell went to Pearl Harbor once. Let me tell you, your dad hit it.
No, I don't like it when people go, hey, you want to take a look at my vacation pictures? And you're like, am I in any of them? Like, no, I'll fucking see about your vacation.
So we're talking about this. This is what I think is like beautiful about comedy. It actually extends to just art in general. It's like we all have an idea of what we think like the best version of something is. And the more pinpoint your idea is, if it becomes popular, you're a genius. Okay, so I want to use an example. Okay, so we have a friend of ours, right? He's a brilliant designer. His name is Colin, right? Kid Super is the company that he has. Brilliant guy. And his shit is so weird and ridiculous that, but all of a sudden he was like the head male designer for Louis Vuitton, and he's just, but it's so weird and out there. But he has to have unbelievable conviction to go, this is good, it should be on a shirt, it should be on sweatpants. And then when it becomes popular, he's a genius for believing so much in this thing that is so different than everything else, right? And I feel like almost in comedy, you have to have unbelievable conviction for the type of comedy you love, right? So I loved, like in my mind, I was always like coming up, I'm like, okay, what I think the best comedy is taking something that is incredibly difficult to argue and making the argument for it. I don't know why I thought that, but I was drawn to these guys like Rock. And then I saw Patrice, and I was like, Patrice is doing this at the highest level. Nothing has been done like this, and it was this like great moment where I had this like kind of comedic North Star.
Okay, you know? I would argue the best part of Patrice were his stories about him.
So here's the thing: story should be in everything. In everything, whether it's about you, whether it's about like with Dave Chappelle, he's like this magnificent storyteller as well. Whether the story happened or not. Yeah. he tells it within story for a reason, right? It's like just telling the joke, that's like on horseback. The story, you're on a fucking rocket ship.
I would say that the story is sometimes the peanut butter, the joke is the pill inside it.
100%. So what I think is interesting is like you have this idea of what you think the best comedy is, and you should feel that way about story. I think people in general should feel that way about story. It's the most powerful. But like, so you go, I'm gonna do this type of comedy to the best of my ability. And I think what often happens in this business is like, since we're so swayed by like the validation of the audience, you see somebody doing something different, and a lot of people just go, maybe I should kind of do that. Maybe you're not the best at that. So what I think is really cool, what you've done is, if you go, I like telling stories. When I'm around my friends, I tell stories. When I'm on podcasts, I tell stories. I'm really good at telling stories, and I can kind of fill these stories up with these like interesting characters, and I can build this life. And then at no point have you been like, oh, I guess I need to be Daniel Tosh, or I need to be this guy because these things are popular. It's rare as a comedian, because usually we gravitate towards the things that are just like,
I couldn't.
At what point did you stop paying attention to me when I was talking to this?
At the very beginning, I mean, that's serious. At the very beginning, when you started saying it, I go, I'm not listening. I remember I actually said, I'm listening, and I hope you use this as an example about me.
Yeah, you
so I
tuned
can
back in,
understand
right?
what he's talking about.
Yeah, you tuned back in when he said what's great about him.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, me too. No, Patrice, I would argue Patrice is.
He suddenly had peanut butter in the pill when he brought him up. He was like, I got the example.
All right, guys, let's take a break for a second because, listen, your essentials aren't fitting like they're essential. There's a reality right now that a lot of dudes will treat an undershirt like it's nothing, and you know what? It looks like nothing when you do that. You got to have those male essentials. Be gorgeous, be beautiful, because it's going to fit everything just perfectly if you do. And you know what? True Classics has got your back, okay? See, True Classics team designed t-shirts to make the fellas of all sizes out there feel confident in their clothing. They give you the wide shoulder and the tapered bottom look that we're all looking for. And the quality of the t-shirts is elite. I'm telling you, it's hard to find, especially for dudes, it's hard to find clothing that fits us, okay? And when we do, we lock on, and that's the only thing we buy. I mean, I remember that even as like a kid. I remember I found my size in like a type of Levi's, and I was like, that's the only thing I'm going to wear. True Classics has got it for you. No matter how you are shaped, they have something for you, okay? They really also just released new button-downs. They really changed the game. They got the chinos that are perfect for a nice night out, and you can never go wrong with their classic comfort collection of briefs, hoodies, and much more. And listen, big fellas out there, okay? They have long options and up to triple XL. So, this is the thing that can happen right now. You can get 25% off at trueclassic.com with the code Flagrant. That's 25% off with the code Flagrant plus free shipping included on purchases over $100. Now let's get back to the show. All right, guys, we're going to take a break for a second because, listen, you know I love Geology for their skincare routine, okay? They've simplified everything. Not 50 different bottles. You don't know what this foaming lotion or lather, all this other nonsense. No, guys, we like shit simple, okay? We're not going to about to take up all the counter space in the bathroom like our wives and girlfriends do. Simplified. They did it. They mastered it, okay? Now what are they going to master? Oh, they're coming after the hair care routines as well, okay? They created a quiz that asks you a handful of questions, and just like that, you have your very own personalized hair care routine. The beauty of Geology is they have your very own personalized skincare routine. Now they're applying it to the hair. Different hair needs different shit, and they got your back. Okay, most people are out here washing their hair every single day. Geology actually tells you you don't have to do that. They say that shampoos often strip your hair of the oils it needs. This is a company telling you to use their stuff less. That's how you know you can trust them. They're literally telling you to use less of the product. They make money when you go through the product. This is trust. For a limited time, they're hooking you up with an absolutely insane offer. Right now, if you use the code Flagrant, they will give you 70% off your first purchase of a personalized hair care routine or their award-winning skin care trial set. On top of that, they're giving you an additional bonus offer on their brand new body care line of super clean body wash and deodorant. They're going to take care of all your bathroom needs. So head over to geology.com. That is geologie.com. Take the hair care quiz, use the code Flagrant, and start living that good hair life. Now let's get back to the show.
Patrice told a story one time. I don't know if you ever heard it. about the cool guy in his neighborhood, Tony. So it's beautiful because you know Patrice. And if you knew Patrice, you knew the vulnerability of Patrice. Patrice was raised by a single mother. I don't know how much. I don't want to get into details about Patrice.
About the single mother thing and
Does he talk about his father?
I don't believe so.
I won't tell Patrice's stories. But what I'll tell you is Patrice didn't have a father figure to teach him how to be a man and be cool. He had this guy in his neighborhood called Tony. Tony was slick. He'd go up behind. I'm telling it as if I'm Patrice. Tony would go up behind a girl and tap her on the back of the neck and go, "Damn, you look good." And she'd go, "Oh, Tony." So Patrice is like, "Yeah. I got smacked, bitch. All right." I'm a good thing to Tony. I just come up behind a bitch and just, "Ow!" And he told these stories of Tony would grab girls and put them in front of the fire hydrant. He's like, "All right." So he puts a girl to half Nelson and holds her in the wall. Those stories Patrice told just me, I guess. Or for me, I was crying laughing. I loved everything he did. But I loved to know about his life. I loved it. And so, I don't know, that's what I always dug hearing the stories, like Geraldo.
Geraldo was also like a joke. Like he could really pull off.
Geraldo arguably is one of the best joke writers ever. What I loved about Greg was when he would tell me stories about his partying. And he'd go, "I go, dude, don't talk about that on stage." He's like, when I started doing Rogan, I was really trying to be like, cops hate me, touching faces, and then I wasn't great at it, and I wasn't standing out. And when I started doing Rogan, I told the machine story, and then I came back one time, this is when we were doing the Ice House, and I said something, I wish I could remember what it was, but I said something, and Rogan goes, "Oh, hold on, we're getting another amazing Burt Kreischer story," and I went, "Oh shit." And he's the one that got me to start telling machine on stage. I was not telling on stage. I told him one thing, and he goes, "You tell him on stage?" I said, "No, that's not like it's the way Geraldo said, that's not a stage story." And he goes, "No, fuck that." And he goes, "From this point on, it's only to be referred to as the machine, and you are to chant that name out until he tells that story." That next weekend, I was in Columbus, Ohio, and the whole place was chanting, "Machine." I go, "Guys, I'm not going to tell it." And the guy in the front row goes, "Hey, man, we know it's not going to be good. But you have to tell it. Rogan said you have to tell it. You have to tell it to make it good. And we'll fake laugh, right, guys?" And they're like, "Yeah, we'll fake laugh."
Son, that's beautiful. That makes me want to fucking cry.
So I told the machine story for a solid year with it bombing. Bombing.
Oh, really?
Bombing. I mean, it's a fucking 15-minute story. And it's a long bomb, bro.
A quarter of your set?
Dude, it's
You've only got to wait 30 minutes for the last 10 years.
I would bomb with this fucking story, and then one night I figured out the end of the story. The most important thing in storytelling is if you have an end, then you know you can get the fuck out. Right? And so I figured out the end of the machine story. And from that, and then it got good, and then it got really good, and then obviously it went viral. But that changed the direction of everything I started doing. Because I never thought I'd be talking about fucking kids. You understand?
Wait a second. Hey, yo. Say that differently.
Say that, run that sentence back.
Don't
use the same cuss word.
Fucking kid. Oh, wow, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
You don't need a documentary made with you.
I never thought I'd be talking about fucking dogs. No, it's not a second. I never thought I'd be talking about my kids, ever. I never thought that. I did not like that kind of comedy, and I did not like the comics did it. It depressed me. And then everything started becoming stories.
Why did it depress you?
I wanted to be cool and young and famous.
Yeah.
I wanted to be
that was an old thing.
Cook. I wanted to be like that. That was our. He was like,
you were gravitating to what was working instead of doing what you do best.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's the cool thing about podcasts is like it gets you more comfortable telling these stories. Definitely it made me more comfortable sharing my life. I always shared my life with people, but it's great to do it in a place where like you're like, okay, I can work through these things and find the funny in these things, find the vulnerability in it.
Oh, that's interesting. You were always comfortable sharing because my parents always told me, this is why I didn't tell stories for the longest, still not that comfortable. They told me, nobody needs to know what's going on in our lives. Nobody needs to know. That's for us. Whatever we're going through is for us. That's not for them. Really. My mom was like, people could use it against you, which is kind of crazy thinking. But I was just like, all right, so I didn't tell anybody anything.
There's like an old saying, like when a writer's born, the family dies. You ever heard that? Oh, because you got to kill the family, basically.
And I say about that. Like, shit I'll allude to on this podcast, like, I want to bring it on stage, but if I do, Family's getting phone calls.
Bro, it's so funny. Morgan and I literally talking about this yesterday, but like growing up, my folks had, I mean, you know my folks. My folks had no feel. Like during my wife's vows, my dad, who has he's no short-term memory anymore. During my wife's vows to me, he interrupts her and he goes, "Someone's getting lucky tonight." Like my wife's mid-tears with her vow. And he just interrupts for a fuck joke in front of her and my family and all my friends. So it's just like no filter. My dad would joke around about like my mom and him not having enough sex or having sex. Like I've never had any filter, been able to tell them absolutely everything in my life. So I don't know how to do small talk. And when people do small talk, I get like uncomfortable. To the point where, like, I just have to say something salacious so we can stop this fucking charade.
Yeah.
And then Mark, you were telling me that it was the opposite in your family. Then what was the purpose? It was like...
Everything's nuanced. Everything's, like, tongue-in-cheek, very Catholic upbringing. Everything that everyone said was always, like, couched in something else, but it's all indirect. So there's nothing head-on. So then when people are super head-on, I'm like, jeez, this guy's right.
We're head-on with each other, but nobody needs to know that part.
Yeah. I don't know. I just think it's really interesting. So I guess you could say, like, it informs your comedy.
Yeah. We were very open. We were like, I know how to. This is interesting when you talk about like. I'm not good at like. I know how to make an entrance.
Yeah, we know.
I can make an entrance.
Yeah.
All the other shit I'm not good at.
You're like Australians. Like Australians are fun for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
After that, you're like, I get why the English left them, bro. What the fuck?
My wife says I cast a large wake. Like I can get people to dislike me so easily. There's like a certain type of person that I drive up the fucking like who? Anyone who also wants the attention. They hate me. They hate me because I don't leave a lot of room. I'm a bull in the china shop. I'm a lot. It's like some people. I remember a professional athlete. I don't say his name. He's a cool dude. I remember him saying he spent some time with me, and then he met Tom, and he goes, "How can you be friends with Bert?" It hurt my feelings. I've patched it up with this guy since, and Tom's like, "What do you mean?" And he's like, "How can you be around that for that long?" And Tom goes, "I don't need to be him." Tom is like the most confident in who he is guy in the world.
Tom is fascinating as a comic, especially because you'd think that he would need all that energy, but it's so clear that he finds you fucking hysterical and absurd.
Yeah.
Like it's really funny to like watch him look at you and be like, wow, he isn't noticing this.
Yeah.
That fucking Kool-Aid thing that happened when you were drinking 64 ounces of Kool-Aid.
I never thought that was odd. I never thought that was odd.
But after seeing Tom with his mom, it makes sense. I think he's been around these like really big characters his whole life.
I do.
Okay, so like that to me goes, okay, Bert is an extension of these big characters, and he knows how to be funny around them, so it kind of fits perfectly.
My dad's like Tom. My dad doesn't need to be center of attention, doesn't need anyone but me and my dad laugh like me and Tom. Like me and my dad, there's a clip that went out of me trying to put a pizza in an oven.
I saw that clip. Very funny.
And everyone's like, I always thought Bert's laugh was fake. And then they're like, oh, his dad and him have an identical laugh. We start laughing, and then we say the word that made us laugh in the first place over and over and over again. So like Tom, one time Tom said, you should go to Jennifer Aniston's house. And I said, he's like, should we bring our wives? And I go, should we bring our wives? He goes, no. I go, can she bring a dude? And he goes, yeah, for safety. And then he said, well, maybe that's not the message you want to be putting out. And I started laughing, and I kept going for safety. Just because I can visualize him saying it, and to repeat it. My dad, when I went to put the pizza in the oven, I couldn't get it off the thing, so I pulled it back out. My dad goes, it's not done yet. Like, he thought that I thought it was done. And I just kept going, it's not done yet. It's not done yet. Yeah, man, I don't know how any of that informs my comedy, but I just love to fucking laugh.
Do you love Tom?
Yeah. So much so that I'd let him fuck me over.
Ooh, this is interesting. So that's how you define your love. So
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
So you would let him fuck you over once, and you're like, you have so much goodwill built up. He has so much goodwill built up with you that you could look past it.
So I'll tell you the true story. I don't know if Tom knows this. So I signed before. Now everyone's signing touring deals, but I was the first person to sign a touring deal.
Yeah.
Like 6 years ago, 4 years ago. Well, it was considered foolish at that time. Like no one did it, and I signed it. And I for an exact number, and I told Tom about it, and then and I wasn't supposed to tell anyone, but I told Tom, he's my best friend. I wanted to talk it through with him, and then all of a sudden it got out that this deal was, and so my team said, Tom told people, and I said, no, he didn't. And they said, he clearly did, and I said, he didn't. And it was a moment where I had to truly trust in my friendship, and then Leanne goes, what if he did? I go, honey, if he did, I don't care, I still love him. I go, I am forcing myself to believe the best in my friend, even though evidence is showing me otherwise. I believe him because I love him, and I knew he wouldn't do it. And he didn't do it. Turns out he didn't. It's fucking... Everyone leaked it. They wanted to brag that they were doing this thing, and then they wanted to blame someone. And now everyone's signing fucking touring deals, and you're like... So...
The music industry is slowly infiltrating now.
This game's changed. It's unrecognizable. We're sitting back there talking about lighting packages for arenas. I mean, it's this game is. I walk in here and I look at this and I go. I said it right. I walked in. I said, "This is what every comic will have one day. One day, everyone will have this, and this will be your business. You probably won't have a manager the way we know them as managers today. Maybe you'll hire someone like a producer as a consultant. It would be nice to have a consultant look like." Say fucking Mary Parent leaves Legendary and you pay her a fucking $1 million a year as a consultant to look at your career and tell advise you on what projects to do. You'll have a touring agent, you'll never lose agents, but I guarantee you agents gonna I'll tell you what's gonna happen. Agents are gonna team up and they're gonna own their talent and they won't let their talent work with other people.
I think
that's already happening.
I think management companies change dress.
I think they're
going. And I think it's because management companies were built around profiting or monetizing their talent through TV and film. And now that comics don't really have to do it. Like you did a movie, you didn't have to. You probably lost money going to do a movie because you could have been touring and making crazy money. So
I make more money in one night than I made doing that movie in 3 months.
Right? So this is like a cool legacy thing to do. It's like a fun project and we should
I made a movie because I live in Hollywood. And if I didn't make a movie, I'd be like, why didn't I make a movie?
I remember you telling me when I did broadcast, you wanted to make a movie, just because you always set out to do it.
And it's great. It's great to do. I guess what I'm trying to say is the fact that we can make more money doing the thing that we love, and their whole business apparatus is built around turning us into actors, right? They're not running the tours. The tours are run by Live Nation, or they're run by Outback, or they're run by the agencies. So the management really doesn't play that much of a part in it. I think the new model will be something kind of like what we're doing is like my boy Dove is singularly focused on building this and all of us and everything that's going. So instead of 50 other clients, and they're like, every once in a while you get a call, and they're like, you should post some stand-up on Instagram. I have 10% of that.
I mean, you
know what I think the internet has done. That maybe that sounds pop, but I think it just eliminated middlemen in every industry. Like before, when you wanted to book a flight, you called a travel agent. I got a travel agent I love, but that's because I book a lot of flights. For the most part, kayak.com. And managers were kind of just middlemen. Hey, there's a barrier to getting you famous. I'm going to connect you with those guys.
I actually wonder if comics stopped doing podcasts.
I like this.
I think comics. I don't think a lot of
I love an idea that doesn't make sense to me immediately. Because I go, I want to hear it.
Because I don't think a lot of comics want to do podcasts. I just think that they see what's successful and they're just replicating that thing so that they can have success. And I don't think it's comics. It's musicians. I think it's everybody. Right? It's human beings, right? So I think once they see that people are having success by posting stand-up clips, they'll go, well, I could just post stand-up clips. I don't have to do that other thing where I talk to my friend. Because here's the reality. There's nobody that's successful at podcasting that doesn't enjoy the people they're talking to. You gotta like it. Like, you gotta have an actual friend. Like, those things where they, like, connect a few people that don't really know each other and they try to make it a pod, even if they're famous. That shit flames out so fast. Because you find out, you're like, oh, there's no real chemistry here. They don't have any history. They can't really work
We're all excited to see the people you're working with.
That's it.
Tom and I were in Vegas yesterday at the MGM, and I hadn't seen him in a while.
And you can't wait to talk about shit.
He goes, meet me at the Rolling Store. And I was like, oh, that's what I love about this guy. And then we went in, and he's dressed nice, and it smells good. I fucking still sweating. And then we went, and we fucking went to the MGM, we partied. We went out for like maybe 3 hours, and then I fucking left, and I was like, God. And then he's coming out to LA. You're right. Here's the deal. I'd argue the other way a little bit. Yep. I think posting stand-up clips is going to go away first.
Posting stand-up clips, and I'm the one saying this, it might be the end of stand-up. Listen, and I'm not against people doing it, but what I will...
There's so much.
It's it might be, and I'm not against doing it. Like, listen, I'm the biggest proponent. I tell every one of my friends, like, listen, build your career, get some stand-up out there. But I think people think that you just throw anything up and then you become successful, right? And it's like, the bar is kind of low. It's not real low. And I think that the very important thing to remember when you're posting something is you're giving an example of what your shows are like. And you're hoping that somebody sees it and then they come out to your show. When they see the machine story, they go, I would like to experience that. That's really fun, right? When they see you post a great story, a great bit, a great piece of crowd work, great being the most important word, they go, I would like to be there. If you post garbage, you're giving them the reason not to come to the show.
Yeah. There's people 2 years in posting clips, and I'm like, yo, God bless the ambition, but come on.
And there's people that are fucking killing it. Don't get me wrong. This is the sad thing about it is that, like, there's, like, some, like, people who are doing an amazing job and they're fucking selling out theaters. And, like, if you look at all the comics right now that are doing well, I'm talking about the next generation of comics, they're all comics from YouTube specials and posting clips online.
Yes.
So it's the top of the top, but it's also the bottom of the bottom.
Like, I've been in my bunk scrolling through stand-up clips, going like, I'm not funnier than these people. Like, there's some great comics out there. Then I'm in my bunk going, what the fuck is this person doing? Now, I say I benefit from the fact that I don't post stand-up clips.
So they have to see you.
So then when you see Razzle Dazzle, people are like, I mean, I'm being serious, the feedback's been very positive. And part of me goes, yes, it is good. The other part of me goes, yeah, but you don't ever see me do that. Like, when you go on my social media, you never get to see me do stand-up. You can only see me live on Netflix. So when you do see it, you go, wow. Yeah. Oh, wow, I forgot he does stand-up on this. It's just like I promoted fucking shows.
You're at a different level, though, where you already have fans. There's already curiosity about you, and you've already built a thing where people are like, I want to know what's going on with that thing. You know what I mean? Like, where somebody that has to come up has to find their machine, or has to find their specials, have to find it. So you do have to do it at a certain point.
Yeah, I mean, posting the machine, I posted from that special on Showtime, I posted the machine.
Yeah, you made it off a clip.
Yeah, I made it off a clip,
I don't know anyone who's made it not off a clip in, like, the last 5 years.
Okay, so here's my theory.
Nate Bargatze?
Now clips during pandemic.
Oh, that's right. He was killing with the Sebastian. Close the fuck up with the clip. It's like, so there's only one way now to, like, make it in the level that we
want. You need a body of work behind you.
Exactly.
So you need one thing. You need one explosion to get people to Google you. And you need a lot of body of work.
Right, yeah.
So, like, for Rogan, I would argue Rogan was the Mencia shit. And then all of a sudden, everyone was like, oh, fuck, he's a comic. Because everyone thought he was the Fear Factor guy. Bill Burr is the Philly Rant.
Yeah.
So Jim Jeffries getting punched in the head.
I was telling Chrissy D about this. Shout out to Chrissy D. Also, Chrissy D got a new show on Vice. Make sure you guys go check out Chrissy D's new show on Vice. But
and he lost his glasses.
We gotta find him his glasses. There's no way you could ever buy those specific types of glasses. They did one pair. But he had this 9/11 story that he did at the Cellar.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing it and going, yup, he got one. And it's like, it is the fucking portal. It is the vacuum, the well, and everybody who watches it gets dropped in there. It gets thrown all this other stuff that, Chrissy has. It's brilliant.
Yeah. I'd even argue don't walk away from the thing that got you famous. Like, lean into it. Because I've had people.
Would you?
I've had people.
Hey, would you ever lean into the thing?
People tell me all the time about the television story.
No.
Dude, I've had the biggest comics in this business tell me you need to retire that story. And I go, you don't go to my shows. Ari Shaffir one time told me, you have to stop telling that, right? Yeah, a real comic wouldn't tell it. Yeah. And I went, okay. So we were doing a storytelling show up in Calgary, and he brings me up, I tell him the thing, and they're yelling at the machine. I go, no, Ari said I need to retire. Ari went on stage after. He could not get a word out. They would not let him speak. He goes, fuck it. Yeah. I was wrong. I'm wrong. Can I tell it? Yeah. But yeah, like I've had comics tell me, please stop telling that story. They
just don't get it. They never had that experience.
Yeah, I would argue if people don't,
That's frustrating, though. Like, people, because it's like they're judging your stand-up, and it's like they're acting like you don't write enough. It's like, motherfucker, come to the show and then tell me I don't write enough.
Can you tell me what you were telling me yesterday? Can you tell me what you were telling me yesterday when we were just talking about shit that frustrates you? Can you tell me? He said the funniest fucking thing, because I was just like, we're just talking about shit that kind of felt like, let's not write jokes. Let's just be frustrated and like just vent on that, right? Because I think that's where the shit comes from. And Mark has been only with his wife, right? That's the only girl he's been with, right? And like sometimes people judge him. Yeah. He said this fucking. I want you to say it.
More specifically about getting married young.
No. He goes. Everybody makes this big deal about like all the women I haven't had sex with. He goes, but they never talk about all the dicks that haven't been in my life. And it was like visceral anger coming out of it. It was just like, think about the dicks that have been in your wives. Yeah. And it was just this purely like angry but like logical feeling.
Dude, that would fuck me up in relationships.
Yes!
I would break up with chicks based on people they fucked. Because I go, how could you fuck him? If you fucked him, why do you think I'm like that? Yeah. I'm better than that.
It's a reflection on you,
ultimately. And if a chick's had anal sex, fuck you. No, I gotta fuck you in the ass. I don't even want to, but you take it in the ass. Oh, dude. Amen.
And it was one of those beautiful things where it's just like this like visceral feeling that you have, and it kind of like poured out of them. Yeah.
That's great. That's great. I said to Joe the other day, I don't know why I said this. I said, did you and your wife talk about how many people you had sex with before you had sex the first time? And he goes, no. Joe's one of those people that, of course, that he goes, I don't deal in the past. I moved from this part forward. Yeah. And I was like, yeah, I did ask my wife how many people she saw. Oh, God. Don't do that. I was back. Dude, I was so concerned with
How many?
Not many.
Can you tell us?
Similar number. Very similar number.
What's the cheek clap count? What's the cheek?
How many individual claps?
How many?
It's like a Bombay thing.
Oh, yeah. That's just fire.
You're doing it, very good. I'm doing it. Epstein did it. Yes. I don't know if that really makes sense.
Hillary Clinton was on the plane.
Yes.
Chelsea Handler went to those parties.
Yes.
Really? But Chelsea had to defend that she didn't fucking know. I don't remember.
They were at her wedding. Yeah, there's Epstein and fucking Maxwell at the wedding.
Oh, no. My wife's number is 2 more than me.
8.
Yeah.
You know his number?
We do our research. It's not a fucking hard one to remember.
Single digits.
Single digit.
Did you count the one where you came on her thigh? Because I guess that would make it 5.
I don't count. I have a weird count. Like, I don't count blowjobs. I don't count fooling around.
For yourself or for her?
For me. It had to be penetrative. Fucking you.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of chicks where you fucked around, like in high school.
But how many girls did you actually successfully fuck? Actually, a lot of times you probably fuck sheets.
6.
Tanya, can I get a LaCroix? Are you going to take another little beer?
Yeah, I'll take another beer, please.
Another beer? All right, guys, we'll take a break for a second because you know it's hard dick season. Matter of fact, every season is hard dick season, and Blue Chew is providing, okay? Blue Chew got your back. Same active ingredients as inside Viagra or Cialis, but this is the one's going to make sure that girl you sleep with for the first time isn't let down, okay? Matter of fact, you probably busted a nut real quick busting out real quick. You're embarrassed. You need to read up and get back in the game. What? Oh, wow. Blue Chew got you back. To the bathroom. Gobble, gobble. A few minutes later, bang. Game time. Signed, sealed, delivered. Completely forgot about you busting off fast. Blue Chew has got your back. And you can get it for free. First month for free. All you gotta do is pay $5 shipping. BlueChew.com. Make sure you use the promo code Flavor. That's the best deal in the business. So let's get back to the show. All right, guys, we take a break for a second. You're gonna need a tuxedo in your life. Okay? You're gonna need a tuxedo in your life. More than once. Maybe some of you guys are at the age where you're starting to get married. Your friends are gonna say, listen, there's a dress code at the wedding. You know, you saw my wedding, there's a dress code. Okay? Akash's wedding, there's a dress code. If you need a tux, the Black Tux has got your back. Let me explain what the Black Tux can do, okay? Not only are they going to let you rent a tux, if you tried it on and it doesn't fit, and you do within the time window, they can send you another size where it actually fits you. Before you go to this wedding, this event, it could be your wedding, okay? And if you love the tux, or you love another one, you can buy it from them as well. What a company. What a company. If this is a one-off situation from you, Black Tux done, rent it, you go to the wedding.
Miles used it for Mark's wedding.
Miles used it for Mark's wedding, right there. The point being, if it's one-off, you can do it. If you love your one-off, why don't you just buy it from there as well? One-stop shop, all you need. You know for a fact you're going to need one. I'm not saying you even get it right now, but when you do, Black Tux has got your back, okay? And let me tell you something. This is a very important situation. Miles looked incredible at the wedding. Girls are going crazy drippy, super drippy. The girls were crazy drippy because of Miles and that black tux. Okay? Black, not slimming on Miles, if you know what I mean. Okay? Guys, renting or buying the Black Tux is the best place to go when you need a tuxedo for a wedding or a special night. And right now, when you go to the blacktux.com/flagrant and use the code FLAGRANT, you can get $20 off your order. That's THEBLACKTUX.com/flagrant. The code FLAGRANT to save $20. The blacktux.com/flagrant. Use the code FLAGRANT. Now let's get back to the show. And listen, before we get back into it, listen, Akash, we gotta have a little discussion about March Madness.
This is the best time to bet because I know shit about college basketball, but it don't matter in March Madness.
Yeah.
The number 1 seed overall, I think Purdue lost.
Yeah.
Virginia was like a 4 seed, lost to a 13 seed.
Yeah.
Just bet.
Yeah.
There's crazy odds on underdogs, and underdogs stay winning.
Yeah.
In my mind, it's like I might just use my bet online bonus and throw money at every underdog, and one of them motherfuckers is gonna hit
Because they're gonna pay out like
It pays out crazy.
That's funny. Yeah. I mean, it is just the craziest tournament. I know there's probably people listening in Europe and they're like, I don't even understand what's going on. Nobody does.
Yeah.
Nobody knows every team in the tournament. Nobody knows every. The thing about the tournament is you learn about all these players. It used to. Now a lot of these players just go right to the league. But like it used to be, you find out who the elite players in college are.
I remember he played for Marquette. They destroyed the number 1 seed Kentucky.
Yep.
And I was like, who the fuck is this kid?
Exactly. So you see draft stock skyrocket. Steph Curry. Nobody knew the fuck Steph Curry was. He's at Davidson. He gets to the tournament. He's just fucking blazing for a team. So it is a very exciting thing. You get to see the next, generation of talent that's going to come into the NBA. And yeah, it's just a cool thing. So, if you're gonna get those bets in, betonline.ag. Make sure you use the promo code FLAGRANT, and they're gonna match 50% of your initial deposit bonus up to $1,000. So, let's say you put in $1,000. That's $500 extra free to gamble. Throw on some underdogs, get crazy rich, and then you'll just hit us back with a cool 10-15%, no big deal. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's get back to Burger.
Also, I have a question about the early Rogan days. It's cool that Rogan teed you up for the machine story.
Yes.
The early days that you were doing Rogan, what is that like? Like the first time you do it, do you think it's anything?
No, it's not.
How early were you?
Yeah. So walk us through the whole thing. What was the pod like? What it looked like, etc.
It's so fucking cool.
Yeah.
You go to his house, you meet at the front door, kids running around, wife, dogs, and the first time I was a fan of the show, so he invited me to do the show. I can't tell you how early it was. It was early enough that no one, it wasn't like huge yet.
Right.
He was selling flashlights on it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Flashlights.
That was the specific.
Just the only
flashlights.
Just flashlights, because Aubrey Marcus
Right.
I think his dad ran sex stores.
Right.
And it says,
What the Listen, you got a great friend in South Dakota. I just want to let you know. You got a great.
Hey, let's do these stuff. Get in here. Get over. Slide over. Slide over.
Who loves you so much? This guy, I've never seen Bert look this uncomfortable. I called up Tom. I said, Tom, what is something fun we can do with Bert? He goes, oh, he hates balloons and he hates clouds.
You can't smell that. You
Smell
can't smell that.
what?
You can't smell that.
What?
You can smell that. I mean, that's seriously.
I smell a balloon.
They're gonna start popping, dude. They're gonna start popping. I gotta come out to leave. Seriously, I'm gonna leave.
Hey, don't stand in that door. Stand in that door.
Okay.
They're gonna start popping.
Listen, well, can we leave one balloon?
Give me the beer. Give me the beer. Give me the beer. No.
Let's shut.
Get him another. Shut this. Get him another.
They're really gonna pop. They really are. Give them another light.
Those aren't even hot lights. What's gonna happen if they pop? It's just gonna make a noise.
Oh, dude, what is that? That little screen? Okay, it smells so much better.
Are you being serious right now?
Yes,
I'm like shaking. I'm like fucking shaking.
Let's just drink, bro.
You can have something you need.
This will calm your nerves. Here, I'll drink with you. I'll take yours. Akash. Here, cheers. The clown has been removed from the room. Let's have a cheers. Fucking real. You know what's funny is the last time you were here, we gave you like pro-Russia memorabilia and shit.
I would suck Putin's cock right now. Fucking never have that happen again. I'm shaking. I'm like shaking.
Hold your head up on the gun.
I know you're mother in here. I know that you guys happen again.
That was dumb.
Okay. Can I fuck with fun? I don't know how.
So you have a fear of clouds?
Clouds of balloons.
And why balloons?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Is it because the condom broke that one time?
I don't know. No, it's way before that. I was a kid.
What happened?
I don't know.
Did you watch it?
No, I've never watched that fucking movie. Never watched that fucking movie. Hey, just do me a favor. For real, promise me it's not going to be.
He's not coming back in.
Sweating.
Hi, this is Daddy. It is now
Why don't you like
7:01 a.m.
Yeah, it's can't flush them. Did you know about this?
I tried to stop it.
Thank you. You're such a fucking. So then for my birthday,
We have to give, first of all, Tom needs credit for this. I don't want to act like we did it alone. Tom deserves credit for this.
yeah, so cool.
Yeah, but
Remember what I said? I like bumped you over.
yeah.
You were right.
We waited for you to say that on camera.
You're lucky I love you more than you love me, Tom.
Now, we do have one more thing we have to tell you. Just one more thing. What you've been drinking is a lie.
Is it not? I'm just fucking non-alcoholic beer.
Oh, yeah, but damn, I thought we took you to thinking it got spiked. But yeah, we spiked it with non-alcohol. We unspiked it.
So I've just been gaining calories?
Oh, now you care about calories, Mark?
Jesus fuck. So I've just been sipping on bread. Fucking Jesus.
Oh, do you think I started drinking for you?
That's crazy. Once you not get into like your heaven, if you drink, your family sons you and they put a tire around your neck and light you on fire. So then when I don't know how you're living, I am, and that's why you brought in a real fucking drink. Oh, you motherfucker. I'm sitting here just gaining calories going, why is it, how bad is my drinking that I can't
Tom,
feel
stop!
it?
I mean, stop acting like you're health conscious, Mark.
No, he wants to
Bro, I'm fucking healthy as shit right now. I'm on steroids.
you want
Fucking juice. Come on.
Which juice? We're trying to get juice in the pot too. Yeah. I'm not getting on peptides.
Is it orange juice?
Yeah, I'm on tea.
I'm waiting on my shipment.
You're on testosterone?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Really?
How you feel?
Fucking amazing.
Does it allow you to smell things that don't exist?
No. Hang on. You did not smell. I smelled it the second she walked in the room. I smelled it.
You also saw it.
No, I know, but the smell is what bothers me. The smell, the touching, and their unpredictability. They're never. As soon as you do that, as soon as you inflate that thing, then all of a sudden it has the possibility to explode like a drunk alcoholic father. Because they get strapped in anytime.
We're getting there.
For my 49th birthday, Rosebud Baker was on tour with us, and she thought it'd be a good idea. These idiots thought it'd be a good idea to fill my bunk with balloons to surprise me.
She didn't know you were afraid.
She didn't know I was afraid of them. And I came in and I fucking melted down. And it's my tour bus, and it was my bunk. Bunk. Dude, I've had this happen so many times. On my 40th birthday, I was in Australia, and the tour is wanted to surprise me, so they put they filled my entire room with balloons, my entire fucking room. And so I was like, I had nowhere to put them because it's in a hotel room. So and now when I come home drunk and I'm in my room full of balloons and I'm fucking melting down, and I call my wife and I go, I need to. I was like, I don't know what to do. She was just have another drink and pass out. You'll be fine. Just put them on the roof. You'll be fine in your bedroom. I couldn't get it. So in the middle of the night, the helium on all of them died at the exact same time. And in the middle of the night, every balloon landed on me in the bed. And I fucking lost it. I lost it so fucking bad.
It's okay. You're safe now. You're safe now.
Never safe.
We gotta make it never safe. Never safe from balloons and clowns.
I will never do the show ever. I will never step foot in the studio. It's so nice knowing you guys. Check out my special brass jazz.
That was the name of the clown, actually.
That's it. My movie, The Machine, coming out Memorial Day weekend. It's amazing. It's amazing. I wanted like what's crazy.
Four fills.
It's amazing how how it really hit me. I don't know if you saw it. Like I'm right now, I'm just starting to relax just a titch.
But first of all, how much is a titch?
Not much.
Now, Bert,
I know the balloons are in this, but I have to walk past them.
no,
We put a clown. I've never been allowed that balloon.
no way. So their birthdays, they never had a clown or a balloon or anything.
No one's getting a fucking clown. That's the dumbest fucking
Yeah,
thing.
have you ever had a clown?
No, actually, it's fire, dude. My friends had clowns at their
Your parents didn't bring a clown in. It's like the whitest thing in the world.
No, it was my friend's parents, but it was fire. The clown was fired. He rubbed his fucking leg on a coloring book, opened it up, pages were blank. Crazy. Never forget that shit ever.
About magic. How do you feel about magic?
I don't like magic. I like magic.
You can trust magic, but not clowns?
I don't know.
Dude, you know what's funny is Tom texted me. He goes, hey, you should do the balloon clown thing later in the episode because he's going to get real jittery. And I just sent back, ha, 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 thinking that he was just busting balls. But, like, it is changed to emotion. It's fucking
Who do
crazy.
you hate more, us or Ari?
Yeah, what would you have rather be so
We thought we were doing a nice thing, unspiking the drink.
Yeah, unspike your drink.
It's really, It's so funny, I didn't even look at the can when I was drinking.
Well, you
No,
drank
no.
the whole can in the beginning.
No, when
Before
he
you
opened
did
up
it,
the fridge,
Oh.
he opened up the fridge also, which shouts to Tanya, she hid all the non-alcoholic beers behind the cellars.
That was good. Yeah, I'm not even fucking around. I trust Ari more than I trust you guys. Because I can't promise that you'll never do something like that again. Like, I know Ari put me aside one time and he goes, you have to know I'll never drug you again. And I went, I do believe that.
Well, with us, how do you feel? Like,
I know, I just don't trust you.
like, what do you think that we would do? Like, for example, at the Forest Hill show, you don't think we would hire like 100 clowns to sit front row or anything, right?
No, I'll toss them. I'll toss them on the street.
Daniel Tosh right there.
I'll fucking Daniel toss them. Listen,
They're all gonna get in the same car and drive away.
This will be the biggest clip you have ever had of me ever. I'm being serious. Because there's no, I'm not turning anything on right now. 100% me. This is 100% me. When my wife sees this, my wife's gonna go, oh fuck, they didn't do that, did they? Fuck.
Well, Tom did. We had nothing to do with it.
Hey, Schultz, why do you and Bert not talk to each other anymore?
Well, we brought 7 balloons in during the episode.
It wasn't 7. That wasn't 7.
How many? What does it smell like?
I'm being dead serious. You guys didn't smell it?
But does it?
The second, oh man, the smells what fucking got me.
What bothered you more, the clowns that touch you or the balloons that were being
I couldn't. Probably the balloons.
So the balloons is like an allergy for you.
No, it's just, I don't know what it is. You can't trust them.
You ever seen a blimp? He talks about it. You can't trust him.
You're good with blimps.
Yeah, well,
This all sounds like euphemisms for Jewish people, but you actually mean the thing. You can't trust clowns, dude.
No, just clowns are, man. It just doesn't make any sense where someone would do that to themselves. Nick Bargatze's dad, I think, is a clown.
Oh yeah, he is for sure.
And I almost couldn't become friends with Nate because I couldn't understand how he could have that in his family. I'm not even fucking around.
He was made for clowns.
You couldn't understand how Nate could have it in his family. But he would.
And I couldn't get it. And then I love Nate. And when I met Nate, it was like the first thing I go, "Dad's like a clown, right?" And he goes, "Yeah." And he was really proud of it. He's really proud of his dad. His dad actually is, apparently, I'll never see it, but an amazing performer. He opens for Nate sometimes, right? Yeah. I just couldn't wrap my head around it. I went home with the chick. She was going to be 7, or she was going to be 6. My wife is 7.
The number of girl you were going to have sex with this girl. The way you allude to fucking kids without even trying is crazy.
Yeah, let's just start here. You were like, let's start the sentence over. Let's do it again. It's fucking what would have been the 7th woman I've ever had sex with.
God damn it. Yeah.
Because before you just said,
don't tell us we're not friends, because we're fixing these sentences.
Exactly.
Don't tell us we're not friends.
Definitely not doing fucking Logan Paul's podcast now. What's the name? Not Logan Paul, the other one. Jared Paul, Jake Paul. Logan Paul. I'm definitely not doing that fucking podcast.
It's like a Rambe.
Because this is the Rambe generation. This is the Rambe generation. I'm going to do his fucking thing, and he's going to have a clown come in. Yeah. Because this action, this is all everyone's fucking... I went home with the chick one time. Yeah. And she was beautiful, lived in Venice. She said, can I show you what I do? It's a bizarre story. And she put in clown porn. She had Charlie Tucker on clown porn. And I'm like, joking. Vince Vaughn was like, he was like, this extra fashion shoot friend with his mom. And these 2 clowns were like, and I was like, what the fuck? I gotta get up. And he was, this was with my buddy, Gary Arbeck. And I was like, Gary Arbeck. She was saying, Gary Arbeck, because they would have fun. And then I saw the clowns, and I was like, oh. And I just walked out, and I was like, I gotta leave right now.
Why would they ruin sex like that?
Why did you want to show you what I know? You just went home to have sex, and then that's like a little like foreshadow.
Hey, buddy, you okay? Take a deep breath. We're not bringing the balloons back. I promise you, there's no more clowns.
There's no more clowns.
Deep breath in through the nose, out through the mouth. You know what I mean? You need this.
You got this, man. You can conquer anything.
Are you interested in getting over like through therapy? Not even like immersion therapy, nothing. You're just cool, just living your life, never been around a clown.
No. I'm not doing it. I just saw you lick your bottom lip and that was, you know.
I didn't. You were laughing at me thinking about it. I already made a promise to him that there's no more clowns and no more clowns. We're getting another drink.
Actual drink? We're getting actual drink.
We need another drink. We need another drink, Pete.
What'd you
never shown an ID because I'm worried you're not going to be able to. Shout out to Shane Torres. Shane Torres shooting a special.
I can't believe I can't turn around and shut down. I'm like shut down.
How often do you get this version of Burger?
Never. You get it?
Oh, are you freaking airline?
Oh, that's what you just turned on. That's why you get the tour bus.
But you went on the you're I jumped out of the job. Yeah. So you're taking off, and I was like, I'm not doing this. And I just jumped out and had to re-land that shit. Yeah, because I was like, oh, this is stupid. This makes no sense. It's super slow. Yeah.
So you were literally.
That sounds awful.
It was fun. Terrifying.
I can't take we're not going to be going in outer space.
It is terrifying. And I thought I'd be fine with it. And it wasn't. And I fucking. It was one of the worst panic attacks I've ever had in my entire life. And then you just hang. Just hang.
Makes no sense at all.
The moment we're terrified, we were in a helicopter to ROTHSCHILD up in Rio. Virgin Mary.
Is it that Jesus?
Jesus how it is.
Yeah.
And so, it's funny. And so, we went up in a helicopter to it's like 5,000.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And then he just took the helicopter out over Brazil. And he said, I have to wait here for a second. And we just didn't go anywhere. We just sat terrified. And I was like, dude, we need to
Terrified helicopters for that reason. Planes, in my mind, I can convince myself that, like, if the engines go, they can use the speed.
We hear stories of guys landing planes on beaks.
I don't think a jumbo jet can do that.
Well, we hear the story. I never hear a story of a helicopter landing safely in the ocean.
They have this thing called Blade, right? You can take a helicopter from, like, the West Side Highway to Hampton, right? And it's, like, twice as much as an Uber, but you're there literally 5 minutes.
We took a helicopter from LAX to Burbank. I was only home for 12 hours. And I wanted to get a little flight to that.
Yeah.
And it was one of the coolest things I could do.
It's great, it's so fast, it's awesome. But I can't stop thinking, there's no fail-safe for this. If the engine goes, okay, good. I need to get there.
Are you able to finish the early road stories?
No, he was in the middle of those.
Yeah. He wasn't listening. He was pulling at you.
I'm not 100% hearing it.
No, we're getting there. Okay, so the helicopter. So all I can't stop thinking about.
No. If I leave it to me, I'm not going to break anything.
So I already told you there's no bugs and no more bugs. And we'll make sure there's none when they get out. When you get out, we need for sure. Okay, but helicopter thing. I can't. Because you appreciate how funny it is. Can I tell you something? And you'll be really happy about this. You'll be really happy about this. That clown that we just showed right there is antiquated. They no longer have those clowns anymore. We tried to get a real clown to come. We reached out to every clown company in New York. Clowning is done. We had to fabricate a clown. Hey, you want to clowns.
You're like Walter White in the Great Racism War. I won.
Think about that.
Oh my God! You think he really there was a pretty
I think he is the beginning of the clowns. I would be curious. I would be really curious to see why I don't like clowns. I don't know. I can't identify.
You ever deal with mushrooms and mushroom therapy?
I don't know.
Mushroom therapy was a therapy.
You feel like that or no? I've done it a lot. Therapy is very useful for me. Like, I mean, see if I have to keep my fucking shoulder.
This is what I'm going to eat, but I swear to God, I'm not going back to this book.
Therapy is super useful. It's great. The stuff that, like, fine. It's fine. I went to therapy to try to fix my fear of flying. And this therapist said, what was the last time you flew something fucking Monday? She goes, so you do it? I said, yeah. She goes, then you know what problem? You go and fly. I'm like, yeah, I can fear of flying. So you got a lot of people. If you can do it, then that's the you're there. You figure my thing with flying is I drink. I've had plane flights where I wasn't drinking and it's turbulent and I'm sobbed crying. No! This is so much over. I flight video was doing the target shot or whatever. And I can't drink because of the fucking red eye. And it's targeting. I'm in first class. 9 years old. Crying my eyes out. Crying my eyes out. Shaking. Holding on. I was so bad. I was looking for an app. I was just like, I'm a fear of death, really. Yeah, okay. So ultimately what it comes down to is I have a terrible fear of death.
Now, has this increased in success?
Fear
Fear of death. I understand.
What is it?
I think it's like you get to taste this life that is oftentimes unimaginable. And you're like, I don't want to lose this. And not only that, you have children, you have wife, like there's all this life you get to live with them, all these things you get to see with them, and doing something frivolous, doing something dumb, doing something like fucking skydiving or whatever like that. The reward of that is what you land and you have an exhilarating moment. The risk is you're doing all this work for them. I can completely understand it.
Yeah, I would say,
you gotta get out of here.
Oh, yeah. As soon as I saw you in here, I was like, okay, it's not happening.
Yeah. And he's still gonna remember that you know. Get out. Now you know there's more to that. Okay. Go on.
That is crazy that is you, but don't you, that's crazy that actually happens to me. And I don't have control over it. When the cloud really showed up, that I shut down and I can't write my book for a little while. That's crazy. That's a thing that I have no control over.
Yeah, but that's I don't know. I think that's the most entertaining thing. It's like,
I'm not saying about that.
is it just homo counts?
I got stuck on the train for almost an hour once. It was one of the worst experiences of my life. And now anytime the train stops, I freak the fuck out. Oh yeah, that fucking mask.
We arranged a rape to us to go scuba diving and there were sharks. And they sent over the Rachel's claustrophobic. They sent over the tour. And I was like, I can't do that. It was just how shit. Have you seen the guy who's they go up I forget who did it. We went up to YouTube and one of the squadrons goes out of the atmosphere. So they wear a helmet, not a spaceman's helmet. And he said to watch him and he goes, okay, my nose is itching. Oh my God, like because he can't get and somebody very good says, don't think about it. He's like, no, but it's itching on that. Claustrophobia is a motherfucker.
I didn't understand claustrophobia, and then I just got sent for iris on my shoulder.
Fuck, dude. Yeah, what kind of was those? He just pointed to his own, right?
No, I was pulled into the whole thing. Yeah, it's serious.
I did this go. Mine was my elbow, was my shoulder. Okay. So I had my arm in there for like almost like 30 minutes or 45 minutes. I was in there forever. And I panicked when it hit me. And then I could feel it well up. Like, oh, go. I'm right now. And then I go. And I took a Xanax before I went, and it still didn't fucking help.
I would need Xanax. And it explains to me so the MRI machine is just a minute. You see what we want over here. But they tell you keep moving. It's the not moving thing that's the problem. If I have my arm on some machine, I can kind of like roll around and do that, that'd be okay. When I was rolling in, I was stay still. So I'm back like this, I'm in this little tube, and I can't get a full breath. Usually it's a function of claustrophobia, but I can't get a full breath. And I feel like, oh, if I can move a little bit, I can get one. I'm breathing it like it feels like 80% of the full. So now, I'm in this little panic, but I'm like, how do I get that last fucking 20%? Am I gonna pass out here? I have to tap out. I went through, I had to tap out, go back in to finish it. I literally think my logical brain, and riding the train still gets stuck for 45 minutes. My logical brain's like, nothing's gonna happen. And I'm like, no, I'm gonna run out of oxygen. I told my wife when they were 3 days, if we ever got stuck in an elevator
one time she put her hand on my chest, just like calm me down. She said your heart was fucking out.
I got stuck with the elevator. A bunch of Japanese guys. People think panic sounds bad in English. Panic in Japanese is fucking kicking cats. Like, it was, and I was like, and they started freaking out, and then it's making me worse, and I opened the doors to the elevator. And opened the other doors and climbed out, and it was me. I was like, 100%
correct. I would be strong enough and hold the bottom, but I would try to
let's go panic for panic. I was in a top food drag store, right? Top food drag. So it's a drag reason. So they put you in. All right, just back up passenger. First of all, you're in a flavor drink suit, slip up, right? With the helmet on, gloves on. They put you in. They 5-point harness you. And then they strap your hands to your neck so that you can't, because you're going to reach out and grab something, all you're going to touch anything, so your hands are here. So they put me in home stuff, and then they go, all right, we'll get back to you. I go, I need out of here. And they're like, oh, you can be here in a second. I need out of here. And I mean, this is the worst story. It's a game show on roller coasters. The roller coaster entrance is at Magic Mountain in LA. It's the one where you stand up, they harness you in, and then they put you in secret rollers in, like a free fly. They have a vest on me to hold a camera, and I'm like really tight in this thing. Going to the station with a second, like one car out. And we're sitting there, and someone goes, what's going on? All right, we're having a little problem. They're bringing in a second. Bring us in with some reasons. And they go, all right, we have a problem with the releases. It should be a big deal. 5 to 8 until the guy, the head mechanic's going to come out. He'll fix it. I'll be here shortly. And I said, excuse me, can you just let me run? And they said, no, we need to do both things. I was thinking about having a little bit of a panic attack. And so the lady who's running it comes over and goes, it's going to be okay. Same place you would be. But he's on his way. I said, where is he at the park? And she goes, he's on his phone. And he's going to say, oh, no. Fucking. It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. And this in Tarzana and
LA traffic is fuck me.
I was in this thing for 45 fucking minutes in this thing, out like this, facing down, and I mean, melting down the bottom, and I was sitting underneath me holding my hand, and I was crying. I was thinking I was going to cry. So what? You not get the bottom of sand and right? Say you fall over us. I can find your body, right? This isn't right. I'm like, find my body. You can find your body. It's for us. It's not for you. Don't worry. It's for you. And I'm like, what? There's a chance I'll disappear. And he's like, oh, yes. Okay, so just stay real close to me because I don't want from us. He's like, let's go. Don't start going. And it's on the top of the mountain, so it's what I would probably guess maybe 4 feet of power. It's just power. So we start going, and I realize I'm a good snowboarder. I haven't snowboarded in a while. Your first run, you're always like, oh yeah, I'm board up a little bit. But my first run, this is my first run in a couple of years. I'm on top of a mountain in Switzerland, and all of a sudden they catch up to me, and I go crazy in the snow, and I disappear. I think my arms too pushy, and there's nothing there. And it's too deep. I'm like panicking. Oh my god, this is crazy. Find the body. I literally go, I'm gonna die. I'm fucking sitting there for 5 not even joking, 10 minutes upside down in snow, trying to push, and all of a sudden they feel a hand grab my back, pull me up, and you should see our sound guy. My sound guy is upside down, sneezing, and gear everywhere. And I was like, get us the fuck off this mountain. It was wicked. Getting stuck in snow is fucking terrible. I can talk anxiety and terrors for hours.
Sinkholes scare the fuck out of me.
I grew up in fucking Florida. Sinkholes were everywhere. When they played football on the street one day, next day, sinkhole.
I swear to God, I was thinking about this last night. You know, the ground just swallows up the house. What happens to the ground? I'm like, if that happened to me, that's just how I die. They don't get that out of me. It's like being buried alive. It's the worst thing that could possibly happen to me.
There's a clip online I saw one time. I didn't find sense. The guy and explaining quicksand coach. And he was not rubbing that sense. Okay, this is how I'm doing that.
This is what's really good. Yeah.
So this is what's happening. Same thing as everyone's here. We've got to compress air, compress to get me out. So I want to show you how it works. It's very simple. You stand here for a matter of seconds. So it's not your ankles sit here now. If you struggle like such, it goes a little bit further. It's safe for me to get up to my knee. I won't go much deeper than my knee, but watch this. As I try to get out, I'm down with my knee. So that's how it works. Let's get me out now. And some of them come in, and just keep sitting. And they're like, hold on. Okay, this is not funny anymore. Let's get me out now. He's struggling. And you're watching this guy fucking spiraling out of the chair. This is a video. You can find it online. I can't watch it again. How about this? And here's the scene. The guy's smoking. It's spelunking.
Explain spelunking real quick. It's like caving.
It's caving. Yeah, it's caving up. And there's some combinations. The spelunking we did was that
This is the scariest fucking thing.
as we enter it, they go, all right, we need you to get through the canal. I'll show you what's now. This canal gets us into the cave. It's a little tight. So you just get on your stomach and you'll rain crawl through. And you'll just enough room for you to breathe. There's one part where your face in the water, just keep on going. No. And so we get into the canal, climb through. We spend the next hour and a half in the most terrifying experiences I've ever had in my life. At one point, there's a waterfall, and we're getting up the waterfall, and they take you. You can't hear anything. It's a waterfall. They put you behind the waterfall. So you're behind the waterfall, and then you're ready to climb up behind it. At one point, you were just getting fucking cocky. And then as you got to the top, they grab you, and they push you through where it was this tall, and what was to here, we were all sitting here just breathing like this. This is crazy. And coming out, and I don't know the answers. It was a camera. Like, when the camera's on me, I think it was an addict.
Yeah.
Like, and I would, so I keep looking.
Your fear of being embarrassed is worse than your fear of claustrophobia.
And I got done that fucking thing recently, and I remember getting out, and all of us were fucking alive. They have in Colorado, there's horror stories of these guys who go into these caves. There's all caverns in the pit, and there are caves, and they go in, and they will get in, and they'll get stuff like this, and they'll get their little watches, and they'll try to open up space for them. I mean, I lost it. It is fucking.
The crazy thing is sometimes you're spelunking and then torrential rain comes. That's why we use time. Yeah. And the rain raises the water level, so now those parts that you have to crawl through are completely underwater. So there's tight little spaces, and that's why they have to get like the oxygen tanks and shit to get out. I would look at it.
What is this everybody kind of thing to do to make it like very normal? You know, that came out of this place right there.
There's something beautiful like all those stalactites. This stuff is.
It is. It's almost over for me, but it's I've done a lot of spelunking. I did one Austin. And the guy, they go, all right, we bring a logo in. They have a cup. Just like you see on the street, and the guy takes the top off, and it is just the width of my shoulders. And he says, and they put on to you, there's our logo now, and you're too big. You need to go one arm down, one arm up to get through. And so they look me down. I am fucking, all I'm thinking is, I'm GoPro on, like a chest GoPro that's above my face. And all I'm thinking is, I'm rescuing baby Jessica. That's all I'm thinking.
Maybe yes, there's a story from the 80s where we fell down a well, and the nation is kept away.
And so, but then he yells out, hey, you're gonna see an area where it seems like you should get out. Do not get out. And I'm like, what? Like, I'm just like, all of a sudden it opens up. Like, you're so fucking claustrophobic that the second you see that, he's right. My initial thought was, I should stop and take a breath before I go down. It was like 180 feet, I think. I was like, and I see this pieces, I go, fuck this. I'm gonna keep going, and I'm in a smaller cave, and you're just getting lower, and then it opens up to a huge fucking cave. And you're like, and the whole thing is, I gotta get the fuck out of here. That way, I mean, I'm not letting you walk out, right? Is there another exit? That's the most fucking funny. Take me through the exit. You know this? No, I've seen this before. It's like, why are we going this way? Let me go. And it's a regular exit. You see, these like natural water slides sometimes, and sometimes they're usually part of like rivers or like waterfalls. Now, Duval was that one, and what you do is you go through this hole in the rock, and then you're completely kind of like submerged with the flowing water, and then you pop out. So you gotta hold your breath for a couple seconds. Something happened where like Duval went through the wrong entrance in the rock and got stuck, couldn't breathe, can't see. So he's just stuck in the middle of this, and the water's churning everywhere. Right? Well, I got a crazy story for you. Water's churning everywhere, kicks, pushes, finally gets put back into the funnel, and then gets basically, I thought I was getting out, and I was like making my peace at that moment. Crazier story. There's this wave pool that they're building, I won't say who it is, in a very famous UFC fight, right? He's going to check out this wave pools and ready. Now, the way the wave pools work is there are these engines, right, at the bottom of the pool, sucking all the water from the pool, shooting back out. That's what creates the waves, right? He's waiting to go surf. The engines didn't have brakes. Now all wave pools have brakes. The engines suck in the water. He gets sucked into the engine room with the water. Okay? It's not like he gets spit back out with water. For minutes, he's getting smashed around, whatever. They shoot out the water. He can breathe for a second. It's pitch black. He doesn't know what's going on. Right? Then the water goes sucked back in. Shoots out. 5 minutes. Like, they shut down the pool, but they're like, what the fuck is he? How do we get him out? Think about that. They're just in this thing. He can breathe for a second, and then nothing. Breathe for a second, nothing. No way out. Terrifying. How to get out? How to get out? They stopped the pool, and they were all like, we'll bleep it. Fuck up. Guys, some interesting shows coming up. We'll be performing at my boy Gary V's conference, VCon, which is happening at the Lucas Oil Stadium. It's where the fucking Colts play. It's a football stadium, so this is going to be kind of crazy, but I'll be there May 19th. And then, of course, Calgary, where I went and shot that movie, The Thicket. Look out for The Thicket. But I'm going to be coming back there August 27th to do the Great Outdoors Fest. That's going to be fucking nuts. 5,000 people in Princess Island Park. So it's just, obviously, hopefully it gets a little bit better. But if you just come through that should be absolutely crazy. Podcast, what you going on?
Yo, guys, the Bum Ass Cities tour is launching. I'm coming to your city. I'm only doing one show because the fuck wants to be there for more than one night. But I'm coming to these cities. But first of all, I'm going to be there for a few nights because it's a great city. Denver here from 20th through 22nd at the Comedy Works in downtown. I'm going
to get high on 420 and do comedy. I will never do that again. It's the only time I'm going to do it. Buy tickets to that show. Now, May 3rd, East Providence. May 10th, St. Louis. May 11th, Kansas City. May 31st, Cleveland. June 1st, Columbus. All those dates and a bunch more at likeforlike.com. Get your tickets now. Now let's give it a question.
Cowboy Cerrone's fucking cave diving story. You don't know what all you get justice. It was one of those ones where you're sitting there going like, the cave diving's a motherfucker. Because those guys go in and then they just turn around and then your head gets silty and you can't see anything. Like all that ground is like very, very fine. It's like dust. That's been sitting at the bottom of this cave forever. So you're watching around it, just as it changes, and then you can't see anything. These cave divers fucking die. Cave diving is like fucking things. Yeah, that's how you die. Once you, if that is a hobby, that's how you die. I'm swimming with sharks in Hawaii, and the woman that was taking us out said, I was talking about my show because I always did dangerous stuff every week for the show, it was like crazy stuff, and she said, make one promise. This is the lady who's going to be outside of the cage with the sharks. She is furious. She was making one promise. I said, what's that? She was never base jump. I said, why? She was, if you base jump, that'll be how you die. I can promise you that. And I was like, fuck, for real? She was her husband. Was the dude who was fucking blind and vaporized. Yeah. That was when he explained that story. I was wingsuiting this dude.
So wingsuiting it's skydiving, but you have this suit on that has like these those flaps.
Yeah.
You know, because of that,
you can get lift, and so you can fly. So instead of just jumping down, you jump out off a mountain, and then the thrill of it is to get as close to objects as possible.
I see them right on the side.
Yeah, go over a bridge. Yeah.
Oh, there's one where a guy goes opening. There's like
those guys. Did you ever one with this is how I show my love. And the guy jumps and he goes by the book and he jumps and catches it. Those guys are like, I think if I'm not mistaken, I think I'm sure husband is a fight or dude or his best friend. And they're going, I think they're in Asia, and they're going past a bridge, and he hits one of those fucking wires and vaporizes, and his son feels his he's behind him. Yeah, and he still finishes fight. Shoot, his best friend was vaporized in front of him, and the everyone is out. I mean, yeah, this is a lot. I would worry about my outfit if my outfit is like, what the fuck do I do right now? Have you been tested? Like, are you clean? Maybe we'll do something. But like, yeah, there's so many. I did so much stuff when I worked at Travel Team. Thank God. I would panic if you said, is that what I say? Thank God, or so you saw Liquid, right? In that moment. I was like that every fucking week. Sitting in a fucking shower, praying, like just going like, don't let me die today. Like, and by the way, it wasn't, here's the weird thing is you saw the real thing, it's like, it wasn't real. Like, I was imagining. Like, there's stuff people did. I mean, yes, there was risk, and there's stuff people did, but I wake up with searing anxiety every morning. I would sit in the shower, I'd say prayers, I had rituals that I would do to try to keep myself sane. I had rituals in the shower, but I would sit there, I would New Zealand go through there's a jump you go shoot from a line that's, they put you in a chair, and they put you with just a free fall. They put a rope on you, you jump, and then you can't go this way, and they put you in a chair, and they lean you backwards, and they find you at the last minute, they let go, and you fall from the chair backwards into a canyon. I knew I was doing that. I knew I had to do that. That was my job. And I woke up, and I remember sitting at the bottom of the shower. What am I doing? Is do I have any value? Am I just a person who can go back and then jump back? Is that my only value? And I'm thinking, I'm a comedian. I'm a talented comedian. Why am I here? Like, I'm looking at my friend blow up. Tony is blowing up at the time. Rogan's podcast is taking off. All that's happening And I'm sitting here as a human. They call me, I used to call myself a water dummy. Because I was filled with water, and I would just jump off these things. And then I fucking, I think that's why I work as hard as I do now, because I had those other jobs that I didn't want. And so now when I have an opportunity to do shit, I'm like, fuck yes. I will travel every single day that you're going to stand up to this. I live the other life where it's like, yeah, oh, nice. And if you're into that shit, then you're into it. But if you're not into it, because it's not, yeah. So,
do you think there'll be time? Because I don't know if you realize how relentlessly, and it's not like you're just popping into clubs. You're doing this at the highest level, and the highest level has a lot of anxiety. I don't know what your team is like, but I know like we go in and we play certain places. It's a whole day. It's like making sure the lighting is good, making sure the setups are good, making sure everything you're going on is good. I've always wondered this with you. I was like, is there a time when you're going to go, I need like 3 months, I need 6 months, I need...
I'll tell you what's wired.
I'll tell you what makes, I mean this respectfully.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what makes me different than you.
Yeah.
Is, I don't know the right way to say this. It is a compliment, but it's going to come out sideways. But like, I got to be a failure. I got to be like a failure that no one cared about. Like, I got that. It's a blessing. Because there was a period when I got fired from Travel Channel and pulled off the funny guy to me because I wasn't, don't give a fuck about me. And they're like, it's 2001, state 2000. Keep TRUMAN and Joe and Sebastian and Fluffy. These are my friends. And I'm watching them blow up. And I was sitting at the store and I remember having a conversation with a guy that I called my friends with. And he was looking over my shoulder. And Sebastian looked at me and went, yeah, and walked away from me. And I remember seeing people have really cool things and just the cachet, the comics that I was like, he's good, but he's good. It's like, and I would be funny, but I was lucky enough to have that moment in my life. Sadly, and lucky for you, you'll never get that moment. Like, you'll have what it is to be a young comic, but you'll never have a little bit of success and then absolutely nothing, and then people going, hey, since it's that guy, you're lucky that you'll never have it, but blessed that I had the opportunity to have that. If it wasn't for guys like Rogan, I wouldn't. And I use Joe as an example because Joe does what my wife does. My wife looks you in the eyes when she talks to you, and she is present, and it doesn't matter if fucking Kim Kardashian wants by, she will talk to you. Joe Rogan, you never. I don't mean some guys talk all the time, but the truth is,
we do that quite often on the show, so you're in good company.
He would talk to you in the eyes as a friend. He would never look past you. And I watched a lot of people do that. And so the reason I remember Ali Wong saying to me, you're acting like it's going to go. She's one of the biggest comics in the world. Like, just fucking relax. And I wanted to go, Ali, you haven't been a failure. But be a failure once, and be a failure like a legit. There was a point that if I quit comedy, not only would no one know about it, but no one would care. And so I was lucky enough to get that. And so,
do you think if you stop, what I would get from that story is that if they came in right now, that would have been perfect. I got from that story is that you can build your success. It's like you did it once, and then you had some downtime, and then you did it again, and there's some confidence that should come to that.
Also, maybe, I don't know, I'm in control of my...
I don't think this is luck for you. No.
I'm going to say this right now.
Yeah.
10 best comics in the world, right?
Yeah.
If you name it, I would probably would make that list. However, I am one of the biggest Tuna comics.
You might be the biggest right now, man. I don't know in terms of money brought in, but in terms of size of show, who else is doing a bigger show?
But that's my point. So I think
Fluffy, maybe, and the
Fluffy, there's a lot of guys doing really big shit. I mean, Joe, Chappelle, Fluffy, people are doing Joe Boy, people are doing big shit. I would argue, and this is why I think I'm really grateful for where I am, but it's like, that's why I hustle as hard as I do, is I don't look at myself as talented as my peers ever. I mean, I look at what you do, and I go, God, man, so good. And then it inspires me, like, you're fucking hard. Try to get this fucking shit. You gotta fucking fight. You gotta fucking bust your ass. Like, I think it's from that period of time I got to be a failure that I'm very grateful. It's like you're a friend, you're gonna love, and all of a sudden they fall in love, and they're like, dude, I'm gonna let go of this one. That's what I feel like with stand-up. I feel like that genuinely with stand-up. And with movies, I'm telling you, give me an opportunity, I'll take it, and I'll bust my ass and show up. So overall, I'm not gonna fucking hit it on set. Like, I'm really blessed. I'm blessed and lucky to be who I am. And I'm really more than fact. Trust me, I've seen dudes who feel like they deserve it. Like I was saying, anybody saying it very easily. Talking about that earlier. That guy, watch that guy. He should have been just enjoying that.
I mean, having some fucking gratitude and believing that, I mean, so much luck gets us into these positions, there's no question about it. I guess, like, I look at a guy like you specifically, and I don't go, that's a bug. I mean, like, but I've also toured, right? Let me say this, not luck in terms of, like, we all need luck to get something. We all need, you know, somebody to look out. Like, I had fucking Charlemagne and Joe. I had, like, two of the most powerful people in media. Like, really fucking look out for me and, like, throw me opportunities. Like, close to, like, I'm the lucky, I'm not the luckiest. In your mind, you believe you're the luckiest. But I think that's also something that's kind of like our perspective in life. When you believe you're lucky, you just wake up and you can smile. And when you believe that, like, you deserve more and why might not be looked at, like, you're going to be better than everything. I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, there is a skill and understanding and a component that I think that you have, and I think a lot of people don't have, and you have to work hard on that. And so I don't want you to undermine that. It is not easy to do this at this level. Continually do it, continually produce it, and continually, like, make it exciting to the point where people come out. Like, it is a hard thing to do.
No, I mean, it is hard to do. But I do. I think I sometimes I try to. I think for the person watching, it's easier to identify our lucky moments than our hard moments.
Yeah, and it's better to harp on our luck than it is
People get bitter when we talk about it. Because actually, I watch you, you're one of the smartest comics in terms of moves you make, the way you operate. Your intelligence is very overlooked because you didn't take your shirt off or whatever.
I never want you to see. I'd rather do sports. I'm probably more athletic than 98% of the comics work. But I now play as a joke. And I tell Tom I'll destroy the tennis. So you can see me play. And I ace it. 27 seasons.
So there's a clip when you shoot the fucking shit out.
Yeah, I have sneaky weird talents. But I'm never going to tell you my talent from the I want you to find it out for yourself.
low expectations are the key to life.
Low expectations and
Exactly. And everybody's happy.
yeah, I think that is, that's how whenever I was a kid Letterman, I'm a guy emotional. I hear the guy takes his shirt off. He doesn't mention. Because then he does like beautiful comedy. He's a masterful storyteller. But his shirt's off. It's like, why is his shirt off? And I don't fucking try to answer. Should I fucking answer first? That's my answer. Yes, no. Well, I used to like cheer myself up rather than first answer. Rip the shirt off to a beer and then make myself giggle.
I don't think you need an excuse for it. I think that oftentimes, if there's someone that's jealous of what you have, they have an excuse to justify why they don't have it. Please believe if they took their shirt off, they would get you success. Anybody thinking that is the key, just take your shirt. That's what I love. Like, any comics that are haters, like, just do it. Like, if that's the thing that's stopping you, by all means, just try that. I guarantee it will work because there's something else going on. But it's a convenient thing that if somebody doesn't have it, then they're filled with fucking envy and jealousy, and you will get people that are going to be jealous.
It's so funny. When you're a failure, you're everyone's friend.
Everybody's favorite. He's the best. He's so funny. He's hilarious.
Get successful.
Everybody love Bernie Sanders. He had a free house. Socialist my ass. It's that simple.
Yeah. It's true. All right, let's tell. I'll tell the early reading days. And by the way, I don't hate you guys. Just want you to know.
I know you don't hate us.
Do you trust us? I do.
We didn't bring it back in.
I appreciate that. And I like the energy this is taking.
Yes, it's real. It's very real. You're going to go 40 podcasts this year. Like these amazing things you have on. Okay?
That's how you.
You have to create something different. It has to be a different experience with Bert. Nobody else pranked Bert. All right?
The early days were fucking fascinating because when we talk about Toscan radio, that was all we really understood. And Joe was not having it.
So when you tried to do that, team shut it down.
My first road appearance, you know, it was a highlight reel of me trying to do bits on it. Because I was like, oh yeah, because I didn't know no one knew what a podcast was.
Right.
Especially the way Joe does it. I would be interested in to clip out. I was like, I fought there one time. And it's like, what and it was like very thoughtful conversation, and then I realized that 20 minutes this is not radio. And so and I realized that the best thing you do is listen to Joe sometimes to try to respond to him. It's why today I feel like I'm back great when I do Rogan, because it's a lot of I feel like I'm just catching up with a friend, and I don't know if it's entertaining as a podcast. I feel like you're just hanging out with your buddy.
Well, maybe that's the camaraderie people want. Maybe they're alone. They're working from home. They haven't seen anything that day.
It's what I used to do. So I get offered a new Rogan. I remember saying to Ari, because I didn't trust celebrities. I got in a fight with them. I got beef with comics, and I didn't trust them. I said to Ari, right then I said, so what's Joe's thing? Is he gay? I was like, I think he's gay. I was like, why would he want to go to his house? And what's his name? I'm like, he's just a great guy. I go, no. They all got something to visit. And then, but Billy's just a good guy. He thinks you're funny. Like, do his podcast. So, yeah. I thought everyone was gay. I thought Elliot was gay. Anyone Will Smith was gay. I thought anyone was gay. So I literally was like, went to his house.
It's like the guy on the planet. You can't fathom that somebody's like, I might just be around you and like tell stories. They stop like 10.
Yeah. But I was a fan of Joe's. I was like a legit fan of Joe's. And so I go out to his house. I did the worst thing you could ever do to a Joe. Now I know this too. I go, hey man, huge fan. I want to meet your dogs. I want to see your deprivation tank. I want to get home. Like, doing this podcast. And Joe is like, okay. So he takes me out and just see dogs. I'll be high. Like, shows me his deprivation tank, meet his wife, meet his kids, do a podcast. And I'm trying to do bits, and it's not working. And then I'm like, okay. And I just don't like, just if you ask me a question, I'll respond. It's just like what we do now, but it just was not what happened. And so,
I wish they would know what early radio days for comics were.
oh,
Because that, what you're explaining makes so much sense. If you know the comics elite,
Where the comics just go around and do their bits in a circle. That was great.
they team up with the premise of the show.
I did Bob and Tom back in the day, and you had to write out your bits, you had to write them down. And so I wrote out all my bits in video games. So,
You ever go to Russia?
I'm very good. And so Bob and Tom was fun back then. That was really good. So, and this is Rogan would do it in an office. He had a cat that would like take shits in the bathroom in the middle. It was in his office, and Joe was rich, but he wasn't Joe rich today. Like Joe was like, and he would have to do this vlog after the podcast, which is so awkward. Like Brian would pull out his laptop and go, all right. And Joe's like, what's up? It's a great podcast with Bert Smirk. What's going on? He's like, not much, Joe. It was so fucking bad. You can find those clips, I'm sure. And Joe had black facial hair, and he still had hair. He still had hair. He wore his hat backwards because he was whatever. And so you get done the podcast, and then he'd be like, you want to get something to eat? And so like it was crazy. You know, he was also banned in swords.
Yeah, that's
So like he would do shows, and nice house. So then, the first time I do it, I think in my head, this is not what I thought it was going to be. I can't do bits here. I do it as this Russian mafia story that I've never really good on this show. So I go, hey man, there's one here. I'm going to tell you the Russian mafia story. Oh, really fun. So can you come tell the Russian mafia story? So I come in, I'm sure all the timelines when I come back, I'm going to take a week later. It's like everyone's looking up this Russian mafia story. And I tell it, and I gotta be honest with you, it bombed. It sometimes, I hope I'm not pulling the wheel back too back. Sometimes Joe and Rabbi will be fighting. And so you go in and do the podcast, and the whole thing would be them just Joe being angry at Rabbi because Rabbi is saying buttholes and Olive Garden the whole time. And Joe's like, Brian, you gotta realize people are fucking listening to this. And then you just be sitting off to the side, like, watching them go back and forth. And I'm like, you guys want to try some Alpha Brain? This is when Joe's launching Alpha Brain. This is when they're launching the model, right? So he give you his vitamins, give you a flashlight, and then take those Alpha Brains, tell me what you think about them. And then you take them, and in a real scientific way, because they promoted, what's the lucid dream. I'm an active lucid dreamer to begin with. So you come back and you took out Ray with us the old podcast. So we like Joe analysis part of Ray, and he did all the podcasts about his long nose because he was trying to figure out if he liked it. He was like, I love you. I'm taking like 9 a day. I go to one drink and stuff. And he was like, oh, did you take the cortisol mushrooms, roll off, whatever the fuck. It was really interesting. And then the first time I did really like the card, I had 3,000 turnovers. And I was like, wow. Second time I did rock, and I told him a shitty story. And I went to the club, and it was sold out. Sold out. And then I watched it, and then the third time I did Rogan, I made a machine show. The machine show that I used to shows. I got home to my house, and Leanne goes, fuck, so $25,000 worth of t-shirts. She goes, I don't have his name. Next morning, she goes, we sold $90,000 worth of t-shirts in like 2 days. We made 6 figures of those t-shirts by the end of the year. Like in 3 months of the season, we did that. Must have been in November. By the end of the year, we made 6 figures of those machine shirts. Joe wore it, and man, huge fucking spikes. Huge fucking spikes. I go to different countries. I remember sitting in Ireland, and they were yelling at the machine in Amsterdam. And I was like, what the fuck? And then, so it's funny. You just get high and talk for 3 hours and not remember any at all. And it's crazy to see where he is today. And it's like I just did the other day, and I'm like, this doesn't make sense to me. I did it one time. I got really fucked up. I got my wife out there. I don't know what I said. Fuck knows what I said. Tips down and put it up in 2 bars. And then I tell the thing I said. I don't know. I'm terrified that's Joe. Because I know that there's some parts missing. And I was like, hey, what did I say? Stuff on your podcast.
Hi, it's Daddy. It is now 8 o'clock a.m.
It was great, man. It's great. I'm bummed that you guys didn't get to experience that side of the show. Because it was fun. When, like, Joey Diaz, like, we just really one of the hardest I've laughed with Joey Diaz just for one. I've never met him. Like, this opening was me and Joey Diaz. We used to do Death Squad nights at the Ice House. But, like, it was like 5 comics on the podcast with Joe. We just do a show and we hop on and off. So we go in and do a set, they come back to the podcast, everyone be fucked up. And Joey Diaz comes in, I've never met him. He's like, dog, you ever eat this pussy on a Quaalude? And I was like, no. He goes, Lucy Slow-Bush. And when you break into someone's house and eat the pussy on a Quaalude, Lucy Slow-Bush. And he fucking laughed. And then I got it's the hardest I've ever fucking laughed. One of the top 5 hardest I've ever laughed. And Joe goes, you've never met Joey before? And I go, no. And he goes, well, you must be your best friend. And Joey Diaz and I, from that day on, Joe's right around the corner from me. if we ever did that show, we drop out together. Those are the days, man. I miss those days so much because it was so. It was like you guys don't understand what cops hated each other. They used to hate each other. Cops hated each other. No one wanted to understand.
Yeah, and I think this still exists. Yeah, I think this still exists, but I think that you guys did something that really transformed the way that we behave with one another. And it's pretty awesome. You know, it trickles down, and I always say that, like, what Joe does for you guys, for me, it's like what we do things for other people. But
Before I met you, you tweeted about bring back a pool, and this stuff's so fucking cool.
yeah,
She's tweeting, this is a great special. I'm trying to go watch it.
Yeah, but it's the same thing that makes me say I'm lucky instead of talented. I love being famous. I don't say this. I always did. I like liking stuff.
Yeah.
I don't understand the energy of disliking stuff. I don't understand that energy at all. Like hating things.
yeah.
I love liking stuff. And it makes this business so much more fun to be a fan of your friends. I love it.
You got abundance, man.
It was so much fun when you put out Infamous. It was so much fun to celebrate your success. It was so much fun. If you're a fan of it.
Yeah.
And as opposed to, I'm sure there's comics out there, I do not hang out with the guys that are like functionals. You know, that bullshit. You know, whatever. All that stuff, it's so much fun.
Yeah.
It's changing the game. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, it's on YouTube. Was it a fucking 13 million? 15 million? Yes. Imagine if you get to pick the guy that has fun, the guy that goes to bed angry.
Yeah,
The angry guy. There are guys who online that make a living.
yeah.
By the way, I can celebrate the guys hating it so much. I go, that's gotta be really good. I get it. And trust me, I'm a fucking hero. I've never done a podcast like this ever.
That's what we want to create every time we have somebody on. A different experience. Okay, before you leave, I want to ask you, as you reflect on your life, do you think that you've lived a fulfilled existence?
I've lived the best life anyone's ever lived. That anyone could ever live. I can't imagine any
Hour of your life,
I can't.
family.
I can't imagine that anyone's gonna cry right now.
I mean, we cry selfishly a lot of times.
Yeah, people should. I'm not gonna emotional family. That's fucked me up today. When I died, no one was doing it. It's been like, I've done everything I want to try to do full time. Two beautiful daughters, I'm in love with my wife, and I'm fortunate that I have an amazing career that I feel so lucky to have. And I have awesome fucking friends. Like, when I died, I should have had anything. There's people that don't have any of this shit.
Can I interrupt you for a second? This right here is what you deserve.
I can't. My funeral's full.
Hey, I'll get your funeral. Not real full.
What a beautiful way of looking at life, man.
No balloons.
Oh, that's gonna be me.
Shitloads of clowns.
I'll close the casket for you.
Guys, this has been Bert Kreischer. Give it up one more time. Make sure you check out Roast of Bert Kreischer. Make sure you, it's on OnlyFans, Roast of Bert Kreischer. Make sure you check out the movie, The Machine. We're all going out to support that. Make sure you check out the tour he's coming for. So New York, where else you going to? This is this crazy.
It's fully loaded. It's a sick lineup.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And Shane.
Rose Black, David Tell,
God.
Tiffany Haddish, it's crazy. And then Razzle Dazzle, my special treat.
And the special on Netflix right now. So make you check it out if you want, man.
What a fucking bizarre afternoon.
This makes me so happy.
Wow, it's real. Yeah.
That was that's the young phrase I will use.
But the way that he's paying on it,
You can't compete with that.
yeah, I know. Yeah, it's like he won't let me say what it is, but he said I can talk kind of about it. It's just complete.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to TRILLIONAIRE. Today we have our resident journalistic expert with us to explain everything that's going on in the world. Sarah Taylor. Sarah, how are you?
What's up, boys? Thank you for having me.
So thank you so much for coming. Listen, we have a lot of things we need to get to the bottom of, and you're going to explain also. So you see me act like I take me seriously. You can't do it. You have a journalist on the show. You're acting like this. He's dressed good. You're going to be loose.
That's why this works.
Exactly. The downfall of religion. You were talking about the downfall of religion, right? And how America is falling apart because of it.
Well, I didn't say that.
You said Canada's going to take over.
Well, are you religious? No, I'm not actually. But let's pull the graphic up, actually. In front of me, Wall Street Journal.
I was thinking of I was going to cool.
Okay, so this is what we got this morning. Wall Street Journal. What percent say these values are, quote, very important? Patriotism, 1998, 70%. Today is 38%. Religion, 62%, 98, 39% today. Having children, 59%, 1998, 30%, 2023. Community involvement was at 47 out of 19, there we go, 1998, and then down to 27. The only one that is increased, money, 31%.
Explain this to us. Sure. You're here to explain everything and you're here to smart to us.
I think the reason that you're seeing this is a couple of things. So 1998 was obviously like peak homogeneity as a society. But
You're like handsome fucking guys.
It gets so much shit from people because you're the only person who pointed out what you're talking about polite. They're like, oh, he's got nice teeth. You know, we were like, talking about new teeth, my boy. How did you get that?
He's a sneaky hater, bro. He's a sneaky hater. I was like, oh, he was born in
Okay, so let's address the teeth. So I actually addressed it, bro. That's a huge problem.
I thought you had the same teeth as me this whole time. Big ass teeth,
No reason. I got misaligned teeth here in the back. Right before breaking points, I went to this orthodontist to fix it. She's like, I have two options. She's like, we can either put in new ones, Iranian, which is lovely. She's like, we can either do the sorry, go on. We can, yes, there we go. Well, that's you before. Yes, there we go. Work done, bro. No, I started working out. I swear to God.
Did you ice plunge?
Yes, actually, here we got me an ice plunge.
Really?
Shout out to me. I think it's on the peptides.
Oh, you want to have nice stuff?
Let's see. I wish I was on peptides. I refuse to take some. Nothing. I just, Dr. Lee Norton, shout out to Lee Norton, calories in, calories out. Starters, not starters. Eat at a caloric deficit at workout. That's it.
Is that called the BK diet?
Actually, Gay men have been doing it for centuries. So, yeah. If you, anybody can check this country is just full of demons. Fitness advice, you should go to Rip. To my turn,
obviously know how to work out. 100%.
I mean, they weren't always like centuries. You know, I mean, the 80s, you ever see some photos of like the Greek guys working out?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Like
But Theo has an interesting theory about this. He was like, because they're all on semen. He said they're on semen, and that's just raw testosterone.
Yeah, just mainline it.
Yeah, don't times no semen, but you're not sure how it works.
Not sure if it's testosterone. Is there testosterone in semen?
That's where testosterone comes from.
Yeah, let's check. Pretty sure it's from the gonads. Yeah, there's testosterone in sperm. But I don't think it's in the semen. Substantial concentrations of testosterone are not only present in male circulation, but also in ejaculate. Isn't like synthesized. There's a difference between free testosterone versus outside testosterone.
That's why he's not really good.
Oh, really?
Because he'd be sucking at the tap if he really wanted to get the tap. But he wants to get the peptides. He wants the steroids. Listen, there's a cat. He's got the rawest tea on the planet.
Tell Derek to do that.
Derek!
Put a video out.
Slurp, my boy, if you really want to get that AIDS. Dude, brains are gains, man. That's the new.
We got more veins, more gains, bro. That's what we got to start.
You
should get.
So I like that.
I've never interviewed.
That's how I talk to him. Shades Derek outside. One day in the future, I'm gonna video it.
He'll do it just for the people.
Also, this is my boy Cody KO. Daddy or not? That's that big brolic ginger boy at the gym walking up to people asking them, Daddy or not?
Oh, I haven't seen you.
What? Yeah. No, I see you get on TikTok. Your favorite app.
I don't use TikTok. Why? I hear you know people not pretty. That's why they take the who's up there.
We'll talk Kenny K.
What? Kenny K.
I know what I call King Cody.
That's a
Cody KO is not as wrong, but now
That's a tiny bit gay, Cody K.
yeah, Cody Ko is a different guy.
oh, that's that Chinese guy? The little Chinese white guy? That's Cody KO?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay. He's not daddy or not?
No, he's not gonna.
Okay, just making sure. Shout out to Kenny KO. He's a goat, bro. In the middle of the tricep. He's like, daddy or not? Finish the set. Daddy or not, motherfucker? Are you cheating?
It's not cheap. I respect you. You are enhanced. Just
Daddy
answer
or
myself.
daddy or not?
100%. I wish I could. I guess I would. He can't
I
can't.
can't lie to your face.
Just take it. It has no performance enhancing. I can't eat into apples. I can't like bite into apples. I wouldn't say that's like enhancing performance.
All of us are half correct.
Just look at this.
But before wasn't that?
The gap in the teeth.
Did you get fake gums too or something? Your gums look great as well.
I didn't do anything with gums.
Really?
Yeah. Although it did hurt. Well, I mean, like I said, she was like, you can do 2 years of Invisalign, or maybe 3 years of Invisalign. She's like, or I can fix this right now. And I was like, I had to sell my car.
Really? This is before breaking you.
Way before breaking boys, dude. That's the funny thing. I had it lined up. I didn't even know it was going to start completely. But it was all scheduled at the same time. So I also didn't know how long that it was going to be painful. So I was on the air the next day, and my face was all swollen up like this. And then I was on Rogan 6 days afterwards. Literally 6 days. So it was like brand new. Still was like drinking out of his cup.
No!
I swear to you.
Why didn't you just do Invisalign? There's just like a lot of maintenance that goes into
Invisalign, and I said it's fucking crazy. Yeah, but it's like you can't drink coffee. You can only drink it twice. You can only take it out twice a day. It's a huge pain.
Nonsense.
Did you?
Yes.
It was just a rubber band. Maybe she took me for a ride. This one. It was an expensive ride. It was literally the same cost basically.
Magic carpet? Right? Okay. So listen, Sagar, can you explain what's going on with the Jews?
What is it?
Don't answer that. If you can tell. Wait, what?
Who did Kanye say that he owes? It was Jonah Hill.
which I had actually ironically just watched like a week and a half ago. It's great. And I started just
I wouldn't call it pause.
it's very stupid, but it's very fun.
I saw a tweet was like, showed him 21 Jump Street didn't help. It was just Mel Gibson.
I thought you loved everybody though. No, God, you remember his big fucking bullshit excuse? Remember when he got
racist cover is always I love everyone, right?
and like he basically got behind Nazi propaganda and then just said he loves the Nazis and he says I love everybody. And then now yesterday, a couple days ago, he's like, well now I like the Jews.
What do you guys think? Like, was it intention? Was just completely out of his fucking
Yeah,
mind?
he's an insane person that happens to be good at making music.
Just
Yeah, and we miss out on music. It's sad for us.
I mean, they still bump Kanye in every gym, though. It's never stopped. No, it is true. I can't actually, Jordan Challenge said he was like, man, he's like, the one thing you know with Kanye, they will never stop playing this music. It's true. It's like when power comes on in the gym, you're like,
Okay, no, I do want to go over some serious things. I'm going to try to be serious here as much as I possibly can. So, listen, stop it. Wow, stop it.
We're serious journalists. I'm like a bad guy. Scarecrow?
What was it? Oh, Cillian Murphy, yes. No, listen, I'm on my little Nicky shit right now. Okay. Listen, we have serious topics that we don't want to touch. Obviously, I want to figure out what's going on with Trump. I want to figure out what's going on with this banking collapse. And I want to figure out what's going on with TikTok. And I want to figure out what's going on with I do think, and I definitely feel like one patriotism down big. I was at a Pilates studio the other day. Yes, Homa. And this girl said she was afraid to wear an American flag shirt to another woman. And then she goes, why? She goes, January 6th, and she just associates American pride with like extreme right wing awesome guys.
But if you think about it, it's not actually a crazy development because the patriotism number was at 7% in '98. Well, what happened after 1998? Why did it start to internet? Iraq was the actual problem. So like 1998 was what we call like the unipolar moment, where America was this preeminent world superpower. The only war we had done in the last 30 years was the Gulf War, which, you know, like there's criticism of the Gulf War, like at the time, it's like they're not counting Vietnam as a war. Say it's 30 years after Vietnam. So it's like when we beat Vietnam in 1975, we technically started winding down major American combat presence in 1971. So 1998, we're on top of the world. It's pre-dot-com crash. Everybody, can you think about your parents and retirement portfolios? They're putting money in, they're getting like 25-30% year over year each return. That's how, and also their home values are going up. Again, no Iraq. Clinton was president. Our biggest problem was the president got a blowjob in the Oval Office. Even after that, he had a 62% approval rating the day he left office. This moment like doesn't exist anymore. And then if you see, like 2019, we're already down to 61%. But I think that the big drop from 2019 to 23 is actually, I wouldn't even put January 6th. What that is total loss of confidence in the government post-COVID. So it's on the right wing, you're like lockdowns, whatever stimulus, they robbed the election for Trump. That's one. But then on the left wing, you're like, I can't believe this Capitol, Trump didn't get convicted. People are still going to be like the complete bifurcation of polls of the country is what makes people less patriotic, and that's why even amongst right wingers in that state poll, only some 56% or whatever said that patriotism was important because they don't feel as much confidence. Now, it's really bad.
Is it bad or is it justified?
I mean, maybe. No, I mean, I just get upset.
That's the thing. Yeah, if we're both upset at these institutions and how these institutions have been failing us, and our confidence in these institutions is directly correlated with our patriotism, it makes sense that it's low.
That's why. No, I mean, I don't want to shit on it. Can you scroll down to money? That's actually the most interesting one to me. Is that 31%? Because actually, you had a much better chance of getting rich and being upper middle class in 1998 than you did today. But the reason why people put more value on money is
there's nothing else to put value on. That's the only thing you can do good about yourself. You might as well be rich.
It's much tougher, right? So one of the things is if you lose community, you lose having kids, you lose patriotism. What's the one thing you can have? Money. And one of the things, actually, I think I may have pinned in the comments, which is that one of the reasons why it's justifiable is that if you look at the earlier generations, they didn't have the luxury. They had the luxury of not having to worry as much about money. They could buy a house, a starter, they could appreciate value. That's very good. They don't have to deal with 2008 and 2023 and 2020, COVID, Iraq, Afghanistan. You hear these stories every single lifetime. You hear these stories from people who grew up in like New York in the 70s. I worked in a grocery store, selling groceries. I had an apartment. I could support my family doing that. Okay, you're in my parents' house. My dad got here in like 1988. He's like graduated, had a PhD, whatever, starts as a professor. You can go from apartment to house, get a nice house. My mom works, but she didn't necessarily have to work. My sister and I got to go to college. Like, this was a standard American dream that was cool for immigrants and for most American citizens, by and large, by 1998. Then, the collapse, basically, of the banks in 2008, that removes a lot of the undergirding for a lot of people, because even the people who went back into the workforce, they were mostly underemployed. So they were making money, but they didn't have benefits, they didn't have health insurance, they're not able to buy a house. Home prices skyrocket with cheap money at the same time, zero interest rates. So now everybody is trying to chase the dollar, because that's the only way that. How are you supposed to have kids if you don't have any money? I agree with this. Average childbirth in the U.S. is like $31,000 in some manufacturing companies, but it is pretty expensive. Okay. Well, I want to put up.
Do you think also, I agree that makes a lot of sense. So another part could be religion specific, more than all these other factors. If there is, because I'm religious, but religion is, they always say, the opiate of the masses. As that loses foothold, people start to be less like, it's okay. There's a lot of like, it's okay to be poor if you're religious. So that's conservative arguments in the end. I think, look, this is all like multifaceted. There's no one explanation for it. It's like, that's the religious. You say, well, the moment we lost God, then we stopped having to care about kids, we stopped community involvement, that's when people start worshiping the devil. But I'm a little bit skeptical of that because we've had high periods of religiosity in the U.S., which coincide with high periods of making a shitload. So if you look at like the Second Great Awakening here in the U.S., major Protestant gains was like during the 1970s, right before the massive boom of the 1980s with financializations. Evangelicalism was tied directly to the boom after Reagan became president in 1983. So it's not like one-to-one, right? But at the same time, it's part. Like I would just say, in America, like the number one cause of death for 18 to 49 right now is opioid drug overdose. If you are a young person, whenever you're surveyed, by and large, you're saying that you're not getting married because you don't have enough money. A lot of young males, I don't think I saw such a fast which is that the number of young single men today is 63%. The number of young single women is like 31%. So everyone's like, well, how does that make sense? Younger women are dating older men because they have more money, they have more resources. And when you look at it, that's actually not good. Why is that good? I think that's well, yes, it's always been that way to a certain extent, but when we had gender parity, it was basically a male was able to attract a woman of his own age because he had the social proof and resources. So one of the big problems we have right now is that, and you're thinking, what you're describing. What you're saying is that young guys don't have enough money. You know what's for gold digging bitches? Is that what you said? What I'm saying is that the system is structured in a way that men are no longer attracted to women, specifically young women. So why is that? So if you look at, well, I'm not saying maybe it's the haircut. I speak out for the Flagrant 2 podcast listeners who sometimes miss out on the visuals as an avid listener. So Andrew currently has his hair in front of his eyes. I know you're driving your car. You're probably it's driving crazy. Not from personal experience or anything like that. Anyway, so check it out. Check it out right on YouTube. You can see my sick haircut. He's doing a sequel to this movie, actually. This is why he's I think it is multifaceted. I do subscribe to that a little bit. I think that as you have like reduction of religiosity, you have a different priority in terms of your life, right? When God is the first thing in your life, building a family centered around that devotion to God seems like the best available option. And I think that when God is no longer the focal point of your life, you are individualized in your pursuits, and then that will take you into oftentimes a career. That career will maybe extend your single life and definitely extend your life without children. Yes, absolutely. So I think a lot of these different things, I think that's what you're trying to tap into as well. But I agree with you. It's like it's a peculiar time. I'm actually okay. I don't think we should have dogmatic patriotism. Okay, let me back up on this. So I don't think we should have dogmatic patriot. What is that called? Jingoism. Yeah. I do think that we should hold the government accountable. I think we should hold ourselves accountable. But at the same time, I think patriotism can exist outside of what the current government is doing. Yes, right? Because the government is a function of the people that we elect, right? So we can elect new ones to do some different stuff, and then we can be more proud of ourselves. But the ideals of America, these could also always be proud of. Should always be patriotic about the ideals. So how do we create these two different? How do we create these two different scenarios where we're like, the government's fucking up, we're going to change it, and we know we can change it because we have to uplift these ideas. The problem is we're electorally like in a news where if you look at the Trump inaugural address 2016, it was extraordinary because very few times in American history has a president come in and said everything sucks, like the American Carnage speech. Usually the inauguration is American Carnage. That was the title of his inauguration, where he was like, our decade of American carnage is over. He was describing the country brought it out without its promise, how he was going to restore it, but it was a negative, not necessarily a hopeful message. That's how he won the election, to be clear.
But part of the issue with that is that American politicians almost always tried to come from a position of, like, if you think about the FDR famous, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. That was, okay, we're in a bad state, Great Depression, it's going to get better, we're going to get out. And that really wasn't the time. And if you look also, even at the reason why I think Biden ultimately won in 2020 is he was still willing to offer that, like, boomer level of hope. Just like, America's great, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. That's like a foundational American spirit. So I agree with it. But the problem is that for politicians, right, and media also, let's be honest, is there's actually a new study just came out that negative headlines click more, and negativity increases more engagement. Of course it does. Like, look, we're all living in a real world here. Like, you have to. So the problem is that negativity is what drives more political engagement.
Negativity is what drives curiosity.
Yes, of course.
Because negativity kills you when we were living in the fucking jungle, right? Like, a lion's coming.
You have to be cynical.
You have to think about the fucking lion, right? Piece of fruit is there. I'm like, oh yeah, fruit's everywhere. I don't give a fuck.
Well, there's a good argument to be made. There's a time in American history called the Age of Acrimony, which was between the Civil War and during the Gilded Age, so basically like 1870 to like 1895 or something like that. That was actually the highest period of American democratic participation. So a lot of people don't like to hear that, which is that the time when we disagree with each other the most, that's when most people were involved in politics. And you know why that was over? That was over. That was like, should black people be allowed to vote in the South? Like, how should Jim Crow be? Should we have Reconstruction or not? Should we tax billionaires or not?
That's also like you know how like the majority of 21-year-olds go to a bar and drink.
Yes.
It's like they just got the ability.
Yeah.
So I think black people are like, let me try this voting
I
thing
said
out.
something bad.
You know what I'm saying? Of course they're going to vote for a little bit.
I think we're looking at
1865 is when slavery ends, and then like the black people get.
Well, that's the thing about like actual voter participation then is difficult. More what I'm pegging is not the overall number, but percentage based on overall voters participating in the process.
Right.
That was during the age of acrimony.
To your point, the highest voter participation I've seen in my lifetime is 2020.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. But guess
The
what?
same age of acrimony.
Number one reason that people voted for Joe Biden,
What makes people vote?
the number one reason people voted for Joe Biden was they're like, I fucking hate Trump. I don't care about anything about Biden. I just hate Trump. Well, they voted against. Exactly.
Okay, so can you explain to me right now why there is a cultural apathy right now? This is kind of what I feel, but I feel like people are far less engaged. I feel like nobody gives a fuck about pretty much anything. And for some things, some people think it's good. I don't know if it's exactly good, but for example, for comedy, I think you can say anything you want to say. I don't think there's anything taboo. Talk about any subject, it doesn't matter. I don't think anybody's getting canceled, thrown out, on stage. Where there was a time 5 years ago where it was like, oh my God, you're taking that opinion, that's fucking dangerous. What's wrong with you? You're crazy. I think that time was had done. I think there's an overall, I think there's global economic collapse right at our doorstep. Nobody cares. One phone call, maybe to a friend, like, no, Chase phone down? No? Like, don't even make me look into it. I have a group down with 3 friends where we didn't even Google. We hit our one friend, and he was like, no, you're good. Chase is good. We took his word for it. Isn't that fucking crazy? He was right. So why is there this cultural apathy? Why do you think? You're going to give us the actual answer. Obviously, it's hard to prove. Why do you think we just don't care?
Right now, that means, again, atomization. I would say atomization. As in, everybody.
That shit where you say a word and act like we know what it is.
I went to science.
You made that.
I'm like, Google it.
What is atomization?
Atomization. Atomization is basically atomization. Give me an official definition. But ionization. Is breaking bonds in substances to obtain its content atoms in a gas phase. So basically, breaking apart. No, because it's breaking apart from a collective whole. So as in, when I say atomization,
I would believe it. But you can say that with my teeth, and I'm just like, nah, this guy's smart, bro.
it's all the teeth. Yes, it is. All right, so I would say it's individualism. So, for example, like when we look at the number of friends that men have, the number has dropped from, I believe it was like 4 to 5 close friends 20 years ago. Now it's a significantly higher percentage of 1 and 0. The 0 number has actually gone up the highest. This gets back to the single man problem. That's very scary. Well, the other thing is, no, that's not true. That's right with Andrew Tate. Yeah, that's right. Men, though, are losing interest in almost all of this. And this is what I worry about. So, people talk about suicide, right? Yeah. People are looking at, they're like, oh, social media is driving teen girl suicide. I'm not saying it's not a problem, but males commit suicide at 4 times the rate than women. Or if you look at right now, we're better. Okay? No, we're actually better at killing themselves. That's what I'm saying. We're going to be better. Well, we use more lethal. Actually, the real reason is that most men shoot themselves in the head, and then women. There's something about the way that women, I don't know about suicide hotline, etc. If you need help, do that. Okay, so. Listen, I don't need to be.
Put on some fucking questions and everything.
Actually, I was there. Great job.
You're thinking about doing it? Do it on you. Just cover one eye was in there. Come out there and take on the nation. Come on, dude. You're wearing Shaklar and do it.
Wait, can you look up the ways that men kill themselves and the way that women kill themselves? So, from what I understand it, women are more likely to take pills, something that doesn't involve, like, I guess, like, messing with their execution. It's cuter. Like, if you think of it, it's like a gruesome act. Why does it work? Yeah, no, but like, there's something about it where they're like much more likely to take pills, and men are just very much more likely to reach for efficient. So, the problem with that, though, is the male suicide rate is very high. Single men are dropping out of college because, by the way, the gender disparity right now in college is fucking insane. We're talking like 60 for incoming freshman class.
Isn't this like we've realized that it's just not worth it?
Yeah, but that's a problem because a lot of women who have college degrees do not want to date men who don't have college degrees.
So until they make some money.
Okay, but that's the issue, right? Which is that when you don't have a 4-year college degree, you're not going to make enough money to be a desirable mate. And so right now, in terms of what we're seeing, a lot of women who have college degrees, even if they are willing to marry somebody who doesn't have a college degree, that person needs to be like a very high. Like women make 150 to 200,000. Are women make more than men now at a younger age? That's a great point. So 10 years ago, what did we hear? Lean in, wage gap. The wage gap right now is bullshit. Like, you can pull this up, Miles, please, which is that women are out earning men. Okay. All right.
I've been Googling my ass off.
Women now out earning men in major cities. So this is good. Yeah, okay, but we solved it. Like, we're good. You don't need to hear it anymore. Like, now we have an actual gender disparity crisis of boys and men not going to college, making less money, killing themselves at high rates, don't have, there you go, in New York City, young women now out earn men, especially the way that everybody talks about the wage gap right now.
I agree with you. To be fair, this says in 22 of 250 cities. That means in 10% of cities.
1% GDP is concentrated in those 22 cities. Like, we're looking at New York City, Chicago, San Francisco.
You can't really say concentrated, but you got me on that point. I don't know what city said. You gotta look it up. Concentrated. What did I say? It was something. Yeah. I hear
GDP.
I like that.
My guy's about to call suicide hotline, bro.
Yeah, this is not good. I hate to be honest.
For saying no less open. What does that mean? What do you think about no less open? Break it down. No less open.
Oblige is like obligation.
So what's no less? No willing. So it's like the obligation of the will. So the idea of noblesse oblige is the responsibility of a privileged people to act with general. The idea is that if you were, it's like that with great power comes great responsibility. So it's like, no, actually it's the opposite.
Stop acting like you know me. I didn't know things right here. Let's just fucking listen to it and explain our French things. Like this. No, pussy. Next time I saw that time I got it. The other time I really thought I got it. Defensive on it, dude. Just fucking let it happen, bro. Come on, dude. Come on.
Let down, only hit it, bro.
We got one here. Thank God. No, that's what it is, bro. right, guys, let's take a break for a second because Manscaped is expanding. Yes, they've got your balls in there looking amazing. They have the best ball and dick trimmers in the business. Gooch too, maybe even some dyes if you agree. They can make your penis look so absolutely delicious in such a quick amount of time. Incredible. But you know what else they're going to do? Not only does your dick look good, something else needs to look good first so that your partner can get to your dick. That goo that you're smashing out. Or that chick. Okay? You know what that is? Your beard. Yeah, you got a beautiful dick. It's delicious. But if your beard is looking crazy, no girl's gonna go down there and just fucking throw that thing. You need a beard that's gonna make the woman or man you love open their throat. The point that I'm trying to make is Manscaped has got you. Now listen to this copy. Gentlemen, meet the Beard Hedger Pro Kit. It is the ultimate package that makes it easier than ever to craft your signature look. It all starts with a cordless electric beard trimmer. The beard trimmer is tough on hair but smooth on your face. This waterproof cordless trimmer has a rotary wheel that gives you 20 hair cutting legs, all with one guard, so no more messy drawers full of extra add-ons. The Pro Kit also comes with 4 dermatologist-tested formulations for your post-trim care. This includes Manscaped's beard shampoo and conditioner, beard oil, beard balm, style and shimmer your beard. Plus, the kit has 3 gifts of beard brush, comb, and scissors. Guys, you're going to get all this. And 20% off and free shipping with our code Flagrant at manscaped.com. Think about that. Manscaped.com. Use our promo code Flagrant, 20% off and free shipping. And your balls, your dick, and your beard are going to look immaculate. Thank us later. Now let's get back to the show. All right, guys, we're going to take a break for a second. Because God forbid you get into an accident. God forbid you get into an accident. You might be entitled for some money if you do. You might be entitled for something. You get into this horrible car accident, it's not your fault. You're entitled for something. There are plenty of different ways for you to injure yourself, and you're entitled for something. You could be getting some real money, especially if you're working with Morgan & Morgan, the absolute best. And this is, unfortunately, you can't sue for haircuts. I've asked explicitly. They say no. But you might not have the same predicament that I do. You might be entitled for something. And Morgan has made the process of finding out if you can so easy. It's not even like calling a law firm. It's like using an app. That's how simple it is. Submitting a claim to Morgan. It's like ordering takeout. Okay? That's what it feels like. With Morgan, you can submit a claim without ever having to leave the couch. In 8 clicks or less, you can submit a claim to Morgan & Morgan. Why do you want to do it with them? Well, because they have over $15 billion recovered for clients. Morgan & Morgan is a proven track record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. They have over 100 offices nationwide and more than 800 lawyers. I'm telling you right there. If you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/flagrant or dial #law. That's #529 for your cell phone. That's forthepeople.com/flagrant or #law. #529 from your cell. Now let's get back to the show. Okay, you were saying, so young kids are being good. I'm not sure if that was some question. Okay.
Was there a high rate? No. If you guys want to get into it, we can look at the finish this up. Here's a good one. Young people are having dramatically less sex than ever.
Old people too.
Because it's not
Someone tell me
not men having sex, just young people having less sex. So there is actually young people are engaging in like less risky activity. Young people are having less sex. They're not.
I think it's possible young people are just being honest now because that's valuable. Like in the 80s, when you were young, not getting any pussy, you were like, okay,
Yeah, but the teen pregnancy rate protection. I guess I didn't push this thing. You know, there you go. Why today's teens are having so much less sex.
oh, they are, bro.
In America are having less sex than you used to. Fortunate sexual changes have frequently come with disruptive technologies. Yes, I don't blame technology. I'm not sure if that's right. I really don't know. I think a lot of it comes down to like just it's like you said, there's like a lack of national vision, project. Also, drinking less drugs. Well, no, they're doing pot. They're drinking more pot, less drinking.
This is it with the sex and the bullshit. Dude,
Those guys didn't know how good dick tasted. Well,
before social media, girls had access to the dudes that would hit on them. Right? It couldn't just be with an NBA star because you had to be fucking shameless to be with an NBA star. You had to be shameless. You could go to a hotel. It's like, no self-respecting girl's gonna go to a guy's hotel room and just wait. But that's how you met them back then, right? Or you like knew another famous person. Hopefully you were invited to some party where maybe they were there and then you shamelessly approached them. Now they're just DMing. So the average girl has access to so many more successful guys than they did back then. So I think younger guys are competing with NBA stars. Younger guys are competing with singers and rappers and all this other shit. And it's a lot more difficult for something to. I think that's it. Serious on social media. Yeah, it just makes sense.
apps get like 90% of the SWAT.
Whatever it is. The point is that if somebody is to pull up this stuff, somebody
displays and
I've seen it make racist. What happened initially was when the dating apps came out, like I have buddies that like, some of like close friends, they had more fascinating sex lives than I did. And I was on TV. I actually like some fun. But just from swiping, they were having threesomes, foursomes. It was a meat market. When dating apps first came out, so like, people just meeting up right to the house. Fuck, this is great thing. These girls don't need to feel the public shame. Right? You don't have to tell any of your friends what dominates a woman's sex life. Public humiliation is shame, right? Oh, you fuck all those people. You got to drink your house fucks. If you like it, you keep doing it. If you don't like it, move on. Right? There's no shame in that. That body never happened to you. Right? So they can just have this kind of sex. Here's why. Let me stop the parts. That's not why So the point is, like initially girls do that, and then they realize, oh, we're just getting meat marketed. We're upset,
and then they reject that. So the first year was fucking insane. Just I'm telling you, it was the first 2 years. Maybe the first year. I mean, you remember it was these years like states in college. Yeah, waves. Yeah, waves. Right? My friends went not nothing at all. Way more interesting sense. I worked my whole life to be able to fuck whenever I wanted. And my boy Shabila was working at Expedia, pounding puss like a fucking rolling stone. It was unbelievable what he was going through. And I think the girls got tired of it. And they're like, yeah, I'm not just me to use box, right? I also have NBA players in my DMs. Do you see what I'm saying? So the adjustment kind of happens. I think that's completely reasonable. Now, those girls are going to hit an age where they might still be single, and then they go, oh God, these guys won't take me seriously. And then the age of settling down just might get adjusted.
So if you know the age of settling down has moved forward, you know that what the average marital age now is 28. Like somebody wants to look that up. Maybe this mirror display. Why 27 and 29? So, right. So the average now is 20. So 27 for women, 29. So that's bad. This is significantly higher than what it was. Also, I'll take it back to Charles Murray. That's a whole other English meaning. But Charles Murray, see the spell? Yes. So he's got in trouble. He did write a great book, which was his favorite book, so it's called Coming Apart. And what he points out is so what he pointed out is that, let's say, pre-World War II,
I thought like everybody's in it, so we're not fucking literally coming up.
What he was saying is that America's split, and what he pointed out is that we are having basically
And then you said it again.
that's what America's doing. I said, yeah, we are coming apart. I guess both ways. Okay. So, coming apart. Oh, and this dear, pull up the Charles Murray quiz. I forget exactly.
Oh, let's not do that here.
Oh, you don't have to take it now. I'm saying people should go check the bubble quiz. That's what I'm saying.
Do you want to do an IQ quiz? Is that? Loves this Charles Murray book, fucking Jews and Indians.
Just saying, with coming apart, what he pointed out is that the way that we meet our spouses today is radically different than most all of human society. So, pre-World War II, what happened is when you were growing up in your town, probably growing up in a community, 20,000 people, the available mates that you had to select, it didn't really have anything to do with education. It was like, yeah, we get along pretty well. We're like 17, we're something. Then what happens? World War II, the greatest internal migration in modern history. 10 million people join the army, they move all around, they go to San Francisco, New York, they meet all these people, they start businesses, when they come back, everybody's well. So all of a sudden, they're great restore. You get more income. When you get more income, what happens? You usually are going to go for higher cultural skills. Usually. So you go to college. So once you go to college, you're going to meet somebody else who's going to college. Murray's point is that that's like selective. So what we did is we went from community level meeting to then university level sorting, and now what we're having is multiple generations of that type of sorting. So for example, parents who went to college, they have kids. Those kids that are going to even better colleges, those kids are marrying kids who went to those same colleges. Their kids are going to like the Ivy, whatever. Like they're totally out of step with people who never enter that rat race. That's what the coming apart idea is. The idea, and the whole bubble quiz is basically about if you are second, third generation upper middle class, you have almost nothing in common with somebody who is multi-generation, did not go to college, lives 5 miles from your mom in Appalachia. You probably have more in common with somebody in the UK, in Paris. You probably all watch the same TV show. So one of the things he talks about in the bubble quiz is like, have you ever watched like NCIS? And it's like, no. Guess what? NCIS is the most popular show in the whole country. And it's 2 million people. And it's like, but we all probably watch The Last of Us, right? Or something like that. Like The Last of Us, White Lotus. That's prestige TV. That's only X million
people, but those people are all cultural tastemakers. So the point that Greg makes is that coming apart is a multi-generational class difference, as in whether you shop at Whole Foods is a very good predictor of whether you voted for a Democrat. Whether you even have a Whole Foods in your neighborhood is a pretty good predictor of your political affiliation. Whether, like for example, Branson, this is my favorite one. What does the name Branson mean to you guys? What do you guys think? Okay, so you said Branson. Yeah, for me, Richard Branson. Yeah, you actually subtract points. You're more in the bubble if you say Richard Branson. You fuck out in the bubble if you say Branson, Missouri. Branson, Missouri is like, it is too fuck. It's like a country. I'll say it. I had no idea. I'm like, where the fuck did I answer? Casinos. Days, bro. Yeah. Casinos, you fuck there, so you just look dumb. I'm more dumb. I'll say it. I'm gonna bubble it. Ever had a feeling that we're serving the military, you're less likely to get like any connection? Have you ever, one of the questions, like, ever walked on a factory floor? Do you have any other, have you ever been sore from working from your job, like physical labor?
I have some pushback. I think it's a very interesting thing. And I think that the internet completely controls it. There is a cultural homogeny that has been created by the internet. When I was younger and I grew up in New York and I went to school in California, the way that we dressed was different, the way that we interacted was different, the way that we shook hands was different, the way that we danced was different, the way we talked, literally everything was different. It was so obvious, painfully obvious that I was going to work when I was in San Francisco. Now, this next generation of kids, they all use the same slang. They all have the same dance moves. They all have the same outfits. They can buy the same clothing because they get everything from the internet. The disparity of a kid who grows up in New York and a kid that grows up in maybe Florida isn't the exact example, because if you have like a very strong cultural stranglehold, like San Francisco hip hop culture is like a really unique cultural stranglehold, but you're not. It's not so different. It's not so strange. It's not so obscure. And I think that's what the internet does, kind of like really brought us all together.
That's an idiot on my point, though, which is that what I'm talking about is class logic. As in,
I think it crosses class because most people have access to the internet. So I think that, like, for example, not us. I think we gotta look at the youth. The youth isn't watching White Lotus. That's true. Maybe they're watching Last of Us because they live in it, but they're not watching White Lotus. I agree with you. White Lotus is like some social elite shit that like we think everybody watches. Nobody fucking watches. Great show, and awesome show. But the reality is most people don't know what they're talking about. And even the show in its essence is like a. Would it be nice to lead us something? Like, bad things happen when you go on vacation. What a naughty idea. These people are working at a factory like vacation. My vacation's going to fucking easy. My mom is So I just think that the younger generation, they're going to grow up knowing everything about one another. And they are not going to be surprised that if there's a TV show. I think, like, when you look at even, like, meme culture is going to decide which shows are hot or not. I don't see White Lotus memes. I see Last of Us. I see The Boys. I see all these other films. So I'm very curious what happens to this theory in 10 years.
I still think that class is just, okay, for example, if this were true, that we would see declining rates in college, like attending college, like the elite markers of institutions. All of it still really exists. Like, most young kids who are upper middle class still really want to go to college. Like, yes, less, but they still want to go to the Ivy League institutions. They still want to be a doctor, be in finance, be in any high prestige kind of activity. And those people, by and large, like people who run the country, they have all the money, they are the cultural tastemakers. I do think there's, some are.
These poor people, they're like, well, fuck, I'm going to go to school and I'm going to work in a Gap. Like, oh, my brother, he's stacking these crazy
That's
loans.
because a lot of people started going to college. So 42% of Americans, I think 42% of Americans attended a four-year college degree institution. Part of the problem with the student loan forgiveness thing is that it's not really solving the problem, as in it's part of what's against it. If you wipe out the debt today, it will have the same level of debt in 5 years. Like, the issue isn't the debt. The issue is that the system is fucking rigged. Yeah, exactly. It's like these people, like Princeton, Princeton, for example, did a whole thing on this. They have enough money to admit every single kid for free and still make a profit off their endowment. They just don't. Can you explain an endowment? Okay, so a university endowment, universities are nonprofit, technically nonprofit. They have nonprofit status, which means that they are able to take extra money that they generate and put it into managed funds in the stock market, LPs, in venture capital, etc.
So this money is for banks.
Yes.
They can put into extra money after they think about certain bills, whatever. They can put into a fund and invest that fund. And for example, I think Harvard's fund is worth
$53.2 billion. Which I believe is more than some small African nations.
So look, $53 billion. Let's say you're very conservative. You're making 5% of $53 billion. Stop it. You do that real quick.
5%. I'm sure they find a chart to Harvard down here, but Harvard, Yale, Princeton, all these other these schools printing.
So that's $250 million that they're making just in interest
Off the principle.
off the principal, right? So what if you just reinvested that into students that are
But they don't, and that's actually in a limited amount that they do.
They do is they give it to teachers that go sneak viruses over to China.
That's what even worse. I wish they were doing that because at least it would be scientific what they're actually doing.
that, no?
Well, they did.
Sneaky little sneaky guy.
Well, not just sneaky, that was more NIH. The problem is they're actually mostly hiring diversity and inclusion staff.
Just to tie up, but I think Andrew's point, there is a lot of validity to it. But to Saber's point, where does most of the cultural immersion happen? Like elitist ideas and like progress and equality, what equality happens in college. So you're maybe supposed to come for 4 years in this like-minded thing, and we have kept a lot of lower income people from that. There is a period actually that there's now generations. So we have had people who went to college, raised their kids, then sent their kids. It's like a self-fulfilling. And I'm telling you, I said the story before, when I did shows in Toledo, Ohio, and saw Toledo, everything about how Trump got elected made sense to us. They don't see it as, we see it as racism. They see it as this was once a city that had jobs and factories, and now there's nothing. And so when you say make America great again, that means something beyond racism. Well, I think it's just generations of this thing living in Soho, you're in New York, like this your idea of the world is actually part of it. Which is like all of that. And those people, they know that they're hated by the culture. By and large, they're very aware of what's going on in San Francisco, New York, whatever. They're just like, that's not really for me. But a lot of New Yorkers, San Francisco, like cultural elites, they want the people in Ohio to be like them. They're like, why are you nasty? People not agreeing with everything I say. Why don't you like venerate my job, hold the exact same values as me? In my experience, I actually think a lot of them are much more living like they do today, not necessarily 20% in New York. They
don't even care if they're beliefs,
which is what they pay attention to when they vote in the election.
They pay attention if their vote affects, if the Ohio vote affects New York. That's why I get annoyed when you hear these posts on Facebook, like, oh, conservatives are voting against their interests. You don't even know what their interests get.
Yeah, no.
Dude, there's this comic. Oh god, I gotta get this fucking name. He had this hilarious joke about the British Jeff. Jeff Asmus, he has a great joke about
He's great.
He goes, abortion is it's such a conservative thing to bring about it. I mean, it's just dead liberals. Because we're not affording any electricians. So we're running wrong inside. He's right. He's a funny guy.
He had a joke, fuck, I'm not butchering, but he basically tells everybody he doesn't care that Brittany Griner was in jail or whatever, and they're all offended. He goes, oh, you guys wouldn't care about Brittany Griner. So that same quick question, what team did Brittany Griner play for? And then no one answers the entire audience. I got fucked it up, but it's a great bit. Get it up, see it done better than me.
But it's cool to see comedy coming from a conservative angle.
I wouldn't call it conservative. I would say that's anti-Semitism. Or fair anti. Yeah, but that's important. Just that
I love it.
Yeah, it's good.
I love it. I think it's great. I think you need to know that. It can't be too, I don't know.
My favorite way of what I found you guys was that viral clip of some Comedy Central executives. I don't want to say, I don't want to celebrate it. That's all great. That was like 3 years ago. Now I know it's just now that we all work in Netflix. That was great.
Well, you've always been kind to Netflix execs as well.
Hi, Daddy It's now 9:00 a.m.
As you said, don't think about people in the middle of the country or like they serve in states, but I do feel like there's a general feeling of the state, and I feel like that's what you're talking about.
It's like just whenever they set the voting it's sympathy maybe. Like
I feel like it's the state. I say I'm from Florida, I say people just go, yeah, like I mean,
there's a spice. There's
Florida is its own unique thing. The way that Americans feel Americans, look how fucking arrogant that is. Talk that shit. Feel about like flyover states or whatever it is, that's whatever is. It's pure condescension. It is like, how would you live there? Like, why would you do that? Indiana? That's like some nice place. That's the thing, it's like worse than disdain. Disdain means like you actually have a feeling, like I think about it. Yeah, like you're chewing on it, you're stewing on it. Like, this is just like, why would you? Dude, but it's really dumb, to be honest. It's stupid because they've never been over there, haven't seen life over there. What I think is hilarious is like, now these coastal elites love watching Yellowstone and shit like that. Like, they're just finding out like it's nice to look nice. The second they know, if you ever talk to somebody who talks about they can't believe that everybody's not living over there. Life is so much better. It's so easy. I mean, it was like I went to Austin. Yes, so I was like, hey bro, love your show. He goes, welcome to Austin. He's wearing like a pearl necklace. Yeah, I was like, hey, where'd you move here? And he's like, 2 years ago. I was like, yeah, I'm born and raised in Texas. I appreciate it. I resent Austin back. I resent Austin because it's a bunch of coastal elites still looking down on Texas while living in Texas. It's fun. It's fun. It's a good place. I mean, fuck you, Austin. It's cuts. It's one of those like, I don't know why it's not okay to be coastal. Like, listen, I like fucking white love. I don't know Austin. The reason why guns can't be legal. I don't know Austin. I don't know Austin. When did you start going to Austin? 2009? When did you start going to Austin? When you vacation there? Yeah, we went to Austin all the time. We went out 4 or 5 times as kids. To do what? Drink? No, I went to a party a couple times. I went to a party a couple times. Yeah. Everybody, if you're in Texas, it's 3 hours from Dallas. I was at you. I've been to Austin. You said you went 4 or 5 times as a kid? Yeah. And then since then? 3 times the past year, I guess. I think I've been just 3 times. Listen. Is Austin a fucking first world city? No. Does it have some interesting things going on? Yes. Which is actually a good transition to Rogan's Club. What'd you guys think? It was awesome. Yeah. So I was there on Saturday. I was lucky actually. My dad had an accident with his leg, so I had to go back to Texas because my mom was in India. I was back there, so I went to back to help him out, just unfortunately call. And I was happy to be there. And I was flying out of Boston, so I was like, hey man, I'm flying out on Sunday. Like, dude, invited me to the club. Holy shit, it's awesome. It's great. Yeah, it's what's fun for me is the audience. For me, you guys get like I actually like take it in the audience, and it's just like it is. It's an amazing thing. Okay, first of all, I was like very against Austin being a possible comedy city. I just didn't get the math work out. I was like, there's like 300,000 people now. I think there might be like 1 million people live in Austin. It's like metro area, but like, you know, pull that up. And initially, the population density just wasn't there, in my opinion, for what I thought would be there, right? And then the interesting thing that happened, like, what is it? 2.2 million. So this is great, right? Now, interesting thing happened. Austin has 2 million people. It has no professional sports teams. Yes. I don't consider the soccer team like a professional team. It's massive. Well, it's not professional. Yes. It's a college team. That's fine, but not professional. The only professional sport they have is comedy. Comedy has become a professional sport. Now, add on the fact that there's already a culture of going out to listen to music live. That is how people party. That is how people go to the bar, you listen to music. It is normal for them. It has always been that way. So it's normal for them to just go out and indulge in live entertainment. You have to like train them that that's part of their life. There are some cities where you have to train them. There's a reason why the comedy clubs right now in New York, right? You have the Comedy Cellar, you have the Village Lantern, before that, they're all in the same area. What else happens that area? There's live entertainment, right? And so when people are going for live entertainment, oh, I'm just gonna check out comedy, maybe check out music, right? But training the people that it is normal to go to comedy show takes fucking time. Yeah. That's not quick.
Yeah, Miami, I don't know if they have like a live music scene. Like, let's go out and listen to music. I tend to think
It's a little bit different because we're not the average. Okay. Yeah. That's what exactly. Like what I would say about Miami is a perfect example. Like Miami is Latin American's version of America in the same way that like Hawaii is Asian's version of America. So the things that exist and are popular in Latin America are going to succeed in Miami. It's baseball, yes, we're into it. Soccer, we're into it.
Yeah, club nights, going out dancing and shit.
Basketball, I get to it. Yes. Because basketball's not a cultural thing in Latin America, right? You see the exact same thing happen, right? So you have this group of people that like going out, they like being entertained. It's like perfect for that, right? You know, these clubs start to get built up, and then you have the biggest name in media that moves there, and he's like, I'm going to put everything into this fucking club. He makes this great club. The crazy thing, a lot of people knows about the club. It's like, I don't even care if it makes money.
Yeah.
He's like, I just want to break even. You can't compete with that. You can't. It's like, he goes, I just want it. I just want to break even. Think about that. He doesn't need to make money. Dude, he won't let me say what it is, but he said I could talk kind of about it. But the way that he's paying comics, it's bananas. Bananas. It's just a complete game changer. And I don't know how the other clubs will react. Yeah. Because they're in it to make money, right? Yeah. And he's developed a model where it's like he doesn't want to make money there. He's like, I'm still going to do the ball game. I'm still going to do the freak of the game. Which is the sweetest thing. Which is very nice. It does not. So like, this is the thing that's crazy. This is if you work in the club, a lot of people work in the club of comics, you can check out your shift to go to a spot. And then go play another place. Like you can come back in, and the other place can't be mad because Rogan will still perform at your venue. Yeah.
Because they're really find out. You have money for Spotify, it's literally distributing it into comics in an insane way.
So it's like this crazy kind of situation you haven't seen before. And then you have all these other, like down the block, there's the Vulcan. Another block away, there's the Creek. There's another comic club that's coming up a couple blocks. So in this one space, you can pop around and do 5 or 6 spots. Only New York can you do that. You can't do that now. Really? Oh, LA, you're driving far. You're driving, maybe you make it. It's like a trickier thing to do. You can hit the 3 clubs, maybe, and then you're making what, $75 a night, maybe.
Yeah, in perspective, I only did the Little Room when I went, and I did like 4 shows there, and I made money on the trip. On just doing the Little Room. Yeah. Also, I didn't before I flexed that. But
even if I wasn't trying to process it, easy to make money.
So that helps. That helps a lot. Yeah, you guys did that bad. You did for a while. You kept sure getting that again.
I didn't even know he was getting paid.
Even if I did pay for it, though, I still would have made money. That's crazy.
But yeah, it was just like, I don't know, he's just doing, he's creating a fucking, it's just an insane thing to do.
And the way he described it was so cool. He was like, people always think, oh, when you're a kid and you make a bunch of money, you're like, well, what am I going to do with it? And you have all these crazy ideas. He literally was like, yeah, I'm just going to do it. I'm going to do the things, like, I'm going to make a comic club with all my friends and pay them all so
I asked him, I was like, dude, I was like, why have you not been caught up in, like, just the inner, like, jealousy and, like rage that so often happens within the entertainment industry? Like, it's very, like, actors fucking hate each other, comedians fucking hate each other. Like, how the hell are you just so supportive of everybody? You want everybody to win? And he was like, in martial arts. Because he's a very competitive dude, right? Yeah. Like, he's a fucking insanely competitive dude. But with comedy, he's competitive, but at the same time, he wants everybody to win and everybody succeed. And he's like, it's martial arts. It's like, it's a different thing happens when you're, like, training with your brothers. You guys are going at it. You're literally trying to tap each other out, while at the same time helping each other get better. And it's like, you can do that with comedy. And that kind of makes sense. It was the only thing that made sense why he was this way. You need that instilled in you from another discipline, and maybe that works, yes. And you do get better better than you. And it doesn't take away from that guy's jiu-jitsu. His doesn't get worse as you get better. He might even get a little bit better. And when I kind of saw like that, he explained like that, I was like, oh, this is fucking awesome. Both rooms are great. They're great for different reasons. That little room is great because it allows you to develop connection. You can learn how to like lock in with an audience. You're not necessarily just kind of speaking at them. Oftentimes in big rooms, you can get away with just speaking at them. Right? You do a theater, you're not connecting, especially if you're a young comic developing in like theaters, like you're not really connected. Right? Yeah. 3,000 people just laughing. And when you have 40 people or 100 people, whatever that room is, you gotta look them in the eyes. You can't fake them. You can't be a phony in front of a small crowd. And then the big room reminds me of the store, and you learn how to perform. So once you learn how to connect to that little room, now you go to the big room and you learn how to perform. You learn how to build space. A lot of times people, if you only develop in small rooms, you don't know how to handle a room that has 1,000, like a cacophony. Exactly. It's a different energy. You don't know the breathing of an audience in that size. You know how to build that tension and then like release it. They're different arts. They rarely, you're able to do both at night. And able to see the difference in both. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, sure. So a young comic that's going to develop there is going to get like a really well-rounded experience.
Do you think this is the death of LA? And also, do you have any other cities where this could happen? Even if there's no Rogan, I have a possible candidate in mind, but not have Rogan.
So death of LA, I don't know. This is what I think. I think once this pay scale is out there in the world,
which it will happen.
It will. If you're a young comic, are you going to come to New York and toil away in obscurity for 4 years in destitute poverty? And being in New York rich is the shit. Being New York poor,
it's not even America. I've been poor in New York, I swear so many times, I was like, this is not America. Like, I'm asleep, there's so many fucking mice running by my face, I was like, this is not the America my parents were promised.
And for that same money, you were living okay, maybe in a part of
in Texas. In Austin's an expensive city in Texas, yes. You can live a good life. It's like my house. It's easy life. It's out of the city. You know what I mean? Yeah, in a car. You'll have a car out there much easier. So live in a suburb, live in Pflugerville, drive it, gives a fuck. Pflugerville's a place you would know if you were in Texas. It's like most people just moved to Austin.
So you went there?
Yeah, I did.
You drove through it?
Yeah, I drove.
You're so much better than us.
So my gripes are from Texas, you know what I mean? No. The candidate, I think, potentially.
Real quick, just to finish that idea, it's like, so do you come here and then compete with the best comics in the world for stage time, which is going to be very difficult? Or do you go to a new city where the best comics in the world haven't moved there yet, and the new ones haven't developed into it yet? Their stage time and money and 7 clubs without the same level of competition. So if you're a brand new comic, do you go there for 4 years before you come to New York? Do you go there for 4 or 5 years before you go to LA and try to be in sitcoms, whatever the fuck you want to do? Do you learn and develop your craft in this place? To me, I'm like, wow, that is a very intriguing possibility.
But do you think that you got, like, the whole, like, iron sharpens iron? Do you think it was better off if you guys came over and cut through? For me, it made it. But I think you guys actually made it, which is crazy.
Yes, but you have to understand, like, most comics aren't going up against iron early in their life. They're at open mics.
I was.
Listen, no, but but for real, and you too, and we were lucky we had some people, but like, one of the most valuable things we had was marketing. And that means handing out tickets in exchange for stage time. Yeah. I don't know if that exists to the same level that existed when we were there. No. Like, it felt like almost every club allowed you to like barter for stage time. The beauty of that is you got to go up with iron. Yes. You got to follow Greer Barnes when you were a year of comedy, and you got to see what is amazing and what is not even fucking close. When you're just doing open mics, you're doing like shows that are like, privately booked shows, you're going up with people around your level, right? And living with rats and destitute pockets. So it's off that. Yeah. So it's like, if you're from Indiana, do you come here and just do that for 4 years? Or do you go to Austin to develop a little bit of an act, and then when it's ready to go up against some iron, come here.
Or if you get lucky, you're a tour guy there, and then you're following Tony Hinchcliffe.
And then you go, yeah.
Well, additionally, because Rogan has got the top thing there, it's going to foster, I think, ideally, an environment where everybody helps everybody, and that martial arts stuff he talked about. That didn't exist in New York. I think he helped me a lot. I tried to help as much as I could here, but like, well, you know, that's a weird thing. Like most comedy is an isolated. You got blinders on, you just get funded. Austin could potentially be the community where everybody helps everybody and builds everybody.
We'll make that happen.
And they are though. I got up stage and like one of the door guys I never really met before was like, dude, here's a tag. Here's something you can maybe try with that joke. Like it felt very communal.
Yeah.
Because they all identify as mothership guys. They're like, yo, yeah, we are mothership guys.
They were all very cool. We got to meet some.
Yeah.
And they're all fun. That's actually the key. I was like, yes, bro. Like, it's just one
Hilarious guys out there, man.
Dude, Derek, man. Derek's a monster. I told you. I was like, this guy in that episode, the trans episode. And I was like,
But yeah, no, Derek, I like watching him, he fucking murders on the show. He was so fun.
He's like, the TSA.
Amazing. But yeah, it's just like, just seeing a guy like that. So that's your like up and coming class there. And now those guys, instead of like thugging it out for open mics, not really knowing if the material is going to work for a real audience, now they have sold out shows to go up in front of every single night. So if they're that good now, imagine what happens 2 years from now, 3 years from now. It's like,
yeah, and because Joe's not so concerned with making money, he's able to be like, oh, this guy is super talented, but he's not like perfect yet, but let's put him up in the little room a bunch and really like train him and get him good, because he's not so concerned. It's like, are people going to come back? Are they going to keep paying tickets to come back?
As long as they'll be buying it for the next 3 straight years.
He doesn't care.
This one, I was like, yeah, I told my friends, I'm like, yeah, but how'd you get tickets? What'd you do? Nobody can get tickets. No one's going in. I was like, oh, yeah, no. Can I come? I'm like, no, not really. I got some.
And think about it, it's like every weekend a new person pops in.
Yes. Yeah. Like Tim Allen's down there right
Timmy's
now.
down there with Giannis, right? Shane's there every week. Shane's there. Chappelle's popping in. It's like every weekend a new random massive act is just gonna drop in.
Yeah. And the appeal of the seller, anybody can drop in.
Yeah.
The appeal of Joe Rogan's club, anybody can drop in.
Financially it makes sense, and the hang is awesome, and Joe takes care of everyone. Like you go down there,
It's a sweet bar. It's
downstairs, and everyone's hanging. It just feels cool.
New York and LA scenes are completely different.
You don't need it like you used to.
But what Rogan has done, and I hope it happens in other industries, but it really just takes somebody willing to do it. And the reality is, in competitive industries like comedy, like news, like anything, you're fighting for what you believe are scraps. So you don't think there's more to go around, right? And that's why there never is anybody who does it. And then the person who's willing to do it, he is novel. And that is why we talk about him, in this way so often at the show. It's just like, it is fucking unique. I wish people knew, like, what the real comedy world was. It's a lot of, like, you're dapping somebody up, you're talking to them, they're talking trash about their best friend.
Yeah.
Right to you.
Yeah.
You're like, I know you guys are friends. Why would you talk about him like that? What are you going to say about me?
The George Lopez clip didn't surprise most. Probably you either. Definitely, if you're a comic, you're like, yeah, that's nothing. I mean,
it's just rare that you see somebody like organized like this and then reward the people that are working hard, the people that are good, and also continuing that culture. Like if there's a selfish motherfucker who's just out there for what they can get out of it and like squashing everybody else, please believe that person's not working. You know what I mean? Like
they're not going to get on. They're not going to get promoted. You guys are going to have them on. It's not going to be fun. That's actually what I take a lot of inspiration out of you guys because news is still in that category. Like I was in. It's funny because I was in the same situation. Like I was White House correspondent. I was in the press room. I had 2 options. I was like, I could stay, classic job. I was made man, like going on Fox News, doing my hits. I was like in the system, invited to all the parties. Well, I was like, I fucking hate this. And I grew up with it. And then that was what I took inspiration. Like, and I met Kristen and action clicked. I was like, hey, like we could do something different. Dude, how many people told me not to take the job? How many people told me not to start the show? Because you're a fucking idiot. What are you doing? You're not gonna go on Fox anymore. You're gonna give up all this. Like, how can? And now, like, hey, can I come on the show? Oh, that's interesting. What's the podcast ranked at? Can I come? I just wrote a book. My assistant. I'm like, I don't care. It's not like that. It's just like you said. It was it's cable by definition. If you're on CNN, you're not on MSNBC.
Yeah.
If you're on MSNBC, you're not. With us, we're like, oh, you're on rival, whatever. Come on, it's the ethos. Let's get it going.
Yeah.
And then we'll watch us. And I always say, subscribe to their Substack. People are like, why are you doing that? Because you want to promote your own thing. I'm like, no, people want us to promote better.
Bro, you know what it is?
Yeah.
Have you ever gone over to Little India in New York, on like 6th Street? There's two, that's right.
Curry Hill.
There's Curry Hill, and then there's one on
Spice
6th
Roads.
Street. But there's both Spice Roads on the 6th Street, but there's also Curry Hill, right? Perfect example. It's like, you would think that by having multiple Indian restaurants on the same streets, they can't hurt each other. But no, the opposite. It makes people go, that's the place for Indian food. I want to try all of them. I want to make sure this food is good. You get, and if the places are with one another, they get to exchange information. They're like, yo, these white people do not fuck with dogs. Get the booty bread out. You know what I'm saying? Like, dogs shit. So it's like, I don't know, for me, seeing it from that perspective,
Which is like, this is the district, this is the ecosystem, and I think it's fun. I mean, look, I wish we could change. I think there's a lot. In a lot of ways, news is like the most lagging part. Like, you know, comedy, internet came for comedy 15 years ago. Like, it's just now happening in news. Like, the Joe Rogan podcast came out in 2005. News is just getting started. It's one of those where, like, we're so far behind the times, but I do think it's good because they are so propped up. And man, it's like this area. All the clothes.
so what you guys are doing, and you're like young and hungry, and you would like to promote the
Oh, sure. I mean, like, Crystal's fiance, Kyle Klinsky, is actually one of the OGs that down there. No connects to him. I mean, a lot of them, there's Russell Brand is doing stuff like this now. Glenn Greenwald actually has that new show. Also, Matt Taibbi is doing it for print journalism. All of these guys are what David Sirota actually got Clever News on the right. I mean, Tim Pool is undeniable. This show is massive. Like, this is my thing. Like, put the value judgment aside. I want more people to watch things like that because we have time. Like, you and I are sitting here talking about the single male crisis, like we're fucking around, making jokes, like all this stuff. But this is serious shit. Like, this is not something that we're not on Fox. One time they were like, hey, we're gonna talk about American nationalism. You have 3 minutes and there's 3 people on the panel. Oh yeah, you get your one time. What am I supposed to say? Like, you can't do anything new. And also you talk with paper. You're like, yeah, that's right. And one of the reasons why is because of this one particular statistic. And I'll see you later. What am I doing? And I hate it. But everybody is so comfortable with that system that they like it, right? Because that's where the paychecks come from. They're so used to talking shit, going to the same restaurants, going to the same parties. And I was like, hey, it's so bullshit. Like, you know, it's funny. I remember in the press briefing, one of the funniest things is that every TV correspondent asks the same question. You know why? Because they all need videotape of them on their own network asking that question. So during the Trump, so there's CNN, Fox, MSNBC, ABC, all that. Every single one of them asks the same version of the same question in the press briefing at the conference. Because it's already been answered. Even though it's already been answered. You know why? Because they need video of them on their network.
What does the president do when he gets asked the same question?
He loves it because it's also he needs that time. He's like, I've been 30 minutes with the press. What are you talking about? I'm free and transparent and open.
So they're saying the exact same thing over
shit. It's actually great for his slight tweak. It's like, come on, man. It's like during the with Sarah Sanders, that was the time that I was there. She'd be like, all right, first question, baller. Second question, baller. Third question, baller. And it's because Jim Acosta has to be on CNN scoring with Sarah Sanders. And then Peter Alexander, NBC, he needs to be on NBC scoring with Sarah Sanders. And then ABC needs to score. So it's the same shit. Nonsense. And I was like, hey, what about the other stuff that people care about? What's going on with Trump, the government? Are we going to war? I remember everybody in the press ridiculed me for saying, do you think Kim Jong-un is serious about these topics? Like, why didn't you ask about politics? They fucking had one of the most important major press, like, foreign policy moves of all time whenever Trump met Kim Jong-un. And we all recognize that such. But at that time, I don't even remember what some Jeff Sessions bullshit or whatever. And they were like, that's what Jeff Sessions. I was like, I don't know, I just think nuclear war is more important. Like that. If there was, maybe you already did touch on it. What was the most disappointing thing peeking behind the curtain? That which was, I mean, it was the politics. I was a kid, you know, in school. Like, Iraq War is what I got into. And I get to the press room, top of the most cutthroat of the cutthroat reporters make it into the press room. And I was like, yes, stop being cutthroat. I want it this hard to win. I was like, no. Anyway, so, one of the best pieces of advice I got was, if you want to be, like, the way that you know you're in a good career is look at the guy who's 10 years ahead of you. And I'm looking at these 65-year-old motherfuckers doing the same shit. And I was like, oh my God, I gotta get out of here. I was like, I'm in prison.
All right, guys, we're going to take a break for a second because y'all need some tickets. Y'all going to need tickets to sold out events. And where are you going to go get them? You're going to use some untrusted website to rip you off, or you're going to go to the GOAT, SeatGeek. SeatGeek has got your back. Over 28 million downloads. SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app. There are more than 70,000 events every single day on SeatGeek, including concerts, sports, festivals, comedy shows, and more. I'm telling you. User, you want to go to a show? Do you want to see Ed Sheeran? When I saw Ed Sheeran, I used SeatGeek to get the tickets, and I ran it back one more time. That's what I can do. Why are you going to use SeatGeek? Well, because they actually look out for you. They are going to put a nice little green dot on the good deals, red dot on the bad deals. Think about that. They're letting you know if you can get a better deal out there. They have your back. They put all the tickets across the web in one place, so they know if the deal is good or not. And every ticket is backed by their buyer guarantee. And SeatGeek is the only site that lets you return your tickets ahead of the event with swaps. So, if you use our code FLAVOR, you're going to get $20 off at SeatGeek. What does that mean? That means that your ticket just got better. That means that ticket just got closer. You just got closer to the action. All you have to do is use that app and make sure you use the code FLAVOR. You get $20 off at SeatGeek. Make sure you use it. Support this show. Enjoy whatever you want to see. Let's get back to the show. All right, guys. Listen, we're back, and we've made a change with the swap tickets. Hot caution in the motherfucking pilot seat here. And we got to talk about a little bit of this March Madness. Okay.
Place your bets. The underdogs are going to win.
What's that we told you?
It's all underdogs, basically. San Diego State. Who the fuck are they? FAU.
In the same part.
I imagine. Not a good basketball school. FAU, you've never been heard of them.
Women, you know who went to San Diego State?
Oh, that's right. Quarterback is paid.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. That's all they've ever done. Now they're the Final Four. Miami, party school, great at football historically. Never good at basketball. Princeton damn near made it. They made it to the Sweet 16, I think. Or Elite Eight.
They got beat by where?
But great man, it's just crazy. This is the tournament. You got to make your bets. Bet on the underdogs. Get some money.
Yeah, I mean, that's so hard to do. I've been so tapped out from college basketball.
That's why it don't matter, bro. Just bet underdogs.
I have.
No, I'm telling you, it don't matter. Just bet underdogs. If you watch college basketball all year, the #1 overall lost to Arkansas. I think every one seed got eliminated dumb early. There's no one seeds left. The highest seed left is 4. You don't have to watch. Just bet. Just bet.
That's a good ass bet.
BetOnline.ag.
You don't have to watch the bet.
You gotta watch this bet.
That's exactly what I do.
Yeah.
It was just as fun.
It really is.
You could make an argument it's more fun.
It's more fun. You're not emotionally invested. You're just seeing who win or lose. And you're betting on dogs, and dogs are winning.
Who we bet?
So bet the lowest. Bet FAU. Why not? Highest odds.
That's a good ass point. All right, so then we're going with FAU.
Yeah.
And then we're going with, I guess, Miami.
Yeah, let's just bet Miami. What the fuck not?
All right, shout out Florida. All Florida finals.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, where you bet?
BetOnline.ag.
Yeah, that's a code flavor.
Shit. Matching 50% the initial deposit bonus up to $1,000.
Damn.
Let's swap it. I have a question. Now that you control completely what stories you talk about, whatever you do, whatever you're interested in.
Well, meetings. Yes.
Yes, you guys are brilliant. That's how you guys are into it. Do you at all, or do you concern yourself with the erosion of patriotism based on the way that you're talking about America? For example, are you like, okay, I'm going to shit on these 3 things or 5 things because they deserve to be shit on, but Are you also going, the collateral damage of that is an erosion of trust in these institutions without couching it with some great things that America's doing?
So, I mean, maybe to a certain extent, for example, the TikTok that we were talking about, which actually debated this TikTok, which is on the right side, I'm debating it. And one of the points that I'll make is I'll be like, look, at the end of the day, U.S. companies are subject to U.S. law, right? Which is that Apple literally told the FBI to fuck off when they said unlock the Stanford terrorists. They're like, no, we're not going to do it. And they went all the way to TikTok. So to believe that U.S. companies are saying it's Chinese is like, well, then they're saying we live in China. And if we live in China, then we must live in China. That said, at the end of the day, we also don't have the responsibility. So sometimes people will be like, hey, you have a responsibility to talk this way about this thing. No, actually, it's the politicians' job to make that case. So sometimes, okay, like, if I'll say something like Iraq is a good example. I'll talk about all the mistakes the U.S. Army did in Iraq, and how Iraq, in my opinion, just destroyed us. I think, like, rooted us out from the inside, biggest mistake in modern American history, foreign policy-wise, all this stuff. And people would be like, hey, like, this should be more respectful because people have fought for that. And I was like, yeah, but here's the thing. Like, you can't use that as a crutch for not talking. And I think too often people will kind of hide behind that. You're sowing distrust. Sometimes I'll be like, listen, to be honest, for example, one time I was like, yeah, I just didn't vote. And someone's like, you shouldn't say that. You're encouraging people not to vote. I'm like, yeah, but it was a choice. Like, I had to. It was like, I just don't vote. And you know what I'm saying? Right. You're supposed to encourage people. I'm like, yeah, but it's a choice. Like, it's a democracy. Not voting is a choice. Like, I acted. It was like, I don't give a shit. It was like 2012. Yeah. It was like Obama versus Trump. I was like, yeah. Like, I'm not in this. You know?
No, you never have to do it. And I'm not saying that it's your responsibility, but like, I know that you're someone who believes in America, like loves America. So it's like, how else can we? I guess what I'm saying is my buddy, our buddy, I think you've met Ben maybe at like the LA show. Yeah. And we're just talking about like why we're proud to be American. And he had a really interesting thing. He was just like, you can access the best version of yourself. And like, my mom could only meet herself here. I can only meet myself at this level here. She can meet herself at this level. We can all do these things here, right? Like, if you grew up in maybe Poland, it'd be harder to build this podcast studio out, right? Maybe there would be absolutely no opportunity for it, right? So it's like, I wonder if it's so enticing to read stories and watch stories about how the establishment is fucking us up. It's almost like trendy for us to be anti-establishment. Yes, right? And why would we not look into it? Why would we not watch a story about how our government is corrupt? Why would we not click on that? Why would we not, like, again, we're talking about that fear model. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, these bankers do it. I have to learn more about this. They're just making all this money, etc. When I guess it'd be really cool if we find a way, and maybe it's our own personal responsibility, to remind ourselves of the great things that this country offers.
One of the things I do on my show, one of the books behind me is called Freedom from Fear. It's one of my favorite books. It's specifically about how FDR got us out of the Great Depression. We're literally on the precipice of a genuine social revolution in this country by using the tools of the government. So you're right. I mean, look, whenever they're out there, I do the same book, like the CHIPS Act. That's so supportive of self-funded chips. The CHIPS Act is funding from the Congress, hundreds of billions of dollars for building semiconductor facilities here. So, like Intel's facility, I think in Ohio, there's going to be a new TSM Taiwan semiconductor facility in Arizona, Austin, Samsung is building. These are like, this is something we actually, like, it was genuinely hurting the economy. We're like, hey, listen, no fan of Biden. He's done a lot of stupid shit. This is good. This is good stuff. I mean, I know a lot of conservative people hate the Inflation Reduction Act, but I'm very pro nuclear power. One of the good things in that is we had technology neutral tax credits. So this is again something you're not going to hear. You know, a lot of right wingers are attacking. I'm like, listen. Democrats are in power, they're going to Democrat shit. The best thing you can hope for is they don't keep funding failed wind and solar power. And nuclear is obviously also. So we got that. That's a good thing. That's good. So you're right. Look, anytime the government does something that I'm like, Biden on Afghanistan, I defended the shit up. Actually, the constable, I'm an essential category. Yeah, I was like, hey, nobody ever said ending a war was fucking easy. Like, it's better than nothing. To me, like, look at Vietnam. The same shit happened. Not saying, like, show me a war that was enemies that you pulled out of the East. Nobody ever admitted Greece. Yeah, I was like, yeah, I defended Biden on that. I mean, it's one of those recommended. That's a good example. But I think it's great.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like you're willing to pay the price for it. I think that's great. One, because it makes me like trust you more. You're not just feeding into like my concerns, but also it's like, I don't know. It's nice to know that we're doing some good shit too. And we need to be informed about that. I guess I wonder, like, you used to do it with cinema so easily, and I think Maverick is almost like a little bit of a reminder, right? You watch Maverick and you're like, no, we are kind of a shit. You know what I mean? Like, we need to remind that it's stupid that we have to use a fictitious story to reinstill that patriotism. It would be really great if we could, like, focus on, I don't know.
Rush is in the speech of this is 2019. It was a sergeant something when he got his Medal of Honor, and he gives this crazy speech where he's like talking about America's military force.
Oh, it's great. It's been like me.
Have you seen that? Yeah. It's insane. It's almost worth pulling up. But he basically is like, if you, maybe watch it.
Yes,
You guys see going on?
Yes. I do think you're right. There's a lot of disaster on the left. And that's actually why the patriotism is so low. But I think that if you're right,
Just to clarify, Mike, we should call out disaster. We should call out these institutions every single time. I just wish there was like another thing that supplemented our patriotism, because for Americans that don't have the opportunity to go travel the world, they don't know what they have. Like, there's a reason why the people that immigrate here love it so much, because they've seen what's out there.
Yeah, I mean, I lived in the Middle East for 2 years. I went to high school in Qatar my last 2 years. I'm like, listen, people, you don't want this. You have no idea. You know what it's like not to be able to touch your girlfriend in public? Like, you want that? I'm like, you want to live that way? It's real. There are actual kings in 2023, and they behead people in the streets. I mean, it's like, you don't even know you're actual. That was just what I'm saying. Like, in Qatar, I mean, the whole migrant labor. I mean, literally, while I was migrating this road, I'm Indian American. Okay, so what happens? The guy goes, hey, what are you doing? I'm in public bazaar. And he's like, hey, what are you doing here? And I said, excuse me? And he goes, oh, American? I said, yeah. He goes, so what he meant by that was, if you're a migrant, get off your phone. He street. He assumed because he's a migrant. Yeah, they thought it was a labor. Yeah, and he goes, hey. And I was like, what are you talking about? My American accent. He goes, oh, I was like, yeah, Indians know a lot of the real updated everything. There's a lot of migrant labor from Egypt. That's why my parents left, because the Indian laborers were not their parents. My parents are also American citizens. And they would talk to me and be like, this is my passport. I don't have any money. Like, I can't type here. They're beating me. I'm living in a room with 10 people. I think I went to one of these migrant camps to buy cigarettes. So, because this bastard sells cigarettes and liquor when you're like fucking 14 and just get cash. So I go into one of these dude, there's 12 guys sleeping in one month. No air conditioning. It's 115 degrees. It's like they have no passports. Every one of them is like has an open gash on his arm, like this big. He literally the guy who sells cigarettes to American teenagers because that's how he makes his money. And it's like modern slavery. It's unfucking believable. I remember my first trip to India, so I didn't go till I was 15 yet. Parents fucked up. But seeing like the slums, I remember that, and I don't know if I realized it in that moment, but I always thought about that, and they complain about these things in America. It's like, you have not seen innocent. You ever been in Mumbai on the beach? Do you know what happens there? They all go take shit in the ocean. I'm not kidding. Like, you look out the window in Mumbai, the entire beach is just full of people from the slums shitting in the ocean. And then 2 hours later, there are people playing, kids playing in the ocean. And I'm like, get out of the ocean. It's not a nice place to shit, though. Yeah, it's probably good. It's just like, it's been, and you're like, yeah, we see you do yesterday. Analyzing the beach in the ocean is very chaos. This was like 10 years ago. Like, I literally saw this with my own eyes. That's not what I was just saying. You see that level of power coming to Cambodia, you see people walking around, like, to the bus to Phnom, wherever you see where the anchor was. And the tour guide is like, turn down, step off this road. He's like, this road is the only thing clear of landmines. There's landmines there, and there's landmines there. So he's like, if you need to piss right here on the road. And we're a teenager. What landmines? During the Khmer Rouge Civil War, and it's like pretty killing fields. And the guy's like, hey, you guys see all that white stuff in the ground? We're like, yeah, what is it? We're like, he's like, touch it. Human teeth. Human teeth. Scatter. wants to sub. And you should Google the skull tower of Killing Fields. It's one of the most fucked up things. Anyway, again, these are all things that people who live in America should know. What it's actually like out in the rest of the world. When I talk about American privilege, that's what I mean. This is real shit. This is literally just a tower of human skulls in the middle of the Killing Fields. And they even show you a tree. They're like, you see this tree? This is where we used to smash the heads of babies. We didn't have waste bullets. It's I mean, it's really like it happened. I mean, it's not the same regime. They're just like, yeah, it was crazy. It happened. And this is like 1975. Like, there are people alive who participated in this who are still alive. And you're like,
just in like normal day walking around, fucking selling mangoes.
And you're like, wait, so you were a child soldier, you used to kill babies, and you're hopping on that, and it's like, what? And a lot of people missing legs, like, what? I'm not trying to paint a bad picture, but I'm saying, again, it's like how grateful I am to be here. And that's another point with the disaster stuff, like the way that people talk about our history. One of the things I think that's a cool thing about America is like a guy like me, a guy like Akash, can raise here and can resonate with the story of people we have nothing in common. Like when I read the letters of a private who fought in the American Civil War, who's like, I'm proud to be my, like the glory, right? Like, Massachusetts, the colonel who was happy to kill his black soldiers. I'm like, I can see that like emotional, like thinking like, this guy died so that we could come to this country. And like, that's a story that people in other countries don't have. They're just like, I'm Polish. I was like, I am French. And like, that's not a noun. They try to say, none of this is to say there's not inequality or right? So like, treated as well as they could be, it's all equal. But like, overall, we have just seen shit that's like, yo, this is hopelessness. Yes, and this, you've seen stuff that I haven't seen, just like this is fucked. And there's a level of PTSD in every single citizen in this country that none of us can ever touch. I'm saying you can't move to Poland in one generation and be like, I'm Polish, I connect with the 18 whatever revolution against Russia. Like, weird, like that's all. It's cool that it's like, I think Polish national identity is interesting. You know, they go to the Warsaw Ghetto or whatever. But I'm saying, like, you can't. America's one of the only places we can move to connect to a national story. Again, you have nothing in common and be like, no, this is nice. Like, this is something like I was here in New York and I went and bought like some Civil War memorabilia from Antiques Store, which it's really funny. General Philip Sheridan, one of my favorite shows, Union General, and he was like Calvin. And again, one of the interesting things that you look at is like, why is he doing this? Like, why? And it's like, well, because it's being accomplished a lot of people. Where that is last fights, but actually never. But the point is that that's a national identity. So you think you can read about our history, you can connect, even though, once again, like, your own sharing your blood. But that's the best part. Generations ago, like, I love reading the way that Irish Americans connect, or even like Scottish Americans, you connect with like the founding fathers. They had nothing. The founding fathers don't even disdain them for being like dirty foreigners, but they were able to take away what they needed to build something.
You're bringing up something that I think that we all relate to and think is beautiful. There is a great romance to many of the stories that happen from the creation of America and great sacrifices. And I'm sure you've heard about like the criticism a lot of the Italians even have about Italy that it's a country in the West, right? And they don't feel like they're creating things and making things. And they feel like they're like a museum that people come look at. And I think that there's also, and this is coming from Italians. I don't think Italians like, I want to continue innovating. I don't want to show people the car that existed in 1923 with the same pasta dish that is exactly. And I think Italians have created so much art throughout history, so let them continue doing that, right? That's essentially what they're saying. And I guess I don't want America, I don't want our romance and the poetry of this country to stop this. You know what I mean? I want it to continue now. I want to hear about these things. I want to be inspired by these stories now. And I think that's really important for the national identity. Like, I fucking love this lady in the Pilates didn't feel comfortable wearing an American flag. Sure, like, I want you to wear that shit with Pilates. I want you to think about that colonel that laid his life on the line, right? Like, that's what I want. Like, I want that flag to represent that. So, I don't know, maybe it's a problem we can't solve in one day, but
This is actually goes to, again, this is like a cultural where they literally don't know English history, and they have taken like the disaster version of history, and they're basically trying to teach them. This was my critique of like the 1619 project. So this was a big controversy in 1619 is the year that the first slaves were set free on the American continent and were brought over. It was a New York Times project where they were like, this was the real founding of America. And I think this is kind of, look, I get it, it's not something, it's something that we should teach, something that we should talk about, but you're also erasing 1776, and then you're erasing 1861, and you're erasing people like Colonel Strutt, and like they're like, no, the Civil War. They're basically embracing a southern lost cause ideology by being like, no, it was about northern industrialists who wanted to take over the South. I'm like, no, it was actually about preventing a slave empire, which is what we wanted at the time, as you clearly wrote. And I mean, actually, there's a great book, Battle Cry of Freedom, one volume, the entire American Civil War. Everybody should read it. It was written in like 1988, it's Oxford History of the United States. This book it's like Captain's Ball. It's the story, the history, the background, how it got there. And you read that, and man, like I've got things in there. Like, you think about those idiot lost cause people that grew up in Texas. In the nose. This is literally disgusting. Like, there's anything that tells us about their brothers that down. It's like, it's states' rights. That's right. States' rights to slavery. States' rights to what? No, it wasn't about states' rights to own slaves. They were upset that they couldn't take their slaves in the expanding United States and that they couldn't continue to import slaves from Africa. Importation and stuff. Well, yes, they argued vehemently against them. And actually, they were trying to instigate coups in Nicaragua and in Brazil to start a new slave trade from Africans to Brazil to Nicaragua and then import them from. This was like literally an empire of slavery. That's what they wanted. Yeah. My understanding is that as Americans getting carved out, the states were getting carved out, they realized that they were going to lose the race. Because no, but for real, you were just throwing people out to the individual territories, and then it's either going to go blue or it's going to go red, depending on who's out there. States were just sending people out. They try to get as many blues and many reds as possible. But if you can't keep importing slaves, you know you're eventually going to run. I think when they realize, oh shit, we're going to lose this democratically, it's time to. Well, that's what this is. That was the entire project of secession. You know what's interesting though? Those pussies that want smoke. Why didn't they try to conquer the North? Right? That's how they did. That's how you know the South is pussy. They tried. What did they try? They tried Gettysburg. They tried North. No, they seceded first. Yes, right? They were like, well, we'll just go do our slavery over here. It's like, come fight about it then. Well, they tried. They lost. So it worked out. Because we wanted to fight. We're like, where are you going, bitch? Where are you going, boy? We had the little boy best, you know what I mean? It worked. It really did. I love the shirt extension. This is how much we don't love the South. We let them have guns. They're really gonna ever do shit. They've got 1,000 genders. Why don't you do something? I don't know. Fucking pussies. Yeah, I don't think you want with the South now. Do something. Did you grow up with just do something? They stormed the Capitol. Meanwhile, why is this even an issue? I would say it's not me. I would just say we should recognize that there were obviously Asian provocateurs who were involved in this. I'm not saying they caused it, but they definitely helped instigate some of the violence. That's basically verified. So is Agent Provocateur for anybody watching at home? This is an agent provocateur is someone who is working with the government. An agent of the state or at least of authority who is trying to take a volatile situation and turn it around. Let's say it's a Black Lives Matter protest. They're walking down the street. There might be an undercover FBI agent who takes a gun and throws it through a glass. Let's say that it's Minnesota and a guy has a mask on and there's an umbrella that he happens to be holding, that he happens to crack open windows and all these Target, which they see burning down the police station, and then nobody knows who this umbrella man is, and it turns out that he might be a white nationalist, he might be connected actually in some state, but hey, this is all speculation. It's not like that would never happen.
So you're saying that happened in January 6th?
Yeah, and probably at every anti-establishment protest that's like happening.
And what is the advantage of that? That you get to watch the protest because it's turned violent?
Now, why is the state wrong? Yes, because not only did they squash the protests, the Capitol Police, despite the fact that they fucked up, got over $1 billion in new funding, got that many people fired. They were hailed as heroes. The National Guard spent millions of dollars. Basically, I was in DC this time. It was the green zone from Baghdad. There were literal National Guard Humvees all up and down the streets. The Capitol is fenced off. Getting in this is people's building. It's supposed to be. In Hallmark zones, almost anybody would be able to walk in there as long as you're scared. Now it's like full blown, like suicide bomber level security all over. You shouldn't forget either that in January 2021 there were a lot of Democratic calls for leaving up like a Patriot Act, like 2.0, complete expansion of surveillance state. Going out. My favorite was the New York Times, if you want to find this, where they talked about how we need to crack it. It's like New York Times, encryption, January 6th. Basically, they were writing about why they need to go after signal, like encrypted messages, because people, when used, they just want to look like New York Times, encryption, January 6th. I believe it was written by Kevin Roos. And it's basically about how position is like that's the signal, yeah, that's the message. They're like, why we shouldn't have encryption? And it's the reason the case they were making was, well, it was used by people on January 6th. Well, yeah, but people have encrypted messages for all time. I mean, the Twitter files is obviously a good example of this too. The point being that it opened up the elite conversation for expanding the national security surveillance state in a way that we haven't seen in literally since the Iraq War. The BLM riots were actually a good example too. We had someone on our show specifically about an informant and agent provocateur who was inside of the BLM riots directly to instantly, like actual riots. And all of this has come out in court documents that have been, and part of the reason why I also think I kind of have to myself is I covered a lot of this stuff on terrorism. So I remember my career was all run by ISIS and terrorism. And I remember reading some of these court documents and they'd be like, the FBI made contact with this man, 18-year-old, after he tweeted Allah Akbar. And they were like, hey man, how's it going? You want to go to Syria? And he was like, yeah, I want to go to Syria. And he goes, you should steal your money and buy a ticket on your mom's credit card to Syria. And I'll meet you at the airport. And I was like, okay, sure. And then the moment you show up at the airport, they have you on a materials for terrorism charge, and you're going to jail for like 3 years. Well, that's a great point. That's the point. But at the time, you're like, well, it's right on the edge, but it's ISIS. If it's not effective, shouldn't it trap? Well, okay, that's the FBI's argument, right? But like, it's civil rights. This man is born in Ohio. He's an American citizen. Did he get entrapped? Because if he did, that's actually illegal. Is he right? Yeah, see, there we go. Right? No, but that's the point. Because whenever it was Muslims, most of us were willing to look the other way and be like, oh, the FBI's like, their argument was, well, this is the way to prevent any would-be suicide. And they're like, yeah, but it's a real slippery slope.
So we should, you know how sluts release their DMs with famous people. But, you know, like, oh, fucking come on, DM me. That's what the FBI should do. These people who want to go to Syria. Right. Like, don't arrest them, but just check these people. Yo, I'm not as wild. Like, you know, I'm just going to go to Syria. No, let the community take care of it. And then the shit they want. That would be more justice. FBI is on their ass.
Like, what you guys know about the rest of
I want to go to Syria.
Hey, you should shoot up the police station, and you should go buy a gun, and then I'll come meet you. Don't worry about a gun. Boom, they got you in weapons charge, they got you in messages, you plead guilty, you're going to jail for like a decade. If you want to look up the Rich Quicker case, the number of feds, this is a perfect example. I mean, there are more feds involved in the case than actual feds. There's many feds like this. FBI kidnapping plot, which would never have happened if they were like she kidnapped me.
Gassing it up.
Yeah, they're like, she kidnapped me. He's like, no, I don't want to. I'm like, yeah, but you should meet this guy. He'll help you. You're like, no, but I don't really want to. No, but you really should do. They talk to the other guy, like, hey, you should meet this guy. He wants to kidnap me. He's like, but I don't really want to. And then it all comes out. And you're like, there are more feds who go off this than me. Okay, that's the other part. A lot of these guys are just lost, like the way that they do. But my other favorite one, Mark, you want to find is about the number of crimes that FBI confidential informants have been allowed to commit. It's like thousands of known crimes. As in, like, people who are confidential informants together is allowed to commit 5,000 crimes, according to the FBI's own internal data. So they're like, you signed up as a confidential informant. I'm so and so. For example, I'll roll up on a drug dealer. This is the classic example. But we'll continue like you sell some side. But they knowingly in their own files have allowed for 5,000 crimes to be committed. This is what's the guy, the famous gangster, Boston?
Walter,
Yes.
he was an asset level. He was an informant the whole time, so he was able to push. But I bet that they do that with a lot of people. And to a certain extent, I wonder if it's more valuable. It's like, actually, you understand this.
Okay, but again, this is about surely like they should have an answer. Is what I'm saying is that there's no accountability because they're voting for Congress. Like these are the number of crimes that we've been allowed to do. You know what I really enjoyed was that episode you guys did with Johnny Mitchell, the drug massacre. And he had a point about El Mayo, like the cartel boss. You're like, yeah, he is the guy because clearly he's in on the DEA. And he's like, he's never been arrested before, and nobody knows where he is. And he's like, no, we just let him exist. He's the kingpin because at least we can talk. And like, every once in a while, he's like, yeah, the Tijuana cartel too. Like, oh, those guys are chainsawing people's heads off. Yeah, they're right. Yeah. And it's all just like, yeah, but he's also, and you basically criminal in his own right. He's vulnerable and in control. Where it's like, yeah, you have to go and say, okay, well, we allowed this guy to do this, sell X amount of drugs, but he got this many money, this arrested who sold items in his case. But they don't. My point is that they have been effectively, they were given the greatest gift of all time. They were given carte blanche, more money, and effectively immunity on breaking on previously within the law. It's been over 20 years. They have less approval than in modern American history for federal law enforcement since like the church community in the 1970s. And there's no like serious effort to rein it in. And why not? Like there should be. He agrees that BLM and Jan 6 were both obviously infiltrated.
You just understand about their victories. That's the thing. You never hear about the supported attacks. That's what they say. It's like there's no proof.
Like what? Like letting NASA arrest 236 people the whole time. I mean, they were tipped off by faculty and administrators. How did I need to? I don't know exactly. Like they got multiple people like to do shit about it, and he wasn't. I think at least 100 pounds or something like that in the time period when he was first reported as to when the FBI. By the way, in that case too, the FBI agent was actively trying to get a job at USA Gymnastics while he was supposed to be investigating the case.
Wow, no way that he's going to be objective.
Of course, he's trying to get hired while he was fucking investigating. Look at this. Yeah, not going to face charges. That's the other thing. He didn't even. He was never held to account. There are so many little girls who were molested because of this. Yeah, go on. Like there's like the 5 dozen crimes thing, which I love. Whitey Bulger is a great example as well. I think FBI and Jan 6, but I mean, even the Trump stuff, I mean, some of the things that came out for FISA, you're like, this is how you just get them.
Yeah, it's like, can you explain this whole thing right here?
But this part,
no, specifically, yeah.
So, 2005, I want to say. Donald Trump, he is the apprentice guy, newly married to Melania. I believe he's in Aspen. He meets up with a woman named Daniel, her strip star. Yeah,
That started in Dallas.
Okay,
and she got on stage, and the guys all the front row put on that MAGA hats. I swear to God, it was amazing. And they were just throwing people dancing on them with the MAGA hats. It was fucking unbelievable. I wanted to do this. The guy in the front row, he went back. Okay, go on.
Right, so 2005, they have their tryst for space. So you can also
Called girl, he paid to fuck a horse.
So that happens 2005, 2016, he's running for president. Women come out and are trying to basically extort money from Trump. And like, I'm going to go to the National Enquirer, you got to pay me. Karen McDougal, she was a Playboy model, she also got paid off. There was like this whole thing with the National Enquirer about how they were burying some of these So what ends up happening is that Michael Cohen, the lead lawyer for Trump at that time, his personal attorney, agrees to pay her $150,000 to be quiet. Okay. Trump then uses the Trump organization to reimburse Michael Cohen for that legal payment. That payment was reported for legal services, not as a payoff. Now, two investigations that went into this. One, in 2018, this was initially looked at was whether this was a federal campaign finance violation. Cohen eventually pleads guilty to this payment because the payment was done explicitly for the purposes of the Trump 2020 campaign. So it should have been reported to the FEC as a payment that was related to the 2020 campaign, not a personal expense. Michael Cohen is guilty here in the Southern District of New York to this charge. However, Trump is never charged with campaign finance violation. That was the federal crime. There's a variety of reasons. So, one, DOJ guidance says you're not allowed to indict a sitting president, but the facts of the case were you got to, yes, you had Michael Cohen's evidence, but it would have been a convincing case that it had to do with a personal matter, as if he didn't want to offend his wife, as opposed to the campaign. So, even though Cohen pled guilty to it, he directly paid it. Trump himself,
Hi, Daddy. It is now 10 o'clock a.m.
Like directly, you violated federal campaign violation. Because he can make a credible case that it was a personal payment. Again, that he didn't want to embarrass his wife Melania. That it had nothing to do with the campaign. So he could have made it. It's like, no, this had nothing to do with the campaign. This was like me to save face. It's like, that's a clear not that it can't straight. It's something you can make. So then they gave me the case that this was personal. So that was the federal. The state charge that Alvin Bragg, the DA, is apparently looking in the ring has nothing to do with federal campaigns. He has nothing to do with campaigns. He is looking at felony bookkeeping. So felony bookkeeping fraud is statute of limitations for 2 years. You can extend it up to 5 years if that person was in the state. As Trump was representing the White House, he has to prove that the bookkeeping fraud, that the payment to Michael Cohen was not only made intentional with the purpose of cover, but that intentional cover-up was in the process of it while conducting another crime as a payment was to cover up. So that's the problem, which is that a lot of this has come out as a serial rape trial, but it's a very novel interpretation of the law. It's never actually been prosecuted in law ever before. So that's number one. It's a legal theory of the case that has never been tried to find out if he goes get arrested or indicted, how that's going to work. Two is that the statute of limitations thing is a little bit weird because, as I said, the statute of limitations is 2 years in real estate, up to 5 years if you're out, so they can make the case that it was out enough time and they're still barely on the edge of that because it's gone like back and forth as how that's going to be. But to me, I just think this is the biggest case against Trump. Like legally, he faces far more legal jeopardy in the Georgia case that's going on right now, which is the Fulton County DA fine case. The pressuring the state of Georgia's election procedures. He also, I don't think the Biden people can indict him now for classified documents. There's not 8 classified documents in his house, but legally, that one's probably more so case where they have like dead threats on obstruction of justice. So I think it's a huge mistake. I
don't think Biden and the Biden administration, the Democrats, want to indict him. Why not? Because I think they want him to run because that's the only person that can maybe. My theory is the Republicans want him in prison. They want him in jail. Exactly. I know. Because they're like, okay, if he's here, he's not going to fracture the Republican vote. DeSantis can probably beat Biden. But I think Trump is so polarizing right now and so toxic that people are doing anti-Trump voting again. And I think that they can beat him. I think DeSantis runs, they got to get rid of Biden and run somebody else.
I actually think this was the only viable alternative college. No, it's just way less popular. It's the argument that religion already needs religion.
I think it's already happened.
You can't teach her. You don't think the power of identity politics is the first one. vice would never make it, never be.
Really? I think she's fucked up enough where they're like, yeah, this girl's an idiot.
I need to sort of option music. But he's even worse.
And look, have you flown recently?
I thought
How's the East Palestine thing going?
Well, I thought they did this shit to all on purpose. I thought it was like, yo, don't run. This is how conspiracy theory shit. It's like there was a few crashes in a row. And I was like, I think Pete was getting ideas. He's like, I think I'll run for president. I think they'll have because right, it was the trap. It was every flight shut down by the week.
2021 was a nightmare for Trump. And Southwest Christmas. Then East Palestine. And FAA, don't forget that. Total grounds. The entire, that was actually crazy. That was the first national air stop since 9/11. Shut down. Like, what?
So I don't know. That's my little conspiracy.
You don't think Biden sneaks again? Or do you think if he does run again, you think he wins? He's alive. Whether it it's one of those. Well, here's the weird thing.
I think that if you ask people if their happiness is on up or down, Republicans and Democrats, if they can be honest. Not ask if you like Biden, if he's good, if he's doing a good job, right? Just your overall happiness. Despite every possible calamity happening in the world, I think there's globalized. Imagine if Trump was in office during this big crash. Just imagine the shitstorm that would happen. Imagine when the transportation ship went down. Imagine. Because Biden never has an opinion on anything, there's nothing to push back against. This goes back to what we were saying earlier about like the cultural apathy. I think what happens is if you have a president that's completely detached, it's very easy to be detached yourself. Because Biden doesn't know anything. He doesn't know anything. Right? Whereas Trump organized what was the most important story every single week. He's like, we gotta talk about trans rights. We gotta talk about this week. We gotta talk about that this week. Like, and the people that hated it rallied together. That's what they did.
The thing is, I can make a case on it.
I'm not making an argument, but what I'm saying is that, like, I think that there's this cultural malaise that wears this yes. I think there's an exhaustion.
Of course. That's why people voted for Biden. No question. That's why I think if Biden's alive and he could beat Trump again, because it'll be another anti-Trump vote. I think if it's DeSantis, to his point about fracturing the party, if it's DeSantis, either way, the ball's not going to get that rocked, and this guy's more mentally coherent. There'll be less anti-DeSantis. Maybe. My thing is, what I always look at is, one of the issues is 2 years out. Seriously, the economy can crash. Ukraine war could be over. That's the economy could be over. They could truly realize, listen, here's a good case for Biden. If I was Biden, I would do everything I possibly could to bring Ukraine to an end. Inflation will go down. Gas prices will go down right before the election. Just got a big win internationally. The economy's coming back. I passed the Inflation Reduction Act. It's crazy. Republicans didn't get what they wanted during abortion. No more stop and steal. That's a good case. I can make the other case, which is he's too beholden to the neocons, escalates the war in Ukraine. It's a fucking disaster. Gas is $5 a gallon. Okay, welcome back to Trump. So it's like, both of these are very within the realm. Trump had it. If you ask somebody in February 2020 who's going to win the election, wasn't even a question Trump was going to get famous. March 2020, COVID happened, like 30,000 votes. Don't forget that. 30,000 votes across 3 states. You only lost Georgia by 10,000. If the same people who voted by mail in the Republican primary vote in 2020, he wins Georgia. The same thing in Maricopa County, and also basically the same thing in either Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or Michigan. Here's why I think though anti-votes are strong. The reason Dems won more states in the midterm Senate than people thought is anti-abortion. They're anti-absolute. The anti-abortion law passed, they've overturned Roe versus Wade, which for me is just crazy to overturn the Supreme Court ruling. I don't care what it is. But what about Dred Scott? The one where they declared that black men are not citizens. Starting like 19. The one that overturned the Fugitive Slave Act, upheld the Japanese internment camps. It was like 1932. But that was so the list. But I think the anti-vote will still be strong if Trump wins, just because Democrats have proven the only way they vote is they hate the guy. Well, look, that's not just voting against something. In modern American history, the great landslides have almost always been negative, not positive. The only positive landslide in modern American history is 1964 election held in Virginia to fulfill John F. Kennedy's legacy. So the Nixon landslide of '68 was a pushback against the chaos of the Vietnam War. The FDR landslide is let's get us the fuck out of the Great Depression. The 1980 landslide of Ronald Reagan and '84 is to save us from the nightmare of Jimmy Carter. Even Jimmy Carter's election, which was relatively narrow, was also let's just move on from Nixon. So it's almost always been powerful in modern American history to be the anti-move on party. Part of the reason, again, why I think Biden was so successful. But Trump also, like I said, that Ukraine case I laid out, that's very possible. Like, we could be in a full-blown conflict in Europe, and Trump is like, I will get us out. I mean, that's literally what Eisenhower ran on against Truman. He said, I will go to Korea, and I'm going to get us the fuck out of Korea.
Do you think Americans care enough about the Ukraine issue
When it touches that,
if it escalates? Yeah, so here's the thing. It has to escalate to the point where it touches them. If I touch them, like, I almost think more than gas prices.
Draft.
Yeah, so sure. If he got, I guess he's promising to get gas prices down. Listen, we can get gas prices down tomorrow.
You look up gas prices. Gas prices not triple.
They've already come down a bit, but like you can have them come down more. You just release some reserves. And Americans don't go, our reserves are going.
Tap reserves, but you're right.
We didn't tap them at all.
No, but we tap them. We have to top them up, and we haven't been able to top up the gas. Yeah, there we go. So that's actually still not good.
It's not bad.
Well, if you scroll down, it has the national average. So there you go. A year ago, actually, yeah, that's around Ukraine. So
we're in like a decent place with gas prices. Then you have to calculate inflation a little bit there too. Right. So I think inflation is fucking people up. I think I'm like waiting for all these layoffs to start to affect me. What do you mean? So every one of these Fortune companies is going, well, Amazon is set to lay off 5,000 people. JP Morgan is set to lay off 10,000 people.
So that's actually because it's tech. So it's highly concentrated in white collar and specifically tech, because tech was the biggest beneficiary of cheap money and of low interest rates. They were floating on a lot of debt and on borrowed cash to fuel their expansion. The overall joblessness rate, the unemployment rate, part of the reason the Federal Reserve continues to increase rates is because those layoffs are not affecting the overall economy. So, for example, 10,000 jobs from Amazon, that's or like 1,200 jobs or whatever it dropped. That's like a factory in Toledo, right? Like, if it closes out, it has no impact on the U.S. economy.
So we're over-indexing.
We're over-indexing for the median. The median is focusing on tech. Actual, like, blue-collar jobs are actually doing pretty well.
Jobs overall are doing well.
Yes.
And what we're having is a regression to the mean for the tech sector. They just absolutely exploded during COVID, which of course it's going to explode. You have cheap money, and you have everybody at home needing tech. So this makes sense. So we can't look at jobs as this is a doomsday scenario that's not happening.
Not all layoffs are the same. Yes, exactly right. Yes. Okay, that's part of the issue, which is that a lot of people in tech, this was kind of annoying, but the bank, they're like, everything's going to collapse, $100 billion. Like, yeah, but like, you actually are, yes, you're 20% of GDP, but startups and all that are way less part of that in terms of tech. And actually, if you did fail, or first of all, if the bank did fail, 90% of your deposits all would have been made whole in the first place. So,
Depending on the bank, I think some of those banks have much higher.
Valley Bank, Signature Bank, also. So SVB specifically, we do know that if the normal FDIC process had gone through, over 90% of deposits would have been made.
At the end of the day, depositors,
yes, deposits, not depositors. Deposits would be made whole.
Because the FDIC backs up to $250,000.
No, because what they did instead is they came out and they're like, actually, all deposits are insured.
No, I'm saying prior to
Yes, prior to that's right.
And so that 90% statistic is based on the government.
No. What normal FDI process is the FDIC is they come in, shut down the bank, and they sell off the assets of the bank, and then use that. It's kind of like what happened with Madoff. Remember, like everything that they could the clawback rule. Sure. So then, effectively, how it would have been done, it would have taken a couple of months to show out, but they would have gotten. 90% of the government.
The government stepped in.
But the government stepped in and was like, no, immediately, every single one of your deposits is cash flush. And by the way, all of these banks now get access to the special Federal Reserve Fund, and we're going to completely unilaterally change all of U.S. banking law.
Well, this is important,
which is crazy.
Well, this is important, right? Because there isn't a bank right now that exists in the world that you can all of your assets from at the same time as everybody else who's in the bank, right? I think it's an a 10-to-1 ratio. So basically, like, if you deposit $100,000 in that bank, you only have to keep $10,000 of it in there. What they basically do is go lend out the other 90,000. So fractional reserve banking, right? So what's the problem with the run on the bank is that we all naturally get scared when we're texting each other and we're like, yo, is this bank gonna be okay? Is City actually okay? Is whatever. Once we start taking our money out and moving it, because the last thing you want is deposit risk. There's so much risk in money in general. The last thing you want is like actual cash. Like, let me risk it on a stock. It's an investment, not just sitting in the fucking bank. 0.08 interest. So I think what they had to do is step in just so that we would have confidence. If we took all of our money out and we just dumped it into JP Morgan and Chase, which are the two that I guess were doing okay, but in every regional bank would just collapse. So you have to acknowledge.
I completely acknowledge it, and I actually
you have to say, even though you're conservative, the government did it.
Actually, I don't agree with that because I think the government, what it did is actually, this is the leftist word, but I agree with it, which is that, think about this, what you just made the case is how banks make money because they lend out their money. Okay, but inherent to that was you are privatizing the profits. When shit goes bad and there is a bank run, what did we just do? Actually, all of that money is safe. So we guarantee all the deposits, which you get to make private profits.
Yes.
So Jamie Dimon is literally a billionaire, and all of these guys are become billionaires by loaning out our money while buying banks. What's our interest rate in banks? 0.05%? Maybe something like that. No risk to that. No, literally no risk.
What you're saying is 100% true.
Yes.
And it is 100% hypocritical, and it absolutely sucks. And we should. What I think we should do is put all the executives that made those decisions in jail. But I think you have to punish them. But the concern is if this bank fails and the next bank fails, none of our deposits are secure. Because eventually you will have a global economic collapse. So unfortunately, the government has to step in and do this incredibly hypocritical thing and to protect everybody's money because it is possible that that. So my one thing is someone needs to get punished here. Yes. And I think it's the executives of the bank.
But it's not only the executives of the bank
getting fucking paid out.
But now we have not only that, every bank in the country effectively is now deposit insured. So why do any of them get to make profits? That's bullshit. You don't get to use my money.
It's a great business.
You do not get to use my money to make profit for yourself. And when you fuck up and fail, everything is guaranteed by the government.
And now they're getting more records.
No, of course. No.
You guys are 100% right. And it sucks.
Well, we're not banning it. There's no ban.
But the alternative is letting them fail.
That's not true. The alternative is holding them accountable.
Well, how do you hold them accountable?
Okay, but here's the thing.
Bring it to a grand jury.
This is a good question. How do you hold them accountable?
Bring it to a grand jury.
Oh, so like you're saying what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
But the accountability that we're talking about doesn't stop the practice and secure the bank.
You can make the same call and still hold people accountable.
Yes, and I do that. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. And I think what will happen after that is that these bankers will realize that there are repercussions for their very dangerous actions. And internally, other banks will be like, okay, you need a little bit more deposits. Let's not buy these fucking long-term investments and act like they're
That was the case in 2008. The 2008 case was that, and then it just didn't. Like, the idea was that we were going to bail them out. They were going to shoot it. Yeah, exactly. But the case was like, no, they're going to learn their lesson. They crashed. They were never going to do this. We don't get in any trouble. They're making more money out there.
So I guess it's up to us to hold them accountable. And like, real talk, if Trump came out right now and he was like, every exec at those banks that got paid out that is in jail when I'm president, they're going to be fucking president.
Yes.
You can shit those. I don't think people care that much about SVB.
No, they don't, but you know what they do care about? They care about somebody fucking over the regular man and then getting millions in the process.
SVB wasn't a regular man.
It doesn't matter, dude.
Yeah, like, you can spin it optically, I guess, but like,
Like, it's just like, it's just like the drag queens teaching fucking your kids English and everything like that. It's just like, also that's like, no one drag queens teaching English.
my kids only learn English like that. They can say yes queen all day. Like, you stop that.
never done it before. We'll never do it again. So get your tickets for that show, as well as May 3rd, Providence, Rhode Island, the Comedy Connection. They say East Providence like we give a shit. It's the same place, bro. It's the smallest state in the bum-ass city. Nobody cares. Bum-ass city's tour. Kicking off. Get your tickets, akashcity.com.
Oh, I had an interesting theory. Let's get to the intro. Not an intro, okay. And I'm sure that this is like the common thing right here, why people are upset. What if, I'm sure this is very common, but what if trans women are just, okay, here it is. So trans women want to change the definition of woman to include them, right? Now, they also want to
say change.
Whatever. You know what I'm saying, more or less, right? Expand definition, right? But now, here's the thing. They recognize that they're in the wrong body. They believe they're in the wrong body. Okay? Now, regardless of who or not, let's assume for a second they are in the wrong body. And there are anomalies that happen all the time, right? There's 7 million people. We have the one person in fucking Thailand, right? There's a guy in Thailand. We got people with multiple hands, maybe all the time. There are these random anomalies that happen. Tons of fingers, etc., right? Not a single penis waste. So you have this person who goes, I'm born in the wrong body. We go, I believe you. When we had Daisy on the podcast, I was like, I 100% believe that happened. I believe you feel 100% like a woman. And because of that, you are a trans woman. You are exactly what you're saying. You feel like a woman inside, and you're in the wrong body, and that makes you a trans woman, right? But that doesn't make you a woman, right? We don't have to change the definition of woman to meet this, which we understand is an anomaly, but we can also go, hey, I understand that you feel like that, and that you're not lying, you're not manipulating anybody, this is a real thing, you're going crazy. You're not saying,
There's a lot of feminists.
yeah, like, I don't think, and then I think that, like, it's almost like I've thought about someone who has, like, the phantom leg syndrome. Have you heard about that? So some people who have,
like when they get amputations,
they still feel like they have a leg. Now, what if they were like, I have, and then we'd be like, no, you don't have a leg, but you do feel like it. And the part of your brain, when I like touch the air right here, goes off where your leg would be. So clearly you feel, I'm not saying you're lying about your feelings, I 100% believe you feel your leg is right there. I'm not calling you a liar, there's nothing wrong with that, but you don't have a leg.
Yes.
What's wrong with that?
I mean, I don't actually disagree with you. I think, though, that this look
is that insulting? Would they find that insulting?
Something survives.
Even though we're saying you're not lying, you do feel like that, dude.
But then what it gets to is qualifying that they're not.
But so far, we define a woman and a man as a person who feels like a man and also has all the biological characteristics.
Part of the problem I'm trying to explain is it doesn't make any sense. And like, this is where I know the constipation.
Hey, dude, chill out.
Where it all comes from. I would just say, like with the trans thing, I have never seen. I don't know why it animates so many people to feel so strong. Like people, I have met people whose entire politics is oriented around this, and I just find that to be so. It's comedy too. Have you guys noticed this? Like every comedian now has a trans joke, and some of them are good, but some of them are just like that.
I was doing it 5 years ago.
At least it was so edgy then.
It's so
It's just like every fucking joke, man. Like every open mic joke now. I feel like every comedian I listen to,
because you can say anything now. You can say everything,
but it's not funny. It's just like not funny, but it's not edgy. Let's put that aside. So I think that most of the consternation around it comes down to what you're pointing to, which is gender ideology. Now that also does not really have a definition, and that's part of the problem because it's expansive. Gender ideology, I would say,
gender is what you feel like you are.
Yes. However, what gender ideology more so is pointing towards the expanding of the definitions around the sexes, conflating sex with gender, conflating feelings with totality, kind of a totalitarian view of enforcing that. And where the only part where I actually care about this is kids. That's it. So I absolutely think, like, once you're 18 years old, to do whatever you want. As I said, I know people who are trans, and like, look, I believe in you. That's fine. This is a free country, so many people actually don't agree. And I think part of the problem with the right-wing debate is that when you press something to people, is that they will openly be like, no, I don't think you should be able to transition whenever you're 18. It's like, look, that level of freedom is just, you may not like it, but like, that's what it is. And so we should also be honest about how some people feel. Yeah. And we should also, though, be honest about how some people feel like it's okay to be able to talk about some of this stuff. Not even talk about some of this stuff, actively come and propagate maybe 5 or 6 years ago. And this is often conflated kind of with critical race theory. And again, critical race theory is one of those where the technical definition of critical race theory is gradually level coursework around the questions. So that's why science is like, hey, critical race theory is not being taught in schools. Like, yeah, but you know, are you talking to kids about skin color and shades and about like white guilt when you're 5? Because yeah, I think that's a problem. But then they're like, wait, you shouldn't talk about the civil wars. Like, I didn't say that. That's not what I said. Actually, a 5-year-old, no, I don't think you should talk about this. Well, maybe. I mean, you can talk. You're gonna talk to a 5-year-old about this. What are you gonna do? I mean, you can talk about costumes. You can say like, it's good and bad. Like, we freed slaves and slavery was bad. I mean, look, to a certain level, like, there are social myths. You need to know. So, I don't. What I'm saying is there are social myths that are built in the bedrock of every civilization. What gender ideology sees. 5-year-old, she's sort of English. They will suck a transvestite. Yeah, but I don't know if we're supposed to say transvestite. No, transvestite is fine. I think that's out. They got rid of it. That implies that it's sexual. That's what they imply that it's sexual. So the tight part is you look it up actually. Yeah, we're talking about drag queens. Yeah, we're talking about drag queens as transvestite. No, but I believe that transvestite is a term that is like a sexual cake. It's like they do transvestite, we just do cross-dressing. Yeah, cross-dressing. No, but cross-dressing implies, again, the cake. It's like for a sexual purpose. No, in the tradition.
The words of underdog, anything that transvestite is commonly considered derogatory.
Yes, yeah.
So now what is it? Yeah. Now is it drag?
Well, no, because drag also is not well, this is the race. Is drag sexual, or is it dressing up? This is just so conservatives, people who are upset about it, say that drag is inherently a sexualized act. We have a drag queen show in front of little children, pushing like a sexualization on top of gender ideology in front of little kids. Now people will say, well, hey, what's wrong with men who are wearing a dress or like reading a book to their kid? Honestly, I think it's one of those, like, you know, you see it, like, if there's a guy who is in drag, but he's appropriately clothed, reading a children's book, this is, like, fundamentally different than a guy who doesn't have underwear on, and it's, like, has his dick up from kids, right? Well, I don't understand. That's weird. I don't understand why this is happening. Like, what's the... I don't really know. I mean, look, I don't know where it all comes from. Some of it is online, but frankly, like, the roots of it have been in our culture for a long time. I mean, comes from, I guess, a good place of like, hey, we want to be able to accept and accept what? Well, yeah, we want people to be able to feel however they feel without discrimination. Like, inherently, it sounds good, no, but at the same time, like, to feel that way, we have to police the way that everybody uses language, and we also have to say that anybody who questions it, and specifically questions their own children, is himself like homophobic. Homophobia actually doesn't have to do with any of it, but that's actually part of what trouble is. Whenever people say that it's like an attack on gay rights, I'm like, well, hold on, we're not talking about gay rights at all. We're actually, like, that's nothing to do with gay marriage. Now, are there some people who are anti-gay marriage who are also obsessed with this? Yes, that's what I actually opened this conversation with. And that's part of the issue, which is bringing it down to, like, nuance, like, where people are, is the most difficult part. I know so many people who are Christian theocrats who are obsessed with this. This is all that they talk about. Where many people who are not even, who are like atheists, would agree with them, their critiques of gender ideology. But they're like, legal laws, legal about abortion. No, I'm not in on that at all. But then I also know a lot of people, again, left-wingers who would be like, listen, I'm totally cool, like trans rights also, but then you're like, I don't know, with children, like maybe it's up to the parents, like the parents want to talk to their kids about it. That's the other way I feel about the drag. Why aren't the teachers teaching them that? Well, why do we need to hire the trans story out right now? Yeah, well, okay, anything about drag teachers. I'm also talking about teachers. There are a lot of teachers, right? This is the whole mix of TikTok, where teachers will openly be like, the pronoun, they'll be like, look, these are the pronouns we're going to use in college, or you know, you have high school teachers who will say, it's okay if you want to come out to me as trans, I'll keep it from your parents. And there's like school nurses. That's fine. It's all this. If you're trans, well, okay, but what if not? That's a fucking walk in. But if you are under 18, like should your parents ultimately have some not necessarily? Why not? Because if you're coming out of the closet for what's the law? I don't know. Is your parents going back or something that the law says you can't go under gender reassignment surgery without parents. That's fine. Well, but just coming out and saying how I feel, but they're trying to change it.
But until then,
But yeah, just coming out as how I feel, like coming for a gay person. I don't have to tell my parents if I'm gay. My parents still don't know I'm gay. I don't have to come out until I'm comfortable doing it to anyone. Same should be the case for trans. You're talking about that personal level, but we're talking about what is inherently state, federally funded, state taxpayer funded institution. So go to private school. That's very.
I think there's a lot of parents who would appreciate if their kid didn't tell them they were gay until the teacher was
maybe, but that's kind of up to them. And my point is though, is that, and this part we're trying to bring to, these are public rights because these are taxpayer funded schools. Like at the end of the day, we do this. Like we and as much as we should, if the taxpayers are paying, it's like.
The taxpayers are paying teachers to read to kids.
Yes.
Why are we hiring more people? That's the biggest issue for me. It's not the drag queens. Like
drag queen is more like I don't think a lot of them are schooling. Some of them are. A lot of them like have public library. That's where it would be like a private social club or something.
There was like 43 elementary schools.
That's not that many.
But also parents are going to feel like, hey, I don't want them pushing the gay agenda, so I don't want teachers talking to my kids about none of that. Because it's like, which teachers are just like, oh, you confiding in me, and which teachers are like, no, you should see this gay shit.
You might, yes. But see, I think that's important as a point, because I'll give you guys a flip side. So I had a science teacher in the 5th grade who was telling us about evolution. And then this kid raised her hand and was like, so do you believe in evolution? She was like, no, what the state requires me to teach them. And I remember being like, you're the son. I was like, why should I listen to you about anything then if you don't believe in evolution? Actually, Rabbi is the person I heard make this point, which is that imagine if you were a liberal parent and you had a teacher who was conservative, which I had many conservative evangelical teachers, and they were pushing their Christian beliefs on your kids in school. You would be fucking furious. And I felt very uncomfortable whenever that happened to me. I was like, grew up in the 1990s in Texas. Can I be honest with you? The flip side of it, though, is that you would also be furious. Somebody's teaching your kids something that you don't believe.
I wouldn't be furious if people were pushing Christian beliefs.
How so?
Because I think Christian beliefs have carved out our culture, our interaction. I would be 100%.
There's a level, but there's a right. Some are talking about like Judeo-Christian values that we have inherited from Puritanism that we've been trying to follow. I think there's some people are talking about evolutionism. I had the creationist. I had an organic chemistry professor at a private college that taught the Earth was 4,000 years out. You're like, well, why would I listen to it? I can't listen to anything I'm paying you. It was like $25,000 a year. Bum ass school.
People love to like pick that out with like Christianity. It's just like, okay, they got one thing wrong. Like how many things they got right? I'll be honest with you, bro. No, we're not saying that. No, I'm not saying you guys do, but like atheists love to like do this thing with the Bible. It's like, well, here's something that's hypocritical. It's like, oh, did you find something wrong in 5,000 Old Testament? Wow. Yeah. Wow. You found, oh my God. What the fuck? You found 5,000 Old Texts. You found a mistake. Something has been refuted. But there's people that say Christians say there's no mistake. The Bible is like, that's what it's like being a big fan of wrong until you're right. And if we all go to heaven and say, all right, this was 4,000 years ago.
Yeah, but you stop born again. They double down too much.
You're right.
Double down.
Okay, now think about my next. I went to church this Sunday, right? It was. What time? It was in a pub. She was cabin for Scientology last week. She was a Scientologist.
Catholic, Episcopal, Protestant,
Non-denomination.
Oh, those are just like
You know what it was? The pastor said lit. Like, he's gonna be like, it's a Christian TED Talk about coffee. It is a Christian TED Talk. This is how we all feel, bro. This is why there's 15 types of Christianity. Christians are like comics. Like, they just don't find a way where you make sure you're doing Christianity. You're a Trump Christian. Okay, so, I'm in there, and it was, my wife really wanted to go, her brother goes, and I'm like, all right, this is going to be cool. And it was like the feeling that I got. First of all, I'm crying within 3 minutes. I walk in, and it starts with the music. I am balling within 3 minutes, okay? It's in a public school auditorium, and it's not like some fancy fucking, Joel Osteen church. It's in a public school auditorium, like the real shit. You know what I mean? Like, Jesus, bro. No Jaguar. Jesus wasn't going to be in some fancy ass synagogue. He was in the streets with his people. Playing ball, hooping. So, I'm there singing. It was beautiful. I love Christian music, but like, honestly, I'm mad at Pastor Carl. Because if I was up in that Hillsong Ryan too, if you play any Christian music, I'm proud of spot right now if you play any Christian music. I know we should just play it and see if they like just it's not really about Jesus, we're just hanging out. Emotions and bullshit. It was so beautiful. The music, it was like filling me up, and I felt so amazing. It was these incredible feelings. And you said something, I think it was on a pod maybe last week, but like you could tell how successful religion is by the fruit it bears. And I'm in this church, and I'm just feeling so incredible. Just listen to music. I'm 3 minutes in, and I'm like, oh, there's a reason this shit took over the world. Like, Christianity is incredible. And I need to try Islam, because if Christianity is this good, Islam is new. They play the music, they're beautiful games, very beautiful music, good architecture. We saw just case still. Yeah, that's fine. Tolerant, still. All I'm trying to say is it was so beautiful, and I'm in this room, there was love, and it was all these different people coming together, and they were submitting themselves to a higher power. It's a beautiful thing to see with humans. I think in this individualized society that we live in, you see so much selfishness, and for these people in this room that just fucking give it up for something they don't even know is there. I'm saying be fucking emotional and beautiful. And that's why when we're like, dude, I want these Christian values on my kids. Like, I can talk to my kid about evolution. You know what I can't do? Is like, when I'm not with them for 8 hours a day, is fill them up with that love and that joy that makes him be a better person to the people around him. He's not being a better person because you're telling him to be good. He's being a better person because he feels fucking God loves him. And when God fills you up, you got a little extra to give around. And it was just beautiful, man. I'm glad that you said that, actually, because I don't want to struggle myself really bad. Like, just because I didn't take it that. No, I also, our teachers never taught us that stuff. Yes, that's right. More so, they were like, hey, Akash, it's a funny name. Yeah, that's really funny. You actually go to hell. It's terrible. So they use religion as religion is a attack politics. See, I don't like that. Well, that's more of a soup. I'm more of a soup. You guys gotta do a super show. Did you tie? Bro, that's the best to say it. And he says, I gave him everything. And I had done shows all week. I had maybe, I probably dropped I almost feel comfortable saying that because I'm bragging the whole thing out. But because I'm going through the shoot. Don't pay back. Yo, they got your ass, bro. They hit you. They fucking got you, bro. They saw you rolling. They're like, play options. On the hits. Run the hits. You got punked, bro. You don't have any time. You got punked, bro. You got punked.
Christian golf, so like I can't really give that.
You got punked. You didn't even give it to a real God. You gave it to a tank top. Oh, you gave it to a tank top. Okay. Fill him with how much you gotta tie that is up? Is it a better rate? If it's at 5%, I might go over there. I don't know what they.
It's not banks are not allowed to charge interest.
I know. So they can buy all the real estate in London.
They just conveniently charge you a fee, which is commensurate with my
Are you kidding me? Oh my God! You don't think that was like that?
guitar. They were like, yeah, there's no interest, but you'll have to pay this fee. And if you do the math, it's about interest. That's how you get a car.
Hold on a second.
That's how you get mortgages out there.
Are you?
I swear to God.
Does that thing change depending on the market?
Of course. What, you think it isn't commensurate with the global rate of interest?
Well, that's interest. So how the fuck did they get around it?
That's what it's like
You're actually a real fucking contract.
what's the position of whatever they're called? Like Orthodox Jews are not allowed to use electricity. So they turn on the lights before Saturday. So they don't have to turn off. So they'll turn the stove on or something like that. So they don't technically have to. It's clear.
It's cheap. I'll even admit that's awesome.
I was like, come on. Yeah, I was like, we're either not using electricity, we're not using electricity. But
They stop at every floor.
oh, smart.
Oh, now you like it. That's just Christian to get dumb to get around that's awesome. Jews are more than most people. Jews are more than just outsmarting.
Now, Christians did it on Exodus Day. Christians said we're going to separate this. Start America, let's separate church and state. This shit is just Christian, but we separate it. So no Christian rules have to apply here.
King Henry really was the first one.
Gay people don't get married till the 21st century. That's fucking crazy.
We were already pretty early in church.
I was gonna say, actually, what's the first one?
Yo, hey, they bring up that shit too. It's like, whatever, but we gonna what is it, throw the baby out with the bathwater? It's like they got evolution wrong and gay shit wrong. You know what I mean? Like, everything else stands. What else is wrong?
I have a lot of Christian friends who would make the case that listen, at the end of the day, Judeo-Christian values are what built like the West, and it's what ultimately allowed America to prosper. I mean, look, I'm not saying it's all bad. This is like the whole convo today. We were talking about women outrunning men. Like, it's not a bad thing. There's a trade-off. Let's acknowledge the trade-off.
It's a bad thing for all that trade-off. It's not a bad thing for us. It's a bad thing for them. Because they like it when guys make money. So now they're just less people to fuck them. So if they were smart, they would earn nothing. Every guy is going no sex before marriage. It's like Christian love. I think that's fine. But you didn't do that. I'm not Christian.
So we were technically number 10. Sorry, national in Belgium.
Yeah, national.
Wait, hold on a second. No sex before marriage?
That's a great rule for the time, bro. For 2023. I think we have to divide the rules between like technological rules and like the. See, this is the Talmud. See, this is what happens when we get Jews. Keep it pure. Keep it pure. I don't want to like elevate on every floor. No, I don't want to get like a joke or whatever. But like, I do think the gay thing was more about just how dirty dudes' buttholes were back in the day. Like, and I feel like it was the shellfish of ass. I think. Here's the thing. This is specifically why. Ready? About 5,000 years ago, right? There's no toilet paper, there's no way to really clean ass, right? And women at the time were not shaving their legs, they're not shaving their armpits. They got there in the Middle East, they're fucking full of hair, right? The difference between man and woman is very minimal. So, one doesn't do shit cool. You get things with a beautiful one in China, and God is like, yo, we're almost the same, but I made you almost the same, right? So, let's just do that and not go to. Like specific tastes.
Do you guys know like the evolutionary histories of being gay? I always found those interesting. They're like the gay uncle theory. It's like if you had a male who was capable of protecting the tribe, who was gay, he wasn't competing with the alpha male for resources. So that's why that was one of the scientific like arguments about homosexuality is like why would it be passed on? Like why would there be an evolutionary advantage to being so many other things? I think there was one, it was like the idea that they can protect the tribe, they can help care for the children, help care for offspring, while not competing for resources, like in terms of female resources with the alpha. So somebody
Just thinking about how this is theory of human evolution movement, what allowed us to have so much success was breeding the tribe of the alpha. So what allowed humans to basically like demolish all of our competition is that we weren't led by one specific alpha. It was actually all the betas collectively coming together and murdering the alpha. And this is essentially what democracy is, right? It's like all the people basically removing the person of power every 4 years. And you see like different versions of this propagating society. And the reason why that was better is because if you have the collective group of betas in charge, there was more safety for you. You didn't have to worry about this alpha going around or fucking fighting on her nutsack every 2 seconds. Like Lions got to worry about, or bears got to worry about. Like you could actually sit around and you could collaborate and make technology and find ways to live an easier life, etc. So the history of humanity is the history of conflict.
I'm not sure it's really betas. I'm pretty sure what happens is that the whole idea is that the alpha male is a transitory position, so the beta male becomes the alpha male. So actually, if you look at, when African countries allow molestation of rhino, almost always the reason why is because in a wean rhino, which is sterile, which is killing younger bulls, who are trying to compete for female resources, they're not able to kill the older bull, so they allow someone to come and shoot it, and then freeze out the future competition. But the problem though is that the pup becomes the alpha male, and so he becomes when he gets too wild, when he becomes that they remove him and they get somebody else.
So the cubs have been in charge this whole time.
Maybe. I think you guys are
That's what some people say. Some people say
on the air.
There is like an actual smart people. Yeah, the other theory that was interesting is the guy who developed this theory of like the alpha. This is where the whole idea of alpha, the pack leader, is where it's come up, right? He debunked it and spent the rest of his life debunked it. He's like, yeah, I was wrong. Actually, they like collaboratively. There's not really 1% in charge. It's all bullshit. And for years, even now, we're like, you have to be the alpha. Watching us walk in and friend. Sometimes an easy thing to run for.
Bulls are very humanitarian. Like, the women are like great hunters.
Doing nothing. Being a lion. Because the guy was a sex slave for a lady. Yes. Because you let him eat first. Because you got to dance down. Protein.
You see how like male lions will get their nuts bitten by the female lions? They want to fuck together. That's crazy.
Yes. This is the male lions like living that life.
So that's all we're doing right now. When we go to college, make all the money. It's just evolution. It's come to animals, bro. We're just giving the lions laying around fucking. But you don't want to fuck.
Look at his full face, bro.
I got fucked like 20 times a day. And then I should have been jealous of that. 4 different women. Like, did you guys hear about that story about there's this guy on Long Island, and his wife, he was like cheating on her, I guess, a bunch. So his wife got him another girlfriend to save their marriage. Another girlfriend, they looked identical to her to save their marriage. No, what is that?
It was like the guy who shed in his own backyard because this mom had in his house. Is like guy was coming to for I guess exactly. Like the ball into his house and he built himself a shed in his backyard that he lives in. It's like the Cuck Shed. I think it was in New York Magazine. This was in 2016. Cuck Shed, like New York Magazine. He wrote like a whole piece about how he was moving his Cuck Shed. There you go. With a boyfriend, there said, 2016.
He enjoys being masculine. He gets off on that. It's a fetish. It's like a fetish. Yeah. Well, so what's interesting to me about that is like being the cuck. So what is the bull being the bull? Being a bull is kind of gay. You're not like this dude who's fucking some guy's wife. You're his beat-off material, bro. Like, it's like, you don't fuck whatever you want. He's like, I'm ready to jerk off. Go fuck my wife. Like, it's not the dynamic we think it is. Our guy just walks in the room. He's like, yo, get your wife over. I'm gonna fuck you. Nothing. It's the opposite. You're the bitch. He's like, I'm coming out of my cuck shed. It's time for me to jerk off. As you are. You're like an ace king. What is that guy from, not Joffrey, the other one? Game of Thrones. The Battle of the Bastards. He guys into real fuck up. Which kingdom was this? Seas, what? Ramsey. That's fucking cuck shit. So it's like, he's into that kind of mess.
He kind of hacked the game. He got an Xbox in here. He was like, he's out with his boys all the time.
This guy fired it.
Yeah. Fuck, I guess kind of legend.
I don't know. I bring them water. I kiss.
Oh, yeah, this is kind of
this is good. I can't read this again, dude.
He's not in control. He's not in control. He's carrying out water.
But you can understand his kink is humiliation. Yes. He's went through something absolutely horrific in his life, but that's the only way he can get off. It's like the fucking Jeffrey Dahmer guy's kink is murdering people or whatever. Like, people have these weird things.
What do you think about this?
Oh, Dahmer?
Yeah. See, I actually watched the Dahmer series and the more I read about it, I'm like, I don't know.
Well, I think just born that way, and then it's like exacerbated. Yeah. Why? It's like deep in there, that fucking things you go through your life. But every one of these guys is molested. 100%.
Bundy molested, and Bundy had some shit, but nothing that traumatic. That's why his mother.
Every one. 100%. That's why we just gotta kill pedophiles. Because if you're molesting, like, just straight up means you ruin their life. Now, it doesn't happen to every single person. That's why we're talking about. There are people who get molested and studied, and they go on to have these like very productive, amazing lives as strippers, whatever they are. They go on to do like incredible things, right? And they what is it called? They like push past this horrific thing they went through. And there are other people who, they have this deep stuff underneath them. They might have like psychotic tendencies, and that shit fucking triggers them. I think, imagine going through something as traumatic as that at a young age.
All these serial killers have a story like that. They're like, my mom abused me, and this thing happened. Like, I forget what child in the trouble. Yeah, there was one guy who, I forget his name. He was like a big foot fetish guy. But he would like kill one, like cut their feet off. I forget his name. And then the way the mind hunters wanted, they interviewed the guy who would kill women, and he ultimately killed his mom. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, his mom's like confidence with the words out, and the dark was just lining him up. And afterwards, he was like, okay, no, just call it. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
because it was just following his mom, just hating his mom, because he had to rage his mom against like college.
Yeah, this person with psychosis that also has like a traumatic.
Yes.
And that's the because there's plenty of psycho people that are walking around that have like good childhoods, and they're probably like letting you know that.
Yeah, that's what the researcher this was like. Oh, I realized I was predisposed to having like psycho killer tendencies. He was like, I have like the mental makeup. I forget
He's studying psychotics, and then he did the test on himself.
Yeah, I think it's psychotics. We should all take that test. Psychopaths in society. Some people sometimes didn't. Some people I thought it was fascinating. Just that one of the reasons why I have more psychopaths in society is that in a small setting, a psychopath not as easily able to blend in and try. Whereas in a collectivist like 7 million people, a psychopath can easily go between tribes, scam a person here, scam a person there. Like the con artists from Florida to California, and in New York City, like the odds are you're not going to go to the same person every single day, so you scam this person, and so this chain of psychopaths is easily replicable in a mass like civilizational society. Exactly. They kill almost immediately. Like this guy's a fucking liar. He screwed me on the ass. Like he lied to my face that I can't tax for the room. Whereas like you don't have that same check.
That's a great point. Back in the day, like what's it called, the oil salesman, like when you made this mistake, oil salesman, the church. Not for that price. I can get you a better price. I was about to say, the basket's going around, I'm going through some stuff in my life. To be fair, that's way less than 10 minutes. I'm going through some shit in my life with my wife. The basket came around, and I was like, oh, fuck. If God is watching this shit, do you know what I'm saying? He hears me, talking to him and asking for help or something, and then he sees me put in the basket, and he's like, oh, $20 for it. What's up, everybody, and welcome to Flavor. And today we are joined by the hottest thing on OnlyFans. We have pushing that meat wallet for $5 a month. Check it out. No, you just said that I didn't watch any of the roast. No, I didn't. Is that what you just said? I just said it. What did you just say? I didn't watch one minute of the roast. No, I was here. I said, please. Tell me what you said. Don't do like outside the car. Let's just get me to. I love it. You just called me a dog. You know, it's like, you think I'm sitting up for some cute dog stuff? Like this? No, this is just one of the best in the life. What's your mind? You said I didn't watch one minute of the roast. That's what you said. That my mom believes it was on pretend that you were talking about why women are more admitted to the college board and then men don't give a shit. This one's just worse. Free tea. Come on. Hey, I'm in here. I was down here. Alex Jones and porn stars from Korea, and now you guys
guys are like, now you guys are like, the Pew Research Center says that it sounds like, who cares? Your face is just like, it's a lot of statistics. What is this study? It's like, we're all saying, it's just like, it's like door gossip.
Yeah. Did you know one movie out with the female, right? It was just like the girl version of what you just said. Now you went Down syndrome next. Two versions. It's Golden Jim and Down syndrome. You said I didn't watch a minute of those. I did watch a minute. You were crying for no fucking reason. The same compliment you give every man comment. Just, you didn't try to read me. Listen, every time you say that to me, you say it to Rogan, you say it to Bert. You're like, I trusted you. Nobody wants to read me with the comedy. It's just empty. Comedy look good.
Okay, I don't need someone yelling at me about rape with that mustache. Every time I have someone
Nobody made me scream at another. Nobody wants to read me. Like, stop saying that.
except for this shiny Luigi over here. But I know what's right. I never felt violated. And then you tried to move my microphone around for 20 minutes before this show started. That was like,
She's really going to do that. She's literally giving a whole speech about how there's no Me Too situation or how guys should. It's terrifying. You terrified that you were going to do it.
yes, you thought you were going to scream. Oh, the mic that was trying to ring me. Why? Because you did.
I said guys can do it. I would do it. I think comedians respect you. I said, technically speaking, you are
It's not dead. I'm anything around. Atlanta for 2 hours, waiting a trailer for 5 minutes of screen time. Next to that guy. Next to that lead on Modern Family. To be like, oh, and now we got the Hollywood where everything is like all fine.
And Daddy, it is now 11 o'clock a.m.
Somebody's got the Hollywood guy. Listen, you're right. Canada, out there, like, where's this shit coming out? Is this shit from fucking Tubi? Like, yes!
We got the right stuff. You're the only fan of us. Just listen to me on
at least for work. Okay? Tubi. Like, what the fuck?
They keep you so young. Is that what you're doing?
But like, I'm doing something for sounds. Tubi, OnlyFans, at least for words. Like, I feel like at this point, Hollywood's just like aged our networks.
There's a better argument than the sound. And they're like just trying to pick one. All of it is just sound.
Just because you don't know these networks,
Netflix, HBO, doesn't get better.
Yeah, but Amazon, where are you at that word? Amazon's working on Amazon. has taken out money. Apple taken out
Oh
money.
my god. You're on a sex trafficking site. You think everything on that site is 18 years old?
It's crazy. Stop it! Because you got married at the wrong time.
I got married at the wrong time. I'm talking about you guys are 16 years old. I'm 24 years on this earth. I can't get it now.
Wait, Montclair. It's right now. We see it around here. I went in everything when I was working with you. What's up with you? Why did you fight? I didn't want to fight. You were fighting over there. It's the only thing I think you don't. I'm not on OnlyFans TV, and this is what I'm doing. This is my
I want you to go for photo. I always thought that was where your strengths lie. I do believe that. And I got it to be easier. Obviously, are you in a relationship? What's going on? When you look at me with these faces, like it's difficult. Is listening hard for you? This is what it looks like when you're listening. This is you listening, right? This is you. I'm not talking. All I'm doing is all the other people talking. This is what they do. We don't know if I didn't watch a minute of it.
basically my guess is
You came in here projecting, and I did not watch it.
usually when people are projecting, they're doing this.
Yes, I'm projecting.
It's okay if you didn't watch it.
Do you think I didn't watch it?
Well, I mean, I grew up in the top right now. But it's fine if you didn't.
Do you think I didn't watch it?
You're very busy.
Do you think I didn't watch it?
It's like, I don't know. Maybe you do it. I try to watch it, but it just
I did watch it.
And can I tell you also, like, it's roasting. Like, I've had it, like, the older places I'm able to do, like, roast shows now. This one, like, corporate gigs. Like, I love corporate gigs. It's not like, it's a big business. I think more like female comics. It's, you know, like, being a stand-up as a woman, it's not really, it's not a viable. Yeah,
Tell us how hard it is.
I'm not saying it's hard. I'm just saying it's
Absolutely love for this.
I'm not saying, I think it's hard to be a
So tough on the road.
It's not tough, like I said. What are you doing?
It's so different than being a woman anywhere else in life. How is being comic book any different than just going out to a bar? I always hear this from in the guys always trying to go back to your hotel and say, look at the face again. You're listening again. I'm looking at that. I'd rather you look at you and just think about like a fucking golf ball. Just think about it. Just think about it. Think about your happy days that look like this when I'm talking to you. Listen,
Is this like the new hour? Is this like the new What's this is? Oh, this is like a nicotine.
nicotine, yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay. Oh, okay. So more testosterone.
I want to be able to connect with you. You're full of fucking estrogen.
Really?
Did he transition?
Well, you know what's weird? Like, how would you know if you were a trans man?
Listen, if you want to get back to Hollywood, there are other ways to go. There are other ways. Like,
I've seen, I mean, you've seen me. I've been seen to get a lot of bad ratings. Evident that I need more, but in order to
I
like,
think the last guy you were dating has that in
in
it.
order to get like masculine energy, like,
I will say this, you told me he was a vet, and I thought that you were dating like a veteran, and then I saw him, and then I was like, oh, he's beyond a vet, but it was still like a nice guy.
fighting at it, it's like, well, that sounds like
I can see you doing that. I can see you. I mean, there are other places you could go.
I just can't. I don't know. I know it's like a problem in America, but like, I don't want my house to look like that. I'm not going to go
I would see the problem.
It's like someone here from the house. I get someone I got with fucking blue. I got all these guys that I guess there's some anime, some video game, or there's some girl with blue hair, and then all these anime dorks. They put on headsets and they thought we were married or in a simulation together or something. So a lot of endorsements started showing up at my house. Pictures on Reddit or whatever. And so, LAPD, I mean, things like you don't really need, like, maybe gotta have loaded, but if you have a gun, like, that sounds good. I feel like I'll have 4 different conversations with yourself right now. First of all, dare you? I came in here and being attacked by motherfuckers. I'm trying. I'm my Indian friend trying to talk to you. I'm the opposite. I can't get anything from what's meeting him. But no one wants to, like, movie sets, TV sets, staff guys don't touch you. Yeah, I mean, it's like, my mom just got us. Crazy.
Now you're digging out that film that.
I know why you did that. I feel right about it.
She does not do that.
She was a pain. She was like, not in on me much.
No.
Every now and then, like, one of my bad friends would be like, tell us something. Like, well, no, it's like, you're like pretty, and like, what? Like, it's like, that's very nice, but
Now you're sliding that meat over to a girl, right? Like,
well, no, it's just like super serious. It's just like, Grace doesn't want to share, so maybe
this kind of theory I've always had about you, which is you just want to
interesting to be okay.
you just want company. You just want something around. Like, you know what I mean? And it's just like something that kind of fits your schedule, fits your lifestyle, fits everything. But you don't want to be completely dependent on that.
Also, I just want to work towards
You're 63 years old. What do you mean? I want to take it.
I've been on birth control, so what birth control does is it makes your body into a when you keep up waiting. So now I think that's one of the reasons I like it. And it makes your body vigilant. You're like self there, lots of different things that you're trying to do a different kind of man, but they always say before you marry someone, you should make sure you go off the control for at least a year before you like get married. Make sure you're still just different than what I had was the right idea because I had such bad migraines. But like I didn't realize like just when you're pregnant, think about it makes sense. You my mom would want to track with someone who's more pristine or someone that really sort of more of a protector. So it's like I was fucking guys like let's just real well. No, you want for those father of your child, maybe, but you want to protect your child.
Yeah, but this thing he could die.
Yeah, but somebody could like also fight for kids, you know, that kind of thing. And then I was like just attracted to such a extreme, like intense people, like addicts, like motorcycles, and like heroes. Like that's it. When you get to the rock climbers,
Don't do that. Don't you dare do that. It's not a rock climber in the 1700s. You have cables and shit. I need to know what's going on. Dude, come on here. You say you're a big old bull like that and no water.
I'm all day.
Come on.
Take down your dog.
You come in. You come in and you tell me that you're lying about something. You don't want to get to the bottom of this. Oh my God.
This is a new kind of rage.
You come in here and you accuse. This is gaslighting. This is gaslighting. You saw this from your husband. She's been hitting women as well. Now they know how to do it. You come in here.
It's actually just like more like shouldn't have said like you God.
Is this just the first time you've been to me? I literally said you want to be with some company that can be an assistant to you, and you like, you know, it's just
Piece of shit. Didn't take Epstein money. They like put out a letter being like, we're fucking doing it. But it's like, all right.
I mean, they definitely is another one.
Which, by the way, I get this down as a kid. Oh, that's so it's built in. I got in so much trouble that I said it was for that, and I always do groceries there. But it's just Beatrice was there, and you know her dad. You know her dad is the guy who was like in the photo, the photo shot, and everybody was like so worried that I was going to say something, which I was like, I have to fucking address this strategy. And mom were bad, but I still, I was like, you know, just like, you know, like, I have no judgments, like, but dad, like, actually, I was actually just really sensitive subject because a lot of my friends got injuries.
So that's basically just silence.
And then I like posted this like Sally's for like 10 minutes just bombing about. Because I was like, hey Sally, we're now in full life. It's out like, you know, how much by Sally, and I was like, just like making it like this is like, you know, what did I say? I was like, oh, this was 1 billionaire, so I was like 10 billionaire. So I was like, how can Sally be any worse than we're like, you know, just moved to I guess right to Texas. And if I'm gonna pick which one I'm going to go yeah, but so it's like, I think they're like trying to be cool now. Like it's like
Texas, they just sounds like yeah. Wait, why do you not like Texas?
no, I love Texas. I mean, I was trying to move there a while ago, but I sliced it on something. WD-40 or Rabbi.
Oh, did you? Was it
What's so nice? She was the girl. She just turned 18 and on the main channel ship. She would have turned 18. She would be 18 with Instagram. No. She's wrong. They did a countdown, right? There was a documentary about her. Like people like I don't even understand how people think this is okay. Like there was a documentary into that. They said, you know, she got raped by someone. So like it's Christ. Like and they said they were like her vagina was 3 times the size. But I said, I know. I was like, what is exercise?
This is why they need to go to college.
I mean, but it's like, why? I mean, she beat it, but it's okay.
This is why women need to go to college. Women go to college to put their kids in beauty practice. That's a fact. So this is why you shouldn't go to college because you don't want that at all.
I'm not using my platform responsibility. It's understand.
I know it's not. Be honest, but it's not that. It's not that.
Yeah. What's like the what do you want?
I want you to focus on women's empowerment. I think a lot of people see all over Venice and actually care about what's going on in women's lives and how we can push them to do things that they could never dream of. How can you help them? Well, and I think the progesterone that I've been on has been effective.
There's definitely some
What is that about it?
I mean, you're definitely very ambitious.
I think it's you. I think you bring it up. You make me out the worst. Why is that the worst?
No, it's me. I think that like we have like a weird brother sister dynamic.
Yeah, you're so
Is that right? Do you notice the difference as your wife said you're different? Don't you bring on these? Is your section higher?
have to go to Calgary.
No.
Choking on these buttons.
No, I'm not really. My team can use exercise. Shit, you don't have guys who can't listen. But all the guys, you did go up to us.
A lot of everyone in LA is transitioned to baking. All the babies are gay. I mean, I just feel in the water. Here's my thing. I think like it's just
You did the trunk.
what? What? I just feel like I don't even know, like kids, it's like this is Megan, now Madison, now not 5 different names for the kids or whatever. And it could be like everywhere. So you're whatever gender, like your older sibling is. Like there's no intergender. Like it's just like I love how the more junior. So like when I see my friends buy like 9 different shirts and shit, I'm just like, alright, this just feels like it's a little weird at least in LA. But I think people are really voting for trans. Because I think it makes them seem more interesting.
Is trans kid the new like adopted black kid?
Oh, it's interesting. Do you ever see the list of when you adopt kids, the different prices? I don't know what I'm on mine. I don't know. It's like usually like 3 kids. It was. But this is like this 3 fits. Like that is junior. So yeah, no, this is it. This is it.
This is from FC Exchange Radio.
What was fishy about it? And everybody missed. What was fishy? I'm just saying my name like I don't know. Your biggest scalp. Your biggest scalp. Tell me the answer. No billionaire dates her back. Well, that's not just her. And his name is
What's the guy called? Or no.
How about this?
One millionaire dates a blonde.
Let's actually let's do it. One billionaire dates a brunette that looks like Janet. That looks like Janet from Three's Company.
Beyonce. I don't know if blondes really get there with the millionaires because they don't age them. I think you need to go from that brunette because brunette over time has more longevity, 100%.
That's because they have less demand for women. I think they work harder about no one takes years to that. I feel like you just complimenting yourself. It's not like you just like I know that I have to work extra on that. I agree with that. Like I know I have to work harder in other areas. Like moms, I know they don't understand it. They have like you can be like a 7 face and a blonde and like a 10. I like to be a hot negative to be like a hot blonde. Okay, bachelor party, cake comes out. Stripper comes out, cake. There's a little bit of like a
No, we're talking about we're talking someone Pino. Oh, I guess I count them as well, but like,
there is a blonde that like
the blonde thing lasts for like a 4-year period. I think when you first become like an adult, you have some freedom. You're like, what's wrong with these blonde things? Like, they look like now it's a little bit, it's a little really cute. I went through that phase when I was living in Spain. I was like, Swedish girls, this is kind of fun. But eventually you just kind of grow out of it. You see that like there's way more longevity.
I also think that like
look how well I've aged.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I feel like you're joking.
The fact that you would even say that, you feel like I can watch your fucking special. I watched the special. You feel like when I compliment you, I'm not telling you you're not going to criticize me, trying to convince you that I like you and I care about you. Something else is going on. No, something's going on. You as a lesbian, 20%. I don't like it. I like you getting stuffy dicks. And you are getting snuff with dicks. You were way more fun. Now you're gaslighting me left and right, grabbing my feet, massaging it. That's actually alright. That's a good thing. Massage right there. You know the strong hand. Oh, because you play basketball. Yeah, and you finger women now. Maybe you're WNBA material.
Stories about Andrew ever is I had courtside seats to a Knicks game, and I was like, dude, I would last minute like one. And the Knicks game was like, nah, I played that in my league. And I was like, what? I was like, yeah, but he was super serious about his league. I'm like, yeah, I was like 7 years ago. Like, I'm courtside. He's like, nah, they need me.
I came up on my phone and like a clip from a replay league, and I spent like maybe 45 minutes while taking a shit just looking at how it happens. My boy was balling. I couldn't let my boy down. I might have to. We gotta make you look again. I'm gonna sit next to you during the whole game. You try to pretend like you know what's going on. Why did you get 4 seats to go? I was at five. I've been five basketball cities. Basketball city, not five seats. I don't want to hear you like give your fake example where you're so bad to like try to impress everybody with your basketball knowledge, but you don't know anything about basketball.
I would have been like, oh, have you seen the fucking photo of me in I'll stop right there. These shoes are the most like these are the number one thing I chose. Literally, I just not seen you in a while. Both parents dead. Grace does wild shit.
One of them was already dead, to be honest with you.
They all, I mean, yeah, no, my dad got died a couple years ago. So I saw him between them. When you lose a second parent, you felt it. No, it's like kind of a good way because my mom's in a nursing home that has like 12 years like hanging on the side of the bed. I have like lived in hospital. Like I wasn't able to like function for some of my family, and I was like such a workaholic. So that was like the drug, I guess, that I chose.
Don't distract yourself from this real phone.
Yeah, like it's also like feel shame of knowing she's like in bed. I mean, I think a lot of people go through this, like, you know, and nursing homes are like criminal enterprises. I mean, it's like I had to go in and like, you know, when you're like wiping your mom's ass, like giving her shower, shit, like that's like shit gets like comfortable. And then I really get to have a routine. Like growing up, I was had to be married very early, so it's like I never really got to have a child. I never really got to have a routine. Yeah, she's growing up. Like, like, maturity catalogs when I was like 15, like all like this boxes, like getting the old shit. Like I said, what if I had disassociated like so much of it, and you go back and like do that? You know, it's like it is what it is. I mean, it's just kind of like I don't think anyone would like back then child labor anymore. It's not even but like child modeling, child acting, like what the fuck? Child actors, like I look around and I'm like, why does anyone know this? Can't think of it. It's like, oh, what's going on in the second world?
You can't even slap groceries until you're 14. You can be in a full
Also, think about like the people that, yeah, I mean, that's one thing. It's all about people that want to work well. Because when people write shows for like teenagers, they're like 50.
yeah.
I'm like, you're just writing the dialogue.
I'm also thought about this with like an SVU show where like there's a girl that gets sort of raped in the show. It's like she's like a 12-year-old or 9-year-old. That's like some parent has to go, no, I think that my kid would be going to the next.
Also, by the way, Jim Norton,
It was hilarious. It was a great best joke.
he just voted, you know,
Because I did watch it.
but he said, that really catches that. Like,
It bothered me. You would have that perception of me that I was
it's
just
just me being a shooter and like facetious. I just think like I wouldn't have cared either
really hurt me.
way. And I don't believe that you want to go really fucking well.
You still don't believe that I watch your show?
No, I believe you you did, but I don't really remember, but I did.
No, it sounds hard to me. I'm sorry that you have such a negative perception of you. I can't get the best of what's up. I thought the best of you, I thought you were straight.
You cannot trust these hoes. Like, what are you talking about?
What do they do?
No, wait, no. No, for me, I think it's just like my mom died. Like, the people that showed up.
What do you think about pussy taste?
It's not sexual yet like that.
Wait, was it the girl you brought over? Is that?
No, not
the age?
This is your first female friend. You're not like you just made a female friend. It's like, my condition is such a really narcissist, such a like mercurial, like, you know, fast, like I agree. Okay, sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay. I really have a hard time with female friendships, and then, you know, it's really hard to figure out. I don't believe that, but like in comedy, there's a scarcity complex. Like a lot of female comics can kind of be like nasty, you know. So I kind of was like, now you're right. This might just be my only female friend I've ever had, and I feel like I have to make out with her. Yeah. I think we're really good kisser, but I mean, she did good kisser. I mean, I think.
Do you guys know what I guess?
No, do you
Like breathing scene,
this is my shit. Well, I have like a science feeling, so like, but I don't know.
when you breathe, like,
I'm gonna be honest with you. I've never been like back in the day. People always been like, oh, you're comedy. I'm like, I never made jokes during sex. I've never like, but now I just think it's like my eyes open and wait to see if the other person will open their eyes. Like that's my favorite shit. When you're like making out, and then the other person will open their clothes. And like, what was that? That's like I started calling out the cute ass.
you guys are making out like in a bed. It's all that you're dating.
Yeah, kind of, but it's like it's. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I'll show you about it. No. I think this would like land better with you. I thought you think it's like funny.
No, he's very curious.
He's serious about something. Listen, it's not.
No, you just missed when you heard
I've never got one hard. My personality.
You've never had a heart business.
I think I could never.
Has a guy ever had a song?
Yeah, no, it's not described. No, I think the times that's happened is when I usually that looks, it always works. Because I've come out lingerie before, have you ever had a come out lingerie?
Not you, but the thing, you're walking like a dreamer. Penis is making me thirsty.
So they call me vagina. When you like try really hard, but the guy just wants like get to it quickly, you know, just when there's like that set of exercise. It depends. You first need to ascertain the quality of the lingerie. If it's just some Chinese trash, it's a different conversation. But first, like, just feel it out and just see if it's something that like feels expensive. Just appreciate it and also leave it on. What is it? What is it? The Jason and John's love with the biggest inside. Like, leave it on sometimes. It is leave it on.
Oh, gotcha. Then you pull it to the side.
Yeah.
And you just let that
There's a lot of there is, yeah. Like, leave it on. She's wearing like a nice bra. You see her tits right, and leave the bra on. Because those like our tits, like, you know, it's fine. Like, LS. This is like fine, see, but also, my tits don't move, you know.
You want a big one? Yes, sir. Bring the mother real slow. This one's shocking.
Like, if the tits are real, when you lay down, they sort of disappear. You know what I mean? They don't talk. Yours don't do that. Mine don't. Mine are fucking back in my head. Just like my waist. No, I had a bra. No, I've had it. I've had it. I know I heard from you. Talking about it, like, porn special. I think I did porn, and then I reconstructible, and then it's fine. You just watch my course special. There are it's weird how like a porn special really falls back. It's I feel like the porn that fed should have won. No, I just feel like embarrassed by my pictures. But no, we have to replace them I think every 10 years. That's what I do for 2 hours. These are the big ones. They're like the gummy bear ones. They're like so like go half like sugar. So yeah, so these are like good ones. Like reconstruct wide instead of big. It's spondylosis, and I found this crazy shit. I read that eating disorders when I was younger because I'm like modeling and stuff. Like, and it's literally still like modeling.
Imagine you'd be like 6'4" or something like that. I'm 6'2".
I know. Would you ever?
Yeah, I think I could use my height. Yeah, that's a real thing. That's like a break. That's what guys do.
Yeah, exactly. Something like 5'9", that'd be great. A couple guys I dated were shorter than me, and I was like very. I think that when I was like insecure or like whatever, they're like, oh, you can't date a guy that's shorter than you. And I was like, I don't know, any short kids.
Do you find you're like more motivated?
Well, it's also the same thing with wellness. Like, like there was some studies that came out that all these facts. No, but this was like for real that men that are bald are more attractive than men that aren't. Because it's like, what?
Because they have successful podcasts that change your career.
But I think that like I don't know, I think having depth, like it's hard to, unless you're the Menendez brothers or just handle it on your own, like having two parents die, like I'd be highly recommend. Shit gets like wild, like I didn't know my choice, but I didn't realize how many of my decisions I've been making based on. My dad can hear that. If I say this on TV, is my mom can hear that? Like I can even say my mom not wrong, I'm not funny, I can't say it until she died. I think about like censorship in comedy, and I was self-censoring the most with my parents because I didn't want to hurt them. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like, I didn't realize how like loud I was by it, and now I have this like kind of like freedom.
And it came out and it killed them. You told me you were getting it.
I mean, I'm gay. I'm trans man.
Wait a minute. Are you?
No, I'm just. It's like I was thinking like someone said to me once, this is my lawyer back in the day, as soon as I got a TV show syndicated, he was like, now what do you do? Like the certain tier of men you can date just got smaller. What are you talking about? I was like, now that since I want to get money, so that is so much money to restore the power dynamic. I was like, what are you talking about? Now that I finally have enough money, I have to be like a gold digger. Like that's so fun. I was like, now that I have my own money, I have to be rich. I have the whole point of money. Like it opens up this whole like broke guys that I couldn't date when I was broke. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird though. I have a works home trains about 90 miles. I think she's beautiful. Miles swing. So, but it sounds like she doesn't want to date money. And she's like, you gotta call us. She makes like it crazy. But it's also crazy. But to me, it's like it has to be short 3 full-time jobs and not even know. So I don't know if we should put this in ChatGPT. She works from home. 3 management jobs full-time over the phone, managing all of it. She's a fucking host. She's a host. But why does she want to just make a ton of money? Is she just like, or does she enjoy working? Work at private business admin because they were fired her. She found that, so she probably felt some kind of point of not having a man. But as she gets more successful in fiction, I mean, she's like, dude, now we have to, like, workaholism is an addiction that is like kind of destroying people. Like, in our community, there's so many people we see with like drug addictions and alcohol addiction, like workaholism, like that's one that I like really tell myself about. Like, I don't really work harder. Why do I say yes to this? Why am I doing this?
Socially acceptable.
You work life.
It's celebrated. I mean, I not so much as like people are shitty to me about it. You're so ambitious. Why do you work so much? I think I get shamed for it, which I think is good because it's made me like look at the
I think they're shaming you for working too much, or they're shaming you for not processing certain emotions and coming to them.
maybe, but it's like how do you know what emotions I'm
Like if you just went on vacation instead of work, I think that they would say the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, you're just traveling the world, doing all this other stuff, and then your parents pass, and you're not really acknowledging what happened. How does that?
Yeah, but it's like I would report my parents if they have strokes, like you know, it's like been slow process and some people have it because it's suddenly. I actually feel like I got really lucky because it's like I have 12 years to like prepare. So it's like Groundhog Day. It's like every day was today's the day she's gonna die, today's the day. So it's just this constant thing. And by the time she died, I mean, a couple years ago, she was coming. You know, and I'm like,
Sometimes people say it's a relief when they have
it was such a relief. Yeah, it was also like seeing her, you know, this person you had on a pedestal or someone that like you guys have some model of hierarchy. You're just like the biological, you're just the this is the queen, and you know, the changing of the guard. Like it's to me that like am I not my mother's mother, am I my mother's daughter? Like trying to seek validation from someone that you have to wipe their ass. It's just like it just gets really
Was she
confusing.
seeing your stuff though? Like was she aware? Was she?
She was hard. My mom, like, you know, dabbled in the narcissism, and she couldn't. Like, at my first special, she answered her phone and then like just took the call. You know what I mean? She could, like, she just couldn't. You know, every time I saw her, always backhanded compliments. It's like all you want is some, you know.
What do you think that comes from?
Do you know why I think that she did not want kids. I don't think she had maternal intention. I'm not gonna guess. I think she had my sister to try to keep my dad, and then my dad fell in love with my sister. My sister stole my dad's heart. My mom gave dad's heart, and then I was in stage, so I was conceived 2 months after my sister was born. And so I was an accident. So it's like when I go back and I'm like, oh no, I wanted her, but I can't have her from that. You know, also not Jewish. I just found out because my mom died and I got the because I knew that my dad's mom was Jewish. My mom's dad found out. But they died in all the families here too. There's a wild shit that
You have to actually serial because you need to come from Jewish vagina to be actually.
my mom, my dad's mom. I'm talking about my dad's mom. I'm sorry, my dad's mom. Oh, so I'm no Jewish.
No Jewish.
Come on. Zero? Zero. It's way half.
Your mouth has gotten worse. That's your fucking pleasant.
And then, it just like changes you. I don't know. It's like
My friend had obviously he was in all over. His dad was like not a great guy, and he said something that stuck with me. He said, "If my dad's really didn't do like all the shit that they put on you. So even if you kind of been dealing with her death, I wonder if it still hit you hard because once she's gone, you can keep yourself occupied and not think about all the shitty things she did to you, like her as a receiver of the state. When she's gone, now you got to deal with everything she did to you. Because the first time you came on, she was alive. You didn't talk about like forcing in love. I think you were like,
I just because it's like I never wanted, you know, I don't think she had a capacity for guilt, like her denial so intense, but it's like, I mean, there was sexual abuse, there was like in alcoholic homes, when there's like
Sexual abuse.
men coming in and out, no, not from her, but like from boyfriends, from like divorced homes where people are working.
She was dating a guy, and that guy was a killer.
That was like, look, we're the first generation. My mom, I would say, like, this is
Very fucking sensitive. Like, you know, what she's saying she got molested. You said you're hitting on her. You're still laughing. Like, this is all hitting on her. I just think you're hitting on her. This is great. Just say sorry. I'm sorry too. I forgive you for my problems, right?
not even, this is the dude, it's funny that now we can laugh at it. Like, I am so Irish. I respect much more than the mom. Hardcore feminist dude, it's quality, so you can also laugh at women being molested. People do it, it's like fucking calm down, dude. Like, you like feel cynical or something like that. Listen. Doesn't it feel like when boys are molested, it's hilarious? Like how the shit is funny, and then girls are molested, everyone's all like awkward. Yes, he's like,
Okay, so you're saying that her boyfriend.
No, it's not that specifically. There were situations like that. We also had babysitters. Like, we're the first generation of like moms that worked. You know, she would go out. She had, dude, it was like so and so's, you know, son down the street. Is he available for $10 with female babysitters and female babysitter for most of us? I didn't know that till recently.
I got molested by babies.
Back in the day, now. So that was a while ago.
Yeah, but he was not, he like shared the story. This is like she they were playing it.
Back in the day where women couldn't even phone, but they were molested. Like,
Oh no, he's not now.
I just mean like, when was it?
What was the exact day? I'm not
I just
sure.
mean like, was it the 50s when he was a kid? Months?
Yeah, it was definitely the 50s. And he would tell me she would come over and they would play a game where she would play with his dick. And then like she was like, all right, it's time for you to play with mine. And I was like, you have to play with your you know, girls like, this is his shit. So I was like, it's my time. And he was like trying to get in there. She was like, oh, okay, actually we can't do this, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, so he was trying to get his gift back. I think that was most fucked up part because he didn't get his gift back. Yeah, you can like, yeah, that was kind of funny. I actually enjoyed that.
Yeah, like, but when women are molested, rules are molesting, it's like a super bummer. So it's like, I feel like, I never did that.
It is a bit of a bummer. It is a
It's
bummer.
not, I mean, I think that most of it happens to most people in some iteration. I think that, like, when it comes down to it,
Don't normalize it.
maybe, I just think that there's so much, like, I think
It's women, it doesn't.
I think a lot of,
And I know that normalizing it might make you feel better.
no, it doesn't. It makes me feel, I want to be the
Okay, despite
the only person that was molested when he died.
what's the
I was like, I'm not joking. I feel like, oh no, trust me, I'm the person that I said it's still not you as a child. But
actually,
I think the more we talk about it, I think that
you maybe could pay the price for all of it. It's like a Jesus thing. You took the molestation, so no one else has to pay the molestation. What?
y'all are talking about itself.
And you took her gender. That's fucked up.
Yeah, that's y'all are talking about incels like school shooters. What are you doing about it? I'm out there fucking.
You had sex with a male virgin. How much? You had sex with an underage man.
No.
You had sex with an underage
Yeah,
man.
very old, much older.
How old? How old?
Over 25.
Believe him.
Yes, actually.
You fucking idiot.
I don't know. Wait. How dare you? Because that's the other thing. I'm looking at the barrel of the female comedians that, like, dude, this isn't end well. This isn't end well for a female comedian. That's true, but I think when she hated towards the end, and she was like doing fashion police stuff, and
So stop doing it. Like celebrity shit, but like,
celebrity gossip shit. I don't like to get into
don't
that.
complain about the shit you choose.
Or you become gay, or you become an activist. I know, that's what I'm saying. No,
You was actress first. You remember?
I was an activist.
You would call me the think I give a fuck about animals. You would have these clothes. Do you remember that? Like, oh, giraffes. What a stupid fucking animal. You would call me shit on animals all the time. And then you go up to your videos like, I'm going to save the zoo. The zoo's going to burn in California. Right? That's what all the just laughing and mocking these people. Remember that?
No, but
You just care about animals. You care about it. You David a veterinarian.
what is going on?
David a veterinarian.
There's something. You're a super chick.
I just talk about you and the animals.
Sure,
You
yes.
were in love with a veterinarian.
I've dated a veterinarian during the pandemic. Yes, I did. What's what? I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? I think that's great. My thing with love is that word was used a lot to control me as a kid.
And your fingers get to be the light. Second, this you could love the veterinarian.
What's your definition of love? Like, when you know you're loved someone?
That's what you're saying, Jerry Maguire. That's a good question. But I'll tell you this.
Do you love me?
I love you.
Yeah, that's not you.
No, but Caleb, I'll tell you that at least for me, I felt it in different ways, and with my wife, I felt it. I felt it in a way I never felt with anybody else.
Yeah. And then how did that manifest? Because I remember a guy from mine texted me on something very simple.
Second date, I was like, yeah.
How did you know? Like, was it just an energy? Was it conscious?
Listened to everything she had to say, and I wanted to share everything that I had with her. And I think that was it. It wasn't even like on some, like,
I wanted to listen. But I this is what it is. Like, a guy friend of mine was like, you know, against the store. I was like crying. You know, you and I guys want to listen to
This shit's like a Christ roast or something. Everyone's crying, and then for the first time, I found a woman interesting.
no, they're here that not everybody that's full of love you, but it's okay. I love it, man.
My mom was in 7-day hospice. She was on her 7th day of fucking hospice. This bitch didn't.
I mom to my wife, right?
No, I'm just saying the crying and the rose seems to be a sticking point for everybody.
Yeah.
Which is like my mom's in 7 days hospital, so I got fucking Kaiser Permanente, which we love that place. By the way, I have umbrella insurance, I can come protected. So I went to Kaiser Permanente once, and look how poor he is when he's like not just
It's not the second day. That's why I'm saying.
You don't even trust it because so many people that fuck you over in life or something like that. So
I don't trust it. That's not true at all. I'm very close to it.
you should be like Irish boxer. No, I care about you deeply and I want everything to work out. So for me, that is love. But being in love with somebody has happened a few times in my life.
Yeah.
And the last time was the most profound version of it.
But do you feel like that the amount of time, like when you do on a second date, do you think that you can still love someone the way you love that, not know that soon? Do you know what I mean? Like, do you think it's like for love to happen? Does it have to be that soon? So you should. Because sometimes I'll meet someone for like 6 or 7 months. I'm like, do I just give it more time?
I love my wife way more now than I did on the second
That's
date.
so cool.
But there was something that happened. There was something that happened on the second date where I was like, whoa, this is different than anything I've ever experienced.
Has there ever been a fight where you're like, or a thing, you're like, I don't know.
No. There's been difficulties.
Yeah.
But there's never been a thing where like, I don't love this person.
Right.
Stop loving me.
Was there something that you did differently with her where it's like with other people, like in a fight or whatever, for lack of a better word, they're like, oh, that's bullshit. But with her, you just like acted differently?
Not necessarily, but I also think it's not just, I think that I don't feel in fights that it's over.
Right. It's not.
She makes me feel. There's something that she does not in the fight, outside of the fight. There's something I do outside of the fight that makes us feel like, hey, this thing sucks. We can't fucking work this out. I'm being a little immature motherfucker. She's being immature motherfucker. But it doesn't feel like it's kind of both.
I feel like nice. For me, I think that's kind of love when you feel like you're fighting for something instead of fighting with someone and you're like on the same team. Even though, to me, like fights all instant